Block 1 Audiobook title, Path of the Hive Queen, 01-267, by Tajoka, Chapter 1, Welcome to the World. Silence. Darkness, cozy, cradling, thudding, the beat of a heart. Sensation seeped into the dark void. Slight movements, a body. A vague sense of the world around it, of up and down. She opened her eyes. That should have made things better. It didn't. Instead, she was assaulted by a screaming, blinding confusion of colors and light. Those only made the disorientation she felt worse. Disorientation. She felt disoriented. She realized it now, although she hadn't before. A few moments of silence stretched out, far too long, then the painful intensity of the light faded, the world putting itself into proper order. Now, she realized it really wasn't that bad. Her surroundings were kind of dim. She tried to turn her head to see better, but stopped, claimed by another bout of disorientation with a side note of vertigo. She took a deep breath and sensed her torso expand slightly. It felt odd. She was cradled in what felt like a cozy, unyielding container of some kind. The hardness of her back and her limbs brushed against its sides, letting her know it was roughly cylindrical. She raised her head again. This time, she realized that it was perilously close to a jagged edge of whatever held her. Angrily, she pushed outwards with all of her limbs, or at least all of the ones she could get to properly move. There was some resistance, then the material gave way. She almost tumbled out and fell flat on her face, but reflexively caught her balance. Now she stood on her legs, on uneven, stony ground. She was in a dark space with a high ceiling, with gray walls and a rocky floor. She blinked, suddenly noticing the box floating at head height. Welcome to the world, little hive queen. After she stared at it for a few moments, it disappeared. She blinked again, not out of a sense of surprise this time, but because the first time had seemed wrong somehow. It took her a moment to realize it was probably her field of view. She had no idea what to think about the box, and suddenly realized that she had precious little context to begin to think of anything at all. She'd woken up here, in this dim cave or vault or something. Actually, it seemed like the thing she'd been in was an egg. Dark chunks of its shell still littered the ground. Well, of course it was an egg. Where else would she have come from? She took a tentative step forward. Her instincts said that this was perfectly fine, but another part of her mind wasn't so sure. The part that had classified the floating thing as a blue box, that had been able to read it and understand what its message meant. She knew people weren't supposed to come from eggs, that was a thing for chicken or insects, and she was a person. In fact, she was pretty sure she was a young woman, except that her body didn't seem to quite fit that knowledge. She slowly ran her hands over it, which gave her a couple of rapid realizations. First, she was covered, or at least some parts of her body were, in some hard material, not just skin. Second, there was something at her sides. Their shape was a little hard to ascertain with just touching, but she definitely felt like the outline of her torso wasn't human. All of which meant that, third, she definitely wasn't in a human body. And what the box had said, Hive Queen, that felt familiar. That was her. She knew that the same way she knew that her mandibles should be kept clean and that eggs were best laid in a safe environment. Wait, back up. What do I know and how? For lack of anything better to do, she slowly started walking out of the room while considering the mess that was her mind. She knew a lot of things that humans should know, but there was context missing. She knew what a car was, how school worked, how to smile politely and pretend you were listening to someone, that the internet was full of trolls. But she couldn't say how she knew that. She had a vague sense of herself, but it was as if someone had stripped all the pertinent facts out of it. She didn't even know her name. She just couldn't recall it, no matter how hard she thought about it. She didn't know her age, or her ethnicity, or what town she came from. At the same time, she was obviously a hive queen, whatever that was, besides something cool and great and the natural terror of lesser life forms. Wait, where did that come from? Just what the hell does this all mean? Anyway, before she could start to panic in earnest, she focused on her surroundings. The room she'd been in led into a corridor with uneven, dark walls. There was light coming from the other side. She hurried forward, absently touching her face and confirming that she did indeed seem to have mandibles on the sides of her face, though they weren't arrayed like they would be on any kind of insect she knew about. Her whole face was kind of wet and sticky, just like most of her body. Actually, She seemed to have pretty normal hands. 5 fingers. Opposable thumbs. Maybe the claws on the tips were a little longer than fingernails, but they probably wouldn't get in the way too much, if she was careful. That was something, at least. The corridor seemed to lead directly to the exit. When she reached it, she paused to let her eyes adjust, then took a closer look at everything. The walls were stone and the corridor, as well as the entrance, seemed pretty rectangular. Were they actually artificial? There were some odd holes in the stone of the entrance, and a slit at the top. Besides that, she didn't find any identifying details. Great, she said to herself. Now where am I? Oh, she could speak. That was good. Her voice sounded a little croaky and raspy, but she could probably even pass for a human with a bad cold on the telephone, if she tried. Shaking her head again, she turned around and took her first step past the entrance. Beyond was a forest. She wasn't sure what she'd expected, but it wasn't this. It seemed like a rather idyllic scene. Actually, the sun shone from somewhere beyond the trees, birds sung, and she could even hear the bubbling of a stream in the distance. The grass was lush and green in a small clearing around her. When she turned, she saw that the land rose into a few stony hills, the largest of which she was standing on, or beside, rather. The entrance was set into the hillside, which was a little rockier than the rest. Beyond the raft doorway of grey stone, grass covered most of the hill. It might have been a bunker that had long been abandoned and overgrown, but no one would build a bunker that badly and only from stone. She took a deep breath, then another for good measure. She didn't know where she was, where any of this would be located on a map, but she had a feeling it was a long way from home. Wherever her home might be, people like her definitely didn't exist there, as far as she knew. Besides, only a few of the trees and bushes looked vaguely familiar, and none corresponded exactly to something she could have named. Most of them seemed completely foreign. She tried to pinch her arm, then realized she couldn't through the hard, chitinous material that covered her. It actually looked more brown than gray and good lighting. Instead, she pinched the skin of her face, which seemed to be free of that hard exterior. The pain helped her to focus and push away the stirrings of panic. She wasn't going to have a panic attack. Sure, most people probably would panic after being dropped alone in a strange place like this, but for all she knew, this was perfectly normal for her. After all, she didn't have anything else to compare it to. Did she? She started walking, less from having somewhere to go than a desire to get away from the place where she'd woken up. Where I was being born. Actually, probably hatched. Oh God. She pinched her cheek again, then forced herself to focus on her surroundings. The forest wasn't too dense, so she could find her way between the trees easily enough. She saw a few small animals around, though they disappeared quickly once she got close to them. She didn't get a good look at any of them. The birds were mostly hidden in the branches of the trees, and she didn't recognize the few she saw. She decided to go towards the sound of the water. That might be dangerous, but she had no other reference points. Besides, she suddenly realized she was really thirsty, and hungry, too. In a survival situation, you were supposed to look for water and shelter, right? She could probably climb a tree or something, later, or even go back to where the egg had been. As she walked, she tried to bring back a blue box. They reminded her of some kind of prompt or interface component, like in a video game, but concentrating as hard as she could on it didn't get her anywhere, and saying things like information or status sheet out loud only made her feel silly. Of course, if this was a video game, then there would probably be monsters. She eyed the forest around her nervously. She'd have to make finding a weapon a priority. Even if monsters weren't an issue, there could be bears or wolves in this forest. Though those weren't supposed to attack humans unless they were very hungry. But she wasn't a human anymore, was she? At least, assuming she'd been one before. To be fair, she didn't have any proof of that. Although, someone giving some random unborn hive queen human knowledge or putting a human mind into her both seemed like completely crazy ideas, but she did feel like she had more personality than a complete newborn. It didn't take long to reach the waterway she'd heard, just a few minutes. It was still farther than she'd expected, given the ambient sounds of the forest. She must have really good hearing, probably better than human hearing. Carefully, she stepped onto the banks of the river. It was really more of a brook, with rocky banks and placidly flowing water. There were no other animals in sight right now, though the forest grew pretty close to it, so she couldn't see too far up and down the river. A little awkwardly, she clambered onto a larger piece of rocky ground at the edge of the water. She started to cup her hands to get a drink, then paused and leaned further forward. The river wasn't great as a mirror, but she did get a reflection of herself from the water. It was a little distorted and not exactly sharp, but she still froze and stared. Her head seemed to be mostly human, except for a few features that seemed vaguely insectile or reptilian, or something. At the sides of her cheeks, she had bony outgrowths that turned into what she'd thought of as mandibles, reaching down past her chin. Her lips were thin and her nose seemed to be slitted. Her skin color was grayish-brown. She reached up and ran a hand through her brown hair, past small horns, noting that it felt coarser than you'd expect. It was still stubbly and very short. Apart from that, she clearly had a girl's face. She didn't need the water to see her legs, which were covered in a hard material a bit darker than her face, though it softened at the joints. Her feet looked largely human, but she did get a look at her torso, which made her suck in a sharp breath. Most of it was also covered in the shell, although she apparently had small breasts with no visible nipples. What caught her attention was what she could see of her back, though. There seemed to be a second layer to it, a bit reminiscent of a beetle's shell, just at her sides and mostly underneath her arms. She tried to move it, but it didn't do more than flapping weakly. Beneath that, though, she caught a glimpse of what had to be some kind of membrane. "Do I have wings? Seriously?" She bent and cupped water in her hands, using it to scrub herself. But while she managed to get her face and most of her body reasonably clean, the things she was most interested in remained covered in stickiness. She just didn't have the reach or proper angle to clean them. She eyed the water, then sighed and instead started drinking. She didn't think submerging herself in it was a smart idea. On closer examination, the water was flowing treacherously quickly, and she didn't even know if her body could swim. Drinking from it was probably a health risk, but she wasn't sure she'd find another source of water anywhere close by, and dehydration would definitely be bad. Besides, her instincts were pretty insistent on getting water. Finally, she scooted back from the edge of the river and turned to scrutinize the forest again. With her thirst quenched, she was starting to feel her empty stomach roaring at her. Entering the world was hungry business, and she could already feel the strength in her limbs fading as tiredness set in. Now she had to find something to eat in a place where she didn't have the faintest idea what was edible, or even what her body could use. Great, just great. Don't forget, don't get eaten by monsters. Unless I'm supposed to be the monster, I guess. Chapter 2, Finding Food. The Hive Queen had kept track of how she'd gotten to the river, but decided not to walk back on the same path. Instead, she would meander around a little bit, maybe on a curving path, but ultimately heading back where she came from. The hills and the river were the only landmarks she had, and she should probably explore the place where she'd woken up a little more. As she walked through the forest, she tried to catalog what she saw, and kept an eye out for anything edible. She guessed that it was spring or early summer. Even though she wore no clothes, which she wanted to fix as soon as she could, she didn't feel particularly cold. She'd estimate the temperature to be about 20 degrees Celsius, although that could be off, since she didn't know anything about her body's reaction to temperature or how well it stored heat. There didn't seem to be any mushrooms or any kind of nuts around, but she found several berry bushes. Those were probably the easiest source of food, but she had no idea if they were poisonous or not. Finally, she stopped by a bush of dark berries with its lower branches and part of its upper branches stripped of berries, hopefully by animals. That indicated that the berries, which looked like purple blackberries, might be safe. She carefully took one, remembering not to pick close to the ground. Even if they were poisonous, one berry hopefully wouldn't kill her, right? Of course, it was possible they were mildly poisonous and one wouldn't be enough to tell, so she'd still have to be careful later. She popped it into her mouth. It tasted sweet, a bit like a cross between a raspberry and a blackberry. Feeling herself start to smile for the first time in her short life, she examined the berries more closely to be sure she could recognize them, then set off again. She was already tempted to eat more, her empty stomach crying out for food, but she needed to wait because of her slow pace and occasional stops and detours. The walk took a lot longer than before, but finally, she emerged back into the small clearing around the hills. At first glance, nothing had changed. She still couldn't see any larger animals, although a few birds kept singing. She didn't recognize their calls, but her mysterious source of human knowledge didn't have much to say about birds, so she probably just hadn't known enough to place them. She started walking towards the hillside where she'd come from, then stopped. It had taken her a moment to realize that the darkness inside the doorframe wasn't the lightless depth of the tunnel. Instead, something had moved to block it. She ran towards it, feeling her heartbeat speed up. The doorway was now closed off by a slab of some dark material. It felt hard and cool to the touch, and she couldn't be sure if it was metal or stone of some kind. She pushed against it, first tentatively and then with all of her strength, but it didn't budge at all. Great. She let out a breath and stepped back. The thought that someone had come and closed the door after she'd left sent a shiver down her spine. She hadn't seen her door scented anyone else. That thought gave her pause, but she quickly shelved the realization that her sense of smell was better than human and refocused on the issue. It was possible this was some sort of automatic mechanism, maybe triggered when she went out of the door. Oh God, were there cameras watching her right now? She looked at the entrance again, scrutinizing it closely, but she didn't find any sign of something like that. Of course, that didn't mean much. Still, she hadn't seen a single sign of technology since waking up here. She took a few steps away from the door. She'd just have to find somewhere else. But before she could figure out what her next move should be, she paused. There was a strange scent in the air right now. Something that she hadn't smelled here before. She clenched her fists and cursed herself for not at least taking a stick from the forest and sharpening it to get a weapon. The scent got slightly stronger, and now that she focused on it, she could hear movement, too. A few seconds later, the creature causing it stepped out of the trees. The hive queen blinked and had to suppress the urge to rub her eyes. Well, that answers the question of whether or not this place has monsters. I don't think that's a normal animal. Her first thought was that someone had made the world's largest version of a bathroom rubber duck. It looked just like that, a duck as big as a pony that was colored yellow all over, except for the dark eyes and the beak, which was orange. Then the duck opened its beak to let out a shrill cry and she saw a maw filled with sharp teeth that would have made any wolf envious. The hive queen gulped and took half a step back nervously. Good ducky? She tried. You're not going to attack me, are you? Who's a good monster? The monster clearly didn't like that, or maybe it was just generally bad-tempered, because it advanced forward in a menacing manner the ducks should not be capable of, emitting another cry and showing its teeth. She cursed and quickly looked around. Unfortunately, she didn't find either a weapon or a good escape route. She quickly ducked to gather a few loose stones, then stepped forward. She didn't want to get pushed against the rock by her opponent. The duck clearly wasn't quite as confident as it appeared, since it didn't immediately charge her. She approached the middle of the clearing and even managed a bit of sideways movement. She didn't think ducks could climb trees, so getting into the forest might be a good idea. She stared at it, trying to look for any tells and evaluate its threat level. After a second of intense focus, another blue box popped up over its head, fading quickly. Monster duck, level. She jerked in surprise, but the greater implications of this could wait for later. For now, at least she had name for her opponent. The level display was not encouraging, but it didn't seem like a very high-level monster. Maybe you got question marks for any enemies of a higher level, or you needed a special skill to tell someone's level at all? The duck approached more closely. She took a deep breath, then threw the heaviest of the rocks she found. It clanged off the outside of the duck's beak. At least it made the monster stumble. She quickly took the next rock in her right hand and tried again. This rock was a little rounder and gave her better aim, and she managed to hit the duck's side. This projectile actually seemed to hurt, sending a few feathers hurtling away and making the duck give another shrill cry. Unfortunately, it also charged her immediately. She stumbled to the side, somehow managing to turn the movement into a proper dodge. The feathers of the duck's stubby wings brushed her cheek. Her hand darted out, and she managed to score a cut on the back of its leg. She jumped back while the duck turned around, and tried to gauge the effect of her cut. Her claws were pretty small, but clearly sharp, and there was blood flowing from the wound. Not enough to have it bleed out, though. Now the duck was further inside the clearing, closer to the hill with the entrance. Before she lost more valuable time, the hive queen turned and sprinted towards the tree line. She smelled the duck approaching and somehow heard its steps over the thundering of her heart. It was much faster than her and catching up quickly. She managed to reach a tree just in time. This one was pretty big, old and sturdy, and she scrambled up the trunk using a few lower branches. Her claws were a big help. The duck's maw almost caught her, and she felt something sharp brush against the back of her lower leg. Then she pulled it up and sat on a wide branch a few meters up the tree. She took a deep breath. The hard covering on most parts of her body clearly had at least some defensive value. She wouldn't trust it with a full force bite from that maw, but it should come in handy. And the duck apparently couldn't climb, judging from the way it screamed shrilly. She winced and clapped her hands over her ears. Okay, now what? I can't just sit here all day. It might get tired and wander off, but it might also find some way to attack her. Plus she really need to eat something. Actually, it did smell pretty good. She shook her head to clear it of that thought and looked around. The birds in their vicinity had fallen silent, and it looked like the smaller animals had made themselves scarce. She had let go of her stones to run and climb. Note to self: when I get clothes, make sure they've got decent pockets. She could probably sleep up here in the tree, but a part of her really didn't want to let the duck prance around down there any longer than she had to. That part wanted to not just ensure her safety, but to kill this monster. It had dared to attack her, and it was a threat. Threats should not be tolerated. Of course, whatever her hive queen side might like, killing it wouldn't be that easy. Now that she looked at it more closely, its feet has some pretty sharp-looking talons, but those and its teeth seemed to be the only dangerous spots. How flexible was the monster? Well, it's still a duck. Definitely a bird of some kind. There were some vines clinging to the tree. She'd ignored them earlier since they didn't hinder her climbing up, but now she saw that they looked quite sturdy. Experimentally, she reached over and tugged at a vine. It barely budged. Frowning, she peered at it more closely. Was there a slight blue tint along its side? Another box appeared. Climbing vine, plant. She sighed. Very helpful. She tried cutting one with her claws, but it was hard, and she probably couldn't get a long enough part to work as a rope. Anyway, still, she persevered, and after a few minutes managed to saw through the vine. She then carefully stood up on her perch and tried the same at a higher spot of the same vine. After 10 minutes, she had a piece of climbing vine to use as a short length of rope. Then she repositioned herself again and watched the duck carefully. It didn't stay still, but fidgeted and paced under the tree, occasionally baring its teeth at her. This was definitely a monster. She didn't think a normal animal would show that amount of baseless aggression. She steadied her breathing and held still. All of her focus turned to her prey. The minutes slid by as she patiently waited. Then, finally, it moved again, to what she judged as the perfect position. She let herself drop. The impact when she hit the monster drove the air out of her lungs, but she acted right away. Clinging on tightly with her legs, she yanked on her arms and caught the duck's beak with her vine. It started thrashing, but she held on grimly. It clearly struggled under her weight on its back, unable to jump and try to buck her off. Its taloned feet couldn't reach her, and it couldn't open its beak to bring its fangs to bear even if it could have contorted itself enough to bite her. Minutes dashed by in a frantic struggle for survival. Her arms, legs and back ached, and she once felt herself almost slipping loose, but she clamped onto her prey and refused to let go. It lost feathers and at one point rammed into the tree, but it didn't seem to be smart enough to try and get her off that way, and it wouldn't have the right angle for it, anyway. Finally, its struggles slowed as it ran out of energy. Dark spots started to gather in the corners of her vision, but she wouldn't let up. When she judged it sufficiently exhausted, she quickly passed the ends of her improvised rope into her right hand and struck with her left. Her claws sank into its eyes and popped them. The duck jerked. She drove the tip of her index finger further in, ignoring the mess coating her hands and the throes of her prey, drilling into it until she could go no further. Finally, the duck's spasms slowed and ceased. She took a few deep breaths, carefully relaxing her clenched muscles. She slid off the monster's back, stumbling as she reached the ground. She went to brush off her hands on the duck's coat. Then she paused. Suddenly, she was acutely aware of the raging pit of her hunger, and the dead monster in front of her smelled delicious. She sank to her knees before it and started ripping off feathers. The monster's skin parted easily under her hands. She stopped thinking about anything except her meal. Chapter 3, What's in a Name? It was the best meal of her life. Of course, It was also the first the Hive Queen could remember, but it was still the best. She didn't mind eating the meat raw, or cutting into the corpse. She just ate. She wasn't quite what one would call lost in a feral haze, but her thoughts took a back seat while she enjoyed the deliciousness. Maybe like the food haze you got from eating your absolute favorite meal turned up to 11. When she regained full awareness of her surroundings, she stumbled back and looked around. She'd eaten a sizable chunk out of the monster. Bloody clumps of feathers and viscera lay strewn on the ground. Somehow, she'd actually managed to keep her mandibles and antennae clean, although she felt stickiness on her chin. She wiped it off on her arms, then grimaced and tried to wipe off her hands and arms on the bushes and grass as best she could. She was still naked, which didn't even matter much, because she was alone. Her hunger had been completely sated, and she felt full and satisfied. Despite the still less than ideal situation, it was hard to even get herself to care about the predators that might be drawn by the smell. She stumbled off, shaking her head and stretching her arms and legs. I think I ate too much. Despite the satisfied feeling, there was a distinct pressure in her belly. As she walked, it only got stronger. She paused in another small clearing, then turned back in the direction of the rocky hills. What she wouldn't give for a companion, someone to have her back in this dangerous weirdness. Someone to help with all the things she'd have to do to get basic necessities, and more importantly, to help her defend herself against monsters. She sighed. She had the feeling that Duck had been a pretty weak one. Hopefully, she wouldn't run into stronger monsters until she figured something out. She looked for something she might use as a weapon, but didn't see anything better than the stones she'd picked up before. She still felt that pressure. When she focused, she managed to locate the uncomfortable pressure in her abdomen, where she would expect menstrual cramps. Wait, is that a memory from my previous life? Great, the first thing I remember has to be that of all things. She shook her head. That would be the area of her uterus. She had a sneaking suspicion what that might mean. She walked on, feeling pulled onward by more than her previous decision to try to avoid predators. The Hive Queen's instincts were driving her. In the back of her mind, she was aware of that, but she didn't really care. It wasn't doing much of anything, anyway. She reached the hills and climbed one of them until she got to a good spot. It was a little secluded, sheltered under a rock overhang, but not too far from the cover of the forest. She crouched down and started pushing away stones, then digging out a few handfuls of dirt until she made a small hollow. She sat back, brushed off her hands and sighed, closing her eyes for a moment. The fight had been a whirlwind of adrenaline and danger. She must have taken longer than she thought, since it was already getting dark. The sun was setting somewhere beyond the forest, painting the western horizon orange, and there was less and less light to see by. It had been a hell of a first day, even if it only lasted a few hours for her, but she wasn't finished with it yet. She could feel the pressure increasing. It was an uncomfortable sensation, though not as much as she might have thought. It wasn't really painful, but a sensation of something gathering, preparing to come out. And with it, she felt something else stirring. She realized she'd dimly sensed it before, but she'd been too preoccupied with other things to actually notice it. But it was there, like an energy spread all throughout her body, and it was gathering now, too, as she instinctively prepared it for something. Then the pressure abruptly eased, like a bubble popping. She leaned back and propped herself up with one arm behind her as she instinctively reached forward with the other, just catching something in her hand. She even saw what almost looked like a faint sparkle around it, if it hadn't been a trick of the light. She held an egg, colored the same grayish-brown as her own shell. She turned it over in her hands, checking it out. Then, she carefully put it down in the hollow she'd made, watching curiously. At first, it had been about the size of a chicken egg, but now it seemed to be growing, almost as if it had been compressed and was unfolding. In the end, it fit perfectly in the indentation, and she estimated it to be at least 20 centimeters tall. She had a feeling that wasn't even its full size. She sighed, pinched the bridge of her nose and stood up. So, that happened. Actually, the feeling of having made an egg wasn't all that weird. Her human memories indicated she should probably freak out, but it felt perfectly natural, and she was a Hive Queen now. She probably should have expected something like this. She eyed the egg suspiciously, then poked it. Its shell was pretty hard, and a little warm. She didn't know what was going to come out of it. What if it was another monster that would be hostile? Some species didn't exactly go in for family ties. Well, if that was the case, Judging by the size, at least it shouldn't be too much of a problem to deal with. Besides, it was probably fine. She was a hive queen. She should have a hive, right? She would have preferred to just stumble on one, though, or even better, be born in an established hive in safety and comfort. By now, night was falling in earnest. She glanced around. This place was a little more sheltered than the top of the hills, but still pretty exposed. She didn't like the thought of sleeping here, alone on the ground, where any monster could come at her. She needed to sleep. She couldn't keep awake the whole night. This was a dangerous environment and she needed to stay sharp. Besides, she'd have to sleep sooner or later, or she'd literally kill herself. She was already exhausted. Her low light vision appeared to be pretty good. Probably better than the human norm, but she wasn't confident that she could spot every monster or even just normal predatory animal that might be coming for her. Her instincts wanted her to protect the egg, but she needed to protect herself, too, and that was more important. With a last regretful look back, she turned and made her way back to the forest. She would choose a tree that was close by, where she could keep an eye on it. Luckily, the trees on the edge close to the rocky hills were still tall. She found one that looked promising, a big one with a thick trunk and some wide upper branches. She climbed up carefully, then tried to make herself comfortable. The tree had a fork from its trunk that gave her a wide enough base, and thick enough branches she wasn't afraid of them breaking under her weight. She would have preferred to tie herself to the trunk or something, but she didn't see any more of the climbing vines, and she'd lost the one she had somewhere along the way. It wouldn't have been much good, anyway. Too short. There was a bit of a hole in the canopy above her, enough to let her see the night sky. She stared up at it for a long time, mesmerized by the stars. There didn't appear to be any moon. Sure, it could just be a new moon night. In fact, it probably was, but a part of her thought there genuinely might not be a moon here. She hadn't thought much about it, but by now she had to consider the possibility that she wasn't in her own world anymore. If she'd ever actually been there in the first place, she was quite sure they didn't have monsters like that there, or the blue boxes that occasionally showed up. She really needed to figure out how to get more information from them. Still, this place seemed to be, in general, friendly to civilization. There had to be humans around somewhere, too, right? Or at least some sapient species. Maybe elves or dwarves, who knew what sort of fantasy world she landed in. But she didn't know how they would react to her. She looked like a monster, a humanoid one, but still. She sighed and turned, trying to find a more comfortable position. It was getting colder, though the temperature wasn't below what she couldn't tolerate. So far, I need a name, she said to herself. Why hadn't she thought of that before? She really should have a name. Everyone did, but what kind of name? Try as she might, she couldn't remember what her name had been before. It was as if the information was simply purged from her memory, along with all other personal details. She had to have had one before, but she doubted she'd even recognize it if someone said it now. All right, then she just needed to give herself a new name. Easy enough, she sighed. Okay, let's get started. What do I know about myself? She was a new hive queen. That was pretty much all. Maybe she should just call herself queen? She frowned to herself. No, that's far too simple. I'd be embarrassed trying to introduce myself. Well, how about Regina? That should fit. It was actually a real name that some people had, right? It was still a little on the nose, to be fair, but she liked the sound of it. Regina smiled to herself as she turned again, then finally closed her eyes. She breathed deeply, snuggling into the hard surface of the tree, and let some of the tension drain out of her. She expected sleep to be hard to find, but the day had exhausted her. She listened to the sounds of the forest for a while, gradually slipping into slumber. Chapter 4, Let There Be Fire. It wasn't a good night. While she didn't have much of a frame of reference, Regina found it far from restful. She slept fitfully, almost slipping off her perch several times. More than once, she woke up to hear what had to be monsters making noise in the dark forest. One of them emitted an unearthly, bone-chilling howl. Another time, it was the braying of a large wolf pack. Luckily, these sounds were all distant, surely kilometers away still. Each time, she lay still for a while, listening for them, to see if they moved closer. They didn't. At least she had managed to catch a few hours of rest. When dawn started to paint the eastern sky with warm colors and the general level of light increased, she carefully climbed down from her tree. Her legs refused to cooperate at first and she stumbled a few steps. She stretched a little, then took a good look around and started walking. There were no monsters visible. She didn't even see many normal animals. Did this place even have large predators, or were they outcompeted by monsters? The first thing Regina did was hurry to check on the egg. She breathed an unconscious sigh of relief when she saw it sitting in its little hollow, with no signs of monsters or predators. She hurried up to it, then carefully looked it over and tried experimentally pushing on its shell. It didn't budge easily. The shell still felt hard, although it had cooled noticeably, but the egg seemed a little larger to her. Had it actually grown? Maybe it was just because of the different lighting. She wished she had some measuring tape, but on the list of her wishes, that was pretty far down. After that, she walked around a little, in a rough perimeter of the spot, and examined the terrain. She also picked up a few rocks she found, trying to get the roundest or sharpest ones. She put those in a small pile close to the egg when she returned. Then Regina took the sharpest rock she'd found and went back into the trees. She didn't have to walk long before she found more of the climbing vines. It turned out that the rock was less useful than her claws, so she buckled down and started cutting through a vine with them again. After a while, she had a few good-sized lengths of improvised rope and her fingers ached. She returned to her pile of stones and put them down, winding one of them around her waist and a shorter one around her left arm like a bracelet. Thus prepared, Regina set off back in the direction where she'd fought the monster duck. What she really needed was a way to store water. She knew people used to use water skins made from the bladders of animals. She just didn't think she'd be able to get one from the remains of her prey, and she didn't really want to try. It turned out she didn't get the option. When she returned to where she'd fought the duck, Regina found a mess of broken branches and blood splatters on the ground. But the corpse of the monster was gone. Except for a few pieces of bone and what might be intestines, she didn't find anything remaining of it. Presumably a larger monster had dragged it off or eaten it on the spot. Regina glanced around nervously, but the forest still appeared to be innocently calm and quiet. She continued on for a few minutes towards the river. By now, the day was starting to warm up. She'd probably have at least 15 hours or so of sunlight, assuming the length of days lined up with her expectations for the apparent season. That was enough time to get some things done. Once she reached the river, Regina carefully checked for any monsters. Except for a small herd of deer a little further downriver, she didn't see any animals. 2 of the deer looked at her when she stepped out of the forest and seemed to evaluate her, but the herd didn't move. She still hurried, quickly cleaning herself as well as she could and taking a long drink. What she assumed were her wings were still gunky and hard to move. She sighed and turned to head back. Her size was difficult to estimate without anything specific to compare it to, but she would put her height somewhere in the ballpark of a large kid or short woman. Now that she thought about it, it was entirely possible that she wasn't fully grown yet. Maybe she couldn't even use her wings yet, even if she had them. To investigate that, she got to one of the trees close to her improvised camp and put her back against it. Then carefully cut a line into the bark with her claws at the height of her head. She'd check herself against it periodically. After that, she continued her work. The walk had given her enough time to think about what she needed to do and come up with a few ideas and priorities. So Regina walked through the forest and gathered the driest branches she could find, dropping them a few meters away from her egg. She also took some dried leaves and pieces of bark that might serve as kindling. Of course, she didn't really know how to make fire, but she knew the basic principles. She didn't have any flint and wasn't sure how to identify it even if there was some around, but she had a vague impression of people in the jungle making fire by generating enough heat with the friction of several pieces of wood against each other. After half an hour of searching and preparations, she hid a length of wood with a reasonably even surface that would serve as a board, with a small indentation cut into it in the middle. She put a long, straight stick into it and pushed her improvised tinder around it. Then she started rubbing the stick between her palms, turning it as quickly as she could. Regina was at it for a while, trying to find the best way to turn the stick quickly and generate maximum friction. Unfortunately, it wasn't going too well. The claws at the ends of her fingers tended to trip up the piece of wood, giving it quite a few scratches and slowing it down when it was caught in them every time she got too close. It also wasn't easy on the insides of her hands. They didn't have the thick, protective covering that her less movable parts did. She sighed and shifted on the ground to find a more comfortable position. Then she tried again. She got it up to a pretty good speed before she lost the rhythm and it caught in one of her claws, stumbling to a stop immediately. Damn it. She clenched her teeth and tried again. This time, it didn't take long until the stick slid out of the indentation she'd made for it. Why won't you just spark already? For a moment, she sensed something again, another shift in the energy she'd felt before. A small spark came to life on the rough wooden board, and then a small trail of smoke rose up from the tinder. A blue box appeared. Mana, 83/100ths. Regina stared for a moment. Then she turned to the fruits of her efforts and carefully blew on the nascent fire, watching it closely until the tinder had fed a real flame. She fetched another stick and got its tip to catch fire, before she carried it to the pile of sticks she'd assembled. There's actual mana points in this weird system here. She couldn't help but grin and let out a whoop of joy that startled a few nearby birds into taking to the air. I can do magic. It also gave her more information about the way this thing worked. Granted, 17 mana for a little spark didn't seem very impressive, but that was hopefully just because it was an uncontrolled eruption of power and would improve with practice. She could still set a few things on fire with the mana she had. Regina glanced at the fire, then scrambled to clear the area around it and dragged stones there to form a perimeter. She didn't want to start a forest fire. It was still pretty small, but she found the bit of warmth it emitted welcome. Maybe she should try putting some fire close to the egg. She turned her attention inward, trying to search for the energy she'd used, the mana. After a few seconds, she realized the sensation had never really left. It was still there at the periphery of her awareness. 84/100ths mana. It had been at least 10 minutes, probably more. That wasn't a particularly fast regen rate. Maybe it was being impaired by something? She kind of felt like her magic should generally regenerate more quickly. Of course, her Hive Queen side might just not understand the circumstances, or something. She got another piece of wood and tried again, this time attempting to carefully monitor her use of her magic and guide it directly into the wood in a controlled manner. This time, it worked. After a few seconds of focus, the wood caught fire. Regina glanced at the notification that appeared. Mana, 72/100ths. Apparently, she'd managed to reduce the mana used from 17 to 12. That wasn't bad for a first attempt, but she hesitated to experiment any further. With her slow regen, it would take a while for her mana to fill back up, and if she was attacked by a monster in the meantime, the ability to at least singe it a few times or light its surroundings on fire might be critical. Sighing, Regina started to gather a few more sticks in a spot close to the egg, then put her newly a fire stick into it. At least she had a few improvised torches now. Even just a stick that was on fire would be useful against any predator or monster that might show up. Hopefully, the fire would help to scare them away from her spot. Anyway, she shook her head, then decided to set off again. There were a few more bushes of those berries in the forest, and she'd earned breakfast. Luckily, Regina found one only a few minutes from her campfire, and quickly stripped its upper branches. Everything was quiet, and nothing bothered her during her meal or her walk back. She gathered a few more sticks, then settled down next to her fire. The warmth was nice. She kept it small and made sure it would last for a while. She'd gather more firewood later and keep it burning through the night. Then she closed her eyes and rested. Occasionally, when her mana had regenerated a little, she'd try again to set another stick on fire with as little mana as possible. It was late afternoon when Regina stirred herself again. She stood up, stretched, and wandered over to her egg. It had definitely grown. This time, it wasn't a trick of the light or just her imagination. She was sure of it. She stared down at it, then sat on a grassy patch, sighing. At least she wouldn't have to wait long. Chapter 5, Tricks, Traps, and Exploration. Regina startled awake, pulled from a dark dream by a nearby sound. The dream didn't linger, and she felt wide awake instantly. Quickly sitting up, the night was almost silent, except for a few scattered insects and the rustling of leaves. Her fire had burned low in the night, though it still gave off enough light that she saw her surroundings clearly. Piles of rocks, cut vines and wood sat beside her campsite. After a moment of looking around, she spotted what had woken her. From the edge of the forest, she saw a shadow creeping closer. Two eyes glowed softly in the darkness, She grabbed two of the best rocks she'd found, which she'd put next to where she'd slept on a heap of leaves she'd gathered. Then Regina took a step to the side and carefully picked up a burning stick in her right hand, waving it from side to side for a moment. Her potential opponent was a big cat with a black coat. It looked a bit bigger than a normal panther to her. She watched as it stalked carefully closer, its reflective eyes fixed on her. After a moment, another blue box popped up on the edge of her vision, where it didn't obstruct her view. Black Panther, level. She hissed at it, a drawn-out, chilling sound she hadn't known she was capable of. The big cat stopped. Regina took a few steps forward slowly and waved her improvised torch. "Get away from here, kitty," she called out, trying to sound confident and intimidating. "There's no food for you here." The panther had paused. As far as Regina could tell, it seemed hesitant, perhaps wondering if the potential meal was worth it. At least it wasn't mindlessly aggressive like the monster duck had been. Regina took a deep breath, then focused on the feeling of the energy in her. She fixed her gaze on a bushel of grass just in front of the cat, then let the magic go. It felt harder than in any of her practice, as if she had to push through an obstruction that was actively fighting her. But after a moment of struggle, she managed it. Mana, 7100. The grass caught fire. The panther wasn't close enough to be burnt by it, but it still drew back, hissing. She should have had about 90 mana. This had taken more than her earlier experiments, probably because of the distance involved, but she'd managed it, and the cat seemed to get the message. She stared hard at it, unblinking, clutching her torch. After a moment, it disappeared into the darkness of the forest. Regina put 2 new branches into her fire and sat back down, sighing. She should have enough firewood to last the night, and she definitely had better low-light vision than a human. She kept sitting there for a while, listening to the sounds of the night and watching the edge of the forest in the hills. After some time during which everything was quiet, she gave in to her sleepiness and lay back down, closing her eyes. It still took her a while to fall asleep. The rest of the night was quiet, with no more disturbances. When Regina blinked the sleep out of her eyes the following morning and got up, she saw she had slept through most of the dawn. She yawned and stretched, still feeling tired. Hopefully, she'd be able to get a good night's sleep one day soon. But she shook herself awake and started her day. She had a lot to do. The egg appeared to have grown overnight, at least a little. She found it hard to estimate how big the creature inside would be. It was probably still a little smaller than her egg had been. I should have paid more attention at the time, but in my defense, being hatched is a little traumatic. Not that a comparison would help much. She didn't know what was inside, but she seriously doubted that it was someone else just like her. That just didn't feel right. Still, Regina couldn't help but feel a little anxious at the increased size. If it did house a monster that turned out to be hostile, a bigger one would give her more trouble. Still, her instincts didn't want her to leave the egg, and they definitely knew more about this than the human side of her mind. She shook her head and left, heading back into the forest to get started with the plans she'd made when she was trying to sleep. It took Regina a while to find another berry bush, and while she was hungry, she didn't take all of the berries she could reach. They might have to last a while. She'd really like to get some more meat, but she'd have to be careful. After that, she went to the river, which was again empty except for a few birds, then returned to her camp. She spent a few frustrating hours trying to make simple tools and things she could use. It was harder than it seemed to lay traps. She had wooden sticks and the vines she used as ropes, but no knowledge of how to use them. Still, after a while she managed a few simple slings that were hopefully well enough hidden, and one more complicated trap involving a young sapling she'd bent back and tied with a vine. They were all targeted at the small wildlife of the forest. Regina knew she didn't have much hope of her work holding up to bigger animals. She also managed to make herself a crude spear, little more than a sharp rock tied onto the straightest stick she'd been able to find. She was a little dubious that it would actually work better than her claws, but it couldn't hurt to try. Well, it could, but it's still worth trying. Thus armed, Regina set off for a bit of exploration, to get to know her surrounding territory better. She didn't want to go too far from the egg, but there were still a few spots she hadn't explored yet reasonably close by. It took her a few hours, since she went slowly and took the time to examine any points of interest closely, as well as returning to check on her campsite periodically. She saw a few more predators or monsters, but only from a distance, and avoided them as well as she could. The most interesting thing she found were another few plants that the strange system gave her blue boxes for. None of them seemed as useful as the vines to her. Maybe they had health-related effects, but the blue boxes didn't say, and Regina wasn't keen on experimenting on herself. She still carefully memorized their locations and appearance, in case it ever turned out to be relevant. Maybe they'd be useful for some experiments later. They smelled just like any other forest plants, and she wasn't sure if their scent would be enough for her to recognize them. She hoped her inhuman sense of smell would help her protect herself against monsters, but the panther last night had appeared downwind of her. Other hunters would probably be smart enough to do the same. In the end, Regina got reasonably familiar with the surrounding area. When she returned to her campsite, she drew a crude map in the dirt with a stick, although she didn't really need it to remember what she'd seen. It appeared like the surrounding area was largely forest, with the river cutting through it in a slightly meandering path. The best landmark aside from that was her own location. Further to the west, she'd found other clusters of hills, which slowly grew more frequent until they transitioned into a largely forested low mountain range. She wasn't entirely sure, but she thought there might be a larger mountain chain in the distance. She'd need a day with clear skies, no dust in the air, and a good vantage point to check. Hopefully she'd see the tops of those mountains more clearly then. If that was what she'd seen, she hadn't found any signs of civilization so far, but she also hadn't been able to look very far into the forest to the east. There could have been a village in a clearing just a few kilometers from here and she wouldn't know. You might even reach the end of the forest and several towns or cities not much further than that. I can hope, at least. Of course, there didn't appear to be any air pollution that she could detect, and she'd seen a marvelously clear sky with innumerable stars at night. Far more than Regina thought she would have seen before. Not that she could remember specific instances. That indicated she was either far in the wilderness, a long way from any cities, or that the local civilization was at a low-tech level. She wasn't sure which she'd prefer. However things turned out, if she felt she absolutely needed to leave, she could always throw a few tree trunks in the water and try to ride them down the river. It shouldn't be that hard to make a canoe, right? She hadn't seen any rapids or waterfalls, either. But for now, she had access to water, at least some food, and hadn't been eaten by monsters yet. This place wasn't so bad, if she had to be stranded alone in the wilderness. Regina stayed out until the daylight started to fade again. Then she took a quick break, gathered a bit more firewood, and decided to check on her traps quickly before she went to the river again. To her surprise, one of her traps had actually caught something. It was a loop made of vine which now held a small furry animal dangling from a tree. She carefully poked it with a stick before she started to take it down. Her catch looked like a rabbit, or maybe a hare. Regina wasn't clear on the difference. She thought its ears were a little short and its teeth a little too sharp, but for all she knew, that was actually perfectly normal. She reset the trap as well as she could, since it had been her most successful one so far, before she carried her prey back to her campsite. Once there, she used the sharpest rock she'd been able to find to try to skin it. Her claws would probably have been better, but she didn't like the idea of using her fingers for something this gory. Her instincts were eagerly pushing her to eat it, and she had to swallow her saliva regularly. But she wanted to preserve its hide, if she could. Unfortunately, the stone wasn't up to the task, and she made a bit of a mess of it. At least she managed to avoid puncturing its intestines. She pulled those out and threw them aside, grimacing at the smell. She should bury them later. This work was bloodier than she'd like. But, as Regina discovered when she absently licked a claw clean, blood didn't taste so bad. She paused at that thought, then shook her head and carried on. She carefully took out the hare's teeth and a few sinews. Then she finally gave in to temptation and cut off a piece of meat to dry. It tasted delicious. She'd been afraid it was something about the monster that had made it taste that good, but maybe her species just liked meat. Raw meat. Regina grimaced and quickly put a larger piece onto a stick to get it over the fire. She waited impatiently, wedging the stick between a few rocks and using another to dig a hole for the garbage. Then she took her meal from the fire, even if it was still a bit undercooked, and ate. Still good. It seemed like her species could eat cooked food, at least. Now if only she had something to drink, it would be an even nicer evening. Chapter 6, Companion. The egg started to hatch the next day. Regina had just come back from her last trip to the river. At first, she thought she'd imagined the crack. It was a very faint sound, almost lost to the birdsong and rustle of the forest. But she hurried over to the egg to check on it anyway. The egg was now big enough that she thought a human child could probably fit comfortably inside, if they were curled up tightly. She stared at it for a few moments, but didn't hear anything else. Then it started to tremble faintly and the small crack she'd missed started to expand until it wrapped itself around most of the egg's upper part. She took a step forward, starting to go and help. Before she hesitated, Regina lowered her arms and simply watched, tense, as the egg cracked further. Her fingers found the sharp stone she'd tucked into the makeshift belt around her waist and she clenched it tightly. The first bit of the shell started to fly off. She took a step back, narrowing her eyes. She smelled someone else, a strong scent that she couldn't quite place, but felt as if it should be familiar. It was a different kind than anything she'd gotten from the forest. Then the being inside the egg seemingly gave it a push and it started to shatter in earnest, allowing the hatchling to climb out. Just then, a blue box popped up in Regina's vision. "Congratulations, system access has been unlocked for you. Welcome to the system. Full functionality should now be available." She blinked, focusing back on the newly hatched being. Normally she'd be excited to delve into it right away, but this system had the worst timing. What she saw was obviously another member of Regina's species. Its body shape suggested a male, and something about the scent said the same. He was a little shorter than her, at least for now, but although he stood on 2 legs, he had 6 extremities, one pair of human-like arms much like hers, and another pair that was much more insectile, with a scythe-like appendage on the front of each. He was covered in the same kind of shell she was. After she looked at him for a moment, another blue box popped up to identify him. "Drone Warrior, Level 1." The newborn warrior tilted his head slightly, blinking his dark, obviously inhuman eyes. "Hello there," she said, her heart pounding quickly. The drone warrior appeared to hesitate for a moment, before he took a step towards her. "Mother, my queen?" Regina felt a weight she hadn't realized was there lift off her and let out a deep breath of relief. "Yes," she said. She smiled at him. "Come here, we have a lot to talk about." There was something about him. Her instincts were pretty silent, except for a general positive feeling, but she felt connected to him in a way she couldn't describe. It was only after she'd spoken that she started to wonder if he might be a threat. And even then the idea felt silly. This was a drone of her hive. Of course he was hers. The warrior walked towards her, his first few steps unsteady before he seemed to find his balance. He looked around, but his gaze quickly returned to her. "I don't suppose you know what we are?" she asked hopefully. He shook his head. "I'm a warrior of the hive. Beyond that, I don't know." His stubby antennae flicked. "We're not human, are we?" "I know about them, but we're clearly not." She nodded. "How do you know that?" This whole thing was strange. "How do you know how to speak this language, for that matter?" He tilted his head again. "Because you do, I think," he said hesitantly. "I think I get it from you, my queen." "I don't know. There are things I know, that I just know when I need them. But that's all." She regarded him thoughtfully. "That might make sense, in a weird way. If newborn drone warriors got knowledge imparted to them somehow, then they could be ready to fight much more quickly. It wasn't like any of this was normal." "Maybe we can ask the system about me?" he asked. "I saw a blue notification earlier." "All right." She smiled. "Try to call up your status sheet. Do you think there's a way I can see it, too?" His gaze grew unfocused for a second, then he nodded. "I got it. I feel like you should be able to see it, too." "I mean, you're the hive queen." She narrowed her eyes at him. A moment later, with a soft ping, a window opened. "Name, NA Drone Warrior. Level 1. Mana, NA. Con, 9 STR. 10 Dex, 9 End. 8 Int. 15 Wis. 9. Regina raised an eyebrow. "Huh. Interesting." The way the new warrior looked at her vaguely reminded her of an eager puppy. "Did you get it? What do you think, Mother?" She winced slightly. "I can't be a mom, damn it." She shifted her weight uncomfortably, suddenly aware of how she must look like to him. A strange woman of the same species, wearing only a kind of loincloth or short skirt made of a rabbit belt, with a vine wrapped around her forearm and armed with stones and a spear made of a stick. Her middle was still stuck with a bit of gunk, and she had a cut on her cheek from an errant tree branch of all things. I think it's interesting, she answered, pushing those thoughts aside. You have pretty high intelligence for a warrior, I guess, but if that's how you're talking to me so well, I'm definitely not going to complain. Thank you, my queen. He bowed his head. I hope I will be able to be useful to you. She cleared her throat. Well, first things first. You need a name. I don't suppose you've already got one? He shook his head. All right, then I'll give one to you. She frowned, thinking for a moment. He waited patiently while she paced up and down a few steps. Max, she finally decided. What do you think? It can be short for Maximus later, maybe, but I guess you'd need to grow into that. He smiled. Thank you, my queen. Name Max given to drone warrior Relviel. 1. She shook her head. All right, I guess we'll see if that actually has any effect. She hesitated for a moment. She should see about her own status sheet, but a part of her felt trepidation at the thought. Besides, Max was still just hatched and deserved her attention. Not to mention there were things she still wanted to investigate. I'll show you what I've been doing, okay? She said. Is there anything you need? He shook his head as he started to follow her. No, thank you, my queen. You can call me Regina, she said. Then she realized she hadn't actually given him her name before. That was kind of rude. She showed him the piles she'd made of firewood, other wood she'd gathered that might be useful for construction or making tools, stones, cut vines, and her abortive attempts at making a basket. It hadn't gone well. Then she led him into the forest to point out the traps she'd attempted. I haven't been out here long, she explained, scratching her cheek. I only hatched a few days before you. Actually, I've killed one monster and scared another one off in that time. With your help, I hope we'll be able to do more than that. He nodded firmly. I'll fight whatever monster you need me to. How well do these traps actually work? I caught a rabbit yesterday. Regina shrugged. Max took a good look at the sling she was currently showing him, but he looked a little doubtful. She could guess what he was thinking. His blade limbs didn't look well suited to this, or to other detail work, and he clearly preferred the idea of using them against bigger game. Personally, she appreciated that he had natural weapons of his own and didn't need her to make some. How about we go hunting? She suggested. There are a few animals and maybe even weaker monsters that I think we could take with 2 of us. And now that I don't need to keep watch on an egg, I can move a little further from the camp. Besides, I could use some food. And you're probably hungry, right? He nodded eagerly. I am. That would be great. So they set off. Max walked beside her as well as the forest allowed, but from the way he looked around, Regina got the feeling he was trying to play bodyguard. She smiled slightly. She felt a lot better having someone else with her, and she actually did feel safer with a warrior to protect her. Although it might be more than that. Regina dodged around a tree once, but somehow, she still knew where he was. She only realized it after she was back beside him, as seamlessly as if he'd always been in her sight. She hesitated, then closed her eyes. For a moment she could still tell his location. She was aware of it the same way she might be able to tell the position of her fingers, even if she didn't pay attention to them. When she focused on it, she got an actual sense of his presence. To the human part of Regina's mind, it was uncanny. She slowed to a stop, looking at Max thoughtfully. Regina, is everything all right? He asked. He glanced around as if expecting a threat to jump out of the woodwork, and his right blade lifted a little. No, everything's fine, she answered. I just realized I don't really understand what kind of connection we have, even if I can feel it. I get the feeling there's more to it that we haven't explored. Max relaxed a little and smiled. You can explore it however you like, my queen. It would be an honor. He frowned slightly, clearly thinking hard, searching his instinctive knowledge. I feel like you might be able to send your awareness into me. It's hard to explain. I'd like to try that. Are you okay with it? Of course, I'm yours to command. No warrior of the hive would object to hosting his queen. He sounded certain, even as he looked a bit unsure, like he wasn't sure where this came from. Regina nodded, then sighed and closed her eyes. This time, she focused closely on Max, the smell of him, the feeling of his presence. There was a small part of her mind that was linked to him, always. She hadn't realized it before, although a part of her must have known. Then she had a brief sense of disorientation, and suddenly she was even closer to his consciousness. It felt strange, and yet clear. She settled into it like she was sitting down on a seat that had been designed for her. He looked at the forest and her, and Regina saw what he saw. It was strange to look at herself through someone else's eyes, and she paused for a moment. She heard the way the bird song sounded in his ears, and she smelled the forest through him, and herself. The way she smelled to him was a little weird for her. It seemed stronger than anything else, and it brought feelings of home and family, pride and determination, even if those were only vague concepts for Max. Regina shifted. She could still move her own body, although it was difficult with her attention split. She didn't think she'd be able to do anything that required care or concentration. "How does this feel for you?" she asked. She slurred her words a little, and heard it through both her own body and his ears. "It's okay, nothing bad," Max said. She felt the movements he used to talk. "Hard to describe." "Do you want to try controlling me?" She paused for a moment. That was possible. It did feel like it should be. "All right." Then she reached in and nudged him a little. Max's head turned, and the view she got of the trees around them changed. She carefully took a step forward with his body, noticing the way he automatically compensated for the distribution of his weight. Then she made him crouch down, and tried to move his scythe appendage across the ground. The result was barely legible. You needed a lot of imagination to read it as letters. "But it should be possible." Regina pulled back, then withdrew from his mind completely. The transition was just as disorienting as before, though it passed quickly. It made her far more aware of the feelings she'd gotten from Max, echoes of which she still sensed. The warrior smiled. He looked pleased. "Do we keep going now?" "Yes, of course, let's go." Regina shook her head and set off again. Would it work like this with every hive drone she had? A very interesting development, indeed. Chapter 7, First Hunt. Max wasn't sure what to make of his life. He had only been alive for a few minutes, definitely less than an hour. He had a vague feeling that it wasn't normal to be the only hive drone of a queen in the wilderness, without even proper tools or structures. He kind of liked the forest, actually, although it wasn't like he had seen much of anything. He glanced around warily as they walked through it. That was a bit of a problem, since he didn't have any experience with its dangers. As the only warrior, it fell to him to protect the hive queen. He wasn't sure he was up to the task, but he had to be. Failure wasn't an option. He looked at his queen, Regina, and noticed that she walked with easy grace down the game trail they'd found. She kept a quick pace without any signs of tiredness, which was actually more than he could say, since he was starting to breathe hard already. Just then, she looked at him, caught his gaze and smiled. Was she actually stronger and had more endurance than him? Maybe that had to do with those stats? He knew his were low. "Regina," he began hesitantly. She'd told him he could call her that. He wasn't sure if that was a softly worded command or just an offer. "Can I ask you about stats?" She raised an eyebrow. "Sure. I only know what I can guess from the video games that I somehow know about, though." He nodded when she paused, perhaps gathering her thoughts. "I guess con means constitution and says how tough you are," she began. "That probably means general hardiness and resistance to poison and so on. There doesn't seem to be a vitality stat and I haven't seen any health bars, so I guess that just works like the real world. I mean, like it would without a system. This isn't a video game." She shook her head. "Anyway, strength seems pretty straightforward. Just the strength of your muscles. Dexterity is presumably related to fine motor control and how nimble you are with your hands. If I had to guess, speed is probably determined by a mix of dex and STR, but who knows? And endurance is probably your stamina. I guess intelligence and wisdom sound clear, but I honestly have no idea how the system would measure them or increase them. If raising stat points is a thing, that thought is actually a bit scary." "It is," Max agreed. He didn't want any weird system messing around with his head. Sure, his queen might have access to it, too, but that was completely different. He shook his head to dispel that thought and focused on what he'd wanted to talk about. "My queen, if I may ask, what about your own stats?" She glanced away. "Well, I guess I have to take the plunge sometime," she mumbled. He kept quiet as she stopped and stared off into the distance, clearly checking a system screen. After a second, her face twisted into a scowl. "What do you mean, unavailable? What the hell?" She paused, then narrowed her eyes. "And what the hell is up with that Monarch count? I'm pretty sure it was at most 90 earlier. I was practicing. And how did that increase? When she turned back to him, Max had to fight the impulse to bow his head and scramble away. He rather doubted that would please her in these circumstances. Instead, he gathered his courage and asked, "Is there anything I need to know, my queen?" Her expression turned thoughtful. "Maybe I can share it with you. Hold on a moment." For another few seconds, she seemed to focus on her system interface while he waited. Then another window opened up. Regina Hive Queen, Level 1. Mana, 105 120. Hive, 110. Your stats are currently unavailable. We apologize for the inconvenience. Max could understand why Regina was frustrated at not being able to see her stats. He wasn't sure what was up with the mana, though. As if sensing his thoughts, she started to explain, "I had a mana pool of 100 earlier. I guess your hatching changed that. Maybe my mana actually increases based on my hive?" She looked happy at the thought, and Max had to agree with that. Her getting stronger would be nice. It's also regeneratant faster, she continued. "Look, it just jumped up a point. Not sure why that is. It could also be because of your presence. Or maybe having an egg developing was siphoning off mana." He nodded. It wasn't like he had any input to offer. "Then the hive." She frowned again. "I'm guessing it shows the limit of the hive members I can have, not just how many I currently have, which means just you. Hopefully that increases if I level up, but I can't see how it wouldn't. And the third number is probably the number of eggs currently gestating, or whatever you call it." Max nodded again, more glumly this time. He really would like to have more brothers or sisters to help him. There was strength and safety in numbers. "Thank you for the explanation, and for allowing me to see your status." She gestured with her hand as if waving off his thanks. "Let's keep going, Max." They followed the trail for another few minutes, while Max thought about what he'd seen. He wished he had her stats to compare his to, though that might not be a good comparison. He had his natural weapons. Hopefully they would be enough in a fight. He did want to hunt, though. The idea of a good fight and fresh meat made his heart beat faster in excitement and his mouth water. Hunger was a growing hole in his belly, but he still had enough strength to last for a while. It would have to do. He didn't even know what he could eat except meat. Obviously, given what Regina had said. At that moment, she stopped again, this time beside a bush with dark berries. It looked like half of them had been stripped off. "You should be able to eat those," she said. "Go ahead, eat as many as you like." She took one of them and popped it into her mouth. Max copied her. The berries tasted pretty good, and before he knew it, he was eating them by the handful. Regina ate a few, as well, but not as much as him. Then, with the worst of his hunger sated, they continued on. Max glanced around, looking at the birds singing in the trees above them. They might be tasty, too, if he could find a way to catch them. "I was hoping to get a deer," Regina explained quietly, "or maybe a weak monster. Can you help me track some prey?" "I'll do my best, my queen." Max focused on what his nose could tell him. He did catch traces of deer, not that he knew how he recognized the scent. There should be a herd around here somewhere. Monsters were harder to identify, but he started walking in the direction he smelled the deer, his queen keeping pace with him. They quickly stumbled onto a game trail that was probably used by the deer. He could also smell water close by, though he didn't see the stream itself. The wind shifted, which would help them hide their own scent from their prey, but made it harder to find that prey. They hadn't walked that far, but Max got the impression Regina hadn't been here before. She glanced around warily. He frowned to himself, taking a deep sniff of the air. There was something about it. The trees were thinning ahead of them, probably leading to another clearing, but they were still thick enough to hide behind. "Wait." He darted forward and grabbed Regina, bringing them to a stop. He could almost feel the sudden surge of anger from her, but his attention was fixed on the trees. A few meters away, just behind them, leaves rustled. They turned round and he let go of her as the smell got stronger. Then the monster jumped out. After a moment, he recognized it as a wolf, a really big one. It had mostly gray fur, though its eyes were burnt orange, and when it bared its teeth at them, they looked really big and sharp. As Max stared at it, the system gave him a notification. "Flame on wolf, level flame." Just as he was thinking it, a burst of heat grew in front of the wolf. He jumped aside just in time to dodge the tongue of flame that shot from the monster. It crashed into the tree behind them, sending out showers of sparks. His heart seemed to skip a beat as he looked for Regina, but she was okay. She dodged to the other side. Now she advanced on the wolf, her makeshift spear held out in front of her. Max scrambled to do the same on its other side. He really wanted to tell his queen he would take care of it himself, but he could tell that would be a stupid idea. The wolf seemed to consider her the greater threat. Since it turned to face her, he jumped forward and stabbed at it with his blade arms. Or tried to. At least one of them glanced off its thick fur, and it jumped just in time to dodge the other one. But that opened it up to attack from Regina. She darted forward, thrusting her spear at it. The hit connected, but it seemed to be a shallow slash. The wolf carried through with its movement, only a little blood trickling from the wound. Max had only a split second of warning and dove to the side to evade another flaming attack. It scorched the back of his shell, and his left blade arm drooped. Burning pain prickled in it, but he still had his other limbs. While Regina occupied the wolf's attention, Max crouched and picked up a few stones. He threw them at the monster with all of his might. One of them hit it on the snout and seemed to daze it, allowing his queen to rake its chest. The wolf retreated, yipping a little. Then it growled at the two of them. Max charged forward, sweeping for its limbs. The wolf tried to dodge, but his blade clipped its right foreleg. That made the monster stumble to the side. This time, Regina didn't press the attack. Max learned why a second later, when a burning piece of wood sailed for the monster. The wolf ducked, but the torch still hit its back. Max crouched in a defensive position as the smell of smoke stung his nose, but after a moment, he realized it wasn't very strong. The wolf's thick fur seemed to protect it against the fire somewhat. Maybe he should have expected something like this, given its ability. It growled at them again, a sound that would have made his hairs raise if he'd had any. "You take its left side, I'll go right," Regina said in a clipped tone. Max moved to obey right away, keeping his injured blade back while he led with his other one. He tried to take his cue from his queen. When she darted forward once again, he moved in, too. He swept his blade low, then stabbed upward when the wolf moved. It managed to dodge the thrust of Regina's spear, but Max got it in the side. He put all his strength and weight into it. When the wolf stumbled to the side and he had to correct his balance, he saw that he'd gotten it. That wound bled a lot more than the others, and the wolf was obviously panting. Regina didn't give it any time to recover. She swept in again. She feinted to the side, which the monster managed to dodge, but then Max pushed it off balance and she managed to thrust her spear into its eye. He moved to her side, taking a defensive position, but the wolf only thrashed aimlessly. Finally, it collapsed to the ground, its eyes staring lifelessly upward. "Ha," Regina said. "Did you level up, too?" Chapter 8, Leveling Up. "You have leveled up." Regina stared at the notification for a moment longer, an excited grin on her face, before she turned back. She could dive into system screens later, at least as far as it would let her. For now, they had to deal with the monster they'd just killed. She glanced at Max. It was a pity that he hadn't leveled up, too, but that shouldn't take much longer. Regina had fought a monster before and arguably contributed more to this one's death than him, so it was probably to be expected. "It's probably best if we bleed it out here, before we get it back to our camp," she said. "All right," Max agreed. He crouched and cut open what was probably a vein with one of his blades, then lifted the corpse of the wolf to let the blood drain. Regina grimaced, considered if they should have dug a hole for it, then stepped closer to help him lift it. Max glanced at her hesitantly, then at their kill. "Ah, may I?" "Sure," she said. She didn't know what exactly he was asking for, but he'd probably earned the right to take a bite. Instead, the drone lowered his face to the cut and started drinking the blood draining out of it. Regina raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment. The smell did seem vaguely appetizing, although she'd rather wait until they had some actual meat that they'd cooked on the fire. It didn't take long for most of the blood in the corpse to drain. Max lifted the front of it, while Regina grabbed the wolf's back legs, and they started walking back the direction they'd come. The monster was heavy, but it was doable, especially with the two of them. It occurred to her that a human would probably find it weird to think of eating a wolf. Regina didn't mind, though. It was their prey which they'd killed. Wouldn't leaving it to rot be the irresponsible thing to do? Anyway, the trip back took longer than they'd taken to get there, since they were weighed down by their kill. Regina kept a wary eye out. The smell of blood might attract predators. And just because she hadn't seen any higher-level monsters here didn't mean they didn't exist. A few times, a rustling in the undergrowth made her tense up and reach for her spear. But she never smelled anything alarming, and they didn't see another monster. "Let's stop here," she said once they reached the edge of the forest beside their camp. "I don't really know how to clean or gut a catch, but let's try our best." Max didn't seem to mind. She used some vines to string the corpse up, then he set to the task with enthusiasm. "Leave it to me, my queen," he said when she approached with another sharp stone. "I think I understand the basics, and there's no need for you to dirty yourself with work like this." Regina nodded. Truth be told, she definitely preferred not to do this herself. She leaned against a tree so she could at least watch him. "If we can get the fur largely intact, we can use it," she commented. "I'd also like to get the bladder, so we can have something to store water in. The rest is optional, though we should have enough meat to last a while, especially if we cook it." "Hey, you're doing pretty well." She could see that Max fumbled a little. His dexterity wasn't very high, but he used his small claws and, carefully, the blade on his other arm to good effect. After a moment, she started digging a hole to bury the innards in. Then she leaned back and finally took a look at her status sheet. Her stats were still unavailable, but as she'd expected, the entry for Hive had risen to half. After a moment of looking at her status, she saw another notification. "You may now select your first spell." Regina whistled, although the sound didn't come out quite right. An actual magic spell? That sounded great. She'd have to take a long look at her possible choices and consider it carefully. But for now, her eyes were drawn back to the fourth line of her status, where it described her hive. "You know, I'm not quite sure what to do," she sighed. Max raised his head, looking at her with perfect attentiveness, while he kept handling the wolf's rib cage. "I don't know if I should make another egg." "I could. Now, especially after I get a good meal." "At least I think so, but would it be good to just create another person like that? And what about my mana? If it limits my regen again, that might be a problem. What do you think?" Max frowned, bending back down over his work. "I don't know, my queen. I feel like a hive should grow, but it's not my decision to make." "A hive's growth and makeup are the hive queen's purview." "All right." Regina shook her head, then stepped forward to take some of the cuts of meat Max was making. She put the first two on sharpened wooden sticks and stuck them over the fire. It didn't take too long for him to finish and for their food to be done. She carefully lowered the first spit and put the meat on a large leaf, then laid it beside her. She knew Max would insist she get the first steak. She pushed the second one towards him and he copied her. The monster tasted a lot better than the rabbit. Regina chewed in silence, calling up another screen to check on that spell she'd been promised. "You may now select your first spell. You can use a spell book, learn a spell from a teacher or other source of information, or pick one from the list below: Spark, Magic Missile, Magic Armor, Heat Vision, Expand Senses, Physical Augmentation, Water Manipulation, Lesser Basic Conjuration." Regina raised an eyebrow. A teacher or books were obviously not an option for her, so she'd have to pick one of those. It looked like a pretty basic list. Well, she already knew it was possible to do magic without the help of a spell. Hopefully, that meant she could learn something like water manipulation on her own with training. "I can learn a spell for my level up," she told Max. "I just have to choose one." He nodded. "That's great. Which one are you getting?" She considered it for another moment. "I think I'll choose Magic Missile. Hopefully, that will help me understand how magic in general works. And we don't have a ranged option yet, so that takes priority. My senses are already pretty good. I don't think my physical stats are too lacking, and they all seem pretty basic. I'd love to be able to conjure stuff, but that would probably be so weak that it's not worth it." She sighed. "Hopefully, unlocking Magic Missile will enable me to get more powerful attack spells later." She focused on it intently for a moment. The screen vanished in a shower of small sparks, and she felt something settle in her, like a small shift in the mana in her body. Narrowing her eyes, she thought hard about her spells, calling up a new window. Spells, Spark, Magic Missile. No further information was provided. Interesting that I already have the Spark spell. I guess my practice paid off. Well, the others are probably much harder to learn, unfortunately. Regina stood up and tried to brush off her hands, which wasn't easy with her current lack of accommodations. She then turned and eyed a piece of rock some distance away. Out of the corner of her eyes, she noticed Max perk up expectantly. She took a deep breath and focused on the mana inside her. It was easy to move it. A lot simpler than when she'd started. She knew the shape she had to give it. Magic missile was more complex than spark, but she guided it into place almost by instinct. Then she raised a hand and focused on pushing the mana out in just the right way. There was a slight whoosh sound and a faintly blue shimmering ball shot out of her hand. It arced through the air slightly, its passage disturbing nothing and causing no wind, before it hit the side of the rocky outcropping. Regina narrowed her eyes and stepped closer. There was no sign of her attack. The rock wasn't even scratched. Still, this was a good start. She glanced at her status again quickly. 105 out of 120 mana and rising. Good. I get a 15 mana cost isn't too bad, especially if I might be able to optimize it, and if I get more by growing my hive. That was awesome. Max grinned. The next monster that tries to attack you is in for a nasty surprise. He deflated a little. I hope I get a cool ability when I level up. I'm sure you will. She smiled at him. It shouldn't take much more for you to get to level 2, anyway. There's no experience bar in our screens, but the system might still tally XP behind the scenes. Anyway, are you finished with the remains of the monster? Oh, almost? He jumped up quickly. I think I've got the bladder, but I still need to clean it, and I should bury the rest of the viscera. You do that. Regina wandered back to the campfire while he scurried off to continue working. Then she cracked her neck and walked over to the little hollow where his egg had been. While Max was still busy working, she took a deep breath. Time to make another egg. A prompt popped up. You are able to lay another egg. Choose carefully what you will add to your hive. Drone worker. Drone warrior. Regina regarded the prompt with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, the system was involved in this process and telling her what sort of drone she could make. Well, not that she'd had a lot of conscious control last time. She'd probably chosen subconsciously. With a little sigh, she reached out and tapped the drone warrior option. A worker would be nice, but right now, she was still concerned about survival. A worker might have some ability to fight and defend themselves, but she couldn't rely on that. Her limit would increase again when she leveled up. So it wasn't like she'd be limited to only warriors for long. She crouched down and closed her eyes as she felt a sense of pressure gathering again, this time definitely involving her mana acting up. A few minutes later, she walked away from the nesting spot, another large, dark egg sitting snugly in the earth. It looked almost identical to how Max's had looked. Regina busied herself moving a small pile of sticks over, making another small fire close to it to warm the egg. Hopefully, her options would expand when she leveled up. She was excited to see what other types of drones her little hive might get. Maybe something that could fly. That seemed pretty advanced. But maybe later, a specialized hunter or scout could be nice. Maybe something to help her out with more mundane things. What I'd really like is a magic teacher drone, but that's probably too much to ask for. Still, getting some drones with magic should be in the cards, right? I can't be the only one in the whole hive. Maybe eventually something that lays eggs, too? She checked her status again over the next while and grimaced to herself. Her mana regeneration was reduced by a lot, as she'd feared. Well, considering drones apparently grew to maturity, or something close, within just a few days, a bit of her mana was probably a more than fair price. She had a feeling that her class, or race, or whatever, was already really powerful as it was. Sure, in terms of hives, having a single point of failure was probably a risk. But if you considered a hive queen herself, you'd quickly have a strong mage with an army of loyal subordinates. Regina wasn't sure if she should hope that the people of this world didn't know about them or that they did. Chapter 9, Preparations. Regina. Max called from the edge of the forest. Do we need more wood? Regina turned to watch him stagger under a big pile of sticks and broken off branches. Having 4 arms came in handy, even if 2 of his lacked proper grasping implements like hands. I think that's enough, she replied as she approached him, glancing over what they'd gathered so far. Max had settled in pretty well and the 2 of them had even started to develop something of a routine in the day or so since he'd woken up. She'd finally gotten some proper sleep while he was staying on watch. then switched with him to watch for monsters or other dangers while he slept. They'd even caught another rabbit, which provided them a good breakfast. "I'm not quite sure what we're supposed to do with all this," Max admitted, stretching his upper arms and cracking his neck after he'd set down his patch. "Neither am I," she replied, "but we need some sort of shelter. It hasn't rained yet, but that's only a matter of time." Regina looked up at the sky with a frown. Clouds were gathering in the north. "It might even rain later today. We should build it in the forest, so we have the shelter of the trees," he suggested. "Maybe up against one of them?" "That's what I was thinking, yes. A shame we didn't find any other caves. That would have spared us a lot of work." She sighed. "Well, let's get started." As it turned out, building a crude shelter wasn't all that difficult. They used the bigger and more robust logs of wood to form the basic structure, then added smaller sticks and a few large leaves they'd found. Regina used copious amounts of vines to tie it all together. She had some vague impressions of a building technique that used mud, maybe straw, and interwoven sticks to make walls, though that wasn't very useful yet. She knew her limits, and started with a shelter that looked like a small half-cylinder built against a thick tree trunk. It should be just enough to fit the two of them. It didn't need to have a lot of space, just offer them some shelter from the elements. It wasn't like they had any delicate possessions to protect. "Once this is done, we should get started with building a proper building," she grumbled. "Or at least something close to it. Even just a hut. I guess that might go better if we wait until we have some workers, though." Max glanced up. "That means you intend to continue leveling, my queen?" "Of course. There are hopefully enough small monsters around to push both of us up a few levels." Regina shook her head. "We should probably focus on that once we're done here." The other egg was still in development, and Regina couldn't help but be a little resentful of her system limits in making drones. She might not have the ability to take care of many of them, but it was still her body and her hive. They built their shelter near the tree line, so they still kept as close to the fireplace and the egg as possible. Later, Regina could ask Max to cut down some more tree branches for some more protection against wind and rain. Once they were finished, she stepped back to take in their work. It wouldn't win any beauty contests, but it should be functional enough. Max cleared his throat. "I'd like to go to the river, and maybe gather some more food on the way back. Can I go?" "Of course." She gave him a distracted smile, then returned to her fire to make a new torch they could use. After she was done with that, she gathered new firewood, then checked on the egg again. It was growing quickly, at about the rate Max had, as far as she could tell. Already, it looked bigger than any bird egg she'd expect to see. Although in a world that might very well have giant monster birds, maybe that didn't mean much. Max was still out, so Regina made a slow circuit of the immediate environment around their camp, setting up a few new traps on the other side of the hill. She paused when she came to the cave system where she'd entered the world, checking the entrance. It was still sealed, and the door still didn't react to her efforts to get in at all. She shook out her hands and moved on. When Max still didn't return, Regina grew a bit worried. She considered going after him, but she didn't know exactly which path he'd taken. Besides, he might have just wanted some time alone. They'd been together almost non-stop since he was born, and with the apparent urge to be loyal that he felt, he might need some space. Still, after she waited for maybe 15 minutes without a peep, Regina sighed and closed her eyes. She just wanted to check on him quickly, so she focused on that sense of him that she'd gotten before, and tried to see if she could feel anything. Almost immediately, she realized that she needn't have worried. Their minds were obviously still linked, and this little distance between them wouldn't even begin to hurt the connection. She could pinpoint Max's location pretty well, or at least his bearing and distance from her. Dropping quickly into his mind to get more info, she realized that he was heading back to the camp, carrying a small animal. Regina withdrew and instead turned her attention to one of her projects. She'd started trying to carve something from a log of wood, though it was slow going. Stones really weren't good enough for that kind of work, and her claws weren't well suited to it, either. A few minutes later, she sensed Max approaching and put it away. He walked closer with a grin on his face, holding up his catch to show it to her. "Mother, I leveled up." Regina cocked her head. "You did? Is that a monster?" She tried focusing on it, but the system didn't give her anything. "The system told me it was a spiky squirrel." Max lowered it to the ground. I guess it stops after a monster is dead. Maybe because it's not really a monster anymore? Regina shook her head. There may be an identify or analyze skill we could get. Anyway, what happened? Max scratched his nose. I stumbled on it on my way back from the river. It was a pretty aggressive little thing. It hit me with a few spikes, but my armor turned away most of them, and I got it with my blade arm. She could see that. It was a bit of a bloody mess. I'm not sure I like you going off and fighting a monster on your own, she stated. He bowed his head, but she could still see his crestfallen expression. I'm sorry, my queen. It won't happen again. Regina pinched the bridge of her nose and shook her head. Never mind. At least you're level 2 now. That's a good thing. We can eat that for dinner later. What did leveling up do for you? Max brightened up again. My con increased. I guess the system automatically allocated a stat point. It also lets me choose an ability. Give me a second. Regina looked over his new status sheet. Max Drone Warrior. Level 2. Mana, NA, Con, 10, +1, STR, 10, Dex, 9 and 8, Int, 15 Wis, 9. That's good, she said. You could use some more but Con's not bad, either. Although Warrior is probably a strength-heavy build with a minor focus of Con. I guess we'll see. So what abilities did it offer you? Max appeared to stare into space as he presumably accessed another system window. Only a few. They're called class skills here. I could get Warrior's Charge, Strength for the Hive or Last Bastion. He frowned as his eyes darted side to side. It seems like Charge is a movement ability that gives me a short-term boost to my stats, and the Strength thing is a direct increase to SDR that varies based on other Hive drones in your group and might give bonus effects. Bastion only works if I'm the only fighter of the Hive in the vicinity. It boosts my con and basically makes me immune to fatigue or effects that would impede my mind or my movements. That sounded interesting. Do the descriptions give any more details? No. I'm sorry. They're pretty vague. Max looked at her. Which should I take? It's your decision. I'm not going to force you to take a skill you don't want. Max frowned. Really? I want to be as useful as I can for you and the Hive, and I'm not sure I know what's best. Still, it's generally better if we don't rely on me to make these decisions or micromanage everything. Besides, making people get specific skills and forcing them down a path that doesn't suit them won't work out well in the long run. But if you want my opinion, I can still give you tips. Regina frowned thoughtfully. They all sound pretty nice, especially if this is a basic skill. We don't have many drones in the Hive right now, obviously, so that one's probably not a good choice. The Charge sounds good, but with our current situation, that Last Bastion could be a real lifeline. Even later, there will probably still be situations where it's applicable. It will probably be more situational. Long term, but we have to survive to get there first. Max nodded seriously. Thank you, my queen. Then I'll choose Last Bastion. Good. I wonder if the choice of skills is influenced by our situation, or if everyone gets those starting options. Max stretched. He didn't look any different. I don't know. I don't think we have any way to find out. Of course. Regina turned to throw a new log into the fire. They didn't really need it during the day, but she preferred to keep it burning. Their situation was getting better. Weirdly, that just made her nervous. They still hadn't seen much of this world they lived in. She barely had any idea what she wanted to do, and without more information on what was even possible, making detailed plans would be an exercise in futility. Anyway, there had to be a way to find out what happened to her, but how? Max stepped away to take care of his kill while Regina sat on a pile of leaves, staring into the fire and thinking. Somewhere along the way, establishing a real hive had gone from a possibility for the future to a goal. It was probably her hive queen instincts at work. And it wasn't like the human part of her could disagree. A bigger hive meant more power. Alone in a strange land with only the companions and tools she could make herself, who wouldn't use the advantages they hadn't tried to grow their power. Not to mention that having some semblance of civilization would be nice. She'd kill for proper toilets and a soft bed, not to mention things like electricity. Regina? Max approached hesitantly, interrupting her musings. Is there anything else I can do? No, I think we're finished with everything I planned for today. She glanced up at the sky, assessing the cloud cover. It seemed like they might yet get lucky and avoid rain. Max nodded, then started pacing slowly behind the fire. After a few minutes, He stopped again. "You're sure, my queen? There's nothing I can do for you?" Regina was about to tell him to just relax, then hesitated. "Well, actually, you might help me with my wings, or whatever those are. I can't reach back there myself, and there's no good way to get that area clean." "Of course." Max jumped to get their water, in the water skin they'd finally made, and a few soft leaves. Regina smiled slightly. She supposed they could always refill the water later. Then she stood up and tried to stretch out what passed for her middle limbs. Max was very careful. It was obvious he wasn't really built for it and had little idea what to do, but Regina still appreciated it. He quickly removed some of the dried gunk, and she finally felt the breeze on something she hadn't been very aware of previously. After a while, she twisted her head as much as she could and flexed muscles she hadn't really used before. This time, her body responded much better, and Regina actually saw what she was dealing with. It looked like she did have wings, which were usually folded tightly against her body under a kind of protective covering that extended from the limbs anchoring them. The wings didn't have feathers and didn't quite look like insect wings. Fully unfolded, they would be a lot bigger than the more rigid parts suggested. Regina shivered slightly and let out an involuntary sigh as she moved her wings. "Well," she said after a moment, "I don't think I can fly with these, at least not yet." She tried beating them a little, and although she felt the force of it, it was clear that wouldn't be nearly enough to lift her. She couldn't even do a full movement of the wings. "You look really cool," Max commented. She smiled at him. "Thank you, Max." Then she carefully folded them back against her body. He had to help her get everything into the correct position. Regina sat down again, running a finger along her side. "I guess they're still growing in." "I can't wait." She could already tell they would probably be a headache, but if she could someday actually fly on her own power, that would be worth it. Chapter 10. The next level. Regina crouched down lower, steadying her spear, and waited for Max to make his move. Between them, in a clear spot among the trees, their prey had frozen. Spiky squirrel, level 2. It was bigger than any squirrel she knew about, and its back was covered in gray spikes that made it seem even larger. It still wouldn't even reach her knee. She couldn't help but feel that their preparations might have been a little exaggerated, if this was all they had to face on their hunt. Max took a step closer, his scythe arm poised to strike. The squirrel reacted, drawing itself up higher. Regina saw a faint quivering, a moment before it launched its attack. A volley of small spikes shot towards Max. He ducked, raising his shield. It was little more than some big pieces of bark around the crude frame of sticks, but the spikes struck it and didn't penetrate. Clearly, they didn't have much punch. Regina breathed out and launched a magic missile at the squirrel. It was facing away from her now, and the attack hit. The squirrel was tossed a small distance away from her. She stepped forward as it jumped to the side, chittering angrily. She could tell that it was dragging one of its hind limbs, and its back looked a bit scorched. She would have sent another few missiles, but Max stepped up to it now, so she stopped herself. It wouldn't do to hit him. Instead, she watched, prepared for another strike. As he went on the attack, the spiky squirrel was fast and agile, clearly quicker than him. But Max was a lot bigger and had much more reach. His first swipe missed, but his second bladed limb managed to cut the small monster. It was pushed to the side again. Regina used the opportunity to let another magic missile fly. It hit and flipped the squirrel over. Then Max stepped forward and brought his blade down. She grinned as the monster stopped twitching and the Max stepped back to wipe his blade on some grass. The scent of blood hung in the air, but she was a lot more excited about the experience they hopefully earned than the food. "A few more of those and we might level up again," Max said. He sounded cheerful. "Maybe." Regina shrugged and walked closer to look the squirrel over more carefully. She hadn't seen much of the other one he'd killed, and she was a little curious about the monsters here and how they differed from their animal counterparts. "But it's probably going to take more than our first level up. You usually need more experience for every successive level. Plus, we're higher level now, too, so opponents at level 2 probably give less experience." Max shrugged. She couldn't fault him for that. Neither of them really knew how the system worked. And it wasn't that hard to find monsters to fight in this forest, so leveling up shouldn't be difficult. Assuming they won every fight, that was. She waited while Max started to process the corpse of the squirrel right here, mostly letting the blood drain and removing its intestines. Its hide got quite a few scratches and rips in the process. A reminder that he was still a warrior and not an experienced hunter and gatherer. She'd offer to help, but he probably wouldn't like that. Okay, maybe she just used that as an excuse because she didn't want to do it, but it wasn't like she didn't pull her weight here. Then a new scent reached her nose and Regina froze. If she had hairs, they would be standing on end right now. There was danger here, more than what they'd faced before, and it was approaching. Max, she hissed. The hive warrior had already paused in his work. He let the squirrel fall to the ground, forgotten, and came to her side, weapons bristling. Regina kept her gaze fixed in the direction the threat came from, even as she started backing away. Max did the same. She could sense the tension rising in him. Neither of them was fast enough to get away from what was coming. It dove from the sky in a dark blur, accompanied by a screech like metal grating against metal. It took a moment until Regina could make out more than a blur of feathers and claws, but when it slowed down as it neared the ground she got a good look at the giant bird of prey. Circle vulture, level. Its head and neck were bereft of feathers, but really, the monster looked more like a falcon than a vulture, a grossly oversized one. Its feathers were dark, with only a few bright spots, and its beak looked wickedly sharp. Regina ducked on instinct, feeling an incoming tide of mana. She rolled to the side and regained her feet, blinking to clear her vision. The sapling to the side of her was now twisted, listing to the side and tangled in the branches of another tree. "Hey, you ugly bird!" Max yelled. He stomped and tapped on his shield, clearly trying to draw the monster's attention. The bird let out another screech, though that one sounded a bit more bearable. Its beady eyes fixed on the hive warrior, and it flapped its feathers as it hopped towards him. Regina cursed and edged further to the side. She had some doubts about the wisdom of Max's plan, but she didn't have any better ideas. A large monster like that should have been hindered among the trees, even if the forest was pretty light here and they were in what you might generously call a clearing. But it didn't seem to care. Just as it darted towards Max, Regina let loose with a magic missile, hitting it dead center somewhere on the neck. The monster shuddered while Max dodged to the side, seeking shelter behind a tree. But it didn't seem to be more than inconvenienced. And now it turned again to face her. This was definitely a high-level monster. Regina edged towards the corpse of the squirrel they'd killed and kicked it towards the bird, hoping it had only come here for that and would leave them alone once it got some food. The bird eyed the squirrel, then looked back at her. It took another step forward, ignoring the offered prey. Clearly, it was in the mood for a more substantial snack. Shit. Regina darted to the side, trying to find shelter behind another tree. She quickly checked her mana. Only a little over half of it left. With her reduced mana regeneration, she wouldn't even regain 1 point of it before it no longer mattered. There was no point trying to conserve her MP for later, but that still only gave her a few more castings. She heard the monster circle around to get at her and ducked low, rushing towards another tree. Something crashed against the one she'd just been hiding behind, and she could feel its shaking from here. Regina straightened up and eyed her opponent. It cocked its head slightly, then she could see it tense before it started to move again. Now she understood why it had been given its name. The monster moved in an odd, winding pattern through the forest, dodging around trees as if they weren't even there as it moved in circles. Gusts of wind gathered around its wings, enabling the movements, and she could sense the hints of mana in them. Far too quickly, it was upon her again. Regina jammed her spear into the ground and ducked to the side as well as she could. She felt one of its taloned feet rush past her head. Her spear hit it in the chest, but barely slowed it down, and then the shaft broke with a crack. Cursing, she rolled to the side. Max threw a stone at its beak, distracting it enough to let her get away. Regina crouched behind another bush. Even if it didn't offer much cover, the remnants of her weapon discarded, now she just had a few stones and her claws. And Max, of course, she needed to make her attacks count. At least the bird didn't seem too smart. It let itself be goaded away from Regina. Turning towards the warrior again, she hesitated, unsure what she could do. Before she had the chance to act, it rushed at Max. She winced as she watched it barrel at him, accompanied by a whirling current of air. It knocked into Max's shield, almost tripping it from his hand, but it was like the attack hit a stone wall. He didn't even have to take a step back. Of course, she realized, he's the only hive warrior here. His last bastion skill must be active. So pushing counts as impeding his movements. She shook herself out of her daze and ran closer, trying to line up a shot with another magic missile. With his shield out of position, Max couldn't deflect the next attack from the bird. Its beak pecked at him, and Regina heard a crunch as the shell on his left shoulder broke. His scythe limb drooped to the floor. For a moment, she was afraid that was it. But Max kept standing. His boosted constitution allowed him to stay on his feet. Even as he stumbled a step to the side, raising his other blade, Regina launched another magic missile at the bird. This time, it hit the back of its legs, right where it met its torso. The bird hopped up as if poked by a lightning rod, screeching again. The smell of burnt feathers told her she may have hit a weak spot. Regina kept advancing, trying to swallow her nerves. Skill or not, Max wouldn't stand up to it for long by himself. "Hey, bird brain," she called. The monster turned to face her again, crouching down slightly as it prepared to jump. She let loose another magic missile, right before she dove to the side again. She couldn't see it, but she heard the monster crashing through a bush and landing close to her position. Regina whirled around, holding her clawed hands up. Even as Max staggered towards her, she landed a clean hit. As the bird thrashed around, she saw that one of its eyes was a burned-out ruin. Then Max was there. He approached from its blinded side, while Regina straightened up and hissed at the monster threateningly, capturing its attention. He pounced. The monster tried to turn its head at the last moment, but it was too late. Max adjusted and drove his blade right through its other eye. It twitched a little. Then Regina's last magic missile hit it in the neck, making the head jerk again. For a few seconds, they both waited, starting as the monster tumbled to the ground, twitching. Then Regina let her shoulders relax and stepped closer, breathing out heavily. She kicked it, but it didn't respond. "Critical hit, I guess. You have leveled up. You were really good." She turned to Max, smiling widely. He ducked his head. She had the feeling that he'd have blushed if he was able to. "Thank you." Regina's smile faded into a frown as she studied his wounds. The bleeding seemed to have slowed, but just from the way he stood, she could tell it was bad. "How are you, Max?" The hive warrior straightened up slightly and grimaced. "Not too bad," he assessed. "I won't be able to use my left arms for a while, but I'm not in danger of bleeding out. Let's bandage it up anyway, just to be sure." Regina collected a few leaves that seemed spongy and a few lengths of vine, then tried her best to bind Max's wound. It clearly hurt, but he held still and let her work. "I gained a level," he said, trying to roll his shoulder and grimacing again. "Me, too." Regina glanced at the dead monster. "Well, I guess with you out of commission, it's my turn to do the grunt work." She dug a small hole and drained the blood with a few cuts. Then Regina tried to heft the monster's corpse to carry it to their camp. She staggered under the weight, but kept her feet. This was not going to be a pleasant hike. Getting back to their camp took twice as long as it should have. Max walked carefully and slowly, but the real impediment was the thing's weight. Regina set it down once to take a small rest before she began carrying it again. Maybe she should start exercising. "After I take a bath." She dropped it to the forest floor after they reached their camp, deciding that it would keep for a while. Then she rolled her shoulders and turned back to the campfire. Maybe there was something more they could do for Max's injury. Just as she reached the fire and resisted the temptation to just collapse in a heap beside it, she heard a cracking sound. Regina froze, but after a few moments, it came again. She turned to the egg sitting in its little hollow. It was starting to crack. She grinned. Then, on impulse, she checked her status sheet. Regina Hive Queen. Level 3. Mana 13,120. Hive 2/4, 0. Your stats are currently unavailable. We apologize for the inconvenience. Good. She was level 3 and there was a new hive member. Regina made to turn her attention back to its hatching, then paused. The limit for her hive had increased. Not by 1, but by 2, from 2 to 4. That meant, it would keep growing more quickly. She didn't know if it would be linear, or if it was quadratic or exponential growth. The hatchling finally climbing out of the egg brought her attention back to the present. Max stepped up to the new drone and plucked a bit of eggshell from them. "Welcome, new brother." He sounded cheerful. Regina looked over the new drone warrior. He looked very similar to Max, not quite the same. There were a few small differences and she could easily tell them apart, but they could have passed for twins. "Tim," she decided. We'll call you Tim. Welcome to the world. He looked up at her with a wide-eyed expression. Thank you, my queen. Name Tim given to drone warrior Relviel. 1. She smiled. The hive grows. Time for me to finally get some workers. Chapter 11. There are people. With 3 people in their improvised camp, Regina felt like she could finally relax a little. They split night watches so everyone got some sleep. It was summer, probably, so the nights were pretty short. Anyway, but she felt much better rested. Max showed Tim around and explained everything they were doing. The younger warrior tended to be quiet, but took to it with enthusiasm, and with Max's help he quickly got himself a shield similar to Max's. He'd been very helpful in dealing with the remains of the bird monster, too. Today, the 2 warriors were gone on their first hunt together while Regina stayed back to watch the camp. She looked out into the forest periodically, but they were too far for her to hear. She could always check in on their status through that psychic hive connection, but that didn't seem necessary. Regina sighed and stretched, before she glanced at her eggs. She laid 2 of them, both drone workers. Since they already had 3 combat-capable people, she didn't think that was too much of a risk. They'd even managed to fight off a higher-level monster. Even if Max had gotten injured, he wouldn't be able to rely on his skill now, though. The eggs looked mostly the same as the warrior eggs, although the coloring was a little different. It tended to be spottier, like blotches of paint rather than a swirling gradient of color. They had started at the same size and seemed to grow at about the same rate, though, which she took as a good sign. Her mana regeneration was drained even more than before, probably because there were 2 eggs. It was slightly more than half as fast as it had been with 1 egg, though. Maybe that was because she'd leveled up. Even if she couldn't see her stats, the system might still give her points in int or whiz, or whatever governed how her mana worked. Regina would have liked the chance to practice more. Unfortunately, with her mana regen that slow, she couldn't afford to cast many spells. She did notice that Magic Missile had gotten slightly easier, though. She tried as best she could to investigate how the spell worked, how her mana acted and reacted to her and how best to shape it. She'd gotten a better feel for it, but she knew she was still far from making her own spells. She stood up and paced up and down a few steps. The forest around her was quiet and couldn't hold her attention. There wasn't much of a breeze and her nose would warn her if any monster got too close. She glanced around her camp. She'd always had something to do, virtually every minute since she woke up in that vault. Boredom was novel. They didn't have any books to read, but maybe later she could play simple board games with Max and Tim. After an hour of sitting around and twiddling her thumbs, the 2 warriors finally returned. Regina stood up and watched a little anxiously as they came closer. Tim got his first level. Max called, grinning. The younger drone warrior was carrying 2 spiky squirrels. He set them down and nodded at her, also smiling. Great, Regina responded. She glanced at Max. How is your shoulder? Max shrugged. Healing, I think. I made sure to be careful. They discovered, to her relief, that he didn't appear to need any treatment. Instead, his wound was slowly closing and the shell around it regrowing. Looking at it now, it already seemed a lot better than just after he got the injury. It might be gone completely in a few days or weeks. So, let's see your new stats. Regina turned back to the other warrior, smiling. Tim Drone Warrior. Level 2. Mana, NA, Con, 10 STR, 11 Dex, 9 End, 9 Int, 13 Whiz, 9. As expected. She nodded. Tim had a lower Int than Max, although it still seemed pretty high for a warrior. He was probably going to get increases in STR and Con, too. It offered me my first class skill, my queen. I was thinking I could get the warrior's charge 1, he said hesitantly. Sure. Regina agreed. You can do that. Tim stared into space for a few seconds, clearly selecting his skill. Regina turned to watch Max, who was carefully handling the 2 squirrels with only his right arms. Tim quickly joined in. After you're done, please add what you've seen today to the map. She pointed at a wooden plank she'd drawn on with burnt sticks. Her first, crude map, which she'd drawn into the dirt, hadn't survived the recent rains. They'd take this one with them into their shelter if necessary. Of course, my queen, Max answered. We didn't see anything really new, though. Should we build another shelter? Regina smiled, pleased that he'd had the same thought. Yes, I think that would be wise. Ours isn't made for 3 people, and our hive is growing. I'll do my best with the construction, my queen," Tim said. Regina nodded, then got up and started gathering wood to get started. She suspected that she had the highest dex score among them, which, admittedly, wouldn't take much. With the experience they had from the first shelter, she was determined to make the next one better. They had more than enough mud to plaster onto walls, but finding sticks large and straight enough to build the skeleton for the shelter was tricky. Regina went along the forest's edge, trying to go where they hadn't gathered wood before. After a while, she noted that she'd come pretty close to the vault where she'd woken up. Was that only a week ago? Regina set down the bundle of sticks she'd gathered so far and stretched. She glanced at the rocky hill. Even knowing it was unlikely, she couldn't quite shake the uneasy thought that there might be cameras watching from there. She'd revised her earlier opinion about whether or not this was her world. There was actually a moon, which looked like she expected the moon to appear. It just wasn't always visible due to terrain obstructions, clouds and the fact that it was summer. The gravity and atmosphere was also the same. Even the flora and fauna didn't exactly scream alien. Apart from the monsters. She hesitated, then grabbed her sticks again and turned to head back towards the designated shelter. There was little point in constantly checking that spot when nothing changed. She'd have to get her answers another way. Maybe, once the workers were hatched, she'd travel down the river a bit, see where it led her. She went on a small detour on the way back to pass by the river and check it out again with an eye to how well you might traverse it. It was pretty thin and she was uncertain if it was deep enough to allow boats to use it. The current would also be a problem if you wanted to go upstream. She eyed the banks of the river as she walked parallel to it, occasionally getting a good look through a hole in the canopy of the trees. The river had swelled a little, but it was still in no danger of flooding. There was a herd of deer drinking from it further down the river, but she left them alone. Then she stopped as a splashing sound reached her. Regina froze and turned to look upriver. There was a bend in the stream above her, so she couldn't see far. She leaned forward and squinted. Was that? Yes, a dark shape was coming down the river. She dropped her sticks and jumped behind a tree. After a moment of frozen hesitation, she slowly crept forward until she reached a good spot, where she could look at the river, but it was still hidden by some dark branches. It was a boat. An honest-to-goodness, wooden, artificially made boat. It looked pretty large to Regina, but she didn't know much about boats. It didn't have a sail, but did have a pair of oars. There were 3 people on board. She squinted and tried to get a closer look. When she did, she might have dropped the sticks if she hadn't already. The people all wore rough clothing in earthy colors, looking like someone dressing up for a medieval-themed event. 2 were men with swords on their hips, shields and axes lying in the boat. The last, a woman, had a bow slung across her back. She wore her blonde hair up in a braid, which gave Regina a clear look at her pointy ears. When the woman turned after a few seconds, she saw that she had a sharp, graceful face that you could easily describe as elfin. Regina leaned back against her tree as the boat wound its way down the river. An elf, medieval fighters and an honest-to-goodness elf. This really is a fantasy world, isn't it? She shook her head. She knew she shouldn't make assumptions. 3 people did not a population make. Still, it made her hesitate to reveal herself. If she had the drones with her, a strong hive backing her up, that would be a different story. But if these 3 attacked her, she wasn't confident in her chances. She did look like a monster, and it was impossible to know what sort of experience they might have with her species. She hesitated, warring with indecision, until the sounds of the boat started to fade. She peeked beyond the canopy again to see the boat swiftly float down river, effectively making her choice for her. Regina stared after it for a moment, before she shook herself and went to pick up the wood she'd gathered. She started drudging back to camp, feeling like it had gotten heavier all of a sudden. "Hey, I think we figured out a way to make the next shelter a little larger," Max said when she returned and dropped the sticks. He looked excited, but then paused when he saw her. "Is everything all right, my queen?" "Sure," Regina said. She sat down on a convenient log. After a moment of staring at the sticks and realizing that she hadn't even started thinking about building the shelter, she sighed and leaned back. She decided she might as well talk about it. "I saw people," she said. Max and Tim both started, turning to look at her expectantly. She quickly explained what she'd seen, and her decision not to attempt to contact them. There was a moment of silence after she'd finished. Max chewed on his lip. "I think that was smart," he said. "Rushing in unprepared just because we wanted to meet actual humans would have been a bad idea. Your safety is more important," Tim agreed. Max just looked at her for a moment. "Are you all right, Regina?" "It can't have been easy." Regina shrugged. "I don't know." She stared into the fire. She told herself it was stupid to get depressed because of this, but that didn't make it any easier. Previously, she hadn't really thought about what being in the body of a hive queen with human memories meant. Not in that context. Now that she'd actually seen other humans, the fact that she was a monster, at least outwardly, suddenly gained a whole new weight. "What are we going to do?" Tim asked. "We're probably going to run into them or people like them eventually." Regina shook her head and stood up. "We prepare," she said. She forced herself to smile slightly. "We need to get enough strength that we can hold our own and don't need to be afraid of a random group of travelers. Then we go looking for civilization. Who knows, they might actually welcome us with open arms," Max said. He caught their looks and shrugged. "Hey, it's possible. We don't need to just assume they'll be hostile." Regina frowned thoughtfully. "You're right. We're obviously a sapient species, at least in part. There definitely could be dealings and exchange between them and the local humans or elves, but she couldn't quite bring herself to believe it would be so easy." Oh, he had a good point, and she was definitely eager to find out what the locals knew about her people. At the same time, when she considered the urges and instincts she'd felt from her hive queen side, especially before Max hatched, they seemed a little dubious. Chapter 12, Going Hunting. The workers took exactly as much time to hatch as the warriors did. Their eggs were a little smaller in the end, but the hatched workers still came up to Regina's chest. Like the rest of them, they had 6 limbs. While the warriors sported 2 scythe-like bladed implements at the end, the workers were less dangerous and more suited to construction and crafting. Their left one was shaped like a shovel, though you could also use the underside as a hammer, while the right one was more of a grasper, with a small blade more suited to cutting cloth or food than combat beneath a pointy bit they might use as an awl and a hooked part bigger than a finger. Their skin was also covered in the chitin-like shell, but it looked thinner than that of the warriors. The most obvious difference to Regina was that they looked female. She wasn't sure if that was coincidence, an integral feature of their different roles, or maybe even something she decided subconsciously when she picked those, but it didn't matter much in practical terms. The day after they hatched, while the warriors went out hunting, Regina wanted to get started on constructing a proper building with the workers. "My queen?" Tia asked. "Can we just dig out a room?" "That seems like it would be simpler." Regina shook her head. "I don't think that's a good idea. The ground here might not be good for digging," Mia said. "At the hills, it's rocky, and we'd have to be careful of tree roots and stuff in the forest. Besides, we'd have to be careful to ensure we don't risk a collapse." Regina nodded, looking at her 2 newest drones. She'd named them Mia and Tia. Not the most creative choice, but they didn't seem to mind. The girls were still smaller than her, but they both had decently high STR, Dex, and Int. She called up Mia's status again. "Mia drone worker, level 1. Mana, NA, Con, 6 STR, 11 Dex, 11 and 10 Int, 14 Wis, 8." She remembered that Tia's status was largely the same, except that she had a point more in Con and 1 less in Wisconsin. The low constitution meant Regina would hesitate to send them into combat, but at least they weren't entirely helpless if they were attacked, and they'd hopefully be good in their intended roles. "We might still be able to use our skill in building a normal hut, I guess," Tia said. "For foundations, maybe." "Right," Regina said. "What was it called again?" "Ground evacuation, my queen," Mia replied. "It's mostly for dirt, but I think it might work on rock, too. The skill just vanishes it without us having to whisk it somewhere else, which should be really useful for digging, but maybe we can find uses for it in other tasks, too." Regina nodded and swiped her feet to clear the little sticks and leaves from the patch of ground in front of her. The drone workers having a starter class skill at level 1 had been a pleasant surprise. With a bit of creativity, it could probably be useful in war, as well, even if it was obviously meant for crafting, or rather, construction, which was what they needed now. Anyway, they drew in the dirt with sticks as they talked about what they were going to build. It didn't take long, since they didn't exactly have many options. A simple hut is probably best, Regina said. We'll need to make sure it gets a proper roof, Tia said. We need shingles, maybe, and, of course, proper walls. That means we need wood. Regina glanced at the forest and frowned. There aren't many other building materials around. I guess if we had clay, we might be able to make bricks, but I'm not sure if we could get that. We might be able to find some. Mia spoke up. She glanced at her sister. We have some knowledge. We should be able to recognize it if there is good clay. Great. Then I'll send you out with a warrior to look around the area later. Regina smiled. Meanwhile, let's get started here. They'd need to cut down a lot of trees if they wanted to build a log cabin. That would be a lot of work, but probably the easiest choice. They could also try the method with mud and sticks, but Regina was afraid that it might make for worse walls, especially without anything to cover them. Either way, they needed wood. She led them into the forest to look for suitable trees, but the two workers quickly took over assessing which ones were good candidates. They didn't have a proper saw, but they did have a simple axe with a stone head, and the workers would be able to use their inborn blades, too. Regina hung back, feeling like she didn't have much to contribute. She'd get Max and Tim to work on cutting down trees once they were back, too. Until then, she went to a tree and experimented with trying to use magic to help bring it down. Now that there were no eggs in development, her mana was regenerating faster. Her spark spell wasn't much good, since it was still mostly useful for starting fires. She tried using a magic missile, but that didn't damage the trunk of the tree much. Then she tried to cast the spell, but not release it, instead gathering the attack above her hand. She only managed it for half a second before the energy dissipated, shocking her hand and charring a few leaves. Regina grimaced, but kept at it. Even after several tries, she only managed to keep the magic contained for a second or so, but when she held it close to the trunk, it had some effect. In the end, it would have been a lot easier to hack at it with a stone axe, though. She took a break from it and instead began to burn out the remains of the trees that Tia and Mia had cut down. The two drone workers started stripping branches and bark off the trunks. An hour later, Max and Tim finally returned, giving Regina all the excuse she needed to stop what she was doing and go talk to them. This is going to take a while, Max commented, observing the workers. Regina shrugged. Most likely, but it'll go faster with the two of you helping. Max frowned slightly. Maybe we should still focus on hunting. This work would be easier with higher stats, right? And we would also be safer if we had higher levels. She hesitated. He did make a good point there. All right, you're not wrong. She glanced at the two of them consideringly, then up at the sky. They still had a few hours of daylight left, at the very least. She didn't know if the workers could also level up by doing their jobs, or if they needed to go out and kill monsters, as well. She figured it could go either way. There was little they could do but wait and hope for the best. Do you want to go out right now? Max asked. She nodded. Might as well. The quicker I level, the faster our hive gets new members. And we still need all the help we can get. Besides, she was curious about what kind of progress her next levels would bring. After a minute of back and forth, it was decided, mostly by Regina, since everyone deferred to her, that they would all go together. She didn't want to leave the workers unguarded, and while his injury was mostly healed, she didn't want to strain Max too much, either. They set off quickly, with Tim going first and Max guarding their rear. The younger warrior was silent as they went. Regina, who was walking in front with him, noticed that he was trying to keep his steps as quiet as possible and avoid making a commotion in the forest, which she approved of. That was a good habit to get into even if you weren't trying to sneak up on a high-level monster at the moment. The two workers clearly tried their best, but they made a lot more noise. It seems that you didn't have much success hunting earlier, she finally commented, keeping her voice soft. Any idea why? Tim glanced at her and ducked his head. We called it a hunt, but really, it was mostly a patrol, he replied. She nodded. Then I'll rely on you to guide us to a good spot. Despite his shyness, he did know what he was doing. Tim led the group through the forest on a direct path to his goal, not slowing down or checking where he was going. Regina readied herself and kept an eye on her surroundings. She didn't want to get waylaid by a monster. Luckily, they reached their target area without being ambushed. Tim slowed down and snuck behind a large bush. Regina joined him, noting a faintly familiar scent in the air as she did. They were downwind of its source. Mia and Tia stayed back, while Max stepped forward slowly. A peek through the bush's branches showed her what Tim had chosen as prey. There was a clearing with a small group of big wolves lying on the soft ground of the forest. Most of them were a bit smaller than the wolf monster she'd fought before. "Well, I see you have a high opinion of our skills," she said. Tim shrugged slightly. "They're only level 2 or 3, and there are only 4 of them. I thought we could take them, but if you're displeased, my queen, of course I'll lead you to where we might find other prey." Regina frowned, considering the situation. She focused on one of the wolves. Flaming wolf, level 2. A quick check showed that the others were similar, with only one at level 3. Still, she hesitated. They could probably each take one. If it was only the 3 of them against 3 wolves, she'd be confident. With the workers to watch out for, it might be harder, though. Was it really worth the risk? She stepped back and quietly went to join Mia and Tia. "I would like you to participate in the fight so you can gain experience," she said, keeping her voice down. "Is that okay for you?" "Can you fight?" The 2 girls exchanged a glance, before Tia nodded. "We can, my queen. Not as well as a warrior, but we won't be a burden." "All right, then. Let's get started." "Keep back and only attack when one of the wolves is already injured or distracted, and make sure you're not in danger from more than one of them at a time." She glanced at Max. "Look after them and make sure they don't get overwhelmed." They all nodded. Regina gave them one last look before she quietly stepped forward again to join Tim. She made sure that everyone was in position, mostly taking cover behind a tree, and prepared to jump out. Before she focused her attention on the wolves, she picked one of the weaker ones as a target and watched to make sure it wasn't moving. It appeared to be dozing, like most of them. Only one had its eyes open. Regina exhaled, pulling on her mana and guiding it into shape. Then she let her gathered mana snap out. The attack shot out from her hand and raced towards her target. The wolves were alarmed by the glowing ball coming for them, starting to stand up, but she'd aimed well, and her target didn't make it to its feet before the attack hit it in the snout. Mana, 145-160. Regina blinked the notification away, focused on her opponents. The wolves had obviously noticed them now and were starting to charge her group. She quickly gathered mana for another shot. The magic missile raced out, but this time the wolf was on its feet and managed to dodge the attack. It hit another wolf behind it, impacting one of its hindquarters and causing it to stumble. Regina prepared another one as fast as she could. Then the wolves reached them. Max stepped out behind a tree and roared, fixing their attention on him. A tongue of flame shot out, but he caught it on his shield. At the same time, Tim circled beside him. His scythe limb flashed out and he drove one of the wolves to the side. Regina got another shot off, hitting the same wolf she'd already shot. This time, it stumbled to the side, though it kept its feet, but it was clearly hurt. Crouching with its fur bristling, it shot a flaming attack at her, but Regina managed to dodge it, although she had to interrupt her casting of her next spell. Mia and Tia jumped the injured wolf. Tia brought her shovel limb down on its snout with force, dazing the wolf. Mia cut its right forelimb with her small blade, but then another wolf turned from Max's shield and charged them. Regina cursed and shot another magic missile, but it flew wide. The wolf's fur might have been a little singed, but it didn't halt. Jumping Tia, the girl screamed as the jaws of the wolf caught on her lower right arm. Then Mia bashed it over the head, but it didn't let go. Regina acted on instinct. She jumped forward, shoulder checking the wolf. That finally made it let go. It was a stupid attack, but she was already preparing her next spell. Just when the wolf lunged for her, she let the magic missile fly. It caught the wolf directly on its open snout. Unfortunately, the magical attack didn't arrest his momentum, and the wolf still crashed into her, but at least it had made the monster draw back, so it didn't manage a proper bite and its teeth slid off her shell. Regina took a step back, preparing another spell as quickly as she could, despite the headache starting to pound through her skull and the burning feeling of using too much mana too quickly. Then Tim was there. He stabbed the wolf, and his blade passed through its singed fur, reaching its heart. The monster shuddered and finally went still. Regina took a moment to breathe, before she looked around. 2 of the other wolves were down, one apparently dead and one badly injured. Max was holding off the last one. She breathed deeply and focused, then cast another magic missile. The attack caught the wolf on the side of its head, just as it was starting to lunge for Max's shield again. The spell seemed to injure and daze the wolf, turning its lunge forward into a stumble instead of a proper attack. Max stabbed out from behind his shield, catching the wolf in the throat. He used his shield to push it back, then cut it again. The wolf finally fell. Regina straightened up and looked around the battlefield, blinking. It was a mess, but they'd all made it. Tia was still standing. Then she noticed the notifications the system sent her. That must have been pushed aside until now. It was good that the system had a feature like that. But she didn't focus on the blinking icon. Instead, turning to Tia. "How badly are you hurt?" The worker poked at her arm and grimaced. "It cracked my shell and it's bleeding, but I don't think the bone is broken. It'll heal." It had better. They didn't have any medicine or even disinfectant. Chapter 13. Just better. After she made sure that none of them were in immediate danger and that Mia was caring for Tia, Regina turned her attention to the notifications the system held for her. "You have leveled up. Mana, 55,160. She grinned, then blinked it away. "Level 4, yay. Only a few more fights and I'll see if there are any significant thresholds in this system. I leveled up," she announced to the others. "What about you?" Tim shook his head, while Max nodded. "I did as well. Level 4 now." Considering his contribution to the fight, and the fact that he'd probably been close to a level up before it, that didn't surprise her. It was a shame Tim hadn't leveled, but he probably wasn't very far off now. Regina stepped over to her workers. Mia was trying to staunch the bleeding of Tia's wound by pressing leaves against it, with mixed success. Regina quickly unwound one of the pieces of rope she was carrying and, with her help, wrapped it around Tia's arm to press the leaves against it. "Tim, get the water skin and fetch water from the river for her," she ordered. "Max, get started with the bodies. Mia, can you help him?" "I can hardly do worse than the warriors, my queen," she answered. "Leave it to me." Regina nodded and leaned against a tree beside Tia. "How are you feeling?" she asked her quietly. "I'm all right, Mother," she responded with a weak smile. "Maybe a little faint, and I'm really hungry right now." "Okay, maybe you should eat some of that meat right away." She looked at Max, who was starting to butcher one of the wolves. He must have heard, since he came over with a chunk of raw meat for Tia a minute later. She devoured it quickly while Regina looked away. "The two of you didn't level up, did you?" Tia and Mia shook their heads. "I'm sorry, my queen," Mia said, lowering her head. "We didn't contribute much to the fight." "That's all right," she assured her. "You're only level 1 and you're obviously not a combat class. If that's a thing in this system, you can just go out with the warriors to hunt some weaker monsters later." Tim returned soon, passing their crude water skin to Tia, who guzzled down the water. They used the rest to try to clean her injury. With the wolves they'd killed, they'd hopefully be able to get more of them. Now they had 3 people working on it, so they managed to take care of the carcasses quickly. Tia insisted on helping. She cradled her injured limb to her side and just used her left arms, but Regina could tell it hurt. She sighed and started fashioning a sling for her from another vine. She didn't really want to join in the gory work, and none of the others seemed to mind that. So Regina kept an eye on the forest around them and told herself she was doing an important job by standing watch. She did help in carrying their prey when they finally returned to their campsite. Tia wanted to help with that, too, but Regina put her foot down. They had to make 2 trips to carry everything. But it didn't take very long, anyway. While the boys and Mia continued their work and tried to preserve as much of the wolves as they could, Regina checked the campsite, then focused on the sense she had of her drones. Tia's injury was clearly noticeable. Regina didn't feel her pain, even when she focused her attention on the drone worker, but she could tell it was there. She even got a pretty good sense of how badly injured the girl was. Finally, she turned her attention to her most recent level up and quickly checked her status. The hive part gave her pause. It now listed her drones as 4-6. That meant her cap had risen by 2 again, not by 3 or 4, as she'd half expected. Regina frowned, then gave her status a closer look, and promptly jerked upright. Regina Hive Queen, level 4. Mana, 75,160. Hive, 460. Con, 12 STR, 12 Dex, 12 End, 12 Int, 12 Wis, 11 +1. "What the fuck?" she muttered, distantly. She noticed the others pause in their work. "What is it, Regina?" Max asked. "My stats are finally unlocked." She stood up and walked towards him, checking on their progress absently. "They'd gotten a lot done. I have more points than you," Regina said. She frowned thoughtfully. "If I had to guess, it looks like I started with a 12 in all of the physical stats and a 10 in int and wis, and then got 1 point in int or now wis with every level." Max straightened up and wiped his hands on a scrap of fur. "Really? That does seem a bit weird. Aren't you more suited to using magic in the first place?" Tim commented. Regina shrugged. "My last point has apparently been put in Wisconsin, and I haven't noticed myself get any stronger or more dexterous, but my control over magic has grown, not to mention my mana, though that's apparently connected to you drones." She scratched her cheek. "Well, I would have probably distributed my stat points from leveling up the same way the system has done it, so I guess I can't complain. At higher levels, it might be a problem if her physical stats never rose, but she was obviously best suited to a mage build." She wondered if there was a way to assign your stat points yourself. "Maybe you needed to be a higher level. It looks like Hive Queens are just better at the start." Mia shrugged. "That's not a bad thing." The other drones nodded in agreement. After a moment, Max returned to his work and the others redoubled their efforts. Regina smiled faintly. "I'll go walk a perimeter of the camp, see if there are any monsters afoot," she said. "Oh, and by the way, I should have probably said this sooner. If I'm ever away for a longer time or incapacitated for some reason, Max is in charge, okay?" "Understood, my queen," they chorused. Tim and Mia glanced at Max, who just stared at her for a moment. "I'm honored, my queen," he finally said. He looked like he wanted to ask her if she was sure, but didn't want to sound like he was questioning her. Regina smiled at him, then turned to start her patrol. It was the obvious choice, since Max not only had the highest level, but was the oldest and the most experienced one, after herself. As she walked, she considered how she wanted to go about laying eggs. She had 2 new slots in her hive now. Their group still wasn't large enough that she was worried about getting enough food for everyone, so she didn't see much reason not to have 2 new drones. More people would help to keep them safe and help with their undertakings. In general, considering their situation, she would prefer to have a few more warriors than workers right now, but they did need both. So, since there were only 2 spots, Regina decided to go for one of each. She'd wait until her mana was full again, though. Her patrol was quiet. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary and didn't even hear any monsters, only the usual bird song of the forest. Once she returned, she saw that the drones were mostly finished with their task. Tia was sitting on a log beside the others, looking a bit paler than usual. They must have managed to convince her that she should rest. Regina joined her. "I don't think building a house is going to work, or that trying is really such a good idea," she said after a minute, glancing at the wood they'd stacked. "It would take a lot of time and effort, and by the time we're finished, there are going to be new drones, so we'd have to do it all over again." And so on. Mia looked up from where she was cutting a wolf skin and nodded. "You're probably right, my queen. We'd need to cut down quite a few trees if we want to do it properly, unless we manage to use different materials." Regina nodded. "I think you actually need straw for that method I mentioned earlier. And I'm pretty sure you'd need that to make bricks, too, even if we found clay." She sighed, looking out into the forest. "Let's just build a few simple shelters, something to keep the rain off." "Constructing a proper dwelling is a side project." Tia stood up. "Then I'll get started." Regina resisted the urge to roll her eyes and got to her feet as well. She'd feel bad if she lazed off while the injured girl was working. It quickly became obvious that the worker was a lot better at this than Max had been, and, if she was honest, a lot better than Regina, too. It might have been connected to her relatively high dex stat, but Regina's was also high. She probably just couldn't make use of it as well as Tia. After a while, the boys and Mia finished up for now and joined them. With the whole group working on it, they made good progress. The experience from their first try helped, but they managed to improve on it. A few hours later, Regina stepped back and surveyed their accommodations. 4 shelters, all of them built up against thick tree trunks and looking roughly like round pyramids cut in half. They reinforced their original ones, but the 2 new ones were taller and had a larger base area. They were built of wooden posts, branches, vines and pieces of bark that held together surprisingly well. Mia had even fashioned something that could work as a crude door. "Well done, everyone," Regina declared. "Very good work. I'd say we've earned a reward. Let's make dinner." The boys grinned, and Max ran off to get the best cuts of wolf meat prepared. Regina followed them, smiling. She didn't protest when Mia claimed the post of cook to start grilling the meat over the fire. Cooking probably was more in a worker's skill set. They ate a lot that evening. Regina briefly considered rationing their food, but dismissed the notion. They still had more than enough and they didn't have a good way of preserving it, anyway. Plus, so far, they hadn't had too much trouble hunting. Instead, she ate a large portion herself, since she needed the energy for producing 2 eggs. After dinner, she stood up and stretched. "All right, boys. Would you go to the river and fetch water? Girls, please check on the plants with system screens and gather a few berries." Tia opened her mouth, looking confused. Then she looked at Max, who was heading off, and turned to go. The others left as well. With them gone, Regina retreated to one of the shelters and prepared to lay her next 2 eggs. Now that they had some kind of dwelling that would offer them protection and concealment, it would be better to have them here than on the hill. "You are able to lay another egg. Choose carefully what you will add to your hive." Drone worker, drone warrior. She frowned to herself. She'd hoped there might be new classes or templates available. Not yet, apparently. Shrugging, she mentally focused on both choices and settled down to grow her hive. Chapter 14, Gathering Information. Regina didn't know how she'd managed to sleep in a tree or out in the open the first few nights. Compared to then, she slept like a baby now. The shelters were a little small, but they'd built enough so that they weren't too cramped. The hive now also had enough people to keep a night watch, so she finally slept through the night. Granted, her heap of leaves and fur scraps still wasn't the most comfortable, but she was nice and warm, at least. The sun still stayed out for a long time. Regina suspected that it was the middle or end of June. That seemed to fit with the general temperatures and the vegetation they'd found in the forest. She was glad she hadn't been dropped here in winter, but it also meant she should keep in mind that winter would come, and they needed to prepare. For all she knew, it would come early and be a bitter one. Hopefully, they would have found civilization and reached some kind of arrangement before then. "What we really need is some metal," she said, looking at their pitiful supply of tools. "No, actually, what we need is knowledge and skill. There's probably a lot more we could do with what we have, but we just don't know it." Max nodded. He was currently trying to make a new axe, with limited success. "I really wouldn't say no to some worked metal," he replied. "Stone just doesn't make for good weapons, and we don't even know how to work it. Even if we did, though, metal would probably be much better." Regina nodded thoughtfully. By now, she'd realized that all of the drones only knew what she knew. Plus maybe some basic, mostly instinctive things related to their duties, or what would be typical work for a warrior or worker of the hive. She suspected they were actually drawing on her own knowledge. "Do you know how to read?" she suddenly asked. "I mean, I guess you do, since you read your status screens, don't you?" Max paused. "Yeah, I do." He frowned. "It's the weirdest thing. At first, it was harder. I knew how to do it, but the knowledge was kind of odd, disconnected. It felt like I was learning it at the same time, but by now, I just read it, probably the same way you do." "Wow, that's interesting." It meant that he, and the others, might literally take this knowledge from her mind and assimilate it. That would explain why they all spoke the same language she did, despite just being hatched. Reading was obviously another part of that. Regina sighed and stared into the fire, absently twirling a stick in her hands. "I wonder if that works for things I learn here, too?" "Only things I knew before?" "Only things I know up to the point when I lay their eggs." She threw the stick into the fire. "I guess there's only one way to find out. If I learn a new language in the future and then make a drone, I'll see if they speak it or not, I guess." "Or does it need to be a native language? Do you speak any other languages, Max?" she asked. "Not that I know of, my queen." He looked a bit confused. She shook her head. "I don't think I'm exactly good at any others, but that doesn't mean much. I wonder what kind of knowledge gets transmitted." "There have to be limits." Just then, a crashing sound came from behind them. Regina turned around quickly. Half rising from her seat, she relaxed as she saw that Tim had dropped a piece of wood and it had crashed into and thrown over a small pile of rocks. She couldn't help but smile while he bent down and hurriedly tried to pick everything up, under the faintly exasperated gaze of Tia. The boy had offered to help the workers, but Regina suspected they might be second-guessing their enthusiasm now or relegating him to grunt work. The girls were trying to craft some more tools for them. It was sorely needed, but Regina privately doubted their success, given their lack of materials. Still, they had the time for it, and the drone workers were ostensibly better suited to such a project than she herself was. Maybe they'd surprise her. The sun was climbing the eastern sky, and Regina estimated that noon was just around the corner. They'd caught a squirrel in one of their traps and still had meat left over from the wolves, so they were set when it came to food. Later on, she intended to gather their warriors and escort the workers to the river to check on the local terrain and soil, and to look for any more monsters they could hunt. But that could wait. "It's weird to think I've been here for almost 2 weeks," she commented to Max. He tilted his head, frowning for a moment, before his expression cleared. "Yeah," he said. "It kind of is. Still, we're making some progress, aren't we? Don't expect too much, my queen." Regina nodded, humming in agreement. That wasn't really what she'd meant, but he wasn't wrong, either. She stretched and stood up, looking at the rest of her hive once more. Suddenly, Regina stiffened. She drew in a deep breath, and sensed her claws digging gently into the palms of her hands. "Threat," she hissed. Then she raised her voice and called, "Max, Tim." On alert. Max jumped to attention right away, tossing aside the piece of wood he'd been playing with. Tim stepped towards her as well, his posture rigid and his eyes darting between her, the workers and their surroundings. Regina felt her pulse thumping in her ears as some undefinable excitement rushed through her. Suddenly, she felt more in tune with her nature than she had since the day she hatched, but that was a distant consideration, as her focus was turned on the threat encroaching on her territory, her hive. She picked up her spear and started walking almost before she knew it. In a corner of her mind, she felt Max fall into step slightly behind her, taking a guarding position. But she didn't turn her head to see him. Regina walked towards the edge of the forest, then turned sharply. The hills rose up here, dotted with rockier ground than the forest to the east, but this part of it wasn't level, anyway. It created features like the dip she now darted for, where a low-growing bush and scattered rocks right where the forest relinquished its ground created a secluded alcove. She reached out, unconsciously trying to spread her wings slightly, which didn't work. Then she kicked a loose rock to the side, with a muffled groan. The bush moved. Regina darted forward, but Max cut her off slightly, rushing into position to guard her. She stabbed down with her spear, feeling it meet some resistance and only just not crashing through it. She had pulled the blow. The hidden person shifted again, which helped Regina convince her eyes not to fall for the trick and finally showed her where someone had hidden themselves so masterfully close to their campsite. Even knowing they were there, it was hard to make out more than general shape and a few edges in the darkness of their nuke. "So there is an intruder," she said, feeling a slight snarl on her face that didn't want to leave. "Come on, come out." Slowly. The shape started to slowly slide out, giving Regina an even better view. "All right, don't stab me." Regina paused, tilting her head, and felt some of the aggression leak out of her as the human parts of her mind started churning faster. The voice was high-pitched, matching the slender form of the person now standing up carefully. Her first thought was Elven Ranger. It was a young man, or young-looking, at least, clad in a mix of leather and cloth that did a surprisingly good job of providing camouflage in the forest. His face was all sharp lines and yet still looked vaguely delicate, and he had pointy ears, standing up at the sides of his head. As the sunlight hit him, she noticed that his eyes gleamed a little with its reflection, like a cat's eyes. They were a dark, burnt orange, while his hair, which fell to his shoulders, was an earthy brown. Eleanor's level forest scout. Max put a sharp blade against his neck as soon as he was in reach. The elf stiffened slightly, but didn't try to move away. Instead, he slowly raised his hands in an apparently universal gesture. Regina noticed that he had a bow strapped to his back and a pair of knives or daggers on his leather belt. "Who are you?" she asked. "You were obviously spying on us." He gulped slightly, clearly recognizing the barely restrained aggression in her stance or face. "I'm a scout of the nearby elven community," he said. Regina narrowed her eyes. There's an elven tribe nearby? She hadn't known about that, but they hadn't traveled all that far from this spot, either. That's not much of an explanation, Max said. By now, Tim had joined him, flanking Regina on her other side, and looked like he wanted to gut the intruder and present the corpse to his queen. Tio and Mia had also approached, though they kept a warier distance. Mia was holding a torch. I promise I didn't mean any harm, Eleanor's answered. He sounded earnest, and managed to meet Regina's eyes evenly. I simply wanted to know what your group was doing here, this close to our homes. You understand the need to gather information, don't you? Regina crossed her arms. Her fingers twitched. She still felt the impulse to rake them through his neck and deal with this possible threat, but she quashed that easily. He was only a part of a larger group, and killing him wouldn't exactly help her position. Still, a part of her was alarmed by how easily this could have become violent. All right, Max, let the guy breathe. She glanced at the younger warrior. Tim, hang back and keep an eye on the surroundings, there might be more of them. The two immediately did as commanded. Still, Eleanor's clearly understood that he risked a quick meeting with something sharp and pointy if he made any suspicious moves. He stepped carefully forward, keeping his hands away from his weapons. Thank you, he said. He glanced at each of them, then faced her again. I assume you are the person in charge here? Regina narrowed her eyes, then told herself to calm down. My name is Regina, she said. He nodded. Eleanor's, he replied. He probably assumed that she'd read that already. Does that mean he's got a notification for me, too? What is it telling him? Well, probably just Regina. Hive Queen level 4, that could be bad enough. He appeared to wait expectantly for a moment, but neither Max nor either of the girls felt the need to introduce themselves. Pleased to meet you, the elf continued with a smile. He took a step to the side. My apologies for startling you. Then I'll just stop bothering you and return to my people to inform them that there's no need to be concerned. Regina crossed her arms as Max stretched out one of his blade arms to bar his way. Not so fast, mister, she said. The elf turned to her, nothing but polite attentiveness on his face. But she still noticed the way he sagged slightly. Regina smiled, showing a little more teeth than was strictly necessary. I'm sure your people don't expect you back right away. Stay with us for a minute, she invited. Let's talk. He didn't give any outward signs of it, but she still had the impression he sighed. After he gave Max another glance, he returned her smile. Of course. Hive Queen Regina. Announcement. With that, we've reached the end of the daily updates. I don't have a fixed schedule going forward, but I expect to post at least 2 times a week for now. Maybe faster. I'll also try to keep 2 chapters ahead on my Patreon. With this development, you could consider it the end of the introductory arc. Now that they're finally meeting other people, the plot will really get started. I hope you liked it so far. I'd like to mention that I appreciate all comments, and I especially appreciate rankings and reviews. Thanks for reading. Chapter 15. First Contact Talks. To his credit, Eleanor's didn't act intimidated or threatened, but rather as if he was a welcome guest in their camp. Regina didn't really mind. She offered him a seat by the fire and considered offering some of the cooked meat they'd prepared, but then decided not to. He had 2 of his own provisions and she didn't want to give what they had away to spies. Besides, it wasn't exactly the peak of culinary hospitality. It seems you have not been here long, my Lady Regina, he remarked, glancing around. You could say that, she replied. May I ask from where you hailed? I am afraid it must have slipped my people's notice. No, you may not, she said, frowning a little. He might not even believe me if I told him I was just born here days ago. Not that it matters, save that I have no place else to return to. He nodded. Of course. I only ask out of curiosity. I fancy myself to be familiar with the people of the world, but I must confess that I have never seen such as you before. He was speaking more formally, she noticed. Perhaps trying to be diplomatic? That is a shame, she replied, giving him a brief smile. You see, I do not know much about my people, myself. I'm afraid I don't know where you could find them, either. His right eyebrow rose a little. That sounds like you must have quite an interesting tale. Then he shook his head. But I will pry no further. Of course, Regina nodded. She felt Mia's gaze on her, one eyebrow slightly raised, although the worker didn't speak up. But Regina hadn't revealed their isolation by accident. If it turned out that her people were actually known as a horrible scourge of some faraway place, she could always insist that she didn't have anything to do with that. It might not be worth much in such a case, but it would help. And if there were friendly relations, then the elves would hopefully see no reason not to help a young royal, kind of. Probably. And her companions returned to her people. Of course, if they were the type to tolerate no others and just kill them all to be safe, that would backfire. It was a risk, but what she thought elves should be like and Eleanor's behavior made that scenario seem unlikely. "These are my companions," she said, trying to be friendly. Weirdly, using that word felt like forcing out something sour. "Max, Tim, Mia, and Tia." She indicated each in turn. Eleanor's mouth twitched, but he smoothed his expression quickly. "A pleasure to meet you all," he responded, inclining his head to them. After a sharp gaze from Regina, the drones all mumbled similar niceties. If the elf was offended at the lackluster response, he didn't show it, probably, she figured, because he was aware they'd caught him sneaking around close to their camp and had little reason to feel nicely towards him. She didn't know what would have resulted if this had happened while Regina was away, leaving Max in charge. A slightly defiled corpse seemed likely, though. "I need to have a talk with them after this." She suppressed a frown. They are still just kids. She wondered what his level was. It couldn't be extremely high, or he wouldn't be this wary of them, right? Unless it was an act and that was what he wanted her to think. She supposed she didn't have any way of knowing. "If it's not too rude to ask, may I inquire how big your people's community is?" she asked. He shrugged and waved a hand airily. "Oh, not the biggest, but not the smallest, either." Very useful, but she hadn't really expected a straight answer. "Your own group seems quite small," he remarked. "Unless there are more members that I've yet to meet." Regina's eyebrow twitched. "Not quite." She glanced at the others and shrugged slightly. "Not at the moment." That made him frown. He followed her gaze, and she could see him studying their features. Then his eyes returned to her. Regina shifted slightly. She and all her drones were still mostly naked, and it made her feel uncomfortable. The elf was clearly taking note of their state of dress, too. It was obvious he was deliberately keeping his eyes off her chest. She appreciated the courtesy, of course, but it was an odd feeling for her. "As you can see, we are somewhat lacking in amenities," she said with her best self-deprecating smile. "If your people are interested in trading, we would certainly welcome the chance." Hopefully, that possibility would also provide incentive to deal with them. He smiled slightly. "You are looking for necessities like clothing, I assume?" She nodded. "That, as well as other things like medical supplies." His eyes wandered to Tia. Her injury had healed up a bit, but it was still clearly visible. "Yes, I can see the need for that," he replied. Then he regarded her thoughtfully. "I hope you understand that I cannot make any promises. I am but a simple scout. Whether this is possible, and how we will deal with you in general, will have to be my superior's decision." "Of course, I understand." She wouldn't like any of her drones making promises on her behalf, either. She hesitated for a moment. "But you do see the possibility of friendly interactions, Mr. Raylaners?" His face closed off slightly. "I cannot say," he repeated. His eyes narrowed. "I do think it would improve your chances if we knew more about you and your people. I'm sure you understand that the unknown can be concerning, especially when dealing with people who are clearly monstrous, if you'll forgive me pointing that out." Regina paused. "I suppose I cannot begrudge you the use of that term," she said. The elf grimaced slightly. "Monstrous or not, the elves have always understood that humans are children of the gods, too," he assured her. "We are not like those fools who consider anything with monstrous traits inferior or cursed." Regina nodded, trying not to smile. He'd just given her some information she needed about the world and its people. "So, I may need to watch out for fanatics. Probably human. They usually are in the stories I remember. But the elves, at least, aren't xenophobic. Or no more so than usual." "That's good. And they have a polytheistic religion. So, we will not have to worry about bigots in your ranks?" she asked, if you'll forgive the blunt question. "I know little of elves." Eleanor's shook his head. "No, I wouldn't think so. Obviously, you have names and the system has granted you a status that should be more than enough proof for anyone." "Good. Then, to answer your question." Regina frowned. "There truly isn't much I can tell you. However, our group is most likely going to continue to grow, though I can't say at what rate. I've only been here for, I think it's been 12 days. She shook her head. We are not particularly attached to this place, so if it is necessary, we would be happy to move, as long as there is a place for us somewhere. Eleanor's nodded. That is good to know. If I may ask, how will your numbers grow? Are there more of you wandering the forest? Not quite. Regina hesitated. She really didn't like the idea of telling him about how she created drones. I'm afraid it's rather hard to explain, and a bit of an delicate subject. Quirks of our race, I suppose. She also didn't want to tell him about the 2 eggs currently sitting in one of their shelters, preparing to hatch soon. He raised his eyebrows a little, but nodded. Of course. I don't believe you've mentioned the name of your race? Regina grimaced slightly. I haven't, because I don't know. She shrugged at his look. In truth, none of us has ever heard the name. How curious. Well, I did promise not to pry. What else can you tell me about your people? We're omnivores, and as you can see, there is quite a bit of physical polymorphism in our race. We prefer warmer temperatures, and obviously, we have protective shells over our skin in addition to a proper skeleton. I can use magic, but I've had no real instruction in it. Eleanor's nodded. She couldn't read his reaction very well. Did he think she'd given him too little or useless information? If you don't mind, would you tell me about your people? She asked. As I mentioned, I don't know much, and I'm rather curious. I'm not the best person to ask when it comes to our lore, he answered. Obviously, we are one of the core sapient races. We are a long-lived people, and individual elves may devote themselves to many different pursuits. That sounded completely generic and very devoid of detail, but Regina didn't press the point. She knew that, since it could still come to hostilities between their people, he didn't want to give her any information that might help her fight them. I see, she said. He smiled again. If that is all, I think it is time for me to take my leave. My colleagues will start to wonder where I am, and it wouldn't do to worry them over much. Regina nodded and stood up as he did the same. Of course. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Raylaners. I do hope this will prove to be the start of a productive relationship between our groups. When might we expect to hear from you? I'm sure, unfortunately, I cannot say that. Perhaps in a week or 2. Farewell, Hive Queen. He inclined his head at her, then turned to leave. Regina copied the gesture, then watched as he walked away. Eleanor's didn't turn and didn't run, although he did walk at a relatively quick pace. He moved with grace that probably spoke of a Hydex, or just elven heritage. After a moment, she turned to her hive. Tim, go and see where he goes. Shadow him. If he notices you, that's probably fine, but I want to know in which direction he leaves. Keep your distance and come back once you get to the edge of the territory we've explored. At once, my queen. Tim hurried off into the forest, where Eleanor's was disappearing between the trees. Regina sighed and sat down again, resting her chin in a hand. She looked at the forest where their unexpected visitor had left. Even though she couldn't see anything, she felt Mio and Tia move off to resume their work, but Max stayed. I wish I could tell if I said the right things or not, she said. I'm sure you did, my queen, Max said. But when she glanced at him, his expression made her think he didn't really believe that. She sighed. The thing is, Max, while we probably had him in our power right now, the actual power difference is definitely not in our favor. I don't know how big his tribe or whatever is, but they could probably crush us easily if they wanted. Is that why you were so friendly and open? Was I? Regina tugged on her right mandible. I decided it was better to give them a few answers than make them feel like they would have to force them out of me. I think most of what I said was readily apparent or would have been obvious after repeated contact. But you didn't tell them about the eggs. Max frowned. Right. There are a few cards up our sleeve, like my ability to produce new warriors quickly and my ability to see through the eyes of hive drones. Max followed her gaze into the forest. Do you think you convinced him we're no threat to them? Regina sighed and shook her head. I wish I knew. It felt like their quiet life in the forest was coming to an end. This encounter could be the start of something better, or a huge danger. After a moment, she groaned and put her face into her hands. I should have found a way to ask him what language we were speaking. Chapter 16. Is that a dragon? Regina jerked upright, her heart hammering. Blinking, she looked around, trying to see what had woken her up. After a moment, she realized that Tim had been shaking her. He was withdrawing his hand now and taking a step back. She stood up, rubbing her eyes and trying to brush the last dregs of sleep away. It was still dark out, at least mostly. The moon was nearly full, and the eastern horizon might have been just a touch brighter than the west. It still felt like the middle of the night. She'd been too restless after the encounter with the elf to go to bed early, and she couldn't have been asleep very long. "What's up?" she asked, looking around. "Sorry to wake you, my queen." Tim sounded tense. He kept glancing to the side. "I think you need to see this." Regina frowned, following his gaze and looking south. Then she stiffened. There were a few dark blots in the sky, and she heard a howl echoing over a great distance. Then the wind turned, and she faintly caught a spicy scent. "Wake the others," she told Tim. "Then gather our weapons." "Yes, my queen." He moved off. Regina crawled out of her shelter and grabbed her spear, which she'd left leaning against its wall. She stepped away from the trees to get a better look, rolling her shoulders. The sense of an impending threat helped her disperse the last of her sleepiness. The drones worked quickly. Max and Tim grabbed their weapons, while Tio and Mia took what tools they had lying around that could double as weapons in a pinch. They also took anything important and put them into the slings and belts they'd made out of the vines they'd gathered. Regina glanced at the shelter where the eggs were waiting. They should be ready to hatch soon, but in the meantime, they were far too large and heavy to easily carry. A bellowing sound turned her attention back to the forest. Max stepped beside her, his axe and shield clutched tightly. Regina didn't take her eyes off the shadows. After a moment, she could make out the shape of the monster approaching them. It looked like an oversized fox. Before she even got a system notification, Tim jumped at it with a shrill war cry. Regina blinked. He'd moved far quicker than normal and his lunge even pushed the beast back a little. Then she refocused and cast a magic missile. The magical projectile hit the fox in the face, causing it to jerk back. Tim took advantage, slashing with his left blade arm at the same time as he swung his axe. The fox stumbled back, evading the swing, but the blade caught him in the throat. Its fur stood up, suddenly bristling with spikes. But then a thrown stone from Max caught the monster again in the eye and the ability seemed to melt off its fur. Tim dodged an errant swipe of its paws, then stepped forward, driving his blade in deep. The fox twitched before it fell backward. They didn't get any time to celebrate the victory. Another roar resounded, still distant but noticeably louder. Regina inhaled sharply, and the scents she caught prickled in her nose, warning of danger. "Tim, stay close," she ordered him. "Defensive position." She didn't really know what a good defensive position would be, but apparently Tim had a better idea than her. He and Max moved to flank her a few steps out, leaving all of them enough room to swing their weapons, with the drone workers behind them. That also put her in the middle of a rectangle with the warriors at the front and the workers at the back. Another monster crested the top of the nearest hill, halting and hissing at them. It was some sort of big cat, looking like a cross between a lion and a jaguar. "Lionett, level." A moment later, another monster broke through the tree line into the cleared area around the hills. This one looked like a giant snake with red streaks across its body. "Red striped snake, level." Regina cursed and launched another magic missile. She aimed for the snake on the theory that it would be slower to dodge. Her guess seemed to pan out, as the snake started slithering away, but still got its tail caught by the attack. It drew back, hissing at them again. Regina hissed back. The cat used that moment to pounce. Tim activated his charge ability again, meeting it a few steps out from her position. Max quickly stepped forward and bashed it with his shield, giving his fellow warrior long enough to regain sure footing. Regina hesitated, then decided not to risk another missile. She had to conserve her mana, anyway. The warriors and the cat tousled for a few seconds. It looked more like a shoving match than a proper fight. The hive drones had the advantage of being able to take cover behind their shields while at the same time menacing it with multiple weapons. After a bit of back and forth, during which Tim only suffered a scratch down his left leg and the cat got a few shallow cuts along its flanks, it backed away. Regina glared at it, trying to project threat. After a moment, the monster clearly decided that this food wasn't worth the fight and withdrew. That left them with the snake, which had approached by now. They'd all stepped forward a little, fighting right at the edge of the tree line, not far from their shelters. Regina prepared a magic missile, just to be safe, but hesitated. She felt a prickly feeling, like an itch on the back of her neck. She raised her head and glanced at the sky, which nearly made her step back on reflex. There were several flying monsters in the sky now. Most of them were still a good distance away, except for a falcon that was circling above the hill. But her attention was drawn to the largest creature, which was quickly nearing their position. Even the snake seemed to sense it, freezing in its tracks for a moment. "Is that a dragon?" Max asked, sounding a little incredulous. "Technically a wyvern, I think," Regina answered, still staring. "It only has 4 limbs and its forelimbs are its wings." The monster looked unmistakably lizard-like, with scaly dark green skin. It was long and sinuous, but she could tell that fact only hid how much bulk it had. Its head was ringed by small spikes, and its elongated snout fit large, sharp teeth, as she saw when it opened it to roar. The sound made Tia flinch. Regina stared at it for a long moment, but for once, the system refused to provide a description. It approached rapidly, showing it was even larger than she thought, at least the size of an elephant. In fact, was it accelerating? "Fuck, duck, get out of the way!" Regina yelled. She suited actions to words and dove to the side, jumping into the forest and rolling behind a tree. Its leaves stirred in the wind caused by the wyvern's passage. Regina blinked some spraying pieces of bark out of her eyes and scuttled backwards. The monster must have had its eye on the snake. It was hard to make out what was going on, the details lost in the quickness of its descent and the way it crashed through the forest. Trees toppled or bowed and groaned with stress, twigs and leaves raining down all around. Regina hopped back further, trying to get distance, then froze. The wyvern had come down where they'd been, at the forest's edge. Now its thick, scaly tail lashed through the air, shaking off a tree's branches, and crashed to the ground right atop 2 of their shelters. They crumbled like they were made of cardboard. Regina winced, then shook herself free of her paralysis. "Boys, girls," she called. "Flee." "Regroup by the berry bush." She didn't wait around to see if they would follow her order, but turned and ran into the forest. There was no way they'd be able to fight that wyvern, and they needed to be gone before it noticed them. There were no monsters in their immediate surroundings, probably because none of them wanted to get too close to the wyvern, either. Regina didn't look back at what had become of their camp. Behind her, she heard the lizard roar again, a deep thrumming that seemed to shake the forest itself. After a heart-pounding minute of frantic running, thanking whatever determined her biology for her low-light vision, she reached the rendezvous point she'd set. A dark shadow flitted away behind the tree trunks. Regina clutched onto her spear and slowed. She took a deep breath when she saw that the others had made it. The boys and Tia were already there, and Mia was just emerging from behind a bush. They all turned to her with obvious expressions of relief. "All right, we don't have the time to dawdle," Regina said. "Let's go. It clearly isn't safe here anymore." "Are any of you injured?" "Just a scratch. It won't slow me down," Tim said. "I twisted my right work limb," Mia said, "but I'm fine otherwise. I can still run." "Okay, let's go." Max hurried forward to put himself in the lead, while Tim fell back to put the workers ahead of him. Regina walked after Max. She hesitated for a moment, glancing back, but there was nothing to see but the darkness of the forest. Shaking her head, she went. They hurried, but didn't run. She didn't want anyone to twist an ankle in these conditions. "Where are we going?" Tim asked quietly. Regina ran a hand through the stubble of her hair, trying to think quickly. "Let's head towards the river, then follow it downstream, but in the cover of the forest. I don't think we should attempt a crossing right now. There will probably be other monsters, so stay sharp." They fell silent for a minute. Regina listened to the forest around her. Her nerves wound tightly and her claws tapping against the shaft of her spear. The others were probably the same. Then Max broke the silence. "What is going on?" He glanced back at her for a moment. "It's just after we met that elf." "I don't know. I don't think the elves sicked a horde of beasts on us. They'd probably have better ways to make sure we die, if that's what they wanted. But this is weird." They were quiet for a few more seconds, until Max cleared his throat. He sounded hesitant when he spoke again. "My queen, when that wyvern came down, I saw it demolish the newest shelter." Regina didn't turn to look at him, but kept scanning the forest. She could smell more beasts again. The main horde was probably behind them, but there would be others ranging ahead of the bulk. "Yes, that was the shelter with the eggs." "They're gone." "Are you sure?" Mia asked. Regina sighed. She took her attention from her surroundings for a moment to try and chase down the mana sense she got of her hive. I can't sense them, so yes, I'm pretty sure. Actually, she called up her status. Yes, my mana regeneration is back up to a higher value. At least I'll be able to fight more effectively. I have a feeling we're going to need that. It was a shame, but the eggs had still been in development, not actual people, and there was no way they could have protected them. The hive walked the rest of the way to the river in silence, on the alert for more beasts. The closer they got, the more signs of monsters Regina heard and saw. This was not going to be an easy trip. Chapter 17, Random Encounters. The monster stumbled backwards, trying to rub the sting out of its eye. The system called it a troll, but it had to be a young one, since it only stood a head taller than Regina instead of completely dwarfing her. Its size, bulky physique and oversized club were a poor match for the trees around them, as it might have discovered when it lost the club to a bush. Max darted forward, cutting right into its knee. Its scraggy-looking skin didn't stop the thrust. The troll stumbled and fell to its other knee, which allowed Max to swing his axe at its neck. Regina watched carefully, but didn't join the attack herself in order to conserve her mana. Her intervention didn't turn out to be necessary. The boys made short work of the monster, and its twitching body thudded into the ground after only a few seconds. She glanced around, then kept going. There didn't seem to be any other monsters around for once. She didn't know how long they'd been fighting their way through the forest, but this had to be the most safe they'd been in that time. And just a few meters farther, there was a small clearing, caused by a toppled tree. Its trunk looked inviting. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, she decided. With a sigh, she sat down. Tim collapsed right where he'd been standing, and Max looked like it cost him serious effort to drag himself to the tree trunk and sit down. Mia and Tia were only a little better off. They'd all gotten at least one level, though Regina hadn't had the time to pay much attention to their status sheets. It was a small miracle that none of them were seriously hurt. She had a nasty cut on her left arm and both Max and Tia were limping a little, but they could keep going, and they did need to keep running. Regina could tell they were only at the outskirts of the monster horde. Whenever she caught a glimpse of the sky, she saw the dark spots gathering behind them. That would have been a clue if all the monsters moving this way weren't. I wonder what the monsters are doing with our place? Max asked. Probably not much, Tim replied. They're just moving through, aren't they? Regina grimaced. He's right, and we will come back one day. She saw their surprised expressions and shrugged. Once we have built up our hive and gotten enough strength, we'll come back and chase those monsters out. I promise you. If nothing else, there's still that vault door I need to investigate. The others nodded. Max at least looked a little comforted. Regina sighed and turned her attention to the system. You have leveled up. You may select a spell. You can use a spell book, learn a spell from a teacher or other source of information, or pick one from the list below. Spark, Magic Missile, Firebolt, Magic Armor, Heat Vision, Expand Senses, Physical Augmentation, Water Manipulation, Lesser Basic Conjuration. Regina chewed her lip as she considered her choices. A few were tempting, especially Magic Armor and, of course, Firebolt. That one was new. She needed something to help her survive this trek through the forest, and that was the obvious choice, but she still hesitated. For one thing, fire in a forest might not be the best idea, but the more important reason was that she wanted to consider her long-term strength and that of her hive. One of the main problems they'd been facing was their lack of tools and materials. She'd do a lot for just a bit of iron. Hell, even copper would be great. And it wasn't like conjuration would have no applications in combat, right? Resolved, she made her choice and tapped on lesser basic conjuration. The screen vanished with a small shower of sparks, and she felt the new spell settling into her. A shift in her mana. Regina closed her eyes and focused on it, but didn't try actually casting it yet. It was harder than casting Magic Missile, since conjuring something was complex, but she understood it now, intuitively. At least in its basics, she knew that this spell would be a mana hog for anything even halfway big or complicated. But getting a little bit of metal was now in her grasp. Only simple shapes, she couldn't make arrowheads or anything, but it was a start. She opened her eyes again and looked around. I have an idea, she said, turning to the workers. Do you think you could make a sling or something? Tia stood up and grabbed a length of vine. I'll do my best, my queen. It only took her a few minutes. What she created was a very crude sling, little more than some flexible length of vine with a small open pocket in the middle. But it should work. Regina focused, activating her new spell and concentrating on what she wanted. A moment later, she caught a small bit of iron in her palm. It was round, smaller than the rocks they'd been using, but a lot smoother. She tossed it to Tia, who caught it and put it into her sling. "Hey!" Max suddenly yelled. He jumped up from the tree trunk. Regina whirled around, her eyes widening as she saw what had caused him to call out. She'd been too distracted to notice, but another monster was sneaking right into their clearing. It must have suppressed its scent in some way. Somehow, the light of the rising sun didn't seem able to illuminate it. Its outline reminded her of the circle vulture they'd killed, although it was sleeker, and looked like someone had dunked that bird in a pot of shadow. Shadowing stalker. Tia reacted quickly. The sling whined slightly as it sped through the air. Then she loosed the bullet. It hit the monster and bounced, but the impact rocked it back. Max roared and swung at it with his axe. Tim was circling around. He'd used his charge ability too much and now couldn't access it. But that wouldn't stop him from fighting. Regina watched for a moment and tried to get a good sense for the fight before she joined in with the magic missile. For all its stealth, the monster didn't seem that good in open combat. Max exchanged a few blows with it, catching all of them on his shield, which was getting more tattered by the minute, but he got it a few times, and inky black blood started spraying the grass around it. Then Tim entered the fight as well, stabbing at it with 3 weapons simultaneously. The monster dodged them all, but that let Max strike at the area probably containing its neck. Regina tensed up as she heard a low hum, but the shadowing stalker grew still. Tim retreated carefully, while Max poked it again with a blade limb. It lunged forward one more time, but the drone warrior was prepared and met it with his axe. A moment later, the monster toppled backward, leaking solid shadows everywhere. Regina released the breath she'd been holding and relaxed her stance. "Great work, guys, but this is probably a sign that we shouldn't linger. Let's keep going." She glanced at the girls, who were standing up, then back at the warriors. "Max?" The drone finally shook himself free and turned, stepping back to join them. "I got a level, my queen, kind of." Regina waved the others forward and turned to look at him as they started moving. "Congratulations, but what's the matter?" Max shook his head. "The system says that my level up has been suspended due to exceeding my hive's current limit." He cleared his throat and quoted, "The level a hive drone can reach is bounded by their hive queen. Your experience has been banked." She swore softly. Well, she probably should have suspected that there was another shoe ready to drop when it came to a hive and what it meant to a hive queen. It would have been very overpowered otherwise. Arguably, it still was. Even with this limitation. Still, this meant that she would always have to have the highest level in the hive, didn't it? "So much for the idea of me sitting back and sending you guys out to hunt while I stay safely at home, I guess," she said. "I'll have to fight and level hard." "Well, we still don't know much about leveling outside of combat." "Still, you would have probably been the strongest person in the hive, or at least one of the strongest. Anyway," Tim said, "you have been since the beginning." Regina pulled a face, but nodded. He wasn't wrong about that. This also confirms that there really is an experience mechanic, even if the system is using it behind the scenes, she said, trying to focus on easier subjects. "Interesting. There may be a way to tell how far you are from leveling up after all." The group kept discussing their notifications and the system as they continued traveling. They still seemed to be ahead of the monster horde, or at least its main part, although they still saw monsters occasionally. They had to scare off or fight off some of them. Luckily, none was anywhere near as strong as that wyvern, and they managed it without getting more than a few scratches or bruises. Regina suspected that the stronger monsters were all behind them. They could only tell time by the occasional glimpses they got of the sun moving across the sky under the forest's canopy, but she estimated that they must have been traveling for a few hours at least. Regina suspected that they might be slowly reaching the edge of the forest. Its trees didn't grow quite as closely together here. Unfortunately, the number of monsters in the area increased. They had to slow down, especially when they spotted a horde of what looked like the cat cousins of the flaming wolves circling a thicket around some trees. One of them caught sight of their group, and alerted the others with a yowl. Regina clutched her spear tighter and prepared to cast a magic missile, while Max and Tim lowered their shields and readied their axes. Before they could engage, a hail of icicles rained down on a few of the monsters. Regina started, but didn't miss the opportunity and shot one of her magic missiles at the closest monster. A moment later, a few arrows joined them, then two figures with swords fell on the wolves. The fight was over quickly. Regina hung back, noticing that Max and Tim also seemed wary of the other people. When they turned to face her group, Regina got a good look at their faces and the sharp ears poking out of their long hair. They were dressed similarly to Eleanor's, although they seemed a little more heavily armed, with everyone carrying at least 3 blades. She also got peaks of dark chainmail under their outer clothes. After a moment to focus, the system gave her the names and classes of the group. They all had question marks for levels and seemed to be a mix of rangers, fighters and a frost mage. "Greetings," a middle-aged looking woman said, inclining her head. "You must be the group of demi-humans the scout Eleanor spoke of. I am glad to see you survived the arrival of the beast horde." "Hello," Regina replied, stepping forward and bowing her head as well. "Yes, that's us. I'm glad to meet you as well." She glanced to the east, where a haunting howl was echoing from further into the forest at that moment. "What can you tell us about this beast horde?" The elf, who according to the system was a forest ranger called Aeneas, sighed. "We knew it would be coming soon, especially considering the apparent dearth of high-level beasts in the region, but it is earlier than expected. Beyond that, we haven't noticed anything out of the ordinary. The stronger monsters are all still inbound." She glanced at her companions, who had been gathering the bodies of the cat monsters. 2 of them were leaving. "I wish we had more time to talk, but we need to finish securing this area." "Of course, this isn't the time or place for a long chat," Regina agreed, mentally lamenting that fact. There was so much she wanted to ask them. "Say," Max began, hesitantly. He glanced at her, then seemed to take heart from her encouraging smile and kept talking to the woman. "Your home is safe from the monsters, isn't it? Would you consider giving us shelter there?" The elf's face fell and she sighed mournfully. "Alas, I wish we could, children, but I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, there are protections around our home that prevent anyone but an elf from entering. Of course they can be adjusted to allow visitors, but we do not have the time to modify them now before the bulk of the horde arrives, especially with our mages fighting monsters." Regina sucked in air and barely stopped herself from cursing again. "That sucks. Finding shelter with the elves would have been perfect." "Well, they might just be reluctant to let us in, anyway." "I see," she replied. "Well, if there is any help you can give us, it would be much appreciated. I'm afraid we don't know the area very well." The woman exchanged a glance with the male elf who'd stayed. He nodded at her and passed her a leather satchel. Aeneas glanced inside, then held it out to them. Tim stepped forward hesitantly to take it. "There is a human village not too far in this direction, if you follow the river downstream," she said. "Once you're past the forest, you should pass the defensive line soon. You'll be safe from the monsters there." She glanced at the sky, in which a few more dark spots had appeared. "I suggest you hurry." Regina bowed her head again. "Thank you very much. I hope we will meet again, under better circumstances." She stepped forward and turned to the others. "Let's go." Despite the situation, a part of her was excited to meet humans. Chapter 18. To Civilization. Max didn't have to wait long to get the experience the system had banked for him. The next fight after they left the elves, against a group of blue-colored monster snakes that were apparently different races. Judging by the system's naming, Regina reached level 6 as well. Max reported that he leveled up right away and gained the associated stat point, this time in SDR, before she even checked her own status sheet. The system put her own point into it again. They kept going, staying about 100 meters away from the river, close enough to hear it but far enough to stay out of sight. None of them wanted to risk meeting any water monsters, and the open space meant flying creatures might be more of a danger there, as well. The sun wandered across the sky and started to descend towards the western horizon as they traveled. Regina was forced to have them take more frequent breaks, but she estimated that they still made good time. All of them had gained levels, including the workers, and their higher endurance stats were coming in useful. Max and Tim were actually struggling more than the girls. The monsters of the forest avoided them more and more, but their numbers didn't dwindle. If anything, She felt like there were more monsters around. So, even when the sun started to set and it grew darker, they pressed on. She would have preferred to stop for the night, but she didn't want to risk getting woken up by being chewed on by a monster horde. It would be rather hard to reach civilization then. Regina sighed and glanced at the small knife Max was clutching. Made of metal, it was their best weapon, even if it seemed more like a utility or camping knife than a proper weapon. It had been in the bag the elves had given them, along with some rations and a flask of water made of a milky translucent material that reminded her vaguely of plastic, although it obviously wasn't. Blotches of dried blood decorated the knife now. She was seriously considering the idea of trying to make some kind of boat or raft to move faster when the forest finally started lightening for real. Regina let out a long breath and glanced around. The song of the birds and even the calls of monsters were slightly louder in the direction they came from. That indicated they really were reaching the end of the forest. "All right, guys, keep your eyes open," she said. "It seems like we're finally approaching the end of this damned forest, but we still need to stay vigilant and prepared to deal with whatever we find there. After today, I don't think we have any problems understanding the need for vigilance, my queen," Mia said. Regina glanced at her and gave her a small grin. It was true that they'd only barely escaped an ambush from monsters several times. Their coordination and ability to work together, to plan and notice patterns in their surroundings, was one of the things that helped her hive the most. She didn't think there was a team of experienced combat troops that she'd rather have following her for this trip. To be fair, their better-than-human senses helped, too. They'd stopped for a short snack a few times, when they'd defeated a monster that provided easy meat. She'd been considering a short trip to the river as well, to get some water, but now it was probably better to press on. A crunching sound and a familiar scent greeted them as they stepped into the next clearing. Regina didn't need the system to tell her what monster they faced this time, since they'd encountered it before. A hull turtle. A big rocky creature that was pretty fast for its size and even tougher than it seemed. She considered for a moment, then stepped sideways into the undergrowth. "Let's just avoid this one," she said quietly to the others as they followed her. They continued on their way, but circled around the turtle. They'd gone almost halfway round when the monster raised its head. It must have caught their scent or heard something. Regina suppressed a curse and quickened her steps. She didn't turn around, but she could hear the monster turning to follow them. Its scent moved closer. Max broke into the run and she followed. They rushed along the forest, trying not to lose their footing on the low incline of the terrain, with the occasional rocks and twigs on the ground. They made far too much noise, and the turtle had obviously started chasing them. But they ran faster than it could follow, and its sounds fell behind as they started to outpace it. Then another scent moved closer and Regina cursed, swerving around a thicket of bushes to try and get out of the sight of any monster coming from that side. They were closer here than before. She realized sounds and scents came from the other side, too. Some of them withdrew from the barreling hull turtle, but not all. The ground fell away beneath her as they crested a low hill and started down a slope. Regina skittered down it, noticing from the corner of her eye that Mia, behind her, was using her additional arms to help her keep her balance. She almost crashed into a tree once, but managed to avoid it and keep her feet. Then the slope leveled out and Regina kept running forward, bleeding off her momentum. It took her a moment to notice that the trees had grown scarcer. Just a few steps further, they completely stopped. She emerged from the tree line. Regina surveyed her surroundings for a moment. They stood in a grassy, slightly uneven meadow. There was another forest or maybe a part of this one further to the left, though the plain seemed to continue beyond that. To the right, the river wound its way out of the forest and curved to the east. Hills rose directly in front of them, making it hard to see very far. She took a deep breath and checked on her hive. They were all accounted for. Like her, they stepped out of the forest hesitantly, looking around, and kept close to each other. There was no one else in sight and no sign of any man-made structures. The village was probably either behind the hills or the forest, or maybe further along the river. The cry of some large bird of prey emerged from the forest behind them, and Regina winced. She looked at the drones and cleared her throat. "All right, that's enough staring. We're not safe yet. I don't know why the monsters don't seem to like leaving the forest, but they still might. So let's go." They set off into the meadow. It was easier to walk here than in the forest, even if the grass was high and scraggly. Dirt of a healthy, brown color could be seen in the small spots where it didn't grow. Regina suspected that this was a fertile region people would have been happy to settle. She headed towards the river at an angle. Most likely, a settlement would be built close to that, right? It provided an easy source of water and transportation. They had walked maybe 100 meters when Regina felt something through her new sense for mana. She slowed down and looked at the ground. There was a line in the earth which she was just stepping over. Several lines, actually, interwoven and spaced out around a central one. They weren't visible with mundane senses, except perhaps for the oddly straight and lush grass that grew marking out the line if you paid close attention. But there was power in it, thrumming with a low hum and almost crackling in the space just above the ground. Regina felt a prickle going down her spine. She felt like something was flaying her shell back, but it didn't hurt. Then she was past, and she took a deep breath. She turned to watch the others. They all seemed fidgety and she saw Max shiver, even though she doubted any of them were able to sense this like she did. Regina turned round to continue walking, intending to keep close to this line to see if something might change about it, or if it led somewhere. This had to be the defensive line the elf had mentioned. She'd expected something more along the lines of trenches, palisades and garrisons. Still, there were probably military bases here, to monitor the area, if nothing else. She'd only taken a few steps before she felt the prickle of someone using magic again. Wincing at the sensation, she looked up. There was a dark spot in the sky, which was growing rapidly closer. Regina heard one of the others draw in a sharp breath, as it resolved itself more clearly. She clutched her spear tightly, but didn't react otherwise. They'd all come to a stop now. It was better to face this calmly. A wyvern much like the one they'd seen in the forest circled in the sky, losing altitude and approaching them. But this one had a rider on his back. It was a figure in dark clothing holding something bright. Regina took a deep breath and shot her drones a reassuring smile, before she relaxed her grip on her weapon and leaned it against her shoulder. "It's all right," she told the others. "Be polite." The wyvern landed in front of them with a thump, its rider jumping down right away. Now that she got a closer look at him, she saw that he was a middle-aged human with brown hair and a short black beard. He wore a dark robe that looked like it had armor padding in some places, and a wand with a glowing crystal on its tip stuck in his belt. Derek Zephyr, level Thaumaturge. Regina took a step forward and bowed her head. "Hello." The man approached closer, stopping just far enough to be out of weapon range. He looked at them and grunted. "Hello to you, too. Not to be rude, but what are you supposed to be?" Regina gave him a quick smile. It was better than the alternative. "My name is Regina. Beyond that, I'm afraid I can't tell you much. These are my companions." She gestured at the forest. "We were chased out by the monster horde and are hoping to find shelter." The mage crossed his arms and frowned at them for a moment, but he didn't seem particularly upset. "All right." "Truth be told, I have too much to do to waste time with pointless details." Her smile widened. "That sounded promising. You'll need to accompany me to our base," he continued. "That's not optional. We don't have the resources or time to deal with this during the horde. Don't worry, you'll be safe there. You can leave once it's over and you're checked out and cleared." Regina grimaced. She didn't like the idea of being brought to some military base. "Are we being deported or put into quarantine?" She shook her head. Intellectually, she couldn't blame them much for not letting people wander around unsupervised during a monster horde attack. All the same, it was only the knowledge of the coming monsters and the fact that he was obviously stronger than them that stopped her from refusing out of hand. Her claws dug into her palms and she made herself take a deep breath. No matter how much the thought of being in anyone's power made her want to retch, it didn't change the situation. "All right," she finally replied, shooting the others a stern glance. They clearly didn't like it any more than she did, but they'd just have to deal. "Point the way." "How long do you expect this horde to last?" He grunted. "Maybe another few days." She'd have to keep her eyes open. This time, she'd watched his face while he spoke and seen that how he moved his mouth lined up perfectly with his words. He even had a bit of an accent. Nothing she could place, just a way to draw out some syllables and a more lilting melody to his speech. As he turned to mount his wyvern again, she shared a glance with Max. "This is weird," she muttered. "He's definitely speaking global." Chapter 19, Human Hospitality. As it turned out, Regina had been right in her assumption. There was a settlement close to the river, not too far from the forest's edge. The thaumaturge with his wyvern led them in its direction, staying silent most of the way. She quickly realized that the military outpost was more important, though. It was more of a castle and stood some distance from the village, in the middle of an island in the river. Because of the limited space, it seemed to have been built mostly upwards. High walls encircled it, studded with battlements made of the same grey stone blocks. A keep rose in the middle, and through the currently open gate, she caught glimpses of other buildings inside the walls. A drawbridge led up to the gate from the nearest shore. A few people were out, apparently preparing to pull it up, but they stopped to let a group inside. Derek rode his wyvern into the castle without a word. Regina hesitantly walked across the bridge, nodding at the humans. They stared. Once they stepped past the gate and it started to rumble as they closed it. A system notification popped up. She blinked. "You have leveled up, Regina?" Max asked in a low voice, glancing around. "I just gained a level," she explained. "Huh. I guess this confirms you can get experience for non-combat things, unless this system has exploration XP. I'm guessing I got it for leading my hive out of danger." "Over here." Derek waved them over. Regina hurried to him, glancing around the castle. Her first impression was dirty. An unpleasant smell hung in the air, coming from what were probably the stables. At least, she hoped so, but the rest of it wasn't much better. The buildings looked primitive to her eyes, built low and with few windows. There were quite a few people around, all seeming busy with something and most of them wearing armor and weapons. Many of them paused to stare, and they started to whisper to each other about the newcomers. Regina tuned them out. She felt vaguely disappointed and silly for feeling that way. Why did I want to go to civilization so badly? She couldn't shake the thought that she'd much rather just build her own hive. There, things would have a proper order, at least. Her claws twitched and she resisted the urge to hiss at a passing woman in well-worn clothing. She itched to teach these gawkers some respect, but that would be a terrible idea even if there weren't obviously high-level humans around, and she managed to restrain herself. The mage led them through a door into an outbuilding and down into a basement. It was bare stone with no carpets or wall paneling, and correspondingly dank. The low light level didn't present a problem for her, at least. "Stay here until you're called for," he told them. "There's a privy through there. Someone will come to bring you some water and rations." Regina glanced at the others. "We could help you fight the monster horde," she suggested. He shook his head. "Appreciate the offer, lady, but we're ready enough for them and throwing in unknown elements at the last minute won't help." "Be seeing you." With that, he left, and the door clicked shut. Regina sighed, then settled down to go to sleep. It was uncomfortable, but not much worse than what she did before. The others lay down as well, and were soon drifting off. Now that they'd finally been able to stop moving, the exhaustion from staying on the move all day, running from the monster horde, was pressing her down like physical weights tied to her limbs. They had to wait a long time for someone to show up. When they did, it was a young girl, maybe in her late teens, who timidly opened the door and passed them a few plates of food and a pitcher of water. When Regina tried to question her about the situation, she only shook her head and scurried off quickly. At least she didn't lock the door. After the meal, Regina was very tempted to go exploring, but decided to stay a considerate guest for now. Occasionally, she could hear the roar of a monster from above, very muffled by the stone and probably by distance. She didn't want to pop up into a battlefield, and finding someone to explain things would probably be hard in that situation. Anyway, with nothing better to do, she called up and considered her status. Regina Hive Queen, Level 7. Mana, 8160. Hive, 4/16, 0. Con, 12 STR, 12 Dex, 12 End, 12 Int, 14 plus 1 Wis, 12. Her mana had not gone up, even though both her Int and Wis had risen since the last time it did. That indicated that it really was a function of how many drones her hive had, instead of directly coming from her attributes. The limit for her hive, on the other hand, had risen by a lot. She'd gained 3 levels and it had more than doubled. She hadn't checked it at level 6, since she'd had other things on her mind, but it had probably risen by 3 to 12 and then risen by 4 to 16 now. At level 7. Taking a bit of a stab in the dark here, but it looks like the cap increases every level. and the amount by which it does rises by 1 every 2 levels. That should give me 25 spots by level 9 and 30 by level 10. Assuming it stays that way, Regina closed her status with a sigh. She couldn't just start popping out eggs now, even if she was physically in the condition to do that. There would be questions, and she was reluctant to show these humans how her hive grew. Trying to hide the eggs didn't strike her as a smart idea, either. And besides, they might not even finish developing by the time this monster attack ended. The drones all seemed to be quiet and subdued. She wondered if the loss of their home, small as it had been, struck them harder than her. Or maybe they were just exhausted. She didn't know what to say to comfort them. Their future was uncertain and she didn't want to lie about it, and reiterating her promise to get their old territory back wouldn't mean much. After the short visit, it grew quiet and dark again. They only had a single flickering candle to light the cramped basement room. She didn't think they'd get replacement quickly, so Regina told the others to go to sleep and put it out. She tried to do the same, wrapped in one of the furs from the wolf monsters they'd taken, but found it hard. Now that exhaustion wasn't dragging her down, at least not quite as much. The situation started to wear on her nerves. She didn't mind being underground. There was even something vaguely comforting about the cozy darkness with her hive, but she did not like the people above, out of her sight, and her hive being dependent on them. She wished she didn't have to go with that mage to this castle. The night had made way for the next day by the time they got another visitor. When she listened closely, Regina could still hear sounds of battle, though they were intermittent and muffled. She estimated that it was sometime around noon when the door creaked open again. She narrowed her eyes, distantly glad that not much light fell into the room, so it didn't ruin her vision, but was still enough to see by. Then the visitor muttered something and the room lit up with a blinding light. Regina grimaced and blinked, trying to focus her eyes. By the time she did, their visitor had entered the room. The drones had stood up and were gathering at her back, eyeing him warily. Max and Tim especially were clearly prepared for trouble. "Greetings," the man said, nodding at them. His eyes passed over the others before coming to rest on her. "To you as well," she replied, trying to focus on him and call up a description from the system. "Elric Nerald, level Master of the Earth." On closer look, he clearly wasn't a soldier, since he didn't wear any armor and only carried a short blade at his hip. He looked more like a medieval noble. She wouldn't consider his clothing extravagant, but compared to the people outside, it was finely made and showed little signs of wear. It was also more colorful, dyed in dark green and orange tones. "So, I assume you're the leader of this group?" he asked. Regina nodded. "Yes, I am Hive Queen Regina." That much, he could probably get from the system. "You seem to have a low level for a royal class," he commented. "Not that I know the way of your people. What do you call yourselves, if I may ask?" "I wouldn't know," she replied, narrowing her eyes. "What brings you here, Sir Neralt, Baron Neralt?" He sketched a shallow bow. "I am the Baron of the nearby village." "I see. It is a pleasure to meet you." "So is this about strangers showing up close to your village?" "You could say that, I suppose." He smiled briefly. "I have heard you are of a strange and new kind of demi-human." Regina frowned. She felt he was a bit rude, more so than Zephyr, the mage who had brought them here. Although that one had arguably been ruder, this noble's attitude felt more intentional or targeted. Maybe he was just testing them. "I suppose you must have seen very much of the world, to decide if someone is so strange and new," she replied, letting some coldness creep into her tone. The Baron chuckled. "That's a fair point, Lady Regina. I have asked around and no one can remember having seen or heard of someone like you, although it is true that we are hardly familiar with all the wonders of the gods' creation." Regina nodded. "No offense taken," she replied. "So, what can I do for you?" She gestured around the room. "I would offer you a seat, but I'm afraid the accommodations they've given us are rather Spartan." He nodded with a little grimace. "I can see that. I hope you can forgive the lack, my lady. Considering the situation, we are not well placed to deal with guests, and space is scarce. Still, putting up a young lady in a place like this is a little much. I shall see if I can arrange for something better." Regina raised an eyebrow before she could stop herself. "Not quite sure what to make of that." "That would be appreciated." "Apparently, you came from the forest. Am I correct in assuming that the monster horde drove you out of your homes?" "I've heard that you are now seeking shelter here." She nodded. She told the mage that already. Of course he'd passed it on. That is correct, my lord. I am hoping that after this horde, we may be able to make arrangements. I would like to find a spot to rebuild. He looked at her curiously for a moment, then nodded. I see. Truth be told, I came to speak to you for that reason. As I'm sure you've been told, my village is the closest to the forest, or at least the closest in this area. Regina leaned forward slightly. Making connections with the ruler of that village would be helpful, even if she didn't want to give up any of her independence. She saw that Max and Mia were looking similarly interested. That's good to know, she said. We do have some space for guests. He continued, assuming they are not a burden on our people. If you'll forgive my bluntness. I notice that your entourage has a rather martial appearance. I am considering whether I might host you until your people come for you. Regina smiled. That sounds fine, she said. We would certainly be able to help you defend against monsters. The Baron nodded slowly. Good. Then, at the end of this monster horde, we might talk more. You understand if I am reluctant to make any promises until then. Of course. You need to get our measure. I wouldn't put it quite like that, Lady Regina. In any case, I need to return to my duties. Have a pleasant day. You as well. Regina frowned after him as the Baron left. She was happy to get an offer, or potential offer, of a place to stay. On the other hand, he might have ulterior motives for this. She hoped he wouldn't be trying to control her or boss her around. She was Hive Queen, she was sovereign. She would not be bound by any of these humans. But let's not borrow trouble, she told herself. Besides, we need to wait for the end of this monster horde first. She shook her head and turned to the others. I think we've waited down here long enough, she said. Let's see what we can find out up above. Chapter 20, Castle Defense. Mia didn't know everything her queen did. Despite the danger and exhaustion of their journey, it had been obvious that Regina was looking forward to meeting humans. Now that they had, Mia couldn't help but wonder why the humans in her mother's memories had to be very different than this, because these ones were a little underwhelming. Not that she was going to say anything. The humans had taken them in, after all, and while Mia really didn't like the feeling of being dependent on someone outside the hive, she knew it was still better than taking their chances with the monsters outside. Besides, it wasn't her place. Still, as she looked around the castle, she couldn't help a little voice in the back of her head saying that a properly run hive would never be this dirty and disorderly. She could see some care and organization in the way the soldiers were stationed at the gate and on the battlements, and what looked to be caches of supplies or ammunition distributed. There were barrels of water from the river, presumably for putting out fires, as well as buckets of arrows and munitions for the siege weaponry she saw on the corner towers of the fort. Some men in armor that generally looked fancier than the others were walking around, probably knights or officers. There were also a few women bustling around, wearing simpler clothing without armor. Mia looked around for a moment, trying to pick out a good target. Tia was already approaching one of the women, while Max and Tim were heading for men in armor. She didn't see her queen, but she knew she was still behind her. Then Mia started walking, heading towards an older woman whose clothing looked a bit finer than that of the others. The human was even wearing a short sword on a belt. She stood close to the entrance of one of the buildings in the courtyard, beside the main keep, talking to another human female. As Mia watched, the other woman left, and her target turned, then paused as she saw her coming. Marianne Errold, level lady. The hive was to gather information, so Mia suppressed her hesitation and smiled at her as she approached. Hello, ma'am. Do you have a moment? That was polite, wasn't it? The woman frowned slightly. I suppose so, she answered. You are one of those demi-humans from the forest, aren't you? I thought you were quartered in some part of the cellars. We are, Mia answered. The smile was hard to keep up, especially with the twinge of pain from her right side. It had gotten better, but she knew her right work limb wasn't fully healed yet. At least, I assume so. It's a dank basement, anyway. The human's frown deepened. I see. What can I do for you, girl? Mia hesitated for a moment, quickly running through the information they wanted to gather in her mind. Regina was curious about the language they spoke, but it probably wouldn't be smart to just outright ask about that. Then they needed general information about the humans and the region, and about this fight. A deep, bellowing roar resounded from behind them and she heard human men crying out for a few moments before there was a hissing sound and the noise stopped. How is the battle going? She asked. How long until it's finished? The human laughed. Oh, If only I knew. Beast hordes can take a few days or a week. Mia cocked her head. This isn't the first monster horde you've seen? Of course not. The woman narrowed her eyes. How old are you, girl? Oh, I'm 5, I think. Mia resisted the urge to smile at herself. It was 5 days. Of course, but a human wouldn't know that, so she should assume she meant years. The woman blinked, apparently surprised. Really? 5? Your people must be odder than I thought. But I suppose that explains why this is your first monster horde. They do come every 5 years. Mia nodded. 5 years sounded like a really long time. At least it was good her hive wouldn't have to worry about another horde for years. What's this castle called, anyway? She asked. And there's a village near here, right? This is Fort Forest's Watch. Our village is usually called Forest's Haunt, but its proper name is Neralt Village. The woman glanced around. Where's your mother, child? Probably still in the cellar room, I think, Mia said. That wasn't quite a lie. She didn't know for sure if her queen had left it. After all, although she was probably out here somewhere, too. The human frowned. She looked suddenly disapproving. I'd heard you were a group of adolescents. Yes, I guess so. Mia scratched at her work limb. That was a stupid question. The woman shook her head. I think I see your big brother standing by the smithy, there. Why don't you go to him, child? Mia opened her mouth, then paused as she saw the way the woman was looking away. She reluctantly took a step back. The human obviously wanted to leave. She probably wouldn't answer any more questions. All right. See you later, Mom. Perhaps, girl. Mia walked away. She did see Max standing by a building made of stone with a big chimney. She walked slower this time, trying not to jostle her injured arm. Mia felt like she hadn't done so well back there. Hopefully, the others had more luck. Coming up to him and with the human's comment in mind, she noticed that Max really was bigger than her. Only by a few centimeters, and he didn't exactly look much older. But still, that only made sense, since he was the oldest drone in their hive. He extended his right blade arm and Mia brushed her left work arm around it, returning his greeting. What did you learn? He asked. Mia quickly explained the few facts she'd gotten from her conversation. Max nodded. I heard that they come every 5 years, too, he said. I also learned that the fighters here are a mixture of militia from the locals, soldiers from the kingdom and adventurers. This probably isn't the only fort they have, is it? Max nodded in agreement. Probably not. This area belongs to a kingdom and I got the feeling they sent soldiers to other castles along this defensive line the elf mentioned, too. Maybe there are more villages further back, Mia suggested. You wouldn't build a heap of stones like this just to protect one village, would you? I mean, maybe these humans would. They don't seem like the most efficient people. Just then, the ground shook slightly and a streak of burning light touched across the sky, but it fell to pieces before it reached the walls of the castle, showers of light raining down beyond the walls until she couldn't see them anymore. Maybe one of the others found out more about that. Max sighed. I can't help feeling uneasy about all this. I suppose you'd rather we had taken shelter with the elves, she said, raising her eyebrows at him. Max winced slightly, lowering his eyes before he raised them to meet hers again. Yes, he agreed quietly. I know that I spoke out of turn when I asked them. It's just, Mia bumped him with her work limb again. Hey, it's okay, our queen wasn't angry at you, she said. I mean, I wouldn't have dared, but she did put you in charge when she's gone. So you're basically her second in command, right? It probably is your job to speak up, sometimes. Max smiled a little. Thanks, Mia. Yeah, I was just trying to help. It's not my place to speak for her, but she is our hive queen. There are some things a queen shouldn't have to say, you know? Mia nodded, grabbing his right hand. He was right. The idea of their queen reduced to asking for help from strangers of another race made her feel bad, like she tasted something bitter in the back of her throat. She didn't know if Regina would have done that, and she certainly wouldn't judge, but she was glad it wasn't an issue. Max was smart, probably smarter than drones usually were, at least young ones. He did what was best for the hive. Even if it wasn't just fighting, she felt a little proud of him and resolved to live up to his example. Maybe she wasn't as smart, but she could still do her best for their hive, couldn't she? And their queen had so few drones right now that they all had to do their best, so she could really rely on them. They shared a look, and she knew they were thinking the same thing. The feeling of failure still burned in her insides whenever she thought about it. They'd lost their home, the place they'd been born and where they'd been building a settlement. Even if their queen didn't seem to care much, Mia couldn't let it go that easily. It was the only place she'd ever really known, except for this castle, which was not as good. Suddenly, the roar of the battle intensified. She glanced up, watching as what looked like all of the siege engines fired at the same time. Then she tensed up when she saw the monsters headed for them. She couldn't look beyond the walls, but something was picking off the soldiers from the battlements. After a few seconds, there was a loud roar, and the earth shook so badly she almost stumbled. She grabbed onto Max to stabilize him, looking at the gate with wide eyes. Something crashed against it. Then a shadow passed over it, and she looked up. The human who'd brought them here was flying on his wyvern, fighting flying monsters. But there were more, a pack of 3 wyverns coming from the direction of the forest. Mia squinted. Was there a shadow on the back of one of them? Or was that just a trick of the light? They closed in and she saw 2 of the wild monsters diving at the tamed one with the mage. The other wyvern flew over the castle and crashed into the keep. The whole castle shook again, as if on cue. Another roar sounded from outside, and something crashed into the gate again. She heard the telltale sound of splintering wood. Max bristled, extending his blade arms. He took a step forward as if to shield her. Mia grabbed onto one just above the blade. "Max, where's Mother?" His eyes flickered around their surroundings. "Back there, I think. Let's go." The 2 of them turned and ran, not sparing another glance for the fight at the gate. Even so, Mia heard more footsteps and more crashes. A fireball arched overhead. Then there was the sound of screaming metal and more bursting wood, and the heavy thumping of trolls or other monsters. Her nose told her there were a lot of monsters, and they were coming closer. They didn't find Regina near any of the other buildings, although she did see Tim and Tia, who seemed to have met up. Max and Tim gestured at each other for a moment, then the 2 others ran to the left and Max guided Mia to the right, a simple search pattern. Mia looked around frantically, trying to find any sign of their queen. Why did they all leave her alone? Stupid. She mumbled curses at the fact that the humans all seemed to be taller than them. Many of them were running towards where she knew the monsters were pushing into the fort, but a few just seemed to be running nowhere, panicking. Finally, they found Regina behind the building with the door to their basement room. She turned to Mia and Max, a relieved smile on her face. The human man in fancy armor who she must have been talking to rushed off without even saying goodbye. "My queen," Max gasped as they met up. "What do we do?" Regina grimaced as she looked around. "I don't think we have much of a choice. We might need to fight our way out." Mia straightened up. She wasn't much of a fighter, but if these monsters wanted to get at her queen, they'd have to go through her, and she wouldn't make it easy for them. Chapter 21, Getting Out. Regina cursed her luck as she looked around. The castle buzzed like a kicked beehive, but the activity had a frantic edge. The gate was half hanging off its hinges, and already the first few monsters had forced their way inside. Soldiers and knights were swarming to the gate to hold it, but the walls were being pressed too, and a wyvern still lurked at the top of the keep, sending broken tiles and pieces of stone showering down. She didn't see Tim and Tia, so Regina closed her eyes for a moment to check on them. She dove into Tim's mind right away. It took her a second to process the view of the castle wall and buildings she got and extrapolate his position. When she did, she opened her eyes again and glanced at the 2 drones with her. "Let's go." Max stuck close to her as she started running, his blade arm held at the ready. Mia trailed a step behind her. Regina wove her way through a group of agitated people without armor, then rushed down the side of another building. Tia almost crashed into her as she and Tim rushed towards them. Regina smiled at them and squeezed the worker's shoulder for a moment before she started walking again. She felt like they needed to keep moving. Seamlessly, Tim and Max fell into guard positions at either side. The battle had only gotten worse in the short time she'd been distracted. "Fuck," Regina muttered, glancing at the circling monsters in the sky. Some of them looked like oversized birds of prey, but there were also the wyverns and what looked like a flying serpent as well as a twister of condensed wind that had to be some kind of elemental. Some of the soldiers she'd looked at had been at her level, but most seemed to be higher. She didn't think there was much her little hive could do here, and she didn't particularly feel like throwing her life away trying to save the castle. Anyway, she just wanted to get out. "Any ideas?" she asked her drones. I'm not sure how we can make it out of here." They shared a look. Then Max said, "The worker's ability. Good idea." Regina couldn't help but smile briefly. She'd almost forgotten about that. "I don't suppose you can dig through the castle wall, Mia." Tia shook her head. "No, my queen, that would take much too long." "That figures. If there's a back door, we could dig under it," Regina said. "Let's go and look." At least, she glanced at the gate as they went. It was just about splintered in half now, with more and more monsters trying to force their way through and sometimes succeeding. A few had gotten past the soldiers at the gate, probably either flying or climbing the wall at a spot that was less guarded. There would be no escape that way, in any case. And even if they left the castle, they'd still have to contend with the monsters outside. "Why are they trying to get in so badly?" Max asked. "No idea," Regina said. "There's the center and power source for the nearby enchantments of that defensive line here," Tim answered. "A soldier I talked to said so. At least the concentrated mana attracts monsters or something." Regina shook her head. She'd sensed that the castle was built directly in the middle of that line. Right at that moment, the wyvern atop the tower moved. She reflexively ducked and covered her head as dust rained down, sprinkled with heavier stuff. Something creaked and cracked as the shadow of the wyvern moved from the keep and landed with a thump on the roof of another building. Soldiers started to pepper it with arrows, and it roared, making the nearest ones clutch their ears. She looked up just in time to see a flaming wolf pouncing at them, a tongue of fire shooting out towards Tim. The warrior ducked and it crashed into the side of the house beside them, but didn't manage to catch anything on fire. Max jumped at the monster and Tia followed, swinging her work limb at its snout like a hammer. It yowled and retreated, only to run right into Regina's magic missile. She hit it in the eye, making the monster visibly shudder. Then Max's blade ended any threat it posed. It wasn't the only monster that had made its way inside the walls, and she could tell that their number would only increase. They needed to get out as soon as possible, or they'd be overrun along with the castle defenders. Maybe they could take shelter in that village. Some defensible structures had to be better than nothing. The group kept walking, moving along the wall. Regina resisted the temptation to turn to look at every roar and crash she heard. They only got a few meters before they were attacked by the next monster. This one jumped out of the shadows at them. Regina barely ducked away in time. Max's blade limb jumped out and caught the monster, some kind of dark lizard-looking thing, in the gut. It screeched, then Tim caught it in the snout with another blow. Mia and Tia stepped up and swung at it as well, while Regina exhaled and looked around. What she saw made her swallow hard. There was a breach in the wall, not all that far from them. It looked like half of the battlement was missing, and monsters were climbing over the wall. Human defenders were frantically trying to get there to close the breach, but they were being harried by other monsters and the gate wasn't faring any better. Already, Regina could see and smell quite a few bodies lying on the ground that wouldn't be standing up again. "Screw it," she said. "Let's get onto the wall." There was a staircase at a corner tower not far from them. Soldiers were clogging it, but at least it was intact and they still moved. Regina hurried in that direction, taking a moment to check that all of her drones kept up with her. Max stopped beside the prone figure of a fallen soldier for a moment. The guy had what looked like half his chest caved in beneath his chainmail, but Regina didn't feel much looking at it. She shoved that observation to the back of her mind for later. At the moment, she couldn't afford to be distracted. Max took the sword lying beside the dead soldier and passed it to Tim before grabbing the axe that had fallen a few meters further. Regina nodded and kept moving at a faster pace. When they had the opportunity, they should look for more actual weapons, but they couldn't afford to get bogged down. Getting up the staircase was easier than expected. She squeezed herself past a human man and hurried up the stairs. It looked like reinforcements were slowing down, not a good sign. She glanced around, trying to ignore the noise of the battle coming from everywhere, then hurried along the walkway to the left, away from the spot where the fighting was fiercest. "My queen, let me go first." Max pushed himself past her and took the lead. Another monster jumped at him before they could take more than a few steps. Max bashed it against the wall, and Regina fired a magic missile into its face point blank. The monster, some kind of harpy-looking biped with scraggly feathers, screeched and shuffled backwards a meter. Then Tim and Max grabbed it and heaved it over the wall before Regina could even launch another attack. They made their way along the wall, occasionally dodging humans and pushing off or cutting down monsters, until they reached a spot that Regina judged the best they could get. They were almost directly opposite the largest breach, and there weren't as many monsters around here. A glance down the wall showed that the river looked clear and the riverbank, which was only a few meters away in this spot, remained empty. "I'll go first." Tia grabbed one of the vines they'd managed to take along and passed it to Max. Tim grabbed on, too. Then she threw the rest of the rope over the wall and followed it up. Belatedly, Regina grabbed onto the rope as well. Tia started climbing right away, but her weight wasn't too much for them, especially split between 3 people. Regina knew the vine rope wasn't large enough to reach the bottom, and after what felt like a very short time, it slackened as Tia let go. "You go next," she told Mia. "Then I'll follow." Mia hesitated for a moment, before she grabbed the edge of the wall and pulled herself on top of it. Regina looked around, watching a bird monster that looked like it was coming too close, then clenched her jaw as Mia began climbing. Quickly, the rope was free again and it was her turn. Regina took a deep breath, but started moving right away. She couldn't put the boys at more risk. Climbing was awkward with her claws, but she managed. There were some small clefts in the stonework where she could put her feet. Regina resisted the urge to glance down more than once and just swung her legs over the wall and let herself drop, catching herself with the rope. She climbed down until she reached the end of the rope, then let herself dangle from it, pushing off with her right foot as she let go. For a moment, she fell, the wind whistling past her, before cold water closed around her. Regina kicked her feet and struggled until she broke the surface, gasping more from the shock than the need to breathe. She started swimming for shore. Luckily, her endurance and strength were more than enough to contest with the rushing water. Something warm brushed past her right leg and Regina instinctively jerked it away. She redoubled her efforts, her pulse pounding even faster, but despite what she half expected, she managed to reach the river's shore without encountering any aquatic monsters. Regina stumbled out of the water, taking a deep breath and looking around. Mia and Tia were waiting not far off. When she turned to look at the river, she saw Tim just behind her in the water. Max was climbing down the rope, presumably having tied it down somewhere. She resisted the temptation to anxiously watch his progress and instead kept an eye out for monsters. She almost missed the slightly darker patch in the field just a few meters from her. But when she looked at it just a moment longer, the system gave her a notification. Field Mimic. Level 7. Regina cursed and loosened a magic missile. The green field jerked, letting her see it as the monster it was. Its beady dark eyes were very easy to miss, and the knobs on its underside looked faintly ominous. Mia pounced on it quickly, using her little blade to cut it and spill bright green blood. Then Tia joined in, hammering it with her work limb. Regina grimaced and stomped its head, feeling something deform beneath her foot. Tim joined them a moment later, and when she looked around, Max was just staggering onto the shore. "Thank fuck," she said. "All right, let's go." The warriors straightened up and moved to guard positions, their metal weapons held firmly. When Regina started walking, they stayed in step with her. From here, she could see that while there were a lot of monsters on the plains, they weren't exactly blanketing it. It wasn't immediately obvious, but she recognized a large-scale movement towards the castle, mostly on its other side, which held the main gate, but the river curved here, so they were actually on the same shore of it as well. "Smoke is coming from up ahead," Tim said. Regina followed his gaze, frowning. He was right. Sighing, she adjusted her course to head more directly for the village. "Are you sure this is wise, my queen?" Max asked hesitantly. "We're not going to survive long out in the open with the monster horde about," she replied. "Let's at least check it out. If it's too dangerous, I'll think of something else." The others didn't say anything, but she knew they weren't happy about her heading into danger. "Too bad for them that we're all in the middle of it already." Chapter 22. Still alive. From outside of it, the way the monsters all seemed to home in on the castle was a lot more helpful. Not only did it mean that there were fewer monsters in the fields outside the forest, but it allowed Regina to extrapolate their movements. She could see the patterns in the way the monsters who were outside moved, which made it easier to guide her hive to avoid them. Their trip away from the castle was the most nerve-wracking one of her life. At least in the forest, you couldn't see all the monsters in the area, even if they might be waiting behind some trees to jump you. They were also in the middle instead of at the edge of the monster horde now, which meant she could probably expect to encounter more high-level monsters. The further they traveled from the castle, though, the lower the monsters' levels seemed to get. She only managed to get a blue box for some of them, those who were closest, but while they were mostly question marks at first, after leaving the castle behind them, she could read the level about half of the time. They couldn't completely avoid meeting some monsters. Unfortunately, a few of them simply moved away from her hive, probably sensing that they were outclassed or at least outleveled. Regina and the warriors managed to scare away a few others, but that didn't always work. Max pulled his axe out of the hide of a young hill troll, probably about level 10, and wiped it in the grass as they finished their latest fight. Regina shook her head at how much of a difference a proper weapon made. They could have defeated the troll before, but it had gone much faster now. I was hoping I would level up again, he muttered. Soon, Regina consoled him. It's obviously getting harder at higher levels, but given how much we're fighting compared to before, our next levels shouldn't be far off. She certainly wouldn't mind if Max and Tim reached level 7 too. She glanced at the downed troll, then hurried away quickly. Already, she could see what looked like a vulture monster circling overhead, and a few dark shapes were also approaching. They needed to leave them the free meal and get gone. She could see more of the village as they came closer. It looked bigger than she'd expected. She'd estimate it as housing at least 1,000 people, rather than the little hamlet she'd imagined. Of course, that was only by medieval standards. Smoke was rising from several houses, and the wind carried the faint sounds of combat. It also smelled faintly of ash, which covered whatever other scents there might have been. Regina spared a moment to be thankful that this direction was downwind of the place. It looked like the monster density was higher here, too. That didn't bode well for any defenders, even if there weren't nearly as many as at the castle. Regina looked around, picked her steps carefully and fell into a jog. The sound of the drone's steps behind her increased like hers did and made it harder to hear any quiet noises. But that was worth it. She dashed across the field onto a dirt path leading into the village. The village's houses looked to have sprung up wherever there was room, without much in the way of organization or straight roads. The outer houses all had gardens extending into the fields around the village. One of them sported a few small fruit trees. Regina barely noticed a shadow moving behind one of them in time to stop. A small fireball flew across the road right in front of her. A second later, her own magic missile responded. She managed to curve it slightly, and was rewarded by a small scream as a figure stumbled out from behind the tree. Regina was already readying another missile when its appearance registered. She cancelled the spell and took a step forward, holding out her hands. Stop! She barked. The woman across from her started, but Regina hadn't really been talking to her. Max and Tim stopped right away, and she saw Max slowly lower his blade arm. But Regina didn't take her eyes off the woman for long. Janice, level 7. The human woman was maybe 20 or 30. It was hard to tell. She wore some kind of cloth head covering Regina didn't know the name for, and a dress of rust-pine material that didn't look to have been dyed. There was dirt on her face and her dress, and she noticed a few rips near the hem. Not what she would have expected of one of the first human magic users she met. There also didn't seem to be anyone else with her. Calm down, Regina said, unable to suppress all of the exasperation in her tone. We're not your enemies, but you're lucky the boys there didn't get to you before I could stop them after you attacked me. The villager frowned. She looked Regina up and down. You're actual people, then, not monsters, she mumbled, as if to herself. Begging your pardon, I'm a little jumpy today. Of course we're people, Regina replied. Obviously, there was no need to tell the human that they actually were monsters. Even if she suspected that would be accurate. Then maybe you can help fight the monsters in the village? The girl asked, now sounding hopeful. Regina was starting to realize that she was younger than the grime made her seem. She sighed, considering it for a moment. They did intend to enter the village in the first place. They're not strong, really. Janice hurried to say. I don't think there's any over level 10. I reckon the strong ones all went and tried to get into the castle. It's just we don't have many fighting men here, since they're all gone to the fort, too. That did sound like it would make for good experience, if nothing else. All right. Then, Regina said, looking around again. Guide us to the monsters we can most easily take out. And maybe if you know a good defensive spot, too. We need to take shelter from the horde, but I'm not averse to helping out with killing a few monsters. Thank you, milady. Janice smiled. Right this way, then. Despite how they'd met, it appeared she did know her way around. At least Janice led them into the village through a back alley. It took less than a minute until they saw their first monsters. Regina crept forward carefully, watching as Max let Tim go on ahead to peer around the wall of the house before she did the same. This one looked a bit like the troll, but with a squatter frame and 4 arms. It also had a wide maw that gaped open to show an uneven row of teeth. Rockborn abomination, level. Regina withdrew and nodded at the others. Tim nodded back before he visibly took a deep breath, then got a running start and jumped at the monster, using his charge ability to cover the ground quickly. His sword bit into the abomination's side, but it didn't seem to do much damage. Regina attacked with a magic missile, trying to target the same spot, but she missed and only managed to hit its shoulder. The monster rocked back slightly, but seemed to regain its balance quickly. Max attacked from the other direction, his axe crashing down on another arm. The monster withdrew a little, and Tim immediately followed it up with another cut. Careful, Mia called. There are more coming. Regina looked around and stepped closer to Max. 2 other monsters must have been attracted by the sound of the fight and were running at them now. They both had question marks for levels and names she didn't recognize. One, a flaming fox, looked exactly what it sounded like, while the rolling grass seemed like a bigger version of the mimic they'd fought before. She took a deep breath. She didn't have much mana left, but this wasn't the time to be stingy with it. So she sent a magic missile at the second monster, which stopped it in its tracks for a moment. Tia swung her left work limb at the fox, then snatched it back. Tim pivoted from the rockborn and slashed at it with its sword. Mia didn't miss her cue and stepped into his place immediately, taking a swing at the monster's head. That left the grass free, which was clearly angling to get at Tim's side. But a moment later, another firebolt roared out, throwing it back. The air started to smell of burnt grass. Regina glanced at Janice, who looked paler than before and had one hand clenched tightly into her skirt, before she turned to the fight against the Rockborn. It was clearly their toughest opponent. She'd lost her spear and didn't have any proper weapon, or even natural weapons like the drones. But she did still have magic. Regina focused on her mana and held the spell she wanted in her mind, shaping its details meticulously. A few long moments later, she had a little bit of lead in her hand. She'd sensed instinctively, with the knowledge the spell gave her, that it was cheaper in terms of mana than steel or even diamond. It was a simple shape, oblong and coming to a point at one end. A simple dart. Regina centered herself and weighed it in her hand, then let go. With her relatively high speed and dexterity, the projectile flew true, with more power behind it than any rock she'd thrown before. The short range helped. The monster let out a shrill cry and clasped one hand over its right eye. Blood was starting to pool under it. Max didn't give it any time to gather itself, but darted in. His axe bit deeply into its knee, where its defense was clearly weaker. The monster stumbled and fell. Then, while Mia cracked it over the head, Max swung at its neck. It gurgled and stopped moving. Regina turned round and smiled in relief as she saw that the fight was over. Tia was standing over the burnt corpse of the grass monster and Tim had given the other one several deep slashes. Apparently, the flames were only surface level and it had a flesh and blood body beneath that. How did you learn how to cast that, anyway? She asked the villager. Janice ducked her head and glanced to the side. I just figured it out, she mumbled. Regina raised an eyebrow, considering her experience with the presumably much simpler spark. That meant Janice was probably either talented or a pyromaniac. Let's keep going, she said after a moment. They moved through the outer parts of the village at a slow pace. She learned from the last time and only engaged monsters when there were no others close by. Once, they missed one and had to fight 2 at once again, but the monsters were both under level 7, so it wasn't a problem. Max and Tim both reported leveling up after their third and last fight, against another rockborn abomination. With this part of the village cleared, they started to move into the center. Regina decided to keep to the main road. While it might be more exposed, it also offered better visibility and let them fight side by side more easily. This street was actually paved and reasonably straight. Strangely enough, they didn't encounter any more monsters in the next few minutes. Regina frowned, taking a deep breath of the air. It smelled of fire with the scent of various monsters mixed in, but it was hard to differentiate which of those would still be alive or even nearby. The street opened up into a small open yard, which probably functioned as a town square or marketplace on specific days. She saw several people standing there. Two of them appeared to be in plate armor. Then the last one turned around, and Regina frowned as she recognized the local baron. Apparently, they weren't the only ones who'd abandoned the castle. He must have moved quickly. Hive Queen Regina and companions, Nerald drawled, shaking his head. Thank you for escorting them, Janice. Then he looked from her back to Regina, his eyebrows drawn slightly together. I am glad to see you still alive, although I admit I did not expect to meet you here. I wouldn't have expected to see you here, either, Regina answered. I take it the castle has fallen? He grimaced. Unfortunately, it has. My duty compelled me to return here quickly to defend those I am sworn to protect. Or he just didn't like the high-level monsters who had probably overrun the castle. But it wasn't like Regina minded. We already killed quite a few monsters infesting the village, she said. I am prepared to help you defend it going forward, but not for free. The noble sighed. With myself and what remains of my men here, I think we stand a decent chance of defending the village without any further casualties. But you are welcome to stay. Regina crossed her arms. We will need supplies and weapons. She glanced down at herself. Clothing, as well as food and such. Further compensation for our assistance can be discussed later. He stared at her for a moment, but she met his eyes calmly. She knew that she was negotiating what had to be mercenary work. Even if there weren't exactly many other places they could go, he wasn't in a position to turn away help. Fine, he finally conceded. I will arrange for a bath first. Chapter 23, Primitives and Monster Bloods. Wearing proper clothing for the first time was an interesting experience for Regina, a relief, but also a little annoying. She'd gotten used to not wearing much, and her shell as well as the high temperatures of summer had made it tolerable. But now that she had the option, she jumped on it. Regina ran a hand down the front of her dress, frowning slightly. She wasn't wearing a bra, since they apparently didn't exist here, but her chest was small enough that it shouldn't be much of a problem. The dress was a drab brown and made of a heavy, slightly itchy cloth. It went down to about halfway past her knees and only had short sleeves. She would have preferred to get some sturdy pants, but a woman from the village had brought this instead, and she'd been too eager to get into the bath to argue about it. She glanced around the room one last time. She wouldn't have expected a bathhouse in the village, but it was apparently a fairly prosperous settlement. For obvious reasons, the building was situated directly on the riverside, with some of its water diverted into its pool. There was a fireplace to heat water up, but Regina hadn't wanted to wait that long. The cool water was refreshing, anyway. She'd left a lot of accumulated dirt and grime drifting down into the river. I really hope the village has a clean water source. Wasn't there a well earlier? Regina shook her head and made herself move. She was exhausted and felt drained. It took more effort than it should just to walk. While the fighting could have been enough to cause that, she knew the real culprits. Regina glared briefly at the 3 eggs sitting on the floor of the wooden room. Now that it was over, she could tell she might have been a little too influenced by her hive queen's urge to lay eggs. If nothing else, it might have been better to wait for a more suitable place. But she was now warm and safe, had had enough to eat, and was much below the limit for her hive. This wasn't surprising. It had still been her decision, and she didn't regret it. The monster horde could last up to a week. Even if they would start at level 1, getting reinforcements might be vital, and she needed the strength of more drones after that, too. She cracked the door open and glanced around. Mia and Tia had let her go first. Luckily, Max and Tim were already back from the men's section of the baths. Boys, give me a hand please, she said. They entered the room and carefully took one of the eggs each. Regina picked up the third and they carried it outside. Max raised an eyebrow at the coloring, but didn't comment. These would be 2 warriors and 1 worker. Maybe she should have gone for 3 warriors, but workers could also be useful in fortifying the village and gave her a different kind of clout for the situation beyond the fight. She'd settled on having 3 warriors and a worker, but 3 eggs was the limit of what she could do in one sitting. Clearly, creating them did take a toll on her body. And even if the process worked with magic, eggs probably still used up nutrients or something. They quickly put the eggs into the bags they'd been given with supplies. The boys would just have to carry those directly. Luckily, the eggs were still small enough that this worked without problems. Regina glanced around, but there didn't seem to be anyone watching them. Then she straightened up, frowning at the side wall of the bathhouse, little more than a wooden shack, and squashed the impulse to lean against it. She couldn't help her lip curling as she looked around the village. It seemed so small, dirty, chaotic, battered, human. Nothing at all like the cities of gleaming skyscrapers in her memory, but not inviting to the monster side of her, either. She knew that had little to do with the way they were built. Really, her hive would be lucky to manage something like these houses, at least for now. But they weren't hers. Regina sighed and resolved to get moving. Tim, you can join me. The rest of you, get some rest. Yes, my queen. She hadn't been inside the empty house the Baron had assigned them yet, but she didn't feel the need to right now. She was still quite low on mana, not to mention the effect of her recent production, but she didn't feel like just curling up yet. So she left the bags to the other two to watch over and took off with Tim in tow. The boys had been given pants, she noticed with a bit of grumpiness. Tim was wearing a short off-white tunic over them, but he'd cut holes in it to allow for his blade limbs. From the way he walked, she could tell that he didn't like it. She suspected that if she let them, the boys were both going to end up going shirtless, at least. Well, she could care less. Regina had planned to wander around a little and maybe ask people she passed, but that turned out not to be necessary. As soon as they stepped onto the part of the main road leading to the town square, Janice came hurrying towards them. Well met again. She smiled. You look much better. Then she clapped a hand before her mouth. Oh, I didn't mean it like that. Pardon me, please. Regina waved a hand dismissively. You're fine. I need to impose on you for a minute, actually. Janice looked surprised, but quickly mastered her expression. She glanced around. From the way the group of fighters gathered in the square were looking at them, Regina guessed that she was hanging around where she supposedly didn't have a reason to be. All right. I'd be happy to help, milady. What is it I can do for you? Regina tilted her head, looking at the human. She'd been fully prepared to bully her into it, but Janice looked genuinely willing to help. That's good. She can come in useful. Maybe I could even learn something about magic. I should have enough to entice her to show me around the village, she answered. I need to know the lay of the land if we are to plan defenses. Of course. Janice set off, with an unsure glance at them as if to check they were really following her. Regina smiled and walked down the road, looking around curiously and assessing what she saw. Unfortunately, she didn't find much to contradict her first impression. The village was probably pretty fortunate. For a medieval shithole, they could walk all over it in just a few minutes, and Regina took note of the position of the houses. The narrow streets would probably help defend against the monsters, although she didn't think the houses would do much to stop them if some of the stronger monsters decided to go right through them. Still, with a few strategically placed ditches and maybe some spikes, they could do a lot to prepare the ground in their favor. There aren't any monsters around right now. Thank the gods, Janice explained. They're probably swarming what remains of the castle and fighting over whatever they find there, Regina commented. The other girl shuddered, and Regina realized too late that that category probably included the bodies of the defenders. She'd been thinking in terms of whatever you might get from beast-attracting mana enchantment materials. How old are you, anyway, Janice? She asked, partly to divert attention from her last words. The human gave her a sideways glance. It's my 18th summer this year. Regina raised an eyebrow. She really was younger than she looked at first. Probably the conditions of life here. I see. And how old are you? When Janice noticed Regina's look, she hurriedly added, My lady. Regina nodded. The villager had probably settled on that address because of her class, or whatever you called the system identification it showed. Regina had no qualms about getting respect from these, well, primitives was a little unkind, probably poorly educated and weak strangers. She quickly thought back over the time since her awakening, trying to count the days. I'm 15, she answered, simply neglecting to mention that she meant days instead of years. Janice nodded, not looking surprised. So she really did look like 15 for a human, then. Good to know. And you, young sir? she asked Tim. "Excuse me, but I don't think I've heard your name." "Tim," he answered simply. "Pleasure to meet you," Janice responded. She looked at him for a moment longer, then turned back to Regina. "Anything else I can help you with?" Regina glanced around. She'd already seen enough of this settlement. "Do you know any other spells?" Janice shook her head. "Afraid not, milady." "Just spark. I'm not a real mage like you." "That spell you cast, was that magic missile?" Her eyes brightened and she looked at Regina with unbridled enthusiasm. "It was, wasn't it?" "Yes," Regina confirmed with a small smile. "That was easy. It's a pretty simple little spell. You basically just gather your mana and press it into a simple form." She explained how she cast magic missile for a few minutes while they walked slowly down the road. Janice hung on her every word, while Tim's eyes darted round, looking for any potential hidden dangers. He was probably listening too, though. After she was done, Janice frowned, looking like she was trying to do a difficult calculus problem in her head. Regina watched attentively as mana flickered around her. Her own sense for it had grown, but it was still difficult to tell what went on inside someone else. Still, she found it fascinating to see someone else trying to do magic. Janice didn't manage to cast the spell, but Regina estimated that with some more time trying and maybe a few tips, she'd get there. "Why don't you have a class?" she asked. "Huh?" Janice blinked, clearly ripped from her thoughts by the abrupt question. "Oh, well," she tugged at her head covering. "I was holding out, trying to get a better one. I want to be a mage." She looked almost defiant as she said that. Regina just nodded. She didn't particularly care about whatever social taboos they might have regarding someone's station and class, but it was interesting to learn that humans did apparently choose their classes, and could even level without having one, although probably not as quickly as with a good class. Presumably, there were prerequisites to meet before the system granted you one. Well, you couldn't say Janice wasn't being proactive in chasing her goal. "How do you cast Firebolt?" Regina finally asked what she'd been leading up to. The human chewed on her lip. "Well, you also push mana into a shape, but it's a bit more, restive for this one." They stopped at a corner of the town square while she tried to show Regina how the spell worked. She could see people watching them, but ignored them, focusing on the lesson. Firebolt really was more complicated than magic missile, although it seemed like some elements were the same, and it had some of the properties of spark as well. When Janice demonstrated how she moved the mana for Firebolt, Regina had trouble seeing it, but she still managed to get an idea of how it was supposed to move. She made Janice repeat it until the human girl was looking pale with drops of sweat dripping down her forehead. Finally, Regina took a deep breath and tried to copy her. Moving her mana this way was hard, and she felt like she was straining muscles she didn't know she had. Trying to bend something into a shape it didn't want to go, but she persevered, and it got easier. After a few long seconds, she even managed to draw the form into her hand and let it bubble to the surface, causing sparks to flicker from her skin. The proto-spell fell apart after a moment, but she knew she'd made progress. With a bit of experimentation, she'd be able to learn it, she was sure of that. Regina ran a hand through her stubble of hair and looked around. A few villagers who had been watching turned away as soon as they caught her gaze and hurried off. Some of the men in armor standing ready in the town square frowned disapprovingly at them. She shook her head and started looking for the Baron. She'd discuss what they needed to do to get the village ready for defense, then retreat to the house her hive had been given and get some rest. Regina didn't see him around, so she set off towards the largest and fanciest house in the village, which actually had 3 stories and was mostly built of stone. Janice trailed along behind her and Tim. One of the soldiers stepped out of the group and almost directly into their path. "You should be careful, girl," he said to Janice. "You know how the Delvers feel about people trying to go beyond what they should or associating with monster bloods." He glanced at Tim. Janice frowned. "So they are really coming here, Alan?" The fighter nodded. "They're gonna be here soon enough. Just take care, Janice." He shook his head, going back to join the rest of the group. Janice looked a little bit paler suddenly. Regina noticed. Her fingers were hidden in the sleeves of her dress, fidgeting with the edges. Regina sighed. Their arrangement had been working out well. She was not looking forward to dealing with this. Chapter 24, Against All Threats. One day the monsters left them in peace for most of the day. Well, more like a night and some change, really. As Regina stared out at the group of monsters approaching the village now, she couldn't help but feel that it still wasn't enough. But she hoped she was wrong. It wasn't like she only had her hive to fight them off, and they'd used the time they had well. The morning sun was only just cresting the horizon, but thankfully it came from the side, so she still got a good look at the pack of monsters drawing closer. They looked like overgrown, rabid dogs, except that there were odd spikes and plates of bone growing out of their bodies. Regina leaned her arm on the earthen rampart they'd built and glanced around for a moment. Quite a few of the Baron's men covered this post, the main road leading into the village. They had, with the help of her workers, built a palisade together with a ditch. It was rough and quick work, but it should hold for a while. Or so she'd heard the commander saying. At least her hive had used the night to recuperate, although they'd had 1 or 2 members at a time out to patrol the village. Regina took the last shift and didn't move much from here until the others arrived. The evening before, Mia and Tia worked hard with the locals to build their improvised fortifications. They'd both hit level 5 yesterday and, although Regina had missed it in the commotion, they'd gotten a new ability. According to Mia, it was called Meld and Merge, and it basically glued things together magically. That would be very useful for crafting and had even come in handy with building the palisade. And even better, unless she was greatly mistaken, they would both get experience for that work. That was one of the things she'd been able to confirm by watching and listening to the villagers. Combat wasn't the only way to level, even if it was by far the fastest, and classes with a non-combat focus, especially, gained experience by doing tasks that pertained to their class. In her case, Regina suspected she'd get experience for doing queenly things, leadership, presumably, and perhaps for growing her hive. She shook her head and focused on the coming fight. Behind the horde of dogs, which she could now see were called spike dogs by the system, very creative, other monsters were moving closer, too. This wasn't the occasional stray monster they'd faced in the night, but a significant part of the horde in the area coming for them. Suddenly, one of the human fighters in the group opened fire. Regina resisted the urge to turn and stare in surprise. She didn't think they were in a reasonable range already, but his arrow shot out like a bullet and hit the closest dog right in the throat. It collapsed where it stood. The rest of the pack started to howl, but they didn't change course. Other fighters joined in, everyone with a ranged option unleashing it on the monsters. Regina resisted the urge to fire a magic missile. She needed to conserve her mana today. Even without the eggs, there was no way her mana regeneration would be able to keep pace with the fights. Only 2 of the spike dogs survived to reach the palisade. There, 2 of the human warriors captured their attention, while Max and a human swordsman cut them down quickly. Regina wasn't sure if they'd used skills or not, but they didn't get much time to rest. The next group of monsters, a mixed pack of hyenas and feline monsters, was approaching already. This time, the soldiers took fewer of them out at range, probably because their more powerful abilities were spent or needed to recharge. Half a dozen of the monsters charged at the fortification at once. 1 got stuck in the ditch and 3 tried to scramble up the palisade, but 1 large black cat managed to vault it with a leap supported by a sudden gust of wind. Regina thrust with her spear, but the monster dodged. Then Tim caught it in the side with his sword, almost tripping it open, just before a human warrior appeared at his side and skewered the monster. Regina assumed Tim had used his new skill. He'd chosen to go for strength of the hive, and even with only 1 other warrior present, the baseline buff wasn't so bad. Max used the shield he'd been given to bash a hyena off the palisade, and the rest of the pack was quickly killed as well. But more and more monsters approached the fortifications. Just as Regina considered moving her position, 2 black forms fell from the sky, quickly growing bigger, and resolved into large birds of prey. 1 falcon opened his beak and spewed a fireball right at their defensive emplacement. Regina cursed and dodged to the side, wincing as a rush of air and heat shot through the space beside her and barreled into the side of a building. Shingles flew and tendrils of smoke curled into the sky. She narrowed her eyes and focused on one of the birds, gathering her mana. Fiery falcon, level. Her magic missile hit it in the wing and sent it plummeting downward, only to be engulfed by the firebolt Janice sent up. The other bird was struck by an arrow and tumbled to the ground some meters away. Regina stepped back and leaned against another wooden wall, taking a deep breath. The front-line fighters were fighting off the current group of beasts and seemed to have it well in hand, even if they fought half a dozen at once now and were clearly pressed harder than before. She frowned and absently poked at the feeling of the mana in her body and whatever else she could sense. There were the 3 eggs, hopefully safe deeper in the village. It would still take some time until the eggs hatched, but they could use the reinforcements. The more the better. Experimentally, Regina poked at the feeling inside her that was the call for new eggs. A system prompt popped up, and Regina grimaced, feeling the exhaustion from before again. Congratulations. You have unlocked a new template, Drone Scout. You are able to lay another egg. Choose carefully what you will add to your hive. Drone Warrior, Drone Worker, Drone Scout. She still felt drained and knew that even if she could push through this, that wouldn't be a good idea. So she focused on closing the window and took a deep breath, regaining her mental equilibrium. Apparently, there wasn't a system-enforced limit on how many eggs she could lay at a time, but a soft limit imposed by her own biology or the mana drain. Regina frowned as she considered the message. She didn't think a scout would be much use at the moment, even if she was curious about how one would look like. This also indicated that unlocking new templates for her drones wasn't just a matter of reaching the right level, but that there were other prerequisites, probably something like having 3 or 4 warriors for this. If eggs counted. Just then, a system window popped up with a new notification. You have leveled up. Regina blinked and shot upright, looking at the palisade. Max was just removing his axe from the corpse of a large crow monster with what looked like pebbles stuck between its feathers. More monsters were approaching. She smelled several new scents she hadn't encountered before, and another hyena just vaulted the palisade while something big and heavy crashed against it. Regina jumped forward, trying to help where she could. Thoughts of how this confirmed that she got experience from her drones were pushed to the back of her mind as the fight continued. As time wore on, the number of monsters coming for the village seemed to increase instead of leveling off. She occasionally heard sounds and saw flashes that showed the other positions were also having trouble, but she focused on the problem in front of her. Regina had been given a spear with a fancy steel spearhead, which she suspected came from someone who died in the castle. She mostly used that, since it wasn't a limited resource like her magic. Fighting in a group, if not quite in formation with others, was a new experience for her. She rarely got a hit in, since most of the human fighters were faster and better coordinated. Max used the new ability he'd chosen, Warrior's Charge, like Tim's, a few times to get a strike in and take on a monster that might have attacked her, too. The palisade didn't survive the fight for long. A bigger troll than she'd seen before started ripping out posts, and some small level 6 dirt elemental actually produced earth to fill in the ditch. Most monsters were only slowed down by it, anyway. Slowly, the human and hive defenders retreated, seeking the shelter of the narrow opening where the street led into the village. Regina took to using spark to light some wood scraps she found on fire, mostly from the houses which were a little worse for wear, and tossing them at the monsters. She managed to distract them and even singe a level 8 shadowing stalker, burning some of the darkness covering it off and letting a human defender cave its head in. That almost cost her a hand when another fireball from overhead crashed down into the group. Regina yelped and jumped back, stumbling over a broken tile on the ground. She glanced at the fiery falcon overhead, but it was already winging away and disappeared over the village's houses. A stone crashed into her shin and Regina fell to a knee, gasping in pain. She pushed herself upward, just in time to dodge the charge of a lioness like the one she'd seen in the forest. Regina thrust with her spear, but it retreated and she only scored a shallow gash along its back. Then Tim charged at it, throwing it back with a sweep of his blade arm and sword at the same time. Regina retreated a step. Then she saw another black form darting at Tim from the side and jumped forward, thrusting with her spear. She didn't manage to arrest the panther's momentum, but the cat's lunge missed him. The warrior retreated. The lioness tensed in preparation for another pounce. A moment later, Tia's work limb swung at it and it turned on her, growling. Regina watched the other monster carefully for a moment, then thrust out with her spear again. The panther was just dodging another swipe from Tim and ran into her thrust. Regina put all her strength into it and twisted. She'd caught its shoulder, but the wound bled heavily. Tim stepped in and, with another combined swipe, stabbed into its heart. Then Regina felt something like a cold breath on her neck and turned. Her eyes widened. Tia. The worker was stumbling to the ground, blood flowing heavily down her side. The lioness shook its head, teeth dyed red, and followed. Regina's spear caught it in the side and it hissed. Turning, she smashed the magic missile she'd just formed into its head and it lurched to the side. Where Tim waited for it, Regina didn't wait for him to stab it in the heart. She hurried over to Tia. The young drone was lying on the ground now, pressing a hand to her side. Regina fell to her knees beside her, wincing as she saw the cracked shell and bloody mess beneath it. "It's okay, just hold on," she told her, tearing a strip from Tia's dress to press against the wound. "We've got this." The worker looked pale. She hadn't even known they could do that. "Don't make yourself a target, my queen," she gasped. "Shush," Regina answered. "The others have it in hand." A quick glance to the side confirmed that. They were holding the monsters off for the moment. Regina looked at Tia's injury and reached for her mana. She would not let one of her drones die like this. She inhaled deeply and focused, trying to direct her mana through her hands into her. It was the only thing she could think of. A gut wound like Tia's might be lethal even if it didn't become infected. She didn't have any medicine or even bandages. So Regina ignored the smell of blood and worse and focused on what she could tell of her drone's anatomy. She knew a lot more about how the body worked than she'd even realized. Granted, mostly the human body, but some things couldn't be too different. Regina focused on the tissue and cells in the affected area, trying to visualize them. The various organs: liver, kidney, spleen, intestines, the smooth muscle cells, the nerves, the endothelial cells of the blood vessels and their counterparts in the intestines. She lost herself in trying to remember how they regenerated from injury before she pushed that aside and just visualized them whole. Natural healing couldn't deal with this. She needed magic. Regina felt a little bit of mana she had leaving her, and suddenly grew dizzy. But she didn't stop. Eyes fixed on her target, she focused on the tissue beneath her hand, trying to shape mana and make her vision a reality. Was the blood flow slowing? A section of the wound slowly grew closer together, but it was such a small one. Regina swayed on her knees. It needed to be more, but it was so hard to focus. Then suddenly, someone grabbed her shoulders and pulled her back. Regina blinked. It took her a long second to process what her senses were telling her. When she did, she stiffened up immediately. Two men had grabbed her. They wore heavy plate armor, with visors covering their faces. There was another man looking at her, holding his helmet under his arm. His eyes were narrow and she had a feeling it wasn't just the scar running down the side of his face that made his lips curl. "Egon Trito, level Blade of Light." "So, you are the little monster blood they told me about," he said. Then his gaze moved down to where Tia lay, still gasping. "It seems you had a turn of bad luck." Regina gritted her teeth. "What do you want?" She started struggling, but the two others, presumably Delvers, going by what she'd heard before, didn't move a centimeter. "I want to protect the people of this village," their leader answered seriously, "against all threats that may have come to them." "Oh, fantastic," she snarled. "And that gives you the right to come and harass the people who were protecting them?" She jerked her head back, trying to headbutt one of the men holding her, but she only struck something hard and unyielding that sent a stinging spike of pain through her head. A commotion to the side made her look up. More of the Delvers were holding their weapons at Max and Tim, who had turned towards her. The two bristled, but kept standing where they were, probably more because they didn't want to endanger her further than because of any danger to themselves. "Don't struggle," Trito said. "If you want your underling healed, stop distracting us." Regina stilled. "Then heal her." Trito held her gaze for a moment longer, before Regina made herself look at Tia with an effort of will, breaking the staring contest. Then he crouched down beside her. His gloves lit up faintly as hazy light spilled around and over the wound. Regina took a deep breath, watching as the wound started closing before her eyes. She could sense his mana at work, but only very faintly. It took at least a minute until Tia looked like she was in reasonably good shape, although there was still a lot of blood. She sat up and he stepped back. While Tia struggled to stand, Mia rushed forward, finally let through by another fighter. "Gather them up," Trito commanded. He looked at Regina again. "Don't resist." She stiffened as she realized what he intended. After a moment, she started gathering magic. "Don't," he warned her, coming closer and grabbing her chin. "You only risk your followers getting killed in a fight." and you couldn't defeat us anyway. Regina looked at the drones, breathing hard. What the hell does he think he's doing? Anyway, is he holding them hostage to get me to cave in? Would they kill them? Don't be stupid, girl. One of the men holding her spoke up. He sounded annoyed. The weakest of us is 20 levels above you. There's no way you could fight us. You might be a monster blood, but I'm sure you're smarter than that. After another long moment, Regina sighed and nodded slightly. She swallowed bile in the back of her throat and her pulse still hadn't calmed down, but she knew she really couldn't fight these people. She just needed to find a way to either convince them that they shouldn't mess with her or to escape. The two warriors started dragging her down the street. As they turned, she caught sight of the remains of the palisade. The bodies of monsters littered the ground. None of them moved. Chapter 25, Suspicious Activity. Regina paced up and down the room, feeling like the proverbial caged animal, or caged monster, maybe. It was small and cramped, but no more so than the house they'd been quartered in before. Still, she had to take tight turns to continue pacing. Rather than a dedicated cell, she was in a ground floor room of the biggest and fanciest house in town, built of stone. It was where the Baron and his family lived. Presumably, they just didn't have a proper prison in this village. A door opened from the room onto a sort of veranda outside, and she'd seen the Delver stationed there. She still smelled him and heard whenever he moved. The doorway to the rest of the house had been bricked up at some point, leaving the room inaccessible from there. These men were reasonably competent, she had to admit. She'd looked over every part of the walls and door, but not found any weaknesses. Not competent enough to put a guard in the room with her or split her hive up completely, though she could still sense the others, and knew they were together in the house they'd been assigned before. She suspected that with this group of fighters coming, the village didn't have much room. Maybe they thought they didn't need anything fancy because their prisoners were so low level. "Why are you doing this?" Regina called to test their reaction. "I haven't hurt anyone. You can't just keep us imprisoned without cause. You will be dealt with fairly." She heard the voice of their leader, Trito. Regina paused. She'd almost missed the sound of his footsteps approaching. He seemed to stop in the corridor outside the room. "It certainly doesn't look like that from where I'm standing," she replied. "Look at it from our point of view for a moment." "If you're capable of that," he answered, soundly faintly amused and still condescending. "A group of strange and heretofore unknown demi-humans, if that's even what you are, come out of the forest before a monster horde. And right after that, the beast horde is stronger and more vicious than normal, almost suspiciously focused, and overruns an entire castle. Somehow, the demi-humans survive unscathed and show up at the settlement that's the next target of the monsters." "Suspicious, wouldn't you say?" Regina bit down on a curse. "I don't see anything suspicious about us being driven out by a vicious monster horde," she answered, trying for a calm tone of voice. "You can't prove anything, and how would we even have done anything like that? Is it even possible?" "There have been recorded instances of a horde being guided by an intelligent monster," another voice chimed in. Baron Neralt. He was coming closer as well. "However, I do have to agree that this is all very speculative." Sir Egon, Lady Regina has fought at our side without any indications of betrayal or mischief. Regina took a deep breath. She had no idea what was going on with the horde, although she would really like to know, but she was glad that Neralt didn't seem to be fully on the Delver's side. Still, it was worrying that Trito seemed to have enough power to work around a noble on his own land. Even if he was just a baron, from the little she'd heard about Delvers in the village, they sounded more like an adventurer's guild, if one only open to humans and with some obvious prejudice. "I didn't suspect her of being an idiot, Neralt." Trito sounded annoyed. "But she is just a monster blood." "Be careful of your words." There was a faint sigh, then she heard the Baron retreating. "I need to see to the defense of the village," Trito said more loudly, clearly to her. "You will be held here until the monster horde is dealt with. I suggest you wait calmly. It will certainly be taken into consideration if you are quiet and cooperative." A moment later, she heard his steps receding as well. Regina sat down on the straw-stuffed mattress of the narrow bed, tugging on her mandibles. She did not want to just sit and wait quietly until they decided whatever it was they wanted to do with her. So she closed her eyes and reached out to her drones. They were all together, in the main room of the one-story wooden house. Regina mentally grabbed for Max's mind and dove into his consciousness, sinking into place behind his eyes. It took her a moment to pass his senses, but she quickly gathered herself. Taking a moment to adjust, she turned his head, looking around him. The other drones must have noticed something, since they had all stopped talking and were looking at him, or rather her. Regina pulled his lips into a smile. "Hello, guys, it's just me," she said, or tried to. The words came out a little garbled. "Mother?" Tim jumped up and leaned forward. "Are you all right?" Regina nodded with Max's head. After a moment of consideration, she withdrew a little, giving him back sole control of his body, even as she still got the information from his senses. Max sighed and stood up as well from where he'd been sitting. "I don't get the feeling that she's hurt," he said. He looked around again, focusing in on each of his companions for a few seconds. "My queen, we are all unharmed, except for Tia's injury. As you can see," he said, talking quietly to himself, "there is one guard in the house, and at least 5 outside. Some of them appear to be normal soldiers instead of delvers. They're probably busy fighting the monsters." He glanced at the others again. "Anything else? We've still got the... You know," Mia said, glancing around. She clearly didn't trust that the humans couldn't listen in. "Where we put them before. If we manage to escape, we can bring them along. They went through our stuff, but I don't think they recognized what they saw. I got the impression they thought it was food," Tia muttered. Regina smiled to herself where she sat in her own cell. It was good to know that the drones were all right, at least. She made Max nod and smile again, then withdrew to hang back in his mind, just enough so she was aware of what happened around him. There was no point in controlling him all the time. After all, just as she was considering whether talking to the guard outside the room, or at least talking at him, was worth it, she noticed another change in their surroundings. Max shifted and moved to look out the window of their room. It was too small for even one of the drones to climb through, but they'd opened the wooden shutters to let fresh air in. Regina tensed as she realized what he saw. The house was built close by the water and they had a good view of part of the river. Now, there was a boat gliding down it, moving remarkably quickly. It looked bigger than the one she'd seen before and appeared to have been built of a single piece of wood, with elegant curves. It didn't surprise her much to recognize sharp-eared figures in it, about 6 elves in total. After Max stared at the scene for a moment, their descriptions popped up. It felt strange for Regina to see system notifications through another's eyes. All of the elves were higher level than him and, judging by the class names, probably reasonably strong. She even recognized one, the forest ranger called Aeneas, who they'd met in the forest. Max followed them with his eyes as long as he could, but they moved out of his field of view quickly. Regina could tell the other drones were all staying extra quiet and listening hard. Luckily, the walls of the house didn't isolate sound very well and it was built right next to the center of the village, so what was happening wasn't far away. They could hear the sounds of the boat coming to a stop and people climbing out. Then there came the muffled sound of conversation. Regina got enough to guess that the elves were exchanging greetings with the locals and were being welcomed into the settlement. The voices' position changed slightly as they walked further away from the river, and incidentally passed closer to the house her drones were kept in. With a start, Regina realized that Aeneas was asking about them. She was talking to Neralt and Trito. "Yes, Regina and her companions came here," Neralt said. "They are still here, although Sir Egon is concerned about a possible betrayal and is keeping them confined." There was a moment of silence before she replied, her voice tight. "I see." "I do not see what concern it is of the elves," Trito replied. "They are not of your people, I should think, and I will not compromise on ensuring these people's safety." Regina frowned to herself at the Delver's tone. She hadn't really considered it in depth, but she wouldn't have expected him to treat elves the way he did demi-humans, or monster bloods. Since they were, well, humanoid, maybe she was missing something. Their voices grew weaker as they moved on, and Regina leaned back on her narrow cot with a sigh. She wasn't quite sure what to think of the elves. They had undoubtedly been helpful. On the other hand, there were too many unexplained things in this whole situation. Well, she already knew the elves had extensive defenses around their home, so it didn't come as a surprise that they weathered the monster horde well. She'd also expect them to keep an eye on it and the human holdings, and the fall of the castle would have been hard to miss. That they came this early suggested that they really weren't very concerned about their safety when it came to the monsters. Though after maybe an hour, When Regina was considering taking a nap to keep her strength up and escape the boredom and unhelpful musings, something moved near the drones. She sat up again and focused on her connection to Max, which she'd left half open in the back of her mind. His obvious agitation now bled into her sense. Regina blinked in her own body. There was suddenly a person standing outside the house, right by the window, probably looking at the drones. She, or rather Max, couldn't see anyone, but they smelled them, the soft scent of leaves and an almost electric tingle she'd come to associate with the elves, and heard them clearing their throat. "Please don't be alarmed," the elf said softly. The voice sounded female, but wasn't familiar. She spoke quietly enough that the human guards probably couldn't hear. "We simply wanted to make sure you were all right." Regina took control again and tried to answer, but her words came out slurred. Frustrated, she retreated a little again, letting Max back in. "When we're out of here, I'm going to practice speaking through all of my drones," she resolved. "I should have done that before. We are fine so far, thank you," Max answered instead. "However, our queen has been separated from us. Do you know where she is?" Max hesitated. Regina nodded his head and pointed his finger in the exact direction where she was kept. Then she jumped into Tim, enduring the disorientation for a moment, and moved his arms to draw a rough map on the ground. Luckily, Max caught on quickly. "She's in the manor house, in a room on the ground floor to the northeast," he said. Regina couldn't see the elf's expression, but from the short pause, it was clear the woman was surprised at what they did. "Well," she finally said, "is there anything we can do for you?" Regina switched again and scribbled on the ground with Mia's work limb, thankful that it was just packed dirt and not stone or anything. She knew she was showing the elves one of the cards she'd kept up her sleeve, but under the circumstances, that seemed worth the risk. "Can you please help us escape?" Max asked. He looked at her and widened his eyes, putting on an expression that abruptly reminded Regina how much like a kid he looked. The elven woman again remained quiet for a few seconds before answering. "I cannot promise you much, children. However, we have little love for the Delvers and this would not be the first time we are helping someone unfortunately caught in their clutches. If you are able to act alone well enough to have a chance, we might be able to assist you." Regina smiled. She didn't have a finished plan, but she did have a few ideas, and a few assets she could leverage. It was frustrating trying to communicate them via short scribbles, and took longer than she wanted, but finally she thought she was getting the key ideas across. "I see," the elf replied, and Regina pictured her nodding decisively. "We should certainly manage to distract them for you, if nothing else." She paused for a moment. "I will have to check with the others, you understand, but I am confident that if you are able to get out, we can also take you to safety from there. There is more to talk about, but Aeneas will speak to you if this endeavor succeeds." "Thank you very much, Mom," Max replied politely. Regina stood up, taking a moment to find her balance with most of her attention still tethered to Mia's consciousness. That promised to be interesting. Chapter 26, Ready to Go. The sun slowly moved across the sky, and although Regina didn't have a clock, she could tell the passage of time by the activity of the people in the village. There was a guard shift change at some point, and it seemed like more Delvers trickled into the central part of the settlement. And then, of course, there were the elves. Luckily, they had no intention of leaving soon. Regina had to stop herself from pacing and checking on their progress all the time. While she kept half of her attention with the drones, she tried to be unobtrusive and let them work, rather than taking control of one. The only ones really working were the drone workers. Mia and Tia had been at it for what felt like hours already and were clearly feeling the strain, but they grimly persevered. The key to Regina's idea was their ability to dig. Their class skill, ground evacuation, was perfectly suited for the task. So, the both of them were making a tunnel, trying to dig as quietly as possible. It only had to be wide enough for one of them to crawl, but that meant it did still have to fit a person. They were also careful about the floor of the room they were in and trying to stabilize the tunnel so it didn't collapse. You had to reach a certain depth for that, not to mention avoiding the foundations of the house. So far, they managed to keep their efforts secret from the guards. It helped that those didn't seem to be professional soldiers, or at least not used to keeping prisoners. Regina had the impression they were distracted by the visit of the elves and their comrades' fight against the monsters. She'd heard the occasional sounds of combat, but only rarely, and only for a short time. Given that that noise was probably only what reached her across some distance, the sounds had to be deafening close up. She wouldn't bet against monsters with sound-based attacks, though. In any case, this told her that the fighting was still ongoing. They were still only a few days into the monster horde, and it would probably continue for a while longer. Under the circumstances, she was almost glad of it. If they tried to escape and were stopped, it would only make things worse. But she'd heard the way Drito spoke of so-called monster bloods. She didn't trust in his professionalism, and objectivity would be a pipe dream anyway. No one seemed particularly interested in finding facts or proof of anything. Why would he let a little thing like lack of evidence stand in his way? She heard a loud noise from the others and froze, focusing more of her attention on them. Currently, she was watching through Tim's eyes. That left Max, as the unspoken leader of the group, free to talk and act, while still giving her a close viewpoint and not bothering the girls at work. At least Tim didn't seem to mind at all. None of them did. Now that she thought about it, there was another crash outside, and then loud voices. Someone else came, a higher-pitched voice. The conversation faded as they moved further away. Then Regina realized with a start that the loud argument was coming towards her. She could now hear it more clearly with her own ears. Frowning, she shakily stood up and crossed the room to the door, trying to see whatever she could and listen closely. At least she was getting better at handling input from different consciousnesses at the same time. Then the shutters on the small window in her room moved. Regina's eyes widened, and she rushed over to quietly open it a little. They hadn't been closed completely, presumably to let in some air, so it was easy. She took a deep breath and listened hard. The guard was obviously distracted, and the loud argument of people moving down the street right by the house covered for any suspicious sounds. An elf stood in front of the window. She could smell them. It seemed like the same woman who'd visited the others, presumably the rogue or spy of the group. Regina smiled in her general direction and nodded slightly. Then a roundish brown object appeared. She blinked in surprise as it moved through the window, then quickly grabbed it. Regina mouthed thank you at the elf, but the woman started moving away immediately. Frowning, Regina looked down at the object. It was about the size of a small apple. She closed the window carefully, then held it up and looked closer. After a moment, she bit into it. It was pretty ingenious, really. A way to store and consume potions that didn't leave any traces behind. The outer layer reminded her a bit of a cracker in taste and consistency. After she carefully started eating away at it, she saw the blue liquid inside. Regina sipped on it, but it only tasted like water, then resumed eating the covering. This wasn't very sanitary, but she had bigger problems. Maybe this wouldn't work for everyone, but so far, her people seemed to be able to eat pretty much anything. Regina finished it off, then called up her status and watched as her mana started climbing upwards. After a while, it was almost full again, at 150 out of 160. She grinned to herself. She felt a lot better already. Then she turned around and checked out the room once more. She quickly ruled out the door into the building as an escape route. It was barricaded too tightly. Even if she could open it up, it would attract too much attention. That left the window and the back door to the outside. The door was locked, but she had ways of getting around that. Regina focused on her mana and quickly cast a lesser basic conjuration. The spell gave her a small, thin rod of iron, about as long as her hand. She grinned and started poking around inside the lock of the door. They clearly hadn't used any kind of magic to secure it, and technologically advanced this place was not. That affected things like locking mechanisms as well. Regina knew that a modern lock from the world of her memories would have been impossible for her to pick like this, but this one should be doable. She still had to poke around in it for a bit before realizing she wasn't getting anywhere. Then she withdrew her bit of iron and focused for a moment to conjure a second, smaller one. This one she formed so it was vaguely T-shaped, with smaller bits on the end, which made it look more like a key. She had a good enough idea of the dimensions of the lock to make it fit. Then she inserted it and carefully tested to see if she could open the door. Once she was sure she could get out, she paused and listened. The guard might not be a professional, but he'd notice when she opened the door, so she took a mental step back and focused on her hive. The guard in the other room of their house still hadn't moved, and from his regular breathing, he was probably taking a nap. She would call it unprofessional, but given that this was one of the actual soldiers, probably one of the Baron's men, and not a Delver, That would be ironic. She appreciated it anyway. Tio and Mia were just putting the finishing touches on the tunnel. Regina smiled and slipped deeper into Tim's consciousness again. "I'm ready to go," she said. This time, it was even vaguely understandable. The drones looked excited. "All right, let's do this." Max was clearly trying to psych himself up, or maybe the others. He insisted on going first, and Regina didn't stop him. He crawled through the tunnel, then carefully poked his head out. Seeing that the coast was clear, he scrambled out, with Mia following him right away. They'd picked a spot where a side alley dead-ended along the walls of some houses. Given the current situation, no one should be paying any attention to it. Regina still waited with bated breath as her hive climbed out of the tunnel. The hardest thing was taking the eggs out. They were still growing and almost bursting the seams of the bags they'd put them in, and trying to push them through a narrow tunnel wasn't easy. But they managed it in time. Once the drones were safely out of their prison, Regina took a deep breath, then turned back to her door. She waited, frowning to herself. If the elves abandoned them now. But a tense minute later, the real distraction started. She heard raised voices, wordless shouts and exclamations. The roar of a monster, which sounded deeper than a wyvern, followed. And a few seconds later, the raised voices from closer to her own position escalated into a shouting match. Regina opened the door, trying to be quiet, but mostly going for speed. She only took a moment to grasp the scene outside before she rushed through it. The guard outside her door had looked away to watch the brewing fight between two of the elven guests and some of the delvers. He was just turning back towards her, but Regina didn't give him any time to react. She barreled into him, pressing the shaft of his polium between them so he couldn't use it. Then she got her arm around his throat and started squeezing. The delver was wearing his helmet, but no gorget. He bucked and tried to get her off, but although he was clearly much stronger than her, he couldn't use his strength to his full advantage like this. Regina kept choking him out, dragging his body backwards. Once his struggles started slowing down, killing him might have been easier, but she didn't need to make the humans any angrier than she had to. Once she was sure that the man wasn't just feigning, she released him and propped him up against the side of the building, taking his weapon. It looked a bit like a war axe combined with a normal spear. Regina slipped into the alley beside the building, breathing a sigh of relief. That could have gone worse. Then she froze. There, further in the alley, stood another person. "I knew I heard something," Janice said. The villager slowly moved closer, frowning at Regina. It was the same expression she'd worn when considering a magic-related question. "Stop right there," Regina said. "If you don't want this situation to get worse, you'll just let me pass." "No one needs to know you ever saw me." Janice stopped. "Why would it get worse?" "Because I can kill you before any of the delvers get here, if you yell for them." Janice made a face. "I wouldn't have done that anyway." She took a step to the side, pressing herself against the wall of the alley. "You should probably hurry, milady." Regina hesitated for a moment, before she got moving again. She paused as she passed Janice. The girl's demeanor had changed a little. Now, Regina inhaled a deep breath. There was something about her scent that felt weird, or at least not like the other humans in the village. "Why, Janice?" she asked. Janice shrugged. "Of course I'm on your side. These delvers are prigs, and you don't deserve the way they've treated you." She frowned. "Not that others do." "All right. If you really want to help, then go down the street to the other delvers. Make sure they're distracted." Regina hesitated for a moment. "Once I'm established somewhere, maybe we can continue that talk about magic." Janice smiled at her, then bowed her head and turned away. Regina heard her leave and the sound of her steps speed up as she started jogging. While she did the same, she tried to stay out of anywhere people might be watching, but it only took Regina a minute to reach the spot on the outside of the village where her hive was waiting for her. She untensed slightly as she joined them. A quick look confirmed that everything was as it should be. "Catch up later," she said. "We need to hurry. Let's go." The drones fell into step behind her seamlessly, with Tim and the girls carrying one of the bags each. They reached the river at the edge of the village quickly. Two cloaked figures already waited for them there. Once Regina approached, they lowered their hoods and Regina recognized two of the elves. "Good, you're here," the man greeted them. "A forest scout called by an according to the system. Get in, the others will catch up quickly." A shimmering in the air suddenly appeared and faded after a second, and Regina got the faint sense of magic being present. Then a small wooden boat became visible in the river, pulled up on the shore right between the elves. The first one jumped in without waiting for a reply. Regina followed him in, then helped Mia climb in as well. The boat was packed full with all of them, but the elves didn't seem to care. The second man pushed it off the shore and it quickly started moving. A faint wind began to rise, and Regina sensed an intricate layering of mana as the boat got moving upriver. Then a shout came from behind them. She turned round and froze as she saw the people standing on the riverbank. A few delvers, and Trito's scarred face in the lead. He started running, and even as the distance to the village visibly increased, he kept pace with the boat. Just as he left the outskirts of the village, a dark form dove from the sky. Regina winced slightly as she watched the wyvern crash down on the man. The delver lit up with light just before they collided. Regina scooted closer to the edge, trying to make out more details, although the boat was turning as it followed a bend in the river. Just before they got too far away to see clearly, she watched the wyvern shudder and fall to the side, where it lay unmoving. The sword of light, still glowing faintly, still stood. He didn't continue chasing them, and she quickly lost sight of him and the other delvers. Chapter 27, Strategic Advantages and Space to Grow. Regina kept glancing back, looking for anyone who might be following them. The boat slowed down, not going quite as fast as during their escape. Everything seemed still and silent behind them except for the monsters. After a while, when the trees made it hard to see anything, she came to the conclusion that they weren't followed. Or if they were, she wouldn't be able to detect their pursuers anyway. So she turned her full attention to her more immediate surroundings. The boat was cramped, with the drones almost sitting in each other's laps. The elves clearly tried to keep some distance, even if it was hard under these circumstances. "Thank you for that," Regina said. "What about the others, your companions? I mean, they shouldn't be far behind us." Bianorn, the elf who'd spoken before, replied. The boat slowed down further, and eventually drifted to the side until it almost beached on the riverbank. Regina frowned and glanced around. They were in the outskirts of the forest now, and while she still saw monsters around, none of them got close to their group. Maybe one of the elves was using a skill for that. After a few minutes, she jumped as something bumped the boat. Regina blinked in surprise when she saw the figures coming out of the trees. "I was only looking away for a moment." The elves on the boat stood up, and Regina followed suit after a second. Hesitantly, she stepped out of the boat and onto the rocky shore of the river. She stumbled and hurried a few steps away, where the ground wasn't as wet and slippery. The elves backed away enough to keep the space around her open. "It's good to see you all made it out unharmed," Aeneas said. She stood at the front of the second group, her boat slung over her back and her hood up. Her posture and bearing were more confident than it had been in the village, as if she was in her element now. Here in the forest, Regina glanced at Tia, who was just climbing out of the boat as well, taking one of the bulging bags. She still moved a bit stiffly, but her wound seemed to be healed well enough not to cause trouble. "We shouldn't linger here for too long," Bianorn cut in. "The delvers might still be following, and we can't keep the beasts away forever." "True," another male elf agreed. He looked tired. "The sooner we get to the outpost, the better." "Outpost?" Regina asked as the elves all hefted their packs and prepared to leave. "We're not going to your settlement?" Aeneas shook her head. "No, we are still in the middle of the monster horde, which makes trying to get you into the city tricky. But do not fear, you will not be in undue danger in our company, and you will want to see where I am taking you." Regina nodded and started walking as the elves did. One woman stayed behind with the boat, presumably to take it to back wherever it came from. She noticed that the drones stayed close to each other. After a moment of hesitation, Regina fell back to walk among them. She reached out to squeeze Max's shoulder softly and took Tia's arm for a moment. They both seemed to relax visibly. She made herself smile at her hive. "We're going to need to have a long talk once we have some privacy." "Where exactly are we going, then?" she asked Aeneas after a few minutes of walking through the forest. "An old outpost that is rarely in use anymore," the elven ranger answered. In the forest's light, the brown streaks in her hair seemed more like gold, reflecting the sunlight oddly. "It is reasonably close to a spot where we once thought to build a settlement before some unfortunate circumstances coinciding led to the project being abandoned. But it is still a good spot, at the edge of a bay in the forest. Regina raised an eyebrow. Oh? Aeneas glanced back and gave her a smile. It is still somewhat close to human lands, and more exposed to danger, she said. Further out in the open than our kind typically prefer, but I'm sure having lots of space to grow would not be a problem for your hive. Regina paused. This sounded good. Remarkably good. Is that so? Forgive the blunt question, but if you let me build my hive there, what is in it for your people? Aeneas chuckled and shook her head. I'm not the one who makes these decisions, child, but even I can see that having some people we're friendly with settled there would be strategically advantageous, in order to cover our flanks. Of course, that does presume your group will be strong enough to hold the place. Regina nodded, but didn't say anything. Aeneas was looking at her with a clearly speculative look, a curious gleam in her eye. She decided not to risk revealing anything more than she had to. Still, while the elf's words made sense and she could see the potential benefit of such an alliance for them, it presumed that they saw her as someone who could build a true settlement up, or even a client state of sorts. That implied they had some knowledge of her capabilities. The thought made Regina's heart beat faster, and she wasn't entirely sure whether it was from anxiety, excitement at a possible lead, or something else. The journey through the forest took several hours. They mostly followed some narrow, winding game trails. Aeneas appeared to know exactly where she was going, even if there was no proper road here. There were still monsters in the forest, more than she'd seen before the horde, but still considerably less than there were in the thick of it. A few times, their group got attacked by monsters. Aeneas and the elves were nice enough to let Regina and her drones fight some of them. She stayed back, biting her lower lip, as she watched Mia and Tia take down another black panther. The monster was only level 6, which made it good experience for them. Max and Tim had already defeated its companion and were now trying to skin it, with one of the elves looking on and giving tips. The panther lunged, but Mia managed to dodge and cracked it over the head with her work limb, while Tia scraped it with the sword she'd borrowed. It was only a shallow cut, but the monster drew back, hissing. Tia followed it, charging forward, and managed to score another cut with her sword. Mia sidestepped to keep it pinned between them. When Tia drew its attention again, Mia swung at its hind limb. She didn't seem to do much damage, but she distracted the panther enough for Tia to stab it again, in the chest this time. The panther tried to retreat, but clearly had trouble keeping its feet, and fell down eventually. Tia stabbed it in the throat, then stepped back, grinning broadly. I reached level 6, my queen. Tia told her. Me too, Mia added. Well done. Regina congratulated them. Let's get these taken care of quickly, then go on. I don't think our new friends want to wait long. Only 10 minutes later, they encountered another pack of monsters. This time, the elves didn't even warn them. The ranger guarding their right flank simply stepped aside, grinning slightly. Max charged at the red-striped snake, level 8, before Regina could even say anything. Tim followed a moment later, capturing the attention of the second snake, which was a level lower. Regina gathered her mana and prepared to throw a magic missile. She waited until she had a clear view before loosing her attack on the third snake. She couldn't see its level, and her attack almost seemed to bounce off its scales. While it paused in its tracks, it didn't seem very hurt. Mana, 108-160. Before she could continue the fight, another elf stepped in, drawing the higher-level monster away from the rest. Regina didn't protest, and instead turned her attention to the other two. Tim was pushing his snake hard, while Max had adopted a more defensive style. Regina gathered the mana for a second missile, then loosed it when it looked like Tim might be overextended. The attack caught the snake in the jaw it had just opened and caused it to jerk back. That proved to be its downfall when Tim quickly skewered it through the mouth. Then he pivoted and slashed at the other snake, which Max was keeping still. The two warriors quickly ended that one, as well. Regina glanced around. Most of the elves seemed to have vanished into the forest, but Aeneas was just coming back towards them. You're finished. Good, we're almost there. Let's hurry, we still need to set up camp before nightfall. Regina nodded. A part of her wanted to keep fighting until the next level up, or at least until Max and Tim leveled up. They had to be really close to it, considering the fight against the monster horde in the village, but there'd probably be opportunity enough for that later. After only a few more minutes of walking, they finally reached the outpost. Regina paused and took it in. I probably should have expected a treehouse. Although calling it a treehouse was like calling the castle a walled hut. The outpost spread over several trees, anchored to broad branches and secured with intricately knotted ropes as well as wooden planks. Some parts of it looked like they'd grown naturally from a single piece of wood, but in impossible shapes. It was situated on top of a hill, and if Regina squinted, she could just see the end of the tree line further down. The elves all seemed to cheer up as they reached it. They nimbly climbed up and even offered to help the hive with their bags, but Regina refused. She didn't want them to see the eggs quite yet. Instead, she climbed up with one hand, holding a bag in the other. Once on a wooden platform, she found a secluded spot in an oversized knothole to deposit them for now. The others can set up camp for the night, Aeneas said, dropping down from above to appear beside her. I thought we might take a look at the place I mentioned earlier. Regina tried not to wince and nodded. She glanced around at her drones. After a moment of consideration, she called, Mia, with me, please. The rest of you, help the elves set up camp. She wanted to have a worker along to help her assess the space with an eye to construction and planning a settlement, and Mia seemed like the best choice. Mia smiled as she jumped over to join Regina and Aeneas. The elven ranger didn't comment, but simply jumped down to the ground, barely touching the rope hanging down. Regina suppressed a sigh and chose to climb down the trunk of the tree, using her claws for better handholds. Mia copied her. The young drone worker stuck close to her as Aeneas led them through the forest, ducking behind trees and crossing game trails as she went down the hill. Regina heard some sounds from the canopy above that didn't quite sound like birds. If she had to guess, a few other elves were accompanying them, but she didn't comment on it. Finally, the three of them emerged from the trees into open ground. They stood on another hill, where the forested slope gradually gave way to a meadow. She could see what the elf had meant by calling it a bay. The forest almost surrounded the place in a rough semicircle, and there was a small lake to the east, which probably connected to the river. I can see the strategic relevance, I think, Regina said after a moment of looking at it. Then she glanced northeast with a frown. But it is still pretty close to Forest's Watch, isn't it? Aeneas nodded with a sober expression. That it is, and I don't suppose the Delvers have forgotten about us, she continued. They might not go after us right away, but I doubt we've heard the last of that. Most likely not, the elf agreed. I cannot promise you that my people will protect you from all threats, either. We have other commitments and conflicts. Regina shook her head. I wouldn't want that, anyway. We need to stand on our own, and be able to hold our own. No offense, she added after a moment. Even relying on the elves as much as they already didn't sit well with her. She tolerated it because this offered her the opportunity to build up her hive, to grow her own strength. That didn't mean she was prepared to trust them unconditionally, or to trust her safety and that of her hive to them. Well, in any case, you don't need to decide this right away, Aeneas said in a gentle tone. Let us go back to the others. Regina nodded and turned to go after a last look. She'd confer with Mia privately later, or better, bring her here again tomorrow to take a closer look at the whole valley. But she still felt like the decision was already made. Even if it would be dangerous, what were their alternatives? Go try to settle in the Elven City? Try to find other human communities to take them in? She snorted to herself. No. She needed space for her hive to expand, if nothing else, and she and her hive wouldn't bow to anyone but herself. Chapter 28, 2 and 2. The monster horde had already lasted for several days, but it would go on for a few more. Tim had managed to get that information from one of the elven rangers in the group. He didn't mind it much, since it would offer him and his hive the opportunity to gain more experience and, hopefully, levels. But listening to the constant sounds of monsters from the forest around them wore on his nerves, even if he did his best not to show it. He and Max both reached level 8 the day after they arrived at the elven outpost. They fought another pack of lionettes, with the elves watching them. One of the monsters was higher level than them, but they were never in real danger. Regina leveled up again in the same fight. After that, she took Mia and followed Aeneas and a few others into the forest again, heading for the site where their new hive would be built. She hadn't said so in so many words, but Tim was sure of it anyway. He might not be as smart as Max or his queen, but he tried to keep his eyes and ears open, and he could put 2 and 2 together. They were only gone for a minute when Tia sought him out. She crouched on a branch half a meter above the wooden platform some distance from the main structure where he was practicing with his blade. "Teach me how to fight," she asked. Tim nodded and tossed her the wooden sword he'd begged off by Anon to practice fighting with different kinds of blades. He wasn't too surprised at this request. He'd seen how fervently she'd thrown herself into the fights with monsters lately. "Hold the sword like this," he told her. "No, a little tighter. You don't want it to slip out of your hand." The wooden sword was a short one, roughly carved out of a piece of wood in a way that made him suspect that the elves had just made it during the trip on a whim. But it worked well enough. They'd had to leave their weapons behind at the human village, so he appreciated it. He led Tia through some exercises, mostly about how to hold the weapon and some basic movements. This was all instinctual to him, and teaching someone else often made him pause uncertainly. He'd never received any training himself, but he did his best to convey what he knew about fighting, and it even helped him better understand what he was doing. Even if he probably wasn't the best teacher, but at least this way, he could help Tia. He wouldn't put it past her to sneak off and try to train on her own. Tim watched her closely, trying to see if she was overexerting herself. Her injury was mostly healed, but he could tell that it still bothered her. Besides, why else would their queen have left her behind? So he focused on basics that weren't physically demanding, just holding the weapon and a few stances. "All right," he said after a while when it was clear she was getting frustrated. "Give it back to me, please, then we can work on some exercises using your work limbs." "For all the good they are," she muttered as she handed the wooden sword back. Tim frowned. "They are," he said. "Besides, if you have to fight and we're not there, it'll most likely be when there's a surprise attack by monsters, so you probably won't have any weapons on you." Tia mirrored his frown. But, she hesitated. They were interrupted by Max jumping onto the platform from a neighboring one. He landed with a thump and straightened to his full height. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I'm just showing Tia a few things," Tim replied. "Do you want to join in? We could do a bit of group training." The other warrior looked at both of them for a moment, narrowing his eyes. "I'm not sure that's a good idea," he said. "Don't we have better things to do? And what if someone gets hurt?" Tim paused. It hadn't occurred to him that Max might not approve. He opened his mouth, but he wasn't sure what to say. "We'll be careful." "And why not?" Tia asked, putting her hands on her hips and stretching her work limbs a little to the side. "I need to fight better." Max shook his head. "You're doing fine, and you're a worker, not a warrior. Maybe you should focus on what you can do in that area." "But Max, I need to learn how to fight. I don't want to keep being useless." "Oh." Tim took half a step back before he caught himself. "You're not useless," he said. He had felt pretty frustrated trying to build the shelters, but he wasn't sure how to say that, and he didn't really want to talk about that, so he just said, "So what if you're not as good at fighting as us? We're higher level and warriors." "I'm sorry I wasn't able to protect you from that monster." Max's tone was a lot gentler now, and he brushed the side of his blade limb against her shoulder for a moment. "I promise I'll do better from now on." He glanced at Tim, who nodded. "We both will." "But we've been fighting all the time, and we need it to level and grow stronger for the hive." "You won't need to fight to level," Max countered. "If Mother had wanted only drones who could fight, don't you think she would have laid only warrior eggs?" Tia hesitated for a moment before she responded. "But that was before the monster horde, which will be over soon." Tim cleared his throat. He interjected hesitantly, "Maybe we should ask our queen when she gets back." Max paused, then nodded. "You're right. In the meantime," he glanced around and raised an eyebrow, "we should patrol the perimeter. And someone needs to move the eggs to a better spot, and Tia should study the treehouse to see how the elves built it and assess if we could do something like that. You're not going to argue that you're obviously the best suited of us for this task, are you, Tia?" Tia winced and stood up straighter. "I'll get right on it, Max." Then she turned and vaulted over a branch to the next platform. Tim nodded at Max and grabbed one of the ropes to descend to the ground. He'd start looking for signs of monsters around the base of the outpost. Glancing up, he caught an elf watching them, who quickly turned once he caught his gaze. Tim winced. In the future, they really needed to make sure conversations like this were more private. Maybe our low wisdom stats are a problem after all. Their queen returned after several hours, looking tired, but also smiling slightly. Mia, on the other hand, was looking more excited than he'd ever seen her. Granted, that wasn't saying much. Tim hopped onto a branch near them and sat down, waiting for the rest of the hive to gather. As he did, he glanced at his status sheet again. Tim Drone Warrior. Level 8. Mana, NA, Con, 11 STR, 13 Dex, 10 End, 11 Int, 13 Wiz, 9. He'd gained another point in STR with his newest level. The next one would probably go to Con. His Int and Wiz hadn't risen since he hatched, so he had no idea when their turn might come. Although he felt like he was smarter now than when he'd just hatched, so how well did they really describe someone's intelligence or wisdom? Max and Tia showed up shortly, and Regina smiled at them all. "We're going to be staying here," she announced, "in the place they showed me. I mean, we'll wait at the end of the monster horde with the elves, then we'll get started on building a proper hive. They'll leave by then. I also got promises for a bit of help, so it should hopefully go better than last time." Tim smiled, and saw the others grinning, too. He couldn't help but feel excited. A real hive, a place to stay and build, at least. He knew it would mean a lot of work, but he didn't mind that. And if his queen thought they could handle the humans they would undoubtedly have to deal with, that was a bit of a relief, too. "What can we do to prepare?" Max asked. Regina chewed on her lower lip. "Try and learn as much as we can from the elves, I guess. We can also keep fighting monsters, but we'll have to do that once we're on our own, anyway." "What about the eggs?" Tim asked in a low voice. That bothered him. Did they trust the elves enough to show them new drones hatching? It would probably be pretty obvious what was going on. Regina glanced around, presumably checking to make sure they were alone. He couldn't hear or smell anyone else close by, though, and that was probably a more reliable indicator. "We'll take them to a secluded spot in the forest," she replied. "Then we'll just come back with a few more people. I kind of already told alieners that would happen, and they'll probably figure it out soon no matter what we do. If they haven't already." Tim cocked his head. The way his queen was frowning slightly, the way she spoke that last sentence, implied that she suspected they did, and considering what he'd heard Daenerys say, that made sense. And if the elves had, could the humans figure it out as well? He shook his head and made himself focus on the conversation. Tia was asking about getting combat training. "Sure," Regina answered easily. "If you have the time, I don't see why not. Actually," she frowned thoughtfully, "I guess I could make that a rule. Once we have more workers, they all need to get some self-defense training, at least, and more advanced training if they want, as long as it doesn't interfere with everyone's work." Tia gave Max a pointed look. He glanced away, scratching the base of his right blade limb. Mia, on the other hand, looked apprehensive. "If anything, go take a nap or something." "Tia, I don't like your color," their queen said. "Mia, go see about tools like we discussed." "Max, I'd like to go on a patrol around the camp with you." "Tim, do what you do, I guess." Tim felt his chest puff up a bit before he made himself stop. He'd seen the small smile on his queen's face, before she turned to jump to the ground with Max. He felt gratified that she didn't feel the need to give him any specific instructions. Gods knew, if they were real, she had more than enough to deal with already. He didn't want to add to her burden. Even the scrap with Tia and Max arguing over combat training. Tim shook his head and resolved then and there to solve problems, not make them. He knew that he would probably end up in a leadership position once they had more younger warriors. Even if he would rather act on his own, fight without having to worry about others, he'd do his best. He climbed to the higher platform where most of the elves had set up camp to talk to Byanorn again. Maybe he could get him to make them some more training weapons. They could use those. Or even real weapons. Anything was better than a stone axe. Chapter 29, New Beginnings. The monster horde ended the day after her new drones hatched. If Regina had known that, she might have just tried to hide them in the forest. When Max brought a group of 3 level 1 drones into the outpost, the elves seemed just a little nonplussed. Regina watched them closely. She saw Anua's eyes narrow in what might have been realization or intense consideration, and Byanorn glanced at her with a look she found difficult to read. But at least none of them made an issue of it. She managed to deflect their questions, hopefully. For the most part, she just told them that she didn't really knew where her people came from, which was at least a half-truth, since she had no idea where she had come from or how exactly whatever biological or magical process made the drones worked. She also said that there were some issues she would rather not speak about, as they were sensitive for her and her companions. Regina didn't get the impression that they were satisfied with it, but the elves didn't press her too much. Instead, they focused on packing up their camp. The number of monsters in their surroundings had decreased, and when Aeneas declared that the horde was over and they were leaving, the forest seemed about as safe as it had been before, if not more so. It's usually quiet after a monster horde, Bianorn told her when she mentioned that observation. Many strong monsters have been killed. Those that survive generally retreat and lick their wounds. That is why I'm confident you will be safe even without us, Aeneas said, stepping up to where they were standing at the base of the treehouse. She inclined her head towards her. It has been a pleasure, Regina. I wish you the best of luck. Regina mirrored the gesture. To you as well, Aeneas. Safe journey. The others quickly made their goodbyes as well, and before she knew it, the elves were walking down the trail, leaving them behind. Regina stood looking after them for a while. After a minute, she heard someone shifting behind her and turned. Her hive was gathered in the small clearing, looking at her expectantly. She paused for a moment. Seeing them like this, the difference between her old companions and the new hatchlings was apparent, not so much physically, of course. Max was just a bit taller than the new warriors and Tim might be as well, and they might look just a bit sturdier and more muscular, but that was all. No, it was in the way they looked at her, in the way they held themselves. She could tell that Max, Tim and even Mia and Tia kept a small bit of their attention on the surrounding forest. The others just looked kind of eager. She smiled at them. How have you been settling in? Ben exchanged a look with his brother Dan, before he spoke. I don't think we've had much settling in to do, my queen. She chuckled and nodded. He wasn't wrong. Regina considered them for another moment. Ben had started with the same stats as Tim, while Dan had 1 point less in Dex and 1 more in End. B, on the other hand, had stats like Mia's, but with a point in STR traded for 1 in Con. Is there anything else we can do, my queen? The young worker asked now. Pack up everything if you haven't already. Regina answered. We're going to move to the new site immediately. The others nodded and hurried off to gather what supplies they had. Fortunately, the elves had been kind enough to leave them some camping equipment, and they had meat from the monsters they'd fought. It didn't take long for everyone to be ready to leave. Regina glanced back once, then led her expanded hive through the forest. She shook her head to herself. This was probably a big enough group not to have to worry about monsters, but a part of her still wanted more. She'd let her mana fill back up, use it for the most necessary tasks, wait until it was full again, then lay more eggs. At least a scout or two this time. Maybe another worker. There was probably a lot of work in front of them. Once they reached their new home, or rather where it would be, Regina felt herself smiling. It was a nice summer day, with a fresh breeze tempering the heat from the blazing sun overhead. The lake's water glittered in the sunlight, and it smelled of grass, fresh earth and new beginnings. What now? Max asked, glancing around. Regina had given it some thought. We should build some shelters first, like we had before, just to keep the rain off when necessary. Then we'll get started building proper structures. There's clay by the water, but we'll probably have to just let it bake in the sun instead of firing bricks properly. We'll also use the wood of trees we cut down. Does any of you have anything to add? She looked around, but they all shook their heads. Good. We'll probably have to experiment a lot. I was thinking we might even try building 2 different houses in 2 styles, a log cabin and one with bricks, so we'll see what works better and how much effort it takes. We'll need a lot more than 2 houses anyway, Mia commented, frowning thoughtfully, but it's not like we have a time limit, do we, my queen? Regina shook her head. I'd rather get a settlement going as soon as possible, but no, not really. What about defenses? Max asked. We can build a ditch and a palisade, she answered. I don't think we have the means for anything more, but it should be enough to at least keep some monsters off and help us fight the ones who'll attack anyway. But our biggest defense is probably going to be you warriors. You'll also do the bulk of the hunting for food and level that way. There are also fish in the lake, Tim noted, and if it comes down to it, we can just eat grass and leaves from the forest. Regina nodded, then looked around. She suddenly saw their surroundings in a new light. Has anyone actually tried eating grass or leaves yet? After a moment, Tia raised her hand. I tried a few juicy leaves. Just out of curiosity. They tasted kind of odd, but I didn't have any problems. Regina just shook her head. Fucking weird alien biology. We really could be an apocalyptic swarm if we tried. Couldn't we? Well, at least I won't have to worry too much about food supplies. She looked at the others again, noting that the new drones had remained silent so far. That wasn't surprising, since they simply lacked the experience to contribute much. But her hive was still bigger than it had ever been, and the additional hands, and other limbs, would be useful. All right, she said. Let's get started. They went to the edge of the forest, about 200 meters from the shore of the lake, to build their shelters. Regina sent Miu and Tia to look for the same kind of vines they'd used before, while the rest of them started cutting and gathering branches. Building the shelters went a lot more quickly now than it had before, since they had some experience with the process. Regina also didn't need them to be too fancy, since they were just temporary structures. It helped that her hive had some pelts from monsters they'd killed over the last few days. Those would help keep them warm at night, at least. Although she'd learned that the drones liked sleeping curled up together, Regina preferred less elbows getting in her face. She was ripped from her thoughts by a familiar low growl. Regina stood up, dropping the branches she'd been holding, and squinted into the forest. After a moment, the system showed her the designation of the monster stalking them. Black Panther, level. It was at least level 10, and quite a bit bigger than the other monsters of its kind she'd seen before. After a moment, when it apparently realized that she'd seen it, the branches of the tree rustled and she heard it getting closer. Hatchlings and workers, get back, Regina commanded. It's too strong. Max, Tim, we'll take it together. I have the center. Max and Tim arrived by her side in a flash. They advanced on the panther together, and Regina kept half a step back. She was glad she'd brought along the polium she'd taken from that human guard. The panther tried to swipe at Tim, but he deflected it with one of his blade arms. Then Max attacked, getting its attention. Regina and Tim waited for an opening, trusting in his defense. When it came, Tim stabbed at it from the side while Regina aimed a blow at its legs. The panther dodged to the side, but she still managed to catch its right hind leg and make it stumble. That was all the opportunity Tim needed. He charged forward, thrusting his blade into the joint of its other leg. The panther made a yipping sound and folded. Max bashed it over the head and Regina prepared another strike. Then Tim sidestepped with the motion of the panther's turn and stabbed it in the neck. That ended the fight. Regina took a deep breath and stepped back, glancing at the forest. I leveled up, my queen, Tim reported quietly. Good job. Regina smiled at him, then looked at Max, but he was simply staring at the dead monster. After a moment, she cleared her throat. Would you get started on harvesting it? Teach the new guys how to do it. They still didn't have consistent access to metal, except for her conjuration spell, but Regina had been thinking they might be able to make use of monster parts. High-level ones were quite strong, and their fangs and claws should be more durable than mundane animals. Probably good enough for some spearheads or arrowheads, or even to make things like needles or oars. She went back to gathering branches and weaving them into the walls for the shelter she'd been working on, leaving the gory work to the drones. By this point, she no longer felt bad about that. Her main strength, besides making more drones, was in magic. Anyway, she glanced at her status. Regina Hive Queen, level 9, mana 170-200, Hive 725, 0, Con 12 STR, 12 Dex, 12 End, 12 Int, 14 Wis, 14 plus 1. She'd used some of her mana earlier to conjure stuff they needed and it was filling back up. Her physical stats hadn't risen since, ever. Actually, as far as she knew. She didn't think it would stay that way for long, but clearly her mental stats would keep ahead of them. Regina frowned and sighed to herself. She should reach level 10 soon. She had the feeling that something interesting would happen when she did. She hadn't gotten a new spell in a while, and she should really practice making firebolt some more. She knew she was close to getting it. But it was more than that. She suspected that level 10 would be some kind of threshold. Already, she could feel a weird kind of tension in her body, as if it was preparing to do something new. How many of these shelters are we going to build, my queen? Bea asked hesitantly. Regina blinked, then looked at her and smiled. At least 3, I think. I have a feeling our hive might be growing quicker than we can keep up with building housing, soon. Bee smiled, as did Tia, who had paused in her work to listen in. Mia was still bent over the entrance to the shelter, measuring something in order to put in the door she was somehow putting together, and appeared immersed in her work. Regina grinned and got back to work again. She felt more relaxed than she'd been in what seemed like a long time, surrounded by her hive in their own territory. Chapter 30, Types and Abilities. The hive settled into a new routine quickly. Very quickly. Clearly, Regina wasn't the only one who felt good about finally having a bit of space to call their own, and the drones were working hard to develop it into something approaching a real home. She'd had a long discussion with Max and Tim about their security and defensive measures. In the end, Regina decided that their fortifications would have to wait a bit. Not because they weren't important, but because they wouldn't be able to finish them quickly. Anyway, she wanted a proper palisade around their homes, and since she expected rapid growth, that meant they'd need to reserve space inside it. There was just no way they would be able to chop down and process enough trees for such a large wall, at least not with their current strength. That left the warriors free to assist the workers and to hunt. Regina had laid more eggs the same day they arrived here, 2 drone scouts and a drone worker. The scouts should be able to help the warriors hunt, as well as help guard their hive. Her hive was growing by leaps and bounds, but it still felt small. Regina wanted to start a proper settlement, and that needed manpower. She also needed to level up. Max had quickly followed Tim in reaching her level, which meant that even if the 2 of them fought enough monsters to earn another level up, they wouldn't be able to get it. A higher level would also raise Regina's limit for her hive and possibly speed up her mana regeneration, if nothing else. She was probably gaining experience for establishing herself like this, but it hadn't been enough to put her over the threshold yet. A part of her wanted to wait and see if the hatching of her 3 next drones would do so, but without any way to chart her progress or experience gain, that was probably not very helpful. So she set out to hunt monsters, accompanied by Tim and the 2 lower-level warriors. Max was staying behind along with the higher-level workers in order to protect the hive. Regina had considered what might go wrong during this trip and resolved to stay close enough to get back quickly and take whatever they could use for first aid. She had not considered the possibility that she wouldn't find anything to fight. "This is a little ridiculous," she huffed, plopping down on a fallen tree trunk as they crested yet another hill. "I can't believe there aren't any strong monsters around." Tim glanced at Ben and Dan, who were breathing heavily and clutching their makeshift weapons. They'd both had several fights with low-level monsters they had encountered. Tim had held back and only stepped in when they seemed to be in real danger to help them level up. It had paid off, since both were level 2 and could probably reach level 3 quickly. "There are still monsters," he noted, "but they're no challenge for me and I doubt I'll get real experience from them," Regina retorted. "That is why I left them to Ben and Dan." The 2 warriors exchanged a glance. Ben looked like he wanted to say something, but then closed his mouth and looked away. "Bianorn did say that the stronger monsters are either dead or have retreated, my queen," Tim reminded her. "I know." Regina sighed. "Do you think we should keep going or head back?" Tim frowned, glancing at the sky. "We've been out here for several hours, and even if we've been walking in an arc around our territory, I wouldn't go too much farther." "You're right. Let's go back. Maybe we'll see some monsters on the way." On the way back, they encountered another small pack of flaming wolves, none of them over level 4. Tim joined in and helped Ben and Dan fight them, taking on 2 of the wolves to leave them 1 each. Regina hesitated, but didn't join the fight herself. She didn't have a real weapon at the moment, and she was more focused on using magic, anyway. But with her mana regen limited, she didn't want to use any mana she didn't have to. It took longer to get back than she'd thought, especially since they waited for the younger warriors to gut and clean their kills. Regina lent a hand in carrying them back to the camp. When she finally walked out of the forest and saw that everything appeared to be calm, the same as when they'd left, she breathed a sigh of relief. She set the carcass of the wolf she was carrying down with a thump and watched as Bee hurried over to take it. Her hive couldn't afford to waste any materials they got. Still, as Regina walked away and looked out over the field and the sparkling water of the lake, she felt cautiously optimistic. They just needed some time to grow. But we might not get that time. That night, she slept in the first of the completed shelters, using wolf pelts as mattress and blanket. Her sleep was more restful than it had been in days, and she went about her day with new energy. By her count, it had now been about 3 weeks since she first woke up in this world, since she hatched, and a week since the monster horde started. It had been relatively short, but apparently vicious. Her hive would have to be strong enough to face the next one in 5 years, whatever else happened. Regina didn't worry about that, though 5 years were a long time, especially to someone with her class, or template, or whatever made her a hive queen. She helped the workers finish up the last of their provisional shelters and helped with preparations for their real building projects. The boys were set to work chopping down trees, passing the one good axe they had between them. Regina and the workers went to what she would optimistically call a clay pit and started experimenting with the material. They would probably need wooden frames to form proper bricks of the same size and shape, and from what she vaguely remembered, mixing in straw would be good. Maybe they could also try just using the clay as a binding material for walls with a structure of woven branches. They didn't get a lot done that day in terms of building, but they made good progress in figuring things out. Regina felt motivated to get it done quickly. The next day, she woke up early, took some of the cooked meat they had left from dinner, and set off to the location. She wasn't the first one to arrive, though. Mia was already there, bent over the frame of rough wooden planks they'd prepared the day before, apparently immersed in her work. "I hope you got enough sleep," Regina commented. She'd had to almost drag Mia away last evening, too. The drone started, looking up and reflexively drawing in her work limbs. After a moment, she relaxed. "Oh, my queen. I'm sorry, I didn't see you there." "Yes, I slept well and I feel rested enough." "Good. It's nice to see you so engaged." Regina put down the water skin she'd taken along and started poking at some clay they dug out. "Do you think this is more promising than the log cabin idea, then?" "I don't know. We probably won't know until we really get started." "Speaking of, where should we try to bake the bricks?" "I was thinking just setting them up over there. It's a clear space and the sun will shine directly on it. It's going to be a warm day, too." "Let's see." They both dove into their work and didn't talk much except to point out issues or suggestions. Tia was at the forest's edge today, trying to get wooden beams prepared for the actual building. Ben occasionally showed up and she saw Dan patrolling around the field, but she didn't pay them much attention. Regina was so engrossed in her work that when it was interrupted, she felt disoriented for a moment. She blinked and looked up, then paused as she realized what it was that felt different. That sense inside of her, not quite her mana but connected to it, had shifted. If she focused on it, she could feel 3 presences more clearly, but her moment of realization was interrupted by the system. "You have leveled up. You may now select your first ability." Regina gasped and crouched down. She felt dizzy for a second, and there was a warm sensation in her body. It spiked until she felt a stab of heat through her core. It took her a moment before she could focus on the next screen the system showed her. "Congratulations, you have reached level 10 as a hive queen and unlocked your second type of drones. You may now create swarm drones. My queen." "Are you alright?" "What's happening?" She felt Mia's hands on her shoulder. Regina took a deep breath, pulling her attention from the system to her surroundings, and answered, "It's okay. I leveled up and apparently unlocked a new type of drone." She paused and grimaced. "I think we're going to see what that means quickly." A pressure grew in her abdomen, one that felt familiar, though slightly different. Regina closed her eyes, focused on the agitated mana in her body, and tried not to worry as she let her biology run its course. When she was finished, Regina straightened up and took a step back, breathing deeply. She felt tired, though no worse than last time, which was interesting, since there were 5 eggs laying in the grass this time. They had the same swirling brownish-gray coloring as her other eggs, but these eggs were a little smaller. Regina carefully picked one up, turning it in her hands thoughtfully. It felt slightly warm, almost alive, like the others. Then she glanced at Mia. "Well, let's get these into the shelter." Mia nodded and carefully gathered up the eggs. The 2 of them headed back to the edge of the forest, where they'd built their shelters. It wasn't a long trip. Once they arrived, Regina put the eggs into a small indentation on the ground in one of the shelters, braced by twigs and cushioned by leaves and fur scraps. Only then did she step back and look around for the former inhabitants of this space. Max was talking to the 3 new drones a short distance away. They and Tia had all stopped what they were doing and were watching her, but clearly didn't want to come and bother her. Regina eyed the two new scouts for a moment. They looked like leaner versions of the warriors, for the most part. Although, interestingly enough, one of them seemed to be female. Like the other scout, one of her lower limbs extended into a blade like the warriors, but shorter. The other one instead was a more complicated, multi-pronged tool, and Regina couldn't make much sense of it with only a quick glance. But she turned her attention back to the system. It felt like it still held information for her. As soon as she thought about it, it showed her a new screen. Hive, unnamed. Total, 11. In a hive, 1025, plus 0. Swarm, 010. Warriors, 4 drones, 0, plus 5. Workers, 4. Scouts, 2. Regina whistled to herself. It sounded a bit higher pitched and yet more scratchy than she would have liked. So, she now had a new type of drones. Swarm drones, with one new template. War drones. From the name and the eggs, she could guess that they were intended to be weaker but more numerous. Still, that couldn't be all of it. War drones sounded very generic, less like a proper class than something like drone warrior. Regina blinked and turned her attention to the next notification screen the system was showing her. She'd finally unlocked her first ability, and she was curious to see what that meant. You may now select your first class skill. Please choose one of the following. Hive Locator. You can sense the location of all of your hive members. You will now be able to pinpoint their coordinates and distance more precisely, as well as receive more detailed information on their status. At higher levels of mastery, you will be able to project the location of your hive as or into a fully visible map, including information on hive members' status. Enhanced telepathy. Your mind is the mind of your hive. Your psychic connection to your drones deepens, enabling closer communion. Telepathic contact is easier and may include broader targeting. At higher levels of mastery, you will be able to use your psychic power outside of the context of your hive. Mage's focus. Your path is one of magic. Your rate of mana regeneration will be improved, as you will get an effective bonus to your Wish stat, the size of which depends on your int stat. Learning new spells will be easier for you. At higher levels of mastery, you will have greater control over casting your spells and be able to cast 2 at once. Regina couldn't help herself and whistled again. All of these abilities sounded very good. Even if she had to wait 10 levels, they seemed a lot more powerful and complex than what the drones got. But she knew what she wanted as soon as she saw the option. Mage's focus was very tempting, especially since the reduction in her mana regeneration rate was one of her greatest issues right now. But its main effect was something she would get anyway as she leveled up further. It was the only choice that focused on her own power, not her hive. But she wasn't just any mage. Regina knew that, while her path might be one of magic, her greatest strength was her hive. She should choose something that would help her strengthen it further. Hive Locator would be cool, but what really called to her was enhanced telepathy. Besides, it sounded like she could get most of the effects of the locator option with that, too. And if it strengthened the psychic connection between them, it might affect not just herself, but her whole hive. It might even allow the drones to talk to each other eventually. And while Hive Locator's map might be a great strategic asset, the prospect of using psychic power on people outside the hive was what really convinced her. If she could just walk up to an enemy and make them surrender, or stand still while her drones killed them, that would be a real game changer. Even if actual mind control wasn't possible, it sounded very promising. Resolved, Regina tapped on the middle option. The screen disappeared with a small shower of sparks. For a second, she just stood there, wondering if that was it, but after a moment, she could tell that something had changed. Her sense of the drones was clearer. Not really any different, but it felt a bit deeper, for lack of a better word. She wouldn't be able to describe their locations any easier than before, but it was far more profound than that. For an instant, she felt like they were a part of her in a way that she hadn't noticed before. Smiling, Regina turned and started heading to the cluster of drones, who were still not so discreetly watching her. Time to meet the new drones, and maybe try out her new ability a little. Interlude. Embers. The monster roared, shaking the leaves of the nearby trees, but she could tell that it was a roar of pain. It crouched, blood dripping from the lionet's side. Janice took a step back, her focus narrowing on her opponent. She breathed deeply, feeling her mana spread through her body and forcing it into shape. It twisted, almost slipping through her mental fingers. A drop of sweat dripped down her forehead and she blinked. Then she was ready and she cast the spell. A magic missile shot out of her hand, slamming into the wound in the monster's side. The lioness made a high-pitched yipping sound as it was thrown off its feet. It struggled for a few moments more, but finally lay still. Janice raised a hand to rub her eyes. "You have leveled up." "Gods, yes." She stumbled to an overturned rock and sat down, stretching out her legs, still grinning. She'd done it. She had learned magic missile, and she had reached level 10. Janice sat there for a minute, recovering her breath. She felt too elated to care about her tiredness, the blood on her dress or the badly wrapped gash in her left forearm. She had been stuck in level 7 for what felt like years, even if it had only been a few months in actuality. Then she'd finally reached level 8, helping defend the village against monsters. That had been the day the Delvers came. Her grin slipped from her face at the memory, and she took a deep breath and made an effort to release the tension in her body. She'd gone out frequently since then, hunting monsters, at first near her village and then coming into the outskirts of the forest. Janice shook her head at herself. After she'd lost her parents, she'd promised herself she would never become an adventurer, and look at her now. But it had paid off. In only a week, she had gained 2 levels. Of course, she knew she'd only gained that last level because of magic missile. Most people might not know, but one of the benefits of leveling without a class was that the system would reward you for various things, not just accomplishments in line with your class. Learning a spell by herself must have brought her a nice sum of experience. Janice smiled again. Now that she'd reached level 10, it was time to finally get her class. With a shift of her attention, she pulled up the message. "You may choose your class. This choice will define yourself and your path forward. It cannot be undone. Choose wisely. Based on your racial characteristics, past actions and personal accomplishments, the system has selected the following classes for your consideration." Below that was a list of classes. Janice whistled silently as she read through it. There were more choices than she had expected, at least 20. Focusing on any of them made a new screen expand, giving her a bit of information on it, but she quickly breezed past them. There were a lot that she didn't care about, from baker's apprentice, probably because she'd helped out at the village bakery a bit, to hunter. These fights against monsters, presumably, to disciple. She couldn't even guess where that came from. But she'd finally gotten the choice she wanted. Janice hesitated as she saw that the system offered her the option of fire mage as well as mage. For a moment, she wavered, tempted to choose it, but then she shook her head. Old, almost forgotten advice from her father rang in her ears, warning her not to over-specialize. Besides, she didn't want to restrict herself, not when it came to this. It might be childish, but she daydreamed of being able to fly. She'd need air magic for that, not fire. And she remembered the old adventurer who'd passed through Forest's Haunt years ago, who she'd talked to for hours and persuaded to test her magical talent. She had an affinity for air magic as well, not just fire. With her choice made, the system sheet dissolved in a shower of colorful sparkles, and her bones thrummed like someone was blaring an inaudible trumpet. Janice shivered, feeling a warmth spreading throughout her body. She sensed her mana rise and vibrate for a long moment, before it calmed again. Then she stood up and flexed her hands. She felt much better now, as if all of her prior pain and tiredness had been swept away. Grinning again, Janice called up her status sheet. Janice Mage, level 10. Mana, 250. Con, 10 STR, 9 Dex, 10 End, 12 Int, 15 Wis, 14. Janice nodded to herself, happy with what she saw. Then the echo of a far-off howl brought her back to reality. She stood up, glancing at the corpse of the monster she'd killed and at the sky. Usually, she would skin and harvest it here, but the sun was sinking and night would fall soon. She didn't like the thought of leaving it behind, especially since the pelt and teeth would make her a nice profit. But as her mother used to say, you couldn't spend any money if you were dead, and she didn't fancy the thought of being in the forest at night, even if she was not far in. So she grabbed her hunting knife, secured her pack, and set off back to the village. She felt her excitement drain out of her with every step and chided herself for it. The village might not be where she wanted to be, but it was her home for now, and her aunt might actually be worried for her, even if the old shrew wouldn't show it. Janice emerged from the forest quickly and crossed the fields towards the village, putting her newfound energy to good use. It was still getting noticeably dim outside by the time she reached it. Janice frowned as she saw the soldiers standing by the entrance on the main road. The Delvers had finally left a few days ago, but things still hadn't gone back to normal. At least she could finally walk around the village without feeling like she was constantly being watched. She pulled the strap of her pack tighter as she remembered what happened a week ago. She'd often found her thoughts straying to Regina, the strange Hive Queen, over the last week, and not just because she was the reason Janice had learned her new spell. The girl had shown her something she hadn't seen in all the years she'd lived in the village and barely realized she missed. It felt odd to think of her in that manner, since she was only a 15-year-old girl, whatever her class. But she hadn't acted like a girl, she'd acted like a woman, a confident, if not quite regal, woman, sure of her power and her responsibilities. Janice was no idiot and realized that Regina had seen her as a useful contact at best. An illusion of friendship was not why she'd headed out that day, resolved to do what she could to try and free her from the Delver's clutches. It was for the best that there had been no need for that. Of course, Janice hadn't told anyone about her encounter, but she had been pondering it. Although going out to search for a mysterious demi-human with unknown intentions in the wilderness sounded a lot like adventuring, and there was the way Regina had looked at her in that alleyway. Assessing, for a moment, Janice thought she'd seen what she'd rather not let people know. Janice frowned to herself at the thought, then glanced around at the village. She had reached level 10 far more quickly than someone without a class should. Still, she didn't think any of the villagers would notice or realize anything. If the Baron heard of it, he might, but she didn't think he would say anything. As far as she knew, no one in Forest's Haunt suspected that she was anything but completely human. Janice, she glanced up and started. The smith's son, was carrying bags of ore out of his father's shop without a shirt on. When he caught her gaze, he set his bag down and waved, tensing his muscles a bit more than was perhaps necessary. Janice returned a small wave and quickly hurried on, forcing herself not to make a face. She knew that her aunt had been talking to T's mother about arranging a betrothal. Janice could already hear her nagging her again about finding a husband and settling down. Yes, the boy was strapping and had a secure future, but it would take a lot more than that for her to let anyone tie her to this village, to a life like this. Besides, his family was most likely only interested because she had high int and wis stats. By the gods, most of the people in this village could barely read and write. At least Janice had had the benefits of a real education before. Her parents hadn't been the most successful of adventurers, but they'd done well enough. Her life in the city sometimes felt like a pleasant dream, separated from her current life by almost a decade of dirt and drudgery. Janice occasionally felt it would be hard to find a more backwards place. Not that she was going to tempt fate by saying so. Still, a voice in the back of the head was questioning her resolve. At least adventuring was one of the few careers where women could act almost equal to men. Janice paused as she finally reached her aunt's home, surprise pushing away her dark thoughts. After a glance at the black courser tied to the wooden post, she opened the door and entered with a smile. "Janice, good to see you. You look healthy." "Uncle Rich." Janice closed the door and returned his hug, before she stepped back and looked the man over. Her great-uncle had reached a high enough level that his aging had slowed. Although she knew he was at least 60, he still looked like a middle-aged man. His black hair showed some gray, but he was still tall and broad with muscles instead of fat. His clothes were dusty from travel, but still of finer make than hers, as expected for a night in the service of the local marquis. "Are you staying for dinner, Sir Richard?" her aunt asked, bustling out of the small attached kitchen. A few strands of red hair had broken free and were dangling down her face, and she'd rolled up the sleeves of her old dress slightly. "No, thank you, Madame Marian. I won't be able to stay for long." "Janice, go stoke the fire," Aunt Marian barked, "and make sure you clean your shoes properly this time." Janice rolled her eyes and went to do as she was bid. With Spark, it didn't take her long, and she returned to the main and only room of the house quickly. Then she sat down on the chest opposite Uncle Rich. "I've got news, Uncle, but first, what brings you here?" "I was sent to talk to the Baron, and I wanted to check on you," he replied. His smile quickly faded into a sober expression. Janice sat up straighter. She hadn't seen him in almost a year and was looking forward to talking to him, but this seemed serious. "Has something happened?" "You could say that, although it's nothing that concerns you directly." but the conflict between the elves and the Nerlian kingdom has escalated. Janice paused. You mean they're going to start a war? He let out a small sigh. The war has already started. We just got word from the capital. The Nerlians have already mustered their armies. They're most likely fighting their first battle as we speak. Janice drummed her fingers on her thigh, trying to remember everything she knew about the situation. A cold shiver trickled down her spine. But that means we're going to be called on to join them, doesn't it? The king is married to a princess from Nerlia, right? So. Her uncle shook his head and leaned forward. I can't be sure, but I would guess that is likely. My lord has already implied that I would be given command of some levies we'd sent to Nerlia. Janice grimaced. They're calling up levies? He sighed again and shrugged. We need men to defend against any major threat that might come from the forest, not to mention that we are close to an elven city. They won't strip too many from the march. His lips twitched into a small smile. Besides, I may have mentioned that the Marquis likes the king just as little as the reverse. Janice snorted. He had mentioned that before, though she hadn't paid much attention. It was the kind of gossip knights liked to pass around just as much as washerwomen. They just pretended to be more discreet about it. I even heard him say that if His Majesty orders him to move out in force into the forest against the elves, he's going to mysteriously lose the missive, Uncle Rich added in a conspiratorial tone. Janice shook her head, but she couldn't help but smile. Was he drunk or something? If Uncle Rich was telling her this, it was probably all over the castle. Well, it wasn't her problem. Janice glanced up to see her aunt standing by the doorway. When their gazes met, Marion didn't glare at her or move away. She just looked concerned. We'll simply have to wait and see, Uncle Rich continued in a louder voice. I just wanted to see you before I left. Now, what is this news you have got? Janice smiled, feeling some of her excitement return. I got a class. He raised an eyebrow. You mean you got a class, or? I chose a class, she quickly corrected. I'm a mage. Level 10. Now, congratulations, Janice. I have to admit that I half expected something like fire mage, though. That was an option I considered, she admitted, ignoring his teasing smile. She hesitated for a moment. But I was hoping you might help me find a position with it. You said mages are always in demand. You're bound and determined to get away, aren't you? He frowned. You know mage classes are usually something for nobles and people from families with means. Books, for spells and such, aren't cheap, not to mention the issue of leveling safely. I know. You've told me before. Mages are weaker and more vulnerable at lower levels, although they're powerful later. But I've already reached level 10, and I learned 3 spells on my own. Well, one of those was Spark, which barely counted, and she'd had help from someone for another. But it was still nothing to scoff at. He nodded slowly. You clearly have talent, and my lord wouldn't turn his nose up at the chance to get more mages. Most nobles wouldn't. All right. I'll talk to a few people. Just don't expect instant results. Janice grinned, barely containing herself from jumping up. She knew she'd still need to be patient and that there might be issues, but she found it hard to care. She was confident she would finally get out of this village. Hopefully to something better. Chapter 31, Swarm Drones. It started to rain the day after Regina reached level 10. A light drizzle at first, that slowly turned into a pounding rain pouring down on them as the day wore on. Regina and her drones gritted their teeth and continued with their work. Lots of animals seemed to seek shelter from the rain, and it hampered visibility as well. So Regina kept the warriors close. With the additional help, despite the weather, work on their log cabin proceeded quickly. They cut down trees and prepared logs to use in building it. Max and Tim's higher constat seemed to have made their blade limbs tough enough that they could use them to chop down trees relatively well. The rain continued through the night, but their shelters kept the worst of it off them. Regina heard the wind howling through the branches of the trees, but it never quite turned into a real thunderstorm. By the time the sun started to rise, the rain was tapering off, and the clouds parted to let some sunshine through. The western horizon showed a truly breathtaking rainbow that made Regina wish she had a camera to capture the sight. Their meadow had turned to mud in a few places, but overall, it was in pretty good shape. They were far enough from the river not to have to worry about any flooding, and the little lake wasn't going to be much of a problem even swelling with runoff water. Regina told herself that it could have been a lot worse. She wanted some proper walls by the time a real storm came, though. She took a break from working in the woods to go to the lake and try to catch some fish with Tia and Tim. It turned out that her magic missile worked just as well underwater, so even without proper equipment, she could contribute. Tia used one of the crude spears they'd fashioned, while Tim preferred to dive. He was really good at crouching at the bottom of the lake's shallows, still and hidden, then pouncing on an unsuspecting passing fish. His stats probably had something to do with it. "My queen, maybe we should start trying to smoke some meat or fish," Tia suggested. "Winter is going to come eventually, and there might be times when we don't have time or opportunity to go hunting." Regina nodded. "That's true. And we can't rely on just meat for long. I don't want to overhunt the area or even on the greenery. We don't know if we can really sustain ourselves on that long term." Tia cocked her head, looking thoughtful. "Do you want to start cultivating crops?" Regina sighed and shrugged. "We'll have to. I just wish we knew how best to do it or had some seed grains. Maybe we can gather some wild grains, but I'm not sure how well that'll work. Is it even the right time of the year for that?" Tim asked. "I don't know. I'm sure there are some crops that you can plant in the summer." Regina stretched where she was sitting on the grass, glancing around. It was a nice day, even with the smell of rain still in the air. She couldn't bring herself to be too worried about food or crops. They'd get by, and they were still only starting out. Besides, she was sure she could trade something with the elves eventually. Then she made herself get up. She ripped out some grass and ate it, just to try it out. It tasted surprisingly bitter and she had to chew it a bit, but it wasn't so bad overall. Regina started walking up and down the lake, assessing her surroundings. The lake wasn't large, but it would let them build and test boats later on, and the connection to the river would be useful for transport. Just as she returned to the spot closest to the forest, Regina paused. She felt something shift again. The sensation was different from last time, but she still had an idea of what it meant. Although it had only been 2 days, not 3, she briefly dipped into the connection she had to her hive as she turned and walked back, checking on everyone's position. Max and the most of the others were still working in the woods not too far from the shelters, though Ben as well as Ace and Ada, the 2 new scouts, were out patrolling. By the time she arrived, the new hatchlings had apparently managed to free themselves of their eggs and stepped out into the open. There, they simply stood, still except for the way their eyes, antennae and occasionally heads tilted to take in their new environment. Regina paused, coming to a stop a few meters away, and scrutinized them. The war drones were clearly smaller than the other drones, and built somewhat differently. While their upper limbs had blades similar to the warriors', their middle ones seemed to be designed to let them walk on 4 legs as easily as 2. They had something resembling hands, though they were stubby, covered in their shell material and 4-fingered, but the most significant difference wasn't in their physical appearance, but in their minds. Since she picked her class ability, Regina had been more aware of the drones' minds and found it easier to sense them. She didn't even need to try with these swarm drones. They didn't seem to have much of a barrier and almost automatically linked with her, and what she found was both easier and harder to interpret. They had the same senses and carried information just as easily, but the drone's own cognitive processes were basic. Frowning, Regina picked one at random and dove deeper into it. She sensed what it sensed: the wind, the ground under its feet, the movement of the leaves of the surrounding trees, and more, but its feelings were erratic and transient, and barely went beyond hunger, warmth, companions, and something she found hard to put into words, but the closest would be duty. There was no real, higher-level thought, no awareness of itself as an autonomous entity. Regina gathered herself and took a step closer. "Move forward," she told them. At once, the war drones obeyed her command, walking a few steps forward. All of their attention was on her. Regina frowned. This was quite interesting. Then she focused and sent a mental command to the leftmost drone. On cue, it started stepping back, then circling the others, then jumping into the air and finally cutting down a thick branch from a tree. She took a moment to direct her attention to her telepathic sense again and focused on Max, sending a short message. She couldn't really communicate with actual language and detailed thoughts, not yet, but it worked for simple ideas like "come here." Sure, she could have just called him over the normal way, but she was trying to practice. In the meantime, She focused on one of them again and tried to focus her attention in a way she'd come to associate with accessing the system. Right away, its status screen appeared. War drone. Level 1. Mana, NA. Con. 8 STR. 8 Dex. 8 and 8 Int. 4 Wis. 4. Regina frowned. It looked like they had considerably lower stats than other drones, or people. 40 in total instead of 60. And obviously low mental stats, although that raised the question of whether they could get smarter if they leveled up. Still, they weren't so weak that they couldn't be dangerous with superior numbers. My queen? Max asked as he came to a stop beside her. So, the new drones hatched. You called for me? Regina nodded and glanced at the swarm drones. Order them to do something. Max frowned, but he turned his attention to them and took a step forward. War drones, form up in 2 ranks, he said loudly. The war drones immediately formed 2 lines, although they were a little uneven since they were an odd number. Max looked back at Regina, who shrugged. Then he continued, stand on 2 legs and jump into the air. All right. Patrol around this clearing in pairs while one of you stays here. That took a moment longer, and Regina felt an echo of more frenetic mental activity, but in the end the middle war drone stayed in its place while the other 4 walked off straight away from it. It seems like that's about the limit of what they can handle, Regina noted. Max looked thoughtful. They're not like us, are they? No, they don't seem to be sapient, as far as I can tell. And, well, I can definitely tell, with the telepathic connection. To be honest, I feel like maybe I was supposed to get access to them first and your kind of drones later. But who knows? What does this mean for us? For starters, I'm going to lay another 5 of these eggs as soon as my mana refills. Regina shrugged. I think this development increases the hive's strength a lot. Max nodded. The 2 of them turned and slowly started heading back towards the others through the trees. They paused as they passed 2 of the war drones patrolling in a rough circle around the clearing, walking side by side on 4 legs. Forgive me if this is out of line, but you seem pretty happy about this, Max observed. Regina blinked and looked at him, then shrugged. To be honest, I feel a little relieved. They're quickly produced and don't take as much mana out of me, and, not being self-aware, they're expendable combatants. More expendable, I mean. If we have to fight, I'd rather risk some of them than one of my warriors. Max nodded. They'd stopped close enough to hear the others at work, but still surrounded by trees. All of us would gladly risk our lives for you and the hive, but I definitely agree. For what it's worth. Regina ran a hand through her hair, which was still a little more than stubble. I know. They stood there for a few seconds, looking at the war drones and listening to the sounds of the others. Regina wasn't in a hurry to move. Instead, she tuned into their minds with half of her attention. It seems a little weird, doesn't it? Max finally said. To me at least. I can't imagine how it must feel like to you. It does feel odd, she said. I mean, I lay their eggs. They're your children, he said, tilting his head. Yeah, although it feels really weird to think of them like that, having children that are non-sapient. She exhaled and shook her head. I mean, I know I haven't been the best mother, but... Max shifted uncomfortably. After a moment, he laid a hand on her shoulder. Don't be too hard on yourself, Regina. She looked up, met his eyes. That's a case in point. You're calling me by name because I'm not comfortable being called mother. Max winced a little and withdrew his hand, but he didn't look away. There will be too many of us. There already are, for you to act like a parent in your human memories, he said after a moment. This time it was Regina's turn to look away. I know, she said quietly. The underbrush rustled as Max stepped forward. The knowledge you have and that our hive has is a huge advantage, and I'm sure it colors our view of the world, but presumably our species must do things differently. I know, she said, looking back at him. In his eyes, she read an unspoken question. Do you know? But Max was too respectful to say it. When did you grow up so much? She said with a light smile, breaking the tension. Come on, let's join the others. They resumed walking, while Regina tried not to dwell on the conversation. She focused on the link to the swarm drones in her mind and called them back. She should probably feed them first, and then they could be useful and help with the work. They reached the other drones quickly and caused a bit of a stir with the arrival of the war drones. Regina watched with a smile as the work got abandoned and they started admiring and testing out the new troops. Then she glanced at her status screen to distract herself. Regina Hive Queen. Level 10. Mana 176 270. Hive 1025. 0 Swarm 5/10. 0 Con 12 STR 12 Dex 12 End 12 Int 15 plus 1 Wis 14. It now showed not just her sapient hive drones but also her swarm drones. Her mana had also increased a bit with the new drones hatching. It could still rise further, although Regina wasn't quite sure how many slots she wanted to fill in the hive. She'd probably level again before she could reach the limit. Anyway, Regina shook her head and mentally ordered the war drones to get to work cutting down trees and hacking off branches. She'd have to experiment to see how detailed her commands could and would need to get, and how well her other drones could mimic it. They were presumably supposed to lead parts of the hive's swarm. Chapter 32, Visitors, News, and Questions. Whatever Regina might have been in a previous life before she came to wake up in the egg of a hive queen, she was pretty sure it hadn't been something practical like an architect or engineer. She felt the lack when she looked at the buildings they directed. Her hive finally had 2 log cabins and was in the process of building the third structure. They were bare, rectangular things, with no decorations or finesse. As Regina compared them to the skeleton of the next one, she couldn't help but wonder if they would collapse. Then she shook her head and turned away. She was being too negative. Besides, she might have been someone in the medical field. She did seem to have a bit of medical knowledge. That could be useful. She walked over to Tia and B, who were working on the other project. They'd already dug a ditch that was at least 15 meters long, with a corresponding mound of earth behind it. That was where they'd put sharpened stakes to make a palisade. It was about the best defensive fortification they could build under the circumstances. Still, it would take a while to finish. "How is it going, girls?" Regina asked. Tia looked up. "I think the amount of dirt I can remove when I use my class skill is increasing slightly, my queen, but it is still going slowly." Regina nodded. "That's interesting, and don't stress yourself too much about it. We knew this would take some effort. It would also be helpful if you could finalize and mark out where you want the line to be. I'll talk to Max and the others about it. Although you should probably be part of that conversation as well, Tia." Regina glanced up at the sky to gauge the time, a habit she'd found herself developing. "Let's say, today at dinner? Whenever suits you, my queen." "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Tia asked. "Not really, I'm just making the rounds." "Keep up the good work." Regina nodded at them, then turned around. While their new home wasn't quite the makeshift camp it had been, calling it a settlement would still be a bit of a stretch. Things were going well, though. They'd only been here for a few days, and that it was taking shape already probably said good things about her drone's competence and motivation. Regina strolled away from the 2 workers and in a curve around the perimeter of the camp. She found herself a little lost, unsure what to do in general and how best to put her skills to use. She didn't even have a clear picture of what her skills were. She had been considering it and concluded her main issue was that she didn't really have a clear goal. She wanted to build up her hive, sure, but how and what for? There was the question of how she'd come to be in this situation, but she didn't exactly have many leads in figuring it out. In a way, things had been easier when they were running from the monster horde or trying to deal with the humans. For now, Regina determined that she wanted to get a clearer picture of the state of affairs in this world, and she would feel safer going out and trying to get information with a stronger base, a stronger hive, which kind of puts me back at square one. Maybe I just need to wait until it's large enough to actually need a queen. Her thoughts were interrupted when Dan, one of the younger warriors, ran up to her. "My queen." Ace just came back with news. Regina turned and glanced toward the forest. "Did he say what he found?" "He said that we're going to have visitors from the forest, my queen." Regina nodded, then started hurrying towards the trees, Dan falling into step behind her. Max was already there, talking to the young scout. "I hear we're getting visitors?" she asked as she arrived. "A group of elves," Max said. "They were going to come sooner or later, weren't they?" "I saw 5 elves, but there might have been more, my queen," Ace reported. "They were all armed. That was about 10 minutes at a run from here." "That meant they were coming quickly." Regina nodded. then stepped forward. "All right, Dan, go get me and Tia. It's probably best if we keep the drones who have dealt with them before here. You're not going to try to hide the rest, my queen?" Max asked. Regina hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "That's not going to work, at least not in the long term." She frowned, considering if she should at least hide the war drones, but then decided it wasn't a good idea. Besides, it would be foolish to assume that they didn't already have a scout with stealth abilities check in on us. If not before, then on this trip. They didn't have a lot of time to prepare, and Regina didn't see the point in doing much. If anything, this just showed her that she needed to have better eyes on her territory and its surroundings. They could have easily missed the visitors' approach completely. The elves came out of the forest a few minutes later. It was a group of 3 men and 3 women, which meant they had indeed had at least one more person somewhere else on the way, maybe in the treetops. "Welcome," Regina greeted them. She stepped forward and smiled. "It's nice to get visitors. I know our little settlement isn't much, but we're working on it." The man in the lead bowed his head slightly. It wasn't anyone she recognized, although Regina had taken a look at what the system showed her for all of them. Unsurprisingly, they were all higher leveled. "Thank you, Hive Queen," he responded. "You seem to have made good progress in a short time, simply judging by what I can see here." "Thank you." Regina stepped back to invite them to come closer. "We can at least offer you some food and water." "I have to admit I'm curious to hear what brought you here." They walked further inside, to the fireplace at the center of their camp. She saw the elves looking around curiously. "Curiosity is what brought us here, in the main," the leader answered. "According to the system, he was named Lianon. We wanted to check up on your group and perhaps give you some help if you needed it." Regina nodded. She gestured at some seats around the fire, little more than some grass that had been pressed down and a few monster pelts, and sat herself. "That is appreciated. You represent your government, then?" He tilted his head slightly. "We do, yes." "Well, I think what we need most at the moment are good tools and perhaps weapons. Unfortunately, I don't think we have much to trade for them with, at least not yet." The elf nodded. "I understand. We may be able to provide some tools to help you get started. Unfortunately, weapons are a different story. I'm afraid our government will not be able to spare those." Regina narrowed her eyes. She glanced at Max, who stood beside her and was clearly listening attentively, then back at the elves. "As I said, I am happy to have you visit. But why now? We have not been here long, and I was under the impression that it was not a trip of just a few hours." Lianon looked undecided for a moment. Before he nodded, "The journey would take several days ordinarily, yes, although that can be shortened for those with higher levels." That was an interesting fact which Regina tucked away in her head carefully, but she didn't want to get distracted. "So there is a reason you are coming to visit now?" Another elf spoke up now, a woman with orange eyes who was apparently called Niaz. "Yes, we have also come to warn you. Events are afoot that might impact you. In any case, we are to inform you of them, and see if there is perhaps even something you could contribute." "I'm all ears." "What is this about?" Lianon answered. "About 3 months ago, there was a raid on an elven enclave near the Brightvers forest. It is located several weeks' travel roughly northwest of here. The locals found evidence that the local human kingdom we share a border with, Nerlia, was involved. The border has been disputed for a while, and we have had disagreements on the ownership of the silver mines nearby, as well as the management of the monster spawning grounds in the area. In retaliation, the local detachment of the guard raided an outpost that served as a base for adventurers and soldiers, trying to secure evidence. Unfortunately, the son of a local human noble was caught up in it and maimed in the fighting. To cut a long story short, there were several escalating incidents, and our attempts at diplomacy failed. The Nerlian king has officially declared war and mustered his armies." Regina sat back and crossed her arms, contemplating that. "So you are at war?" He inclined his head affirmatively. "Well, that's interesting news." Regina frowned. This made her see a lot of what had happened with the elves in a new light. No wonder they didn't want to send weapons. They probably needed all they had for themselves. "I have to admit I'm not very familiar with the local geopolitical landscape," she said. "How big of a threat is this?" Niaz grimaced. "We could handle Nerlia alone. Unfortunately, they have an alliance with the local human kingdom here, Cernlia. They might very well join the war soon." Regina glanced out over the lake. This is the kingdom to which the village and the castle that fell to the Horde belong? They have retaken and are rebuilding the castle, Lianan said. But yes, indeed. Regina looked at her drones. They all seemed concerned. How much danger are we in? Max asked. Lianan and Nias exchanged a look. We cannot say, Lianan answered. I do not think they will send soldiers here, but if they do, your settlement might be at risk. It is simply too close, and if they learn of our, relationship, they may consider you targets. Well, thank you for letting us know, Regina said, not voicing what else she was thinking. She fell silent for a moment, then shook her head. We might be able to help, if not now, then soon. But I cannot make any promises. This was just bad timing. If they had even a few more weeks, she'd feel much better prepared. As it was, sending just a few war drones wouldn't be more than a token gesture. Lianan nodded. We understand. And thank you for your understanding. That seemed to be all that the elves had wanted here, and they quickly prepared to leave again. Regina wondered if she should feel offended that they hadn't even accepted any food from them. But then she realized that she had no idea what elves ate. They might all be vegetarian, and most of what her hive had was monster meat. She accompanied them back to the edge of the forest and exchanged polite goodbyes with the two leaders. After that, the elves set off back into the trees. Regina turned to leave, then paused. There was something else here. She couldn't hear or see it, but there was another scent in the air. She turned and frowned at the space to the side of where the elves had stood, where an old tree's thick branches offered a good perch. And who are you? The air shimmered and another woman appeared. She floated down to the ground as if gravity didn't mean anything to her. Oh, shoot, I must be losing my touch. Too long since I dealt with a race with such an enhanced sense of smell. Regina frowned. The woman's scent was odd. The closest she could compare it to was the charged feeling in the air during a thunderstorm, before lightning struck. That comparison didn't make any sense, but it was weird. At first she'd thought the visitor was just another blonde elf, but on a closer look, she wasn't so sure. While the woman did have pointed ears, her skin still looked just a little shimmery. Her features seemed more human than elven, and her eyes were a very light gray closer to silver, without the reflective quality of elves' eyes. Regina focused on her for a long moment, but the system refused to pop up any information. I don't mean to be rude, she said, taking a step back and glancing at the warriors stepping up beside her. This person was obviously powerful, but I'd like to know who you are and what you're doing here. Watching you. Of course, the woman replied lightly, as if it didn't matter. Don't worry. I was just leaving anyway. I just thought it would be interesting to see how you reacted to the news of a war. Tell me, are you thinking of participating? Regina resisted the urge to clench her hands. A part of her was really not happy about being questioned by a stranger showing up uninvited in her territory, and only their obvious strength kept her from showing it. I don't think so. Do you think I should? You're asking for my advice? The woman clapped her hands together once. Interesting indeed. I suppose alien eyes might be onto something with you. That didn't sound like she was going to get an answer. Regina paused, unsure what to say. Alien eyes? Oh, you're just precious. The strange woman grinned again, then turned to go. Ciao for now, little hive queen. Then she looked back and winked. I wouldn't depend too much on divine favor if I were you, kid. Benaron might have stuck his fingers in, but you're just as likely to get burned as given a parasol, if you catch my drift. She disappeared. In an instant, none of Regina's senses could detect her anymore. For a moment, she just stood there, staring at the spot where the woman had been. Regina shook her head, not sure what to think at all. Chapter 33, A Hive's Structure. Regina was obviously living in a fantasy world now, something that could have come out of a story or movie in the vague memories she had of her former world. She hadn't processed that fact well enough, hadn't realized what it meant. Now, as she considered the visitation by the woman that was clearly implied to be some kind of divine being, she cursed her short-sightedness and her ignorance too. While she was at it, she'd known that the people of this world, or at least this region, believed in several gods. Given that elves and demi-humans obviously existed, she should have considered that maybe physical gods did too. And here she was, if not the only hive queen in the world, then clearly the only one in a large area. Even if you disregarded whatever was up with her mind, memories or soul, It shouldn't come as a surprise that she would be noticed. For all she knew, powerful wizards with far-seeing or clairvoyant powers had taken notice, too. Or maybe psychic dragons, or super spy demi-humans. She just didn't know what was possible in this world. She really needed to find out more about the names the woman had mentioned, presumably, 2 gods, given the comment about divine favor, and both of them apparently interested in her. Although she didn't know why, how much or what for now, there was little she could do but keep an eye out and try to prepare. Regina had already decided that the next time elves came to visit, she would send at least one of her drones back with them, maybe even go herself. She wasn't confident that she could find their city on her own, but the previous group had said they'd send tools. Then there was the war. A part of her was irritated that they'd brought her in just when they were clearly gearing up for a big conflict. It felt like she was getting played, and she did not like that. But Regina didn't let that anger get out of hand. She would have probably done the same in their place, and they hadn't even asked her for anything yet. Now, if she actually got drawn into this war, that would be a different story. In the meantime, she focused on preparing and growing her hive. She'd already decided that she would focus on making more war drones for now. Given the current situation, they could reliably and productively have several of them put to work under the control of one of her sapient drones. Once she had a few dozen of them, she might focus more heavily on increasing the sapient drones' numbers. Regina went out a few more times to hunt down monsters, accompanied by a few of her warriors. They even took along a few war drones. It seemed those could level up just like any other person or monster. Sending them in groups against the weakest of monsters proved to be the best strategy to get them past the first level, although it took more fights that way. She'd already noticed that the system must adjust how much experience one gained for a fight based on several factors, like whether or not one was in a party and everyone's relative levels. Regina reached level 11 a few days later, which increased her hive limit for sapient drones to 28 and the limit for swarm drones to 16. She got the feeling that with a bit of practice or some more levels, she might actually be able to influence which of the caps got expanded. Although she didn't have anything concrete to base that supposition on, it was just a hunch. For now, she filled up her limit of war drones while the hive continued their expansion. They finished a few houses, though those were honestly little more than huts with 4 walls and a thatched roof. They also kept working on the defensive palisade, though that was slow going. Regina had marked out the part of the forest they would clear first, and started burning out the stumps of trees they'd felled. At least they were in no danger of running out of trees anytime soon, and clearing the forest further would give them more space to build on or to use for other projects. She used her conjuration magic sparingly to create a few things they needed. Mostly, that meant small amounts of metal, which she already created in the basic shapes that were needed. She talked with Miu and made plans to start making charcoal and build a proper forge. Although that would need to wait a little, since they had a more important projects to tackle first, and not enough metal ore to make it worthwhile. But she was starting to realize that what they needed most was still knowledge, and not just in the abstract sense, but practical know-how on how to make and use stuff on a medieval technology level. They could muddle through a bit with experimentation and the workers' instincts, but that would only take them so far. And while Regina might know a bit about electronic and more advanced technology, they simply had no basis for building it. They needed to make the tools to make something like an electrical generator. Although a proper old-fashioned water wheel would probably be more useful at the moment. That was what convinced her to call the current meeting, as she gathered around the fireplace with her original 4 drones. "We all understand how much we need more knowledge and understanding, my queen," Mia said after she'd told them what she was considering. "But how much could we realistically hope to learn even if we sent someone to the human village? They probably know at least some things that would be very useful," Max said. "I think the issue is whether they would agree to teach us." The others nodded. "We don't know anything about the situation there," Tim said. "To be fair, that's one reason that I do think we need to find out more. But it's possible the Delvers are still there and would attack any drone they find. It's even possible they've turned the previously helpful humans against us so that those would do the same. So, it's risky even if it might be necessary," Regina concluded. "Yes, my queen," Tim answered. "And not just for whoever we send. That's not why I'm concerned. But do we want to tip them off that we're still in the area? Especially since we probably have much better odds of learning something useful from the elves, Max added. We just have to wait for their next group to come. It would make us even more dependent on them, though, Tia said. Regina sighed and tugged on her mandibles. They all had good points. For now, we need to get a better idea of what's happening over there, she finally said. The elves said that they're rebuilding the fort, but I'd like to confirm that. Then it might be helpful to even just watch the village from a distance, and scout out the area a little more thoroughly. The drones nodded. As you say, my queen, Max said. So who do you want to send? I was going to ask one of the scouts. Max and Tim exchanged a look. Then we should pick at least a few warriors to go with them, my queen, Max said. There are still monsters around. Regina nodded. Right. Not either of you two, though. I need you here. And she didn't want to risk them. Even without considering her personal attachment, they were her most experienced and highest level warriors. Neither of them looked happy, but they didn't protest or point out that they were the only ones who'd actually been there. Then I suggest Ben and Dan, my queen, Tim said after a moment. They're the highest level after us. I'd put Ben in charge. He has a good head on his shoulders. All right, she said. Make the arrangements, then. Half an hour later, the scouting group set off, the two young drone warriors accompanying Ada. Regina had debated sending a few war drones along, but decided against it. They were too weak to be of much use, considering they'd need to level up a lot just to have the same stats as a normal level 1, and she didn't want to send too big a group. With that matter taken care of, Regina tuned her attention to the next important point she wanted to consider, the structure of their settlement and the hive. She met with Mia and Tia again while Max and Tim went off to help the other warriors hunt or cut down trees. You can probably guess what I wanted to talk about, she began. Do we need or want an underground part of this hive? Mia frowned thoughtfully. The three of them sat around the low-burning campfire, and she perched on top of a tree stump, dangling her legs. In contrast, Regina sat on a small pile of monster pelts, which had to be more comfortable. The boys would probably say that it would have a lot of defensive potential, Tia said when Mia didn't speak up right away. Especially if we have actual tunnels and stuff. Regina nodded. I know, but how feasible is it? Can we do a proper underground hive system? If they could build something like that, it would be great. But so far, she'd hesitated. At least log cabins weren't likely to collapse if someone didn't dig correctly or to get flooded. It should be possible, Mia said. I wouldn't like to dig too close to the lake, though, but farther up, especially in the direction of the rocky hills we saw before, it should be better. So, would it make more sense to wait until our base is a little better established and we can expand? Regina asked. Mia and Tia exchanged a look, then shrugged. If you want my recommendation, my queen, I think we can start right away, Mia said. We'll just have to keep working on it and expand it further in time. Besides, having longer tunnels that connect different places would be one of the advantages of something like this, right? I'll defer to your expertise, Regina said with a small smile. All right, let's do it this way, then. I'd like one of you two to take charge of that project. Maybe I could do it, my queen? Tia offered. Then Mia could keep working on the houses and other buildings. Mia nodded, seemingly agreeing with that suggestion. Okay. Then you're responsible for the fortifications and the underground part, Tia, and you for the rest of the work, Mia, Regina stated. She paused and considered the situation for a moment, while Mia and Tia left to get to work. Her hive was starting to get something like a real organization. It was probably inevitable that the older and more experienced drones would end up in charge of their fields. The need to allocate the war drones just reinforced that. At least she hadn't noticed any signs of resentment from the other drones. Regina glanced at their budding village. She was living in one of the cabins at the moment. The drones had insisted on giving her one to herself. They shared the others, and, from what she heard, they were happy with it and wouldn't have wanted their own bedrooms anyway. The war drones usually slept outside in the old shelters, though there were always a few drones on watch at night. It was probably about time to suit actions to words and organize some regular self-defense training for all of the workers. They should work out more of a schedule, too. Regina liked having dinner with all of her hive. It gave her the opportunity to see all of them, even those she hadn't talked to much. She sighed, stood up and stretched. It was time to do some more training. She'd rationed all of her magic, but as she had a little spare mana right now, she was determined to finally get that firebolt spell worked out. She wanted to learn a healing spell, too. She felt like she'd been close. That would need someone to be injured, though, unless she could practice it on some monsters or animals that were injured in a hunt and not killed. Who knows, maybe making them capture something alive will be good practice for the warriors. Anyway, Regina smiled to herself and walked to a tree stump she'd chosen as a target. On her fifth try, she finally managed to set it on fire with her new attack. Shaping the mana correctly wasn't easy, but her control had improved, and she still remembered the pattern precisely. Regina grinned, focusing and forming another spell. She had a headache already and felt like she'd run for a few hours, but she wouldn't let that stop her. After a moment, a new streak of fire flew from her hand and crashed into the tree stump, making it smolder. She pulled up her spells window, basking in the accomplishment. Spells: Spark, Magic Missile, Lesser Basic Conjuration, Firebolt. Regina smiled to herself and staggered off to find something to eat. Learning more spells would probably get harder from here. Chapter 34, Scouting Mission. Ada stepped out of the forest slowly, carefully. She glanced around, looking out over the vast field. She'd never seen that much grass before in her life, but that was not important to her right now. There was a lot that she hadn't seen before. She listened carefully and tried to pass all of the scents she could catch. The wind was coming from the east, which was helpful. After a few minutes, when she was convinced that there really wasn't anyone else around, she turned and called back, "It's okay to come out now." Ben and Dan stepped out from behind the trees. They looked around just like she had, their eyes wide with curiosity. "Did you find any points of concern?" Ben asked. Ada shook her head. "No, the only monsters probably aren't close enough to bother us, and I couldn't find any traces of other people. Still, this area is pretty exposed. Let's move through it quickly, okay?" Ben nodded, and they set off together, Ada a few steps in the lead and the two drone warriors behind her. They'd traveled some distance through the forest already, and only encountered two monsters that they had fought off, mostly the warriors. Really, Ben had even gained a level and was level 6 now, while Dan and Ada were both level 5. Ada might be younger than them, but she'd been leveling quickly, probably because she'd done a lot of scouting. Her brother Ace might have reached level 5 first, but Ada had been the first one to speak up and volunteer when their queen asked for one of them to go as part of this little expedition. She wouldn't let her down, but she knew this wouldn't be like the scouting she'd done before. The human dwellings were situated in areas that were too exposed, and there would probably be people actively looking for any potential threats that came near. It was one of the reasons she had decided not to follow the river. That would have been too obvious, and they might be watching it more closely. Still, the human castle was built in the middle of it, so they couldn't go too far. At least Max, Tim and Tia had drawn her maps of the area, as detailed as they could make them, and told her what they'd seen. It was almost as good as if she'd been there herself, and while Ben had been put in charge of their group, he let her do her job and followed her decisions when it came to the scouting part of their mission, which was really most of their task. They moved slowly, trying to keep low and use the cover of the high grass. Ada had to suppress a wince occasionally, when one of the warriors' steps would make an especially loud thump. They weren't that good at stealth, but it should be okay, considering they were alone. Anyone close enough to hear their footsteps would know they were there anyway. She just didn't want to be unprofessional. The castle came into sight quickly, making them slow down even more. Even from a distance, Ada could see that its walls had been damaged. There were some discolorations in the stone it was made of. It looked like they'd rebuilt the walls, though, at least the basic structure. Small shapes still swarmed over it, humans at work. A wyvern perched on the roof of one of the corner towers, its head tucked against its back. It looked like it was napping. From what she'd heard, it might mean that wyvern riding mage was here, or someone at least equally powerful. She changed course, keeping the distance to the fort open and starting to circle around it. They were definitely watching, and she didn't want them to get discovered. It was probably better to just check on the village and then go from there. Ada told Ben and Dan what she wanted to do, and they nodded. "Just check our surroundings carefully," Ben said. "I don't want to stumble upon hidden humans or hidden monsters." "You can keep your eyes open, too," she responded. "I may be a scout, but more pairs of eyes are better than just one." The same goes for ears and noses, too. Dan snorted softly, but he didn't say anything. They kept moving in silence. They had deliberately left the forest on the side of the river where the main part of the village was located, so they didn't have to cross it here. The river curved around. Anyway, heading off roughly to the northeast. Ada occasionally caught a shimmer or a dark shape moving through the water, showing there might be aquatic monsters. She was glad they didn't have to try and swim in it. "This is pretty interesting," Dan said after a few moments. "Do you think we'll meet many monsters?" Ada resisted the urge to look at him. "Keep your voice down, please. And is that why you volunteered for this mission?" "We didn't volunteer for it," he said. "Tim volunteered us." Ada glanced back and raised an eyebrow. She caught Ben thumping Dan in the arm. Then they continued on in silence. The village looked exactly like she'd expected, but she did have good descriptions to go on. It was basically just a cluster of simple homes, not much better than their hives settlement. Even if it was much larger, the main road leading there from the castle, and probably further on into the kingdom, was the only one that looked like it would support wagon traffic. There were no paved streets and the others all seemed to have been built with few right angles. From out here, they couldn't see much. The fields around the village mostly still sported crops, especially grain, but it was trampled in many places. That had to be the effect of the monster horde. There was a pair of men standing at the entrance to the village, wearing a kind of heavy cloth-based armor and metal helmets, and carrying weapons and shields. They didn't look all that fearsome to Ada, but she couldn't read their system descriptions from this far away. "Do you see them?" Ben asked in a low voice. "I can barely make out anything." Ada nodded and started walking to the side, keeping the distance open. "I can." "There are two guys standing watch." She described what she saw. She was thankful for her first-class ability, keen sight. It was a passive ability that improved her eyesight, especially at long distances. The other options had been improvements to her hearing and sense of smell, but she hadn't picked those because she knew they were already quite good compared to humans, or probably most people, while potential enemies wouldn't expect her eyesight to be this keen. Besides, vision was the sense that covered the longest distance, under most circumstances. They moved around for a few hundred meters, getting a new angle on the village, but didn't really see anything new. Ada wasn't sure whether they should try to get closer from a new direction, where there might be fewer people watching, and get a closer look. But she didn't know how many men were keeping watch or where they were stationed, and it was possible somewhere hidden in a position where she wouldn't see them. "We could maybe get closer if we move away from these soldiers," she said. "But it would be a risk. I'm also not sure how much we would really see." Ben nodded. He looked thoughtful. "Do you see any indications that there's something important further in?" "Not really, but I'm not exactly an expert on human villages, you know." "Let's do it," Dan suggested. "I don't want to go back empty-handed." Ben frowned at him. "Our pride doesn't matter, Dan, only the good of the hive. It wouldn't be good if we get discovered." "At least we've confirmed that they've rebuilt the fort. We could just keep watch on the village for a while and see if we catch sight of anyone who might be a delver." Ada nodded. That sounded smarter to her too. She crouched down, trying to make her presence as inconspicuous as possible, and settled into watch and wait. They didn't have a hard time limit for their mission, and it was understood that it might take a few days. Absently, she wondered if there'd be new siblings when they got back. After a while, she shifted her weight and glanced around, scanning the fields around them and the horizon to make sure that they were still in the clear. When she came to the forest, she paused. "Ben, Dan," she hissed. "There's someone approaching from the forest, heading towards the village." The boys started and looked backwards. "Crap," Ben said. "What should we do?" Ada glanced at the village. They were still a good distance away from it. "We could move sideways," she said, "keeping away from the village and away from the other human. We'll have to double back to get back to the village or to where we came from, but we shouldn't encounter any dangerous monsters, at least." "All right," Ben said. "Lead the way." At least the human probably couldn't see them. They all tried to keep close to the ground as they started moving again. Ada glanced back occasionally. The human was moving quickly, running at a steady pace. She realized after a moment, they'd already come close enough that she could make out more details. It was a pretty small figure, with a brown cloak and long red hair. Unfortunately, just trying to circle around the village would have them get too close to the river, so she was moving away in a straight line, She checked for monsters and smelled some coming from further ahead and to the north, so she adjusted course again. "Wait," Ada said after a few minutes. "She's changed course and is coming towards us." "Shit," Ben cursed softly. "All right. Let's move more towards the forest. We might be able to lose her in there." "And hurry up." Ada changed course again to follow his directions, but that only let their pursuer catch up more quickly. They started running as well, but they only managed to keep pace instead of opening the distance. Then they finally reached the cover of the forest. Here, Ada had to slow down. She picked her way carefully through the trees, trying to keep the noise down, but this section of the forest had a lot of underbrush, and the warriors were even noisier than her. By now, they could all smell their pursuer getting closer, although it was harder to see through the vegetation. She seemed to be able to track them pretty well, too. "Let's stop and wait for her," Ben said in a low voice. "Ada, circle around a bit." She nodded and picked up a few sticks, throwing them in the direction they'd been going one after another while she slipped around some trees. It didn't take long for the human to appear. Ada focused on her and looked at the system notification. Janice, level mage. She recognized the name from Max's stories, although she didn't know how common it was for humans. Carefully, Ada stepped out from behind her tree, to the side and slightly behind the human. Janice glanced around, then raised a hand in what might be a greeting. "Hello. I apologize if you felt threatened. That wasn't my intention." Ben took a step forward, while Dan sidestepped, positioning himself better for a fight. "Why did you follow us?" Ben asked. "I was just curious. You three belong to Regina's group, don't you?" Ada managed not to stiffen or give any other tell, but unfortunately, the warriors did. "What makes you say that?" Ben asked. "I don't think there are more of your people around," Janice answered. She cocked her head. "You were spying on the village, weren't you? Don't deny it. It's quite obvious considering where I saw you." "We don't mean any harm," Ben said, but he sounded tense. Dan shifted. "We should take her with us," he suggested. "Our queen can decide what to do about her." Ada tensed. Ben narrowed his eyes, but he didn't immediately refuse the suggestion. "Now, let's all calm down," Janice said, clearly trying to sound calm. But the way she glanced around showed that it might just be dawning on her how dangerous of a position she'd put herself in. "Why would you do that?" "I don't mean you or your hive. Is it any harm?" "You saw us observing the village, as you said," Ben said. "We don't want there to be any unnecessary escalation. But you were in the forest alone, weren't you?" "I'm not going to go and accuse you of anything," Janice responded. "Besides, I think you're a little too paranoid. The Delvers have been gone for a while, and no one in the village has anything against you. But if there was going to be a war, then the humans knowing that the hive was around and had new members might be dangerous." Ada glanced at the others, reading the tension in their postures. Ben was extending his blade arms. "They don't know about her," she realized. "Right. They were on patrol when Max told her and Ace the story of what had happened in the village, and when they talked about the mission later, no one mentioned any individual villagers." "Guys," she said in a low voice, "I think our queen might be upset if we tried to kidnap this woman. Assuming they could even win in a fight." She helped the others. Ben glanced from her to Dan for a long moment, while Ada held her breath. Then he nodded and took half a step back. "I apologize if we were rude," he said to Janice. "Please just forget about this little incident." "All right." Janice smiled slightly, her shoulders sagging in obvious relief. Clearly, she wasn't such a high level that she wanted a 3-on-1 fight. She stepped backwards. "Please tell your queen that I'm happy she and the others got away and I'd like to take her up on her invitation someday, but it might be best if you all moved deeper into the forest again." With that, she left. The three drones stood there and listened to her go. Ada frowned. Those last words, Janice knew about the war, didn't she? But she didn't tell them about it, just gave a vague suggestion. She certainly wouldn't earn Regina's trust that way, if she was trying to, and she might still talk about their presence here. Well, no one had gotten hurt, at least. Chapter 35, To Grow Stronger. Despite Regina's fears, the digging seemed to work out very well. The workers' excavation skill was very useful, and they had a good intuitive understanding of how far and how wide to dig to avoid a potential collapse. She went to inspect the beginning of this more literal hive the same day she laid more normal drone eggs. She decided on one of each template for now. While workers were more useful immediately, the coming war meant she didn't want to fall behind on warriors, and scouts had already proven useful. Tia seemed proud as she showed Regina around the small cave. They'd started it on a hill at the edge of the forest, which was probably good for making the entrance. So far, there was just a dim cavern, barely big enough for a few drones together, although that was probably a good thing when it came to defending it. Then they had the beginning of one tunnel leading away from it on a curving path, and a niche where a second tunnel would start. We intend to dig deeper here and lead a tunnel underground towards the center of the village, Tia explained, but we'll need to talk with the warriors about where best to place that entrance so we can hide it. Regina nodded. Makes sense. She looked around and smiled. There wasn't much light, but she didn't have a problem seeing in the dimness. The place felt cozy, even if the walls were just bare dirt. Keep up the good work, she told Tia and the other worker with her. Of course, my queen. Regina blinked against the sunlight as she climbed out of the cave, but her eyes adjusted quickly. She stepped away from the entrance, looking out into the forest. I think we should go hunting again, she said. Of course, my queen, Max responded. He had hung around outside, but he liked to keep an eye on her, especially if she was close to or in the forest. Do you want me to come? Regina considered it for a moment. Okay, she said, just the two of us once again. Max was the strongest drone in her hive. Tim was busy training with the other warriors at the moment, and bringing lower-level drones probably wouldn't help much, especially when it came to experience. She still took along a single war drone, just in case she needed an extra set of hands, or hand analogs. Then they set out into the forest, heading directly away from the camp. The two of them walked quietly, trying not to spook any potential prey. Stronger monsters had begun slowly trickling back into the area, although from the reports she got, it still wasn't anything she'd have to worry about. Still, they had only walked for 15 minutes before they encountered the first level 10 monster, a flaming wolf that appeared to be a loner. Regina gestured at Max, then stepped aside and crept forward. After a moment, he leapt at the monster, which was sitting in the sun in a small clearing. The wolf jumped up immediately, but Max's charge brought him there in an instant. Regina exhaled and launched a firebolt. The attack struck the wolf in the side, just as it was ducking a swipe from Max. Its fur sizzled and it jumped aside and shook itself. There didn't seem to be any major damage, though. Maybe she should have expected it to be resistant to flame-based attacks. Regina narrowed her eyes and stepped closer, then dodged to the side as a tongue of flame lashed out at her. She felt the heat on her right arm and side, but she'd managed to evade most of it. Max made the monster pay for it, cutting a deep gash into its side. The wolf started to back away, perhaps looking for an opening to retreat, but Regina stepped to the side and launched a magic missile at it. The attack hit its injured side, and the force of it sent the monster stumbling and losing its footing. Max pushed it down, then cut it again. Regina approached and thrust at it with the simple spear she'd taken along, ending its life. That was good, she said, grinning. I can have the war drone take it back to the camp and we can continue. As you wish, my queen. Perhaps you should summon a second one, then. Regina nodded. That would be more efficient than sending one back and forth. She focused on it and sent the commands out telepathically, which she found easier to do with the simple drones. Then they continued on. For the next hour, they didn't find any other monster worth a fight. They had to change course and head sideways because she didn't want to get too far from her hive. The forest was thicker here, the underbrush making it harder to move, especially without making much noise. Then, they finally found a level 11 troll. They crept closer slowly, since it seemed occupied with picking bugs from under a fallen log, but then it stopped and turned towards them, growling. Max jumped forward, capturing its attention. Regina circled to the side and did a few probing stabs with her spear. The monster wasn't very good at evading, though it had thick skin. They settled in for a long fight, as she cut the troll and opened several bleeding wounds while Max kept its attention and weathered several blows. Then Regina heard a soft rustle and smelled a new scent. She broke off and turned to the side. After a moment, she lunged forward, stabbing her spear into a bundle of darkness that was just on the side of another tree. The shadowing stalk hissed. its disguise fading. She hadn't managed to score a major injury, but the troll turned towards them, roaring. Max used the opportunity to send 2 swings into its neck in quick succession. The monster stumbled for a moment before falling. Regina retreated, holding the stalker off. A moment of focus showed it was level 10. Then Max used charge again, appearing at its side quickly and scoring a deep gash in its flank. The monster yowled and turned at him, but he ducked its swipe. Regina focused for a moment, then launched a magic missile. The magical projectile hit it right in the eyes, and it shivered violently, seizing up. But Regina didn't watch its death throes, as she finally got the notification she'd been hoping for. "You have leveled up." Regina glanced at the system screen and frowned. She'd been hoping for another spell. Maybe having learned one herself had an effect? She shook her head and decided to think about it later. For now, she ordered the war drone to carry the dead shadowing stalker, then set off back towards their camp with Max. She hadn't been in this part of the woods before, and looked around, trying to imprint it on her memory. "Which level are you now again?" she asked Max. "Still level 11, he responded with a sideways look. "And you didn't get another ability?" "No. I'm hoping there'll be one for level 12." On the way back, they kept talking about their class skills, trying to speculate which ones Max and the other warriors might get later. He was hoping for something that increased his toughness and ability to defend others. She'd noticed he was clearly focused on defense. Regina was just curious to see how things like that would impact the way his stat points would be distributed as he leveled up. After a while, they neared the camp and she realized that there was more noise than she would have expected. Regina frowned and reached out to her telepathic connection, taking a look through the war drone's sensors. Then she started running to get back, with Max following her. "I really need to get into the habit of checking on the hive when I'm away." They had more visitors. This time, there was a wagon, standing on the field near the cabins with 2 horses being unhitched from it. About 6 elves had accompanied it, including Byanon and a few others she recognized. The drones all kept working as she returned, clearly unsurprised at her and Max's approach. B was helping a red-haired elf with the horses, letting them graze on the field. The other visitors turned to them. Byanon stepped forward and inclined his head. "Hive Queen Regina, it is good to see you." "I apologize for dropping by unannounced." "No need to apologize. We're happy to see you," she replied with a smile that was mostly genuine. "In fact, there were a few things I wanted to discuss." "Oh?" The others started unloading the wagon or just looking around while he continued the conversation. "We brought some things that should help you establish yourself. Chiefly some fabric and various tools." "Is there anything we need to discuss right away?" "I don't think so. I was hoping to accompany you to your city, though, or at least send one of the others." Max tensed up a little beside her, probably unhappy with the idea that she'd be leaving. Byanon raised an eyebrow, but he didn't seem particularly surprised. "We will need to adjust our defensive measures, as I believe Aeneas mentioned to you," he said. Regina nodded. "I know, but this is important. There is a lot of knowledge that we need, which I hope to find in your city. It's simply the best place for it. It will allow us to grow stronger, which, I believe, is in your interests." "Considering what you told us of this war." "Does that mean we have your promise to support us in the war?" "Of course not. Does it look like we have the ability to fight a war, even if we wanted to?" Regina gestured at the surrounding camp. This was all they had, a few simple huts and some low-level drones, but our people do grow in strength quickly, and we wouldn't just meekly go away if someone sent soldiers and tried to move in on this area. Well, if they were obviously outmatched, then she would probably cut her losses, even if her territorial side disliked it. She didn't point that out, but he probably expected it anyway. "I see," Byanon replied with a faint frown. He inclined his head. "I will be happy to accompany one of your people to the city. In any case, who should I be expecting?" Regina glanced at her drones. A few warriors were hanging around. The older and stronger drone stood closer to her. "Tim," she said after a moment. She hadn't missed the elf's look. While Tim might be a warrior, he was certainly no musclehead, and he seemed to have gotten along well with the elves when they had helped them previously. "I won't disappoint you, my queen," Tim promised. He gave the elf a slight smile. "I look forward to it." Byanon. "Likewise," the man responded with a nod. Regina sat back on her seat and took a moment to consider the situation. Her gaze was drawn to Ada, who stood waiting and watching with a serious expression on her face. She'd heard the scouting group's report when they got back, and had the feeling there would be consequences in the future. She didn't blame any of the drones. They'd acted pretty well in the situation they'd found themselves in. At least it hadn't come to violence, and Janice would probably not betray their presence to the Delvers or anything like that. Still, it was entirely possible that other humans had seen them, or that Janice would mention the encounter after all. In any case, it had caused her to rethink her idea of sending drones to the human village to ask for knowledge or training. She couldn't rely on them to handle things perfectly, which wasn't their own fault, just a consequence of their short lives, lack of experience and the situation. While she could give them directions, that would require her to know when to focus on them, so it wouldn't be very helpful for surprises. And even if they were perfect diplomats, things could still go very wrong, with the humans apparently preparing for war and maybe even to move into the forest. Giving them information on her hive seemed like something to avoid. She hadn't seriously considered doing as Janice suggested and moving deeper into the forest. They'd built too much here for her to simply abandon it, and she wouldn't let the shadow of war chase her out of her own territory just like that. Regina glanced around at her hive again, smiling to herself a little. They were growing, and quickly. With more information on this world, she'd be able to guide her hive even better, and they needed to level up. Monsters were one thing, but the forest only had so many of them, and their levels also seemed pretty limited, at least out here. Regina had no desire to kill people, but maybe this war wasn't such a bad thing in some ways. She'd just need to play her cards well, but why shouldn't she look to strengthen her hive, and maybe expand her territory, if people were already going to war? Regina shook her head to herself. First things first. She didn't even have an army capable of playing any role in such a big conflict yet. Chapter 36, The City of Trees. The wagon rumbled its way along the road, moving quicker now than it had at the start of their journey. Tim glanced back at a creaking sound, but none of the elves seemed concerned. To be fair, the wagon was well constructed and obviously suited to moving through the forest. It was long but narrow, able to wind its way through trees more easily, and its wheels seemed very broad. They were made of some kind of wood he hadn't seen before that appeared springy and elastic. "This road seems a little odd," Bee commented in a whisper. "Not bad, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't look to be reinforced. If it saw heavy traffic or bad weather, it seems like it would devolve into mud." The road indeed barely deserved the name at first glance. It was marked by the absence of trees, cutting a straight lane through the forest, but the grass that made up its surface seemed perfectly even, and he hadn't seen any major bumps. "They must know what they're doing," Tim answered. He was glad that Bee ended up accompanying him to the Elven City. Not that he disliked the elves, but he couldn't help but feel nervous, and having another drone with him helped. Especially since Regina apparently wasn't able to contact them anymore. She'd been checking in on them regularly, but he hadn't felt the presence of her mind in a while. The last time, it had seemed muted, as if it was weakened by the distance. They'd been traveling for some time and should reach the city soon, at least. It was hard to measure the distance, but Tim estimated that his queen's range was about 50 kilometers. Judging by what Byanon had said and a glimpse of the map he'd seen, the Elven City should be about 70 kilometers from the hive. He didn't know how accurate his guess was, though. Well, there was nothing he could do about it. Tim shook his head and focused on the trip. They'd been traveling quite quickly since they broke camp this morning, at a steady pace that ate up the distance, with only a short stop for lunch. He was glad his end stat had risen with his last level up. Even if he and Bee had ridden on the wagon for a bit here and there, we're almost there. Byanon let himself fall back to join them and smiled cheerfully. "As soon as we crest that rise, we should be able to see the city." Tim smiled back. He was looking forward to it. They weren't able to see much of it, though. The trees still blocked most of their view. But Tim saw enough to realize that the city was larger than he expected. It seemed to stretch on for kilometers, and he could catch glimpses of buildings and structures a large distance away. There didn't seem to be a single city wall, but rather several stretches of wooden wall. "What do we need to do to be able to enter?" he asked Byanon. "There's a small ritual," he replied. "Just come with me, and your companion can go with the other group. It shouldn't take long, but we'll need to take a detour." Apparently, They had to travel to a location some distance outside the city to key in visitors, for security reasons. Ostensibly, Bayanon and a few of the other elves left the wagon behind and jogged off into the forest, and Tim followed them. Finally, they reached a small wooden shrine. He couldn't sense magic, but he had the impression that he would have felt quite a bit of it if he'd been able to. There was a small compound around the central building, with a stone wall encircling it. "Just put a few drops of your blood into the bowl here and we'll take care of the rest," Bayanon said as they entered. Tim looked around. The room was bare and almost cramped. Another elf wearing a dark robe entered from a door opposite theirs, barely glancing at him. There was a stone podium in the middle of the room with various odds and ends, including a small bowl. Tim carefully nicked his lower left arm with his blade limb and let a few drops of blood drip into it. The other man picked up the bowl, and Bayanon said, "All right, let's head back." "That's it? It'll all be ready by the time we get there." Tim shot a curious glance at the ritual space, but let Bayanon lead him out of the room. The elf took off without another word, and he had to hurry to follow him back towards the city. B was there by the time they returned, and the group continued on their way. Soon, the forest lightened up around them, and when they walked down the slope of a hill, he found himself passing beside a wall and into the outer part of the settlement. "Welcome to Aridel." Bayanon smiled at them. Their earlier glimpse hadn't done the city justice. Tim realized there were a few buildings on ground level, but the elves had also built upwards, into the trees. It had looked like the city was mostly hidden by trees. Actually, there were simply a lot of trees making up the city, providing structure and buildings. It looked like a larger version of the outpost they'd stayed at, but more solid. There were proper roads on the ground, but also an equivalent higher up. It looked like they were mostly, like many of the buildings' walls, grown right out of trees. But as they traveled further into the city, he noticed that this was only one level of it. Too, there were large holes, open shafts leading down below ground, usually with wooden structures leading out of them and upwards. They had staircases and bundles of ropes that were probably elevators. From the placement of these access points and the occasional glimpse below under a tree's root systems, he realized that the city simply incorporated an underground part. All of this made it hard to judge how large it really was. It covered a wide area, a lot bigger than the human village, but the different levels meant there were probably a lot more inhabitants than the perimeter size suggested, and he could see quite a few of those out and about, walking on the roads and tree paths, occasionally swinging from ropes or heading down into the ground. Most of them were elves like those he'd seen before and dressed similarly, though most didn't carry weapons, but he also saw a few other races. There were some shorter people that might be dwarves or halflings or something, some he couldn't place, and even a few humans. As Bayanon led them through the city, most of the people they passed looking curiously at them. They mainly stayed on a paved, wide road that was probably a main road and led straight into the city. As they reached what had to be the center of it, the city grew more open, with the buildings being farther apart. Finally, they reached one that seemed to be built entirely on the ground, with trees incorporated only subtly, but it still rose at least 4 stories high. There were a few elves standing outside, dressed in dark green clothes with a cloak that probably constituted a uniform, and carrying sheathed swords and bows. Bayanon exchanged nods with them, then led Tim and B inside one of the entrances without pausing to talk. Tim followed quietly, turning his head to take in everything. The sounds and smells of the city were almost overpowering, but it was a little quieter here. They passed through a wood-paneled corridor and into a small atrium with a field of flowers planted on one side. A large table and some chairs stood to the side, and an elven woman rose from one of them as they walked in. Tim regarded her curiously. In the eyes of Aridel, level, mistress of the forest, she was the first elf Tim had seen up close who actually looked old. Her hair was entirely grey and fell down to her shoulders, shorter than most elven women he'd seen. Her face was lined with wrinkles, though there seemed to be more laugh lines than frown lines. She had eyes of a dark orange color that still looked vibrant. Her posture was a little bent, though, and she had a cane in one hand. Tim didn't know how old she was, but given that elves were famously long-lived, it could easily be several centuries. Her class sounded powerful, too. Regina had told him to be polite. He gave a short bow, which B copied. "Hello, I am Tim, and this is my sister B. It is a pleasure to meet you. The elf smiled at them. My name is Nais, and it is a true pleasure to meet you. Do sit down, please. I would have liked to meet your hive queen herself, but I suppose it was always a foolish notion. Of course she cannot leave her hive so easily. Tim sat down on one of the offered chairs, exchanging a glance with Bee. That's true, he replied. You sound like you are familiar with the concept of a hive and hive queen. Oh, not so much. She waved her cane airily, but that would be true for any leader in her position, I imagine. We are aware of how quickly your hive is growing. In any case, I imagine you must have questions. We have some things to discuss. Oh, and if you would like some refreshments, please help yourselves. Tim nodded, ignoring the glasses of water and plate of fruit and snacks on the table. Are you a part of the government, then? Yes, I am. She smiled again. I am a special minister, to be precise. That means I do not have an official portfolio, but I am involved in the governing of the state. It's a more common position for us than you'd think. At that moment, Tim wished Regina had a drone diplomat or drone politician to take his place here. He was a warrior, not someone you should send to talks like this, but his mother had chosen him, and he'd do his best. Thank you for all the help your people have already given us, he said. I have to admit there is still much we do not know, and we were hoping to learn some of these things coming here. I have already arranged for you to get tours of some crafters' workshops and the city's library later. Nais replied. If there is anything else you would like, please feel free to speak up. That will be very helpful. We appreciate it. He glanced at Bee, who nodded enthusiastically. If possible, we would also like to look at some maps, and perhaps have longer discussions about the history and politics of the region. Beyond that, we have questions about the system. Nais inclined her head. As expected, I will not ask where your hive came from on our first meeting, but information about the system, especially about classes and other specifics, is usually valued highly, and losing guarded knowledge of this sort will be a dreadful blow to many groups. I do not think we will be able to help you much in that regard, though. Tim shook his head. Just some general knowledge would already be helpful. For instance, we are unsure if or how the quality of being a demi-human is based on the system. The elf pursed her lips slightly. A complicated matter to start with. As you likely know, elves are considered humanoid, not demi-humans. The difference is usually academic, or at most, a matter of designations and restrictions. The basic structure of the system is the same, although there are differences that underpin this distinction. And the difference between monsters and demi-humans? She raised an eyebrow and leaned forward slightly. An even more interesting matter. Despite what some might say, the line between monsters and demi-humans is broad and sometimes difficult to pin down. At least when we are talking about sapient monsters. They are rare, but there are more than just dragons. There is some debate in academic circles, but generally, the main difference is considered to be that demi-humans, like humanoids, choose a class, while monsters are simply born as whatever they may be. Tim exchanged a glance with Bee. That was interesting. All of the drones, even their queen herself, really, had been born with what she called their template. That would mean they were closer to sapient monsters than demi-humans on this line. On the other hand, they did have abilities called class skills. Monsters may evolve when they reach level 20. Nais continued, similar to a humanoid's class evolution. Well, it is called that in common parlance, but the technical term would be class progression. To distinguish it, a monster's evolution seems to be more comprehensive and includes physical changes. Of course, demi-humans may experience those as well when evolving. She reached for a glass of water and took a sip, but didn't take her eyes from him. She must be wondering why he asked about this, and she was giving them a lot of information. Tim couldn't shake the impression that she'd seen through him. And could you tell us about the assignment and effect of stat points? He asked, changing the subject. Nais smiled slightly. Of course, I do consider myself something of an amateur scholar. The first thing you should be aware of is that the stat points in one's status sheet are a reflection of reality filtered through the system, rather than some sort of causal mechanism. Tim leaned back and listened attentively to her explanations. He needed to commit everything to memory and bring it back to his hive. Chapter 37, Back Home. As soon as she established contact with Tim's mind again, Regina felt like a rock she'd been carrying dropped from her shoulders. They hadn't been caught completely unprepared. Of course, It was one reason Regina had decided not to send some war drones with Tim and Bee. She suspected there might be a range limit to her link with the hive, and she didn't know what would happen if they got outside of it. It was something to test, but not with the elves there and on an important trip that was supposed to be quick, and that caution turned out to be warranted. They'd been gone for a few days now. She'd tried to check in every few hours and she'd felt the connection growing weaker as they traveled. At around 50 kilometers, she hadn't been able to talk to them or take control of the drones anymore. That limit would hopefully grow as she leveled up, but it was already not as bad as she'd feared. "Are you okay?" she asked first. She felt Tim nod. It was still hard to get a clear impression of his senses, although that was improving as he traveled closer. "I'll just talk out loud," he murmured. "That should be easier." He glanced back, and she saw that he was walking alone with Bee, ahead of a group of 3 elves, who were apparently escorting them back. "Tell me what happened. How was the city? What did you learn?" Tim hesitated for a moment before he began describing the city. Regina listened with rapt attention, only faintly feeling the heat on her skin from where she sat close to the campfire in their hive's settlement. It really was a shame that she hadn't been able to see the city through his eyes. It sounded interesting. "They brought us to a wooden building in the center that probably belonged to the government. There, we met alone with an old elven woman, one Anais of Aridel, high-level mistress of the forest, a special minister of their government. She gave us a lot of information. I'll try to retell it as closely as I can." Regina frowned to herself as she listened to Tim narrate their meeting. That really was a lot of interesting information. She stayed quiet and simply tucked it away in her mind. "We met her again a few times after that, but only briefly," Tim concluded. "From what you said, it sounds like this Anais knew more than she was letting on." Tim hesitated, and she could sense the faint echo of a flash of uncertainty. He must have trouble parsing her message. Her telepathy still wasn't that clear. "I think she did know a lot, maybe even more about us than she admitted," he said. "I didn't think it was wise to push her, though." "You're right. She wanted to meet the elf herself at some point. Hopefully, she'd be able to get more information." "How did the rest of your stay go?" Tim continued his tale as they traveled through the forest. There was a lot of interesting knowledge and observations in his tours of elven workshops, but even more in the library. They hadn't been able to bring any books with them, but Tim and Bee had both spent some time reading. Regina was already planning to gather other drones and have the two of them recount what they'd read in as much detail as possible as soon as they got back. If only they had proper writing materials. Making paper was something she'd thought about, along with making a printing press. That shouldn't need particularly advanced technology. Who knows? It might even exist in this world already. "I didn't see many signs of the war," Tim finally said. "Of course, I'm not sure what I should look for. Anyway, there were few soldiers in the city, or at least few elves carrying weapons. It's possible they're all somewhere else, maybe gathered at the border." "I didn't have the impression that they were concerned about enemies making it into the city, and if those defenses they have are as powerful as they seem, I can see why. I would have to have been in the city before to actually tell if there was more of an atmosphere of concern now than usual." Regina nodded. "I understand. Good work. Anyway, Tim, did you find out anything more about their military strength?" "I didn't find much else, my queen. They didn't give us a close look at their fortifications or any defensive enchantments they're probably using. Most of the elves seem to favor bows and swords or similar weapons, and I didn't see any mounted soldiers, but they do have horses. Besides that, they also seem to rely on mages for fighting." Regina recalled what Aeneas had said when they first met. That made sense. Then she became aware of a sudden clamor. It took her a moment to realize that it was not coming from Tim's surroundings, but that someone was yelling on her side. "I need to go," she sent, "but you two are doing good work. Keep hurrying back." She turned her attention to her own body, blinking as she opened her eyes. After a second, she realized that Max was calling for her. "I'm here," she said, standing up. She felt a bit stiff, but it faded quickly as she took a few steps. "What's up?" Max looked relieved. He'd been hovering a few meters away. Now that she focused on it, Regina could see that a group of war drones and most of their remaining warriors were streaming towards the edge of the forest. "The workers seem to have encountered a problem," he said. "We should hurry." Regina didn't ask any more questions, but started running towards where the drones were gathering. As she did, she briefly dipped into the consciousness of other drones in her hive, skimming along the surface to get a quick picture of what was happening. She never stayed long, since she needed to keep some of her attention on running, but it was enough to give her a general sense of the situation. "You, go fetch our medical supplies," she called to one of the war drones. Then she slid to a stop in front of the entrance to the tunnel Tia and a group of drones had been digging. It was broader now than it had been, but still too cramped. Just as she arrived, Tia stumbled out, one of her work limbs hanging limply down and blood dripping down her left leg. At the same time, warriors tried to head in. "Everyone back off," Regina barked. "Max and I will go in first." "Max, protect in and get her out." Max didn't hesitate, but charged forward right away as the other drones immediately gave him space. Regina followed him in as quickly as she could. In the cavern beyond the entrance, she found Ace kneeling on the ground, cradling one of his arms. He must have been closest and been the first to respond. Beside him, Max slid in front of Ina, covering her, while the young worker was stumbling back, falling onto her back. She didn't manage to get up again. Regina took it all in at a glance. Her attention focused on the threat. The creature Max had just pushed back looked a bit like a mole, but much bigger, with thorny spikes on the front of its body, large teeth and claws that were clearly good not just for digging. Behind it, a group of several more crowded in where the cavern transitioned to the tunnel. After a moment, the system gave her its information. Tunneler, fighter, level. She hadn't seen the system use such a clarification before, which implied that there were several types of these monsters. Of those she could see, a few were at level 10 or 12, which meant the others were hopefully only a level or two higher. Regina drew herself up and hissed at them, almost surprising herself with the action. It had been a while since she'd done that. The first tunneler scuttled back a step, but then stopped, and while the others shifted a little, they didn't seem inclined to flee, either. "Ben and Dan, come in if you can," she called out, still keeping her gaze locked on the monsters. The two were the highest level warriors present after Max. "Someone get Ace and In out." She considered opening with a firebolt, but she didn't want to use that spell in these close quarters. She also didn't have that much mana. The monster had obviously had enough of waiting and posturing, and lunged forward. At the same time, its companions advanced as well, shrieking angrily. Max's blade limb crashed down on the first tunneler, sending it back half a meter and pinning it to the ground for a moment. Then his second one swept out to hold back the others. Regina gathered her courage and jumped forward. She didn't have a weapon on her, but she still had her claws, which were sharp enough to cut most monsters' skin. She jumped on the first tunneler, using its position and her greater size to her advantage. Its claws skittered off the shell on the side of her leg, and she rammed her own into its eyes. It spasmed for a second, then went still. Instinct made her look up and she twisted out of the way as a second tunneler barreled at her. She managed to avoid the worst of it, but its claws sunk into her side and penetrated this time before momentum ripped them out again. Pain pulsed through her as she felt her cracked shell, but she ignored it, dodging again and jumping onto the tunneler. She managed to pin it down, though it didn't give her a good angle to kill it. Then Ben was there, swinging down onto its head with his axe. Gore splattered as the tunneler died. Regina shoved it away and jumped up, turning to the fight. Max was holding off 3 other tunnelers by himself. Just at that moment, Dan stepped out from beside him and skewered one of the monsters. He didn't manage to kill it, though, and another one used the opportunity to jump at him. But Max was there, shouldering Dan aside and intercepting the attack. The monster's teeth slid off the shell of his arm. Regina ran forward, watching for the right moment before she swiped her claws at the injured monster, ending its fight. Beside her, Ben and Dan cornered the other one, cutting it down systematically with their blade limbs. Max was focusing on the last one. Regina sighed, then formed a magic missile and launched it at the monster. The magical attack threw it back against the wall of the tunnel, allowing Max to skewer it through its belly. That was all of them. "You have leveled up, my queen." "Are you injured?" Dan hovered at her side, watching her with concern. She waved him off. "I'm fine, but the others might not be." With a muffled groan, she turned round and hurried out of the tunnel. She knew Max would make sure that no new tunnelers would be able to slip in from where their tunnels must have intersected with the hive's tunnels. Ace sat on the grass by the entrance. She could see that while he was obviously injured, it didn't seem to be life-threatening, but a few meters away, the other drones had laid in out on the grass. The young worker looked pale, and the blood covering her made it hard to tell her exact injuries. Tia was trying to clean it up with a wet cloth while the war drone Regina had called earlier dropped off the basket they kept what served as medical supplies in. It was very bare, just a few rolls of cloth for bandages and a few dried herbs that were supposed to be beneficial according to what they'd heard from the elves. Regina knelt down next to Ina, pressing her down gently as the drone tried to rise. She took a deep breath. From up close, she could tell it wasn't quite as bad as she'd feared. Her left thigh showed several bloody gashes, her work limbs shell had cracked, and she had a bloody but shallow cut on her head. Not as bad as Tia's injuries had been, but Ina's constitution was still low. "It's okay," she said, trying to sound soothing. "We've got this. You're going to survive. Just stay still and let me take a look, okay?" "Of course, my queen," Ina whispered. Regina frowned to herself. She still had some mana left, and if this wasn't the situation to try to learn magical healing, she didn't know what was. So she placed her hands on Ina's injuries and started breathing deeply, trying to focus on it. It was easier than the last time, perhaps because she'd done it before. She gathered her mana and tried to slowly push it through her hands. As she did so, she focused on the wound, trying to take in every detail and visualize those she couldn't see. After a while, her mana started leaving her in a trickle. Regina almost lost focus, but kept it up. She concentrated on the idea of Ina regaining the blood she lost, of her cuts closing up. She encouraged her stem and progenitor cells to divide, the cells of her muscles and skin to notice the emptiness beside them and work to fill it. Then she added the idea of her brain settling down into equilibrium, weathering the effects of pressure and the mechanical trauma. Time once again lost its meaning as Regina fed her mana into the construct in her head and her drone's body. She commanded it to obey her will and heal. Finally, her mana level noticeably dipped, and the flow stopped. Regina blinked. The injuries had closed up, not perfectly, but they looked a lot better. Blood had stopped flowing and they were mostly scabbed over. Regina exhaled and moved back. She focused on the notification the system held for her. "Congratulations, you have learned a new spell, Basic Heal." Regina smiled. "Make sure to rest. That goes for you, too, Ace and Tia." "I'll heal you in a minute." The drones all nodded and stepped away, clearly understanding that she wanted some space. Ben helped Ina to her feet and led her off, towards the huts. Regina closed her eyes and just enjoyed the sensation of the sun on her skin for a moment, before she opened them again. She glanced around, making sure everything was okay, before she returned her attention to the system. There was something else to check out. "Congratulations. You have unlocked a new template, Drone Harvester. You are able to lay another egg. Choose carefully what you will add to your hive. Drone Warrior, Drone Worker, Drone Scout, Drone Harvester." Regina smiled, stretched, then headed off to the closest shelter. She already had 3 eggs in development, but with her increases in her mana capacity and regeneration, and this new level, she felt she could do 4. She was looking forward to seeing the new drone type. Interlude, Embers 2. Kiara Lynn's bent further over her horse's neck, feeling the wind in her hair as she thundered down the road. Her smile was unrestrained, free where no one could see it. After a long moment of enjoyment, she sat back and lightly tugged on the reins. Her horse, well trained as she was, slowed down immediately, dropping from the gallop into an easy trot. Kiara sat deep in the saddle, weathering the bumpy gait with the ease of long practice. It was not a minute too soon. The area around them opened up, and after the curve in the road they came upon the castle right away. Kiara glanced back at her escorts. They had fallen back a little during her wild gallop, but had caught up now. She slowed down further to a fast walk, straightening up. The men gathered beside the path and guarding the gate did the same as she approached. She noted that most of them saluted with the local fist-to-chest gesture instead of bowing, which she approved of. Maybe it was because of her own more martial appearance. She already knew some of the ladies in her father's court would be scandalized. Here she was, not just spurning the side saddle, but actually wearing trousers. Of course, if she did wear skirts, they would be either an annoyance, stifling in the summer heat, or she'd risk more impropriety, especially at a fast gallop like before. In any case, Kiara did not care too much. She wasn't the only woman to act like this, whatever the sticks in the mud might think, and normal court life was far away. What tended to do that, she'd been told. She smiled to herself at the thought. She was wearing not just trousers, but also light chainmail over a thin gambeson, though her helmet dangled off the saddle for now. The short riding sword at her side felt comfortable, and while she was not hoping she would have to use it, she was confident in her ability if it came to that. The castle and its surroundings were still a bustle of activity, although Kiara knew that this belied how many people were actually here. She'd been to this castle before, of course, several times, and knew well that it was considerably smaller than her father's main seat in his capital. There weren't many more soldiers around than normal, and many of those men who had been called up in addition were with the king's army, gathering to leave an earlier, for the actual war. Most of the rest had been sent to various forts and holdings closer to the forest. Still, there were several hundred men gathered here, a sizable reserve force. She had heard the reports on the levy and the conditions of the roads and knew it would not take too long to reach any spot where trouble might break out, either. She was aware that her father, Marquis Lins, hoped that none of them would be needed, that they would not have to fight the elves in the forest or otherwise. Although a part of Kiara couldn't help but think about the glory and valor that might be earned in such a case, she knew he was right. She had been raised to put her duty to the march before her personal desires as well as to support her father loyally, and she didn't doubt her ability to do that, either. He might not quite see it the same way, though. After she dismounted in the outer courtyard and handed the reins off to a servant, she looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of her father. Instead, she saw the latest addition to his court, and her own entourage, come towards her. "I hope your ride was pleasant, my lady," she said, smiling tentatively. "It was productive," Kiara replied. Then she forced herself to return the smile and continue in a more pleasant tone. "We familiarized ourselves with the surroundings and checked on the progress of the fortifications nearby." Janice nodded seriously. Kiara peered at her for a moment, looking for a sign of aversion or confusion, but found none. Perhaps she should not use her usual standards, she chided herself. The red-haired girl was young, more than a year younger than Kiara, but she was a mage and a largely self-taught one at that. There was her background to consider, too. Kiara was not blind to what it meant about the girl's talent and potential, or her usefulness. She still couldn't help but feel a little disgruntled that her father had foisted Janice off on her. The girl barely knew any spells and was still at a relatively low level, and hardly the knowledgeable, educated advisor you wanted in a court mage. But Kiara knew it could simply be that her father saw Janice's potential and wanted his daughter involved in cultivating it, forming bonds early that might earn her the loyalty of a powerful asset later. And having a mage along was probably a good thing in these times, all else aside. It wasn't like they could just be found on the street. "My lady, the high-level man arrived from the direction of the capital a few minutes ago," Janice reported, interrupting her thoughts. "From his aura, I estimate he is at least over level 40, more likely 60. He came on a horse, but did not seem used to riding. I believe the Marquis is meeting with him either already or very soon." Kiara nodded and gave the mage a more genuine smile. "That is good to know." "Thank you, Janice." The other girl bowed her head, then fell into step with Kiara as she hurried around the other horses and the men and towards the doors. The soldiers at the sides of the gate snapped to attention and pushed it open for her. She nodded at them before she stepped through. Showing respect to her men was one of the lessons her father had drilled into her, even if he had always done it with a bit of a strange look on his face. It wasn't hard to find her destination. A familiar servant greeted them and showed them up the stairs to a side room. The castle's main keep was in good shape, but not big enough to get lost in. Kiara slowed down as she approached and entered. It looked like her father was entertaining the messenger, and she saw a servant walk in holding a tray of refreshments. When she entered, she found that he was accompanied by two of his senior commanders and advisors. They all looked up as she entered, but Kiara was focused on the middle-aged man sprawled on a comfortable chair, his boots and clothes dusty from riding. Derek Zephyr, level thaumaturge. Kiara tried not to show her surprise. She recognized the name. Although the mage appeared to have left his famous wyvern behind, she was a little surprised that Janice had apparently failed to recognize him, although she supposed that she would have had little opportunity to see or hear about him in her village. Kiara. Her father nodded at her. His clothes were immaculate, but she noticed the shadows under his brown eyes, and the gray in his dark hair looked more pronounced today than usual. "Take a seat." She bowed her head and pulled out one of the chairs, while Janice quietly took up a position at the wall of the room a few steps behind her. "Cedric, it is a pleasure to meet you," she said. The man grunted. "I'm not a knight." Kiara shrugged slightly. It had been a polite courtesy, but he was said to be blunt and not fond of honeyed words. She didn't let it faze her. "This is my daughter, Lady Kiara," her father introduced her, rather unnecessarily, "the heir to the Lynn's March." "Oh, right." Derek sat up a little straighter, although his tone was still casual. "I heard that there was bad news for your family. Lady Lynn's had a miscarriage, if I'm not mistaken." Again, the Marquis nodded, his expression a little stiffer now. "Yes, that is correct. You have my condolences. It must be quite upsetting." "Yes, we are all quite sad, but we will bear with it." Derek looked at her, and she saw a glint in his eyes, what might be amusement or irony, as he raised an eyebrow slightly. Kiara narrowed her eyes. She found it hard to pretend to be sad that her mother still hadn't borne a son for her father. And why shouldn't she? She'd been raised as her father's heir since she was a child. If her parents had a son, he would inherit the title instead. A newborn babe would be considered her better, regardless of all those years of experience and expectation, just because it was male. Kiara certainly didn't want her mother to suffer, but she hoped she would simply have no more pregnancies. At least that was not unlikely at her age. "Regardless," Derek said after a moment, turning his attention back fully to her father. "I didn't come here for family drama, Lord. The king sent me." The Marquis sat up a little straighter, and Kiara felt her attention sharpen as well. It was an open secret that her father and the king did not see eye to eye. That he sent such a strong messenger was not a good sign. "Of course," her father replied. "If you brought a message, I would read it right away." "No need. It's a verbal message." Derek's lips twitched slightly, but she wasn't sure if it was a smile or a smirk. "Then, we're all ears. His Majesty wishes to inquire about the number of soldiers you sent him. It is known that there are far more fighting men in this march. He is dissatisfied with your contribution and expects you to promptly rectify the matter." Kiara saw her father stiffen slightly, although he kept his face blank. "We need men here to cover the march. In case it escaped you, we share a border with the elves. I sent His Majesty the soldiers I could spare, and no fewer than many other lords, according to my correspondence. Of course your need for fighters to cover your lands is clear, although we expect most of the fighting to happen in Nerlian parts." Derek leaned forward slightly. "Still, you should have more men. Is your march not well populated? Do you expect me to draft every village hunter to use barely trained, under-leveled conscripts?" There was an angry glint in his eyes now. "The harvest is not far off either. Men I send to the war are unlikely to be back and able to work during harvest season." Derek shrugged, casually leaning back. "I am simply passing on His Majesty's words. There's more, isn't there?" Kiara cut in. She frowned at the mage. "What do we need to gather this many fighters for?" He nodded, giving her an approving look that didn't make Kiara feel any less angry. She couldn't help but think that the king was deliberately giving them a greater burden, just out of pettiness, or maybe to weaken them and cripple their ability to rebel against him. "You are correct," the thaumaturge said. "His Majesty also commands you to start pushing into the forest. You do, as the Marquis just pointed out, share a border with the elves. While the major part of the fighting will be on Nerlia's side, it will be helpful to put some pressure on them from here. We want them to know they cannot expose their borders. To that end, you will launch some raids and a few deep strikes into elven territory. More will not be needed. The king is reasonable." Kiara's father stood up. Judging by the pulsing vein on his forehead, he did not find his liege particularly reasonable. "You are asking for more men and also want me to send fighters into the forest after the elves? That will expose the march if we don't get any reinforcements." "You are asking too much." Derek Zephyr stood up as well, slowly. It emphasized that he was taller than the Marquis. Slowly, he laid his hands on the table between them. "Let us get one thing straight, Marquis Lins. I am not asking for anything. Your lord and king is commanding your obedience." The Marquis sputtered. "This is a brazen." Kiara stood up as well, taking a step back before she caught herself. Zephyr suddenly seemed to loom larger than before. His hair stood up slightly and sparks crackled around him, off his skin and in the air surrounding him. The shadows in the room seemed to deepen as he appeared backlit by a menacing light in alternating brightness and darkness. But all of that was mere theater that only emphasized the magical aura emanating from the thaumaturge, which suddenly seemed to fill the room like a thick, cloying fog. Kiara drew in a shuddering breath. She did not usually consider herself a weak person, and she was even proud of her magical senses, for a level 15 arcane warrior. But this moment showed her how very far she still had to go. "You will do as you are told," the thaumaturge said, and his voice thundered through the room, shaking the tapestries on the walls, with an echo that grated in her ears, feeling like it ripped at her skin and the mana beneath it. After a long moment, the light brightened slightly and his voice was a little less thundering as he continued, "Or you will not like the consequences of your faithlessness." Silence hovered in the room, no less heavy than what had preceded it. Kiara's father and the king's man stared at each other, until finally, the Marquis reacted, moving his head in a jerky nod. "Of course we will," he said. "Good." The mage sat back down, smiling, suddenly cordial again. "I will have to take advantage of your hospitality for one night and then leave tomorrow. My power is needed where the actual war will take place. Of course, you will not be left to your own devices out here. Never fear." For the rest of the meeting, Kiara found it hard to focus. Luckily, it did not drag on for long. Her father and Duruk Zephyr made some more strained conversation, before the thaumaturge excused himself with smiling eyes and a short bow. "We have a lot of things to organize," her father finally said, glancing at the door as if to make sure their guest was really gone. "We'll need to assemble the rest of the commanders. Let them know we will meet in half an hour. Kiara, please make sure the servants know to look after our visitor properly." Kiara nodded and turned around to leave. She'd almost forgotten that Janice was in the room, too. The young mage peeled off the wall and followed her out quietly. They walked in silence for a short while. Kiara took a detour to a small balcony that opened onto a walkway around the keep, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. "You're from the village closest to the Great Forest, aren't you?" she finally said, turning to her companion. "How dangerous is it?" Janice looked concerned. "I've only ever been to the outskirts. Its stronger monsters were culled in the monster horde, but they were already trickling back. Farther in, there are far more powerful ones. The Elven City is also said to have impenetrable defenses." Kiara grimaced, but nodded. "All right. At least we won't have to assault it." She shook her head. "We'll send raiding parties into the forest. Of course, we'll need to send quite a few fighters, but those might actually profit from the opportunity to earn levels." Janice still looked hesitant, worrying at her lip as if she was trying to chew on further words. "What is it, Janice?" Kiara asked. "If you have something else to say, please do so." The red-haired mage hesitated, then seemed to gather herself. "My lady, monsters and elves aren't the only things we might meet in the forest." Chapter 38, Information and Deliberation. The discovery of monsters in the tunnels set back their plans, but it could have gone worse. A few of the warriors investigated, and Regina sent some more drones as well. Since those were smaller and better able to fit through tight tunnels, it turned out that the tunnelers they'd encountered seemed to be either an isolated group or some distance away from their main group. The tunnels they had dug were a rather haphazard one, no more than a few hundred meters long in total. There were two very narrow tunnels leading further off into the distance, but Regina simply had them closed off. The workers were easily able to handle it. With their ability, they produced some reinforced compressed dirt that they used to brick off these tunnels, melding it into the surrounding earth. Still, Regina insisted on some warriors staying close to keep an eye on things. From now on, there would be at least 2 warriors there whenever they worked on the tunnels, and several war drones posted nearby at all times. They could even help with the digging, so it wasn't a total loss, even if it did hurt the hive's productivity. Regina wasn't discouraged by the discovery of underground monsters, though. If nothing else, it indicated there could be more to find underground, not just danger, but also opportunity. Still, their levels seemed to be higher than those of the surface monsters in the area, unless they just had the bad luck of encountering an exceptionally strong group. Comprehensive exploration could wait until her hive was stronger. In the meantime, she got a bit more practice in with her new spell. She also used this occasion to finally ask the warriors to bring some injured monsters back alive if possible. Not only would that allow her to further practice and perhaps improve her healing, but it was worth trying if they could use it to level other drones. She was a little skeptical, since it seemed the system rewarded effort and true accomplishments more than just kills. But with her new healing spell, they at least had a safety net in case things went wrong. Of course, this was still easier said than done. The warriors were all eager to please, but bringing back injured monsters took some doing, and she emphasized that she did not want them to put themselves into unnecessary danger. Her eggs were still in development, which limited how much mana she could use, but at least she didn't need to conjure as much stuff now that they had some things to work with. The day after the fight, Regina spent some time walking around the settlement, checking on everything, making sure things ran smoothly and taking note of what they needed. Max trailed along behind her for most of the way. He seemed content to leave the training of the other warriors and workers to Tim. Regina didn't send him away, though. She liked his company, and he spoke up when he saw a problem. After she was done with the rounds, which didn't take too long, since their burgeoning village was still very small, she settled down by the main campfire and waited. She checked on Tim and Bee and could tell that they would be back very soon. Their elven companions had already departed, leaving them to return to the hive on their own. Regina used the time to glance at her status screen. Regina Hive Queen, level 13, mana 203 420, Hive 1034, Force Swarm 1630, 0, Con 12 STR 12 Dex 12 End 12 Int 16 Wiz 16 +1. Her mana had risen in tandem with the growth of her hive, especially with all the war drones. She still hadn't quite figured out how its cap increased. It probably depended on other factors besides the number and types of her drones. Maybe there was a soft cap at certain levels. Still, she was pretty sure she had a large mana pool for her level. The caps for her hive were also rising, and the one for swarm drones was quickly catching up with the one for sapient drones. It didn't take long for them to hatch. Regina stood up as soon as she sensed the change and made her way towards the edge of the forest. They kept storing the eggs in the most sturdy of their old shelters, since they were still building more actual houses, or at least huts. The drones had gotten free of their eggs and were already outside by the time she came. Regina paused, then grinned. There was one drone warrior, one drone worker and one drone scout, as expected. But this time, the warrior actually seemed female. She paused to consider the development while Max started greeting his new hive mates. There seemed to have been a specific gender distribution, and she'd been quietly worried about that. It was good to see this apparently wasn't an absolute welcome, kids, she said after a moment, stepping forward and smiling at them. I'm Regina, and this is our hive. It's still quite new, but we're happy to have you. Your names are... She hesitated for a moment. Did she want to go with her current pattern of 3-letter, single-syllable names for boys and 2-syllable words for girls, or for warriors and workers? Well, it really didn't matter. Amy. She pointed at the worker, Ash, at the male scout, and Zoe, at the female warrior. How long are you going to be able to keep that up? Max asked in a quiet murmur. Probably not long, she admitted. We still haven't named the hive, either. It could just be referred to as the hive or maybe Regina's hive, but a proper name would be good at some point. Max glanced around. Perhaps everyone could offer suggestions for a hive name? Don't you trust my naming sense? She mock-pouted at him. Max opened his mouth, then closed it again. It's going to be hard to find a cool, meaningful name with just 3 letters. Don't be silly, Max. A hive isn't a drone. She watched silently as other drones came by to greet the new hatchlings. Max helped, as well, offering them a quick tour while he explained some things. Regina felt as if maybe she should be doing that herself, but in truth, the other drones were probably better suited to it. It didn't take long for Tim and Bee to return. Regina went to greet them, then gathered around the fire with the two to listen to a more detailed recounting of their trip. Tim did most of the talking, with Bee taking over the more technical stuff related to her field. Regina listened quietly, trying to make sure she remembered it well. This is going to be very useful, she said as they finished. The political implications aside, we should be able to build up our hive better, and we need various crafts for it. I was already considering building a water wheel, Anyway, I examined the one they showed us, my queen, B said, but I'm not sure that's enough to reproduce one entirely. We'll figure it out, Regina replied confidently. Or you workers will, anyway. Speaking of implications, Tim spoke up. They didn't have much on old history, but I noticed that there didn't seem to be any reference to anything more than a few centuries ago. 1,000 years, tops. Regina nodded slowly. That is interesting. Although, given the cultural and technological level around here, I'm not sure when I would have expected them to develop writing or proper historical record keeping that long ago. Anyway, the elves do seem to have a democratic system, he said. For the most part, at least. Fair enough. Did you find out anything more about religion? Tim exchanged a glance with B. Before he nodded. Yes, I did find a few mentions of the names you told us to look out for. Apparently, Alianis and Benaron are both major gods in this pantheon. Although the latter is, not exactly beloved, I think. Someone called him the god of monsters. Really? Regina leaned forward slightly. That sounds interesting. To be fair, I don't think that's actually his official title or anything. According to a section of a book I read that was written by a priest, he's the god of struggle. And there were like 2 different books that mentioned he's supposed to be responsible for the monster hordes, be added. Regina frowned. That does hang together, at least. This was just one more thing to ask about and try to find information on. At least, if he was a patron of monsters or something, it made some sense why he might be keeping an eye on them, unless she was misinterpreting things. Although, having a god of struggle paying special attention to you might not be the best thing. She shook her head. And the other one? Alianis? Tim looked down. I didn't find anything specific, he said. She was mentioned a few times, but it sounds like everyone would know, and I didn't have the time to look for more details, since I also wanted to get other information. That's all right, Regina assured him. I don't think there's any hurry. Let me just call some of the others in, and then we can go over the information again in detail. She closed her eyes for a moment and focused on her connection to her drones. She contacted Max, Ben, the 2 older scouts, and the rest of the workers and told them to come. That would leave Dan, the new guys and the war drones to keep an eye on things, like the tunnels. The drones came quickly, gathering close to the campfire. Regina smiled at them and stood up to greet them. Tim and B just came back from the Elven City. They'll recount what they learned, especially about crafts. Please pay attention and try to remember it. Then we'll discuss what to do going forward. Everyone looked expectantly at the 2 drones. Tim glanced at B, who cleared her throat, then started talking. With little preamble, she dove into an account of the workshops they'd visited and what she'd seen and heard there. Regina listened closely again. From what she could tell, it sounded like the elves were indeed at a medieval level of technology in most things, but perhaps not quite. Maybe closer to Renaissance level in general, and it appeared the plastic-like substance she'd wondered about before was a special kind of tree sap they harvested from patches of the forest around the city. It had other uses in their crafting as well. They also used magic to grow wood in specific shapes and with specific properties that seemed to be something the elves in particular specialized in, compared to humans, who preferred clay, stone, and metal, and a slightly different school of enchantment. None of that sounded very surprising to her. After that, they discussed what they wanted to do for their hive. It was mostly the workers who talked, while Regina held back and listened. There seemed to be general consensus that working metal in large amounts was out of their reach, but they should at least make some more use of the clay they had found, at least for things like storage containers. Wooden houses were working out well so far, and while they needed to think about long-term food production, it wasn't an immediate problem. We'll need threads and something to make fabric, at least eventually, Regina said thoughtfully. That means hemp or something. Growing that shouldn't be too troublesome here, and I'm pretty sure we can find seeds to get started. That leaves crops for food. Which ones do you want to try cultivating, my queen? Mia asked. Well, given that our metabolism is apparently a real cheat, we don't really need plants that are usually considered food crops. There should be lots of plants that grow quickly. I guess we have moss on the trees and stuff in the forest. Then there's things typically considered weeds people don't want. She considered for a moment. Maybe to start with, We should just mark out some areas where we'll let the fields grow wild and see what happens. Then we can help some of those plants along. She'd actually had 2 of the war drones eat nothing but grass, leaves and weeds for over a week, and it didn't seem to have harmed them in any way. She was pretty sure their gastrointestinal tract was like that of the other drones and probably herself, too. Hay should be easy enough to make and keep well over the winter if we have a dry place to store it, B said thoughtfully. And from now on, we'll start smoking some of the meat from hunts, Regina added, looking at the gathered drones pointedly. Mia, figure out how best to do that. We needed to build a storage shed, anyway. And we can always feed scraps to the war drones. She knew that, when it came to monsters and animals they hunted, her drones usually ate pretty much everything, down to the bone marrow. Regina approved of the efficiency. In principle, she suspected they'd eat the skins, too, if the hive didn't have other uses for them. All right. Regina stood up again. You can get back to work. Actually, Tim, Ben, and Ace, I have another task for you. Most of the drones dispersed while the 3 she'd named remained, looking at her expectantly. I want you to take 1 or 2 war drones and travel away from the hive, she explained. It's probably best if you go roughly in the direction of the Elvish city, but not directly there. Tim and Ace should be able to handle the navigation. I want you to test out what happens when war drones travel outside my control radius. Of course, my queen, Tim said. What should we be looking for, specifically? I'll give them some orders before you set out. I'd like to know if they'll keep on doing what they are and if they'll still follow orders you give them. Plus, simply checking if the limit is the same in the first place. You can count on us, my queen, Ben said. We'll set out right away. Regina shook her head and smiled. No need, this can wait. Tim should get the chance to rest first. Besides, I want you to be at the top of your game. There might still be dangers in the forest, after all. But she didn't want to send too many warriors away from the hive, either. It was important information to get, though, and it might help her shed light on some other aspects of the way her hive and her bond to it worked, like the passive transmittal of information the drones seemed to receive at the start of their life and how it worked for the non-sapient war drones. Chapter 39, Movements and Claims. The nights were getting shorter, not by much, but noticeably enough to make it clear that it was not early summer. The summer solstice was probably a few weeks past, at least. Unfortunately, a calendar wasn't one of the things Regina had thought to ask Tim and B to look out for. It was one more thing for the list. She was already planning on making a trip to the Elven City herself, but before that, she needed to know that she could leave her drones by themselves if necessary. Tim and the others left with 2 war drones the day after he returned. There was no hurry, so she'd told them to go slowly and be careful. There might still be stronger monsters around. Ace had a detection ability that increased his hearing, which should help them avoid monsters, along with their keen sense of smell, but it was better not to be reckless. Regina sat on the roof of their newest completed hut, looking out over the forest. It bore her weight without any complaints, a sure sign that her hive had gotten better at construction. The wooden shingles had been fixed in place with the worker's ability. The wind rustled through her hair, which was still short, but had grown a little in the last few weeks. She wondered if she should feel more reluctant to send her drones out like this. It might be a risk, but she felt it was worthwhile, so she hadn't dithered. They hadn't hesitated or shown any reluctance to take on the mission, either. And why would they? They're my drones. Regina sighed to herself. She tugged at her mandibles, then glanced down at her body. She took in the chitin-like shell, which had darkened slightly since her hatching. The vague outline of the wings folded against her body. It was easy to see why some people might call her a monster, although the real qualities that might evoke that term were mental. After her first few days, she hadn't felt like she had many problems with her hive queen instincts, or at least with integrating them with the human knowledge and impersonal memories she had. But now, this side of her felt more prominent. That might be because she no longer had to focus on protecting her life against the monster horde or humans. It might also have something to do with establishing a proper hive, or at least something close to it. Even now, she couldn't bring herself to be very concerned with the idea that she might be a monster. She was obviously sapient, a person, and it wasn't like she remembered a different existence to compare it to. However, the possibility that her hive queen inclinations might make her act in less than optimal ways was worrying. It was subtle, but whenever she thought about her little village and its surrounding territory, she'd inevitably feel possessive and inclined to fight whoever might try to take it from her. Actually, that feeling wasn't so different when it came to the drones, although the very idea of someone trying to subvert them all in a way was ridiculous. Still, she was probably a little more okay with the idea of making beings that were beholden to her than she would if she was still human. She still had some lingering attachment to the idea of humanity. Maybe it was that she knew how great they could be, capable of terrible yet also wonderful things. No matter how little the humans around here seemed to live up to that. But it was also quite easy to see them as enemies, or at least a threat. They weren't her people, and pretty much the same went for the elves. Regina shook her head again, then stood up and climbed down from the roof. She wasn't getting anywhere with these musings. She'd just have to keep them in mind and monitor her own condition and mentality. She didn't want to endanger her hive with some misplaced attachment to humans, but she also didn't want to restrict herself from what she might otherwise have or invite unnecessary problems. She focused on her connection to her hive's drones, checking up on them. Tim and his group were walking through the forest, not having encountered any monster that would be a concern to them yet. The rest of her drones were hard at work, for the most part. Regina paused as she looked through the war drones. She'd posted a few of them at various positions to keep an eye on the hive and its surroundings. Now, she realized that one of them had moved. It was the one she'd posted the furthest from the hive. Though still inside her control radius, it was at the edge of the forest where it opened out onto fields closer to the human castle and village. She'd given it pretty detailed instructions. Now, after looking through its senses for a bit, she realized what happened. There were groups of humans around, ranging farther from the castle than before. Regina pulled back and glanced around. She mentally tabbed through her contacts until she reached Ada, then told her to come to me. It didn't take long for the scout to show up. Regina stood at the edge of the village outside a clear yard where the warriors usually trained, from where she had a good view of both the recent construction and most of the drones that were here. "My queen, you summoned me?" Ada asked, coming to a stop near her. Regina nodded. The war drone closest to the human settlements shows that there is increased activity there. Obviously, I only got a short snapshot of it, but it seems like there might be something more going on. Her eyes widened. "You think they might be preparing to send troops into the forest?" Regina shrugged. "I don't know. What would you think about sending you there to find out more?" Ada chewed on her lip for a moment. "It would take me quite a while to get there, my queen, even if I traveled as quickly as I can. I'm also not quite sure what I could really do. In fact, it might be best to recall that drone, too." Regina frowned. "You think that they might discover you, or it?" "I'm afraid so. They must have high-level people with powerful abilities. If they're sending teams into the forest, or just near it to watch it more closely, it would be hard to hide." "Agreed." Regina rubbed at her temple and sighed. "All right. I'll order it to come back as stealthily as possible. However, I'd still like you to go out a bit, not too far from the hive, but take a look at the area facing Cernlia, and keep alert for any signs of visitors." "Of course, my queen, right away." Regina shook her head as she watched Ada go. Left unsaid was that they couldn't hope to hide their presence here if it came down to it. If the humans actually started looking, they'd find them. She checked on Ada frequently as the young scout moved out. Ada traveled in curves and meandering paths across the forest and around the lake, in the general direction of the human castle. She didn't seem to find anything out of the ordinary, just the usual monsters going about their business. Even the stronger ones in the area seemed to have learned not to come too close to the hive by now. The rest of the day, Regina found it hard to focus as she kept checking on her drones outside the hive. Luckily, there wasn't much for her to do. She mostly observed the warriors training and sometimes participated a bit herself. They'd found out that training did help you level, just not as much as actual combat for your life. Still, she usually sent out a warrior with a group of war drones to level them up fighting weaker monsters, although she decided to keep them nearby for now. The swarm drones were usually too weak to take on even a low-level monster individually, but as the name implied, they worked in groups. Regina had done some tests over the last days and realized that the way they shared experience in a group differed from the other drones. As best she could tell, a war drone would get experience from a fight its group was in even if it didn't fight at all itself, like a party experience share mechanic. They still wouldn't get as much experience if they took down a monster as part of a group than if they did it alone, but it seemed like there was a mechanic that would grant war drones, and possibly other types of swarm drones once she had them, some bonus experience from others that made it easier to level them up than she had feared. A smaller group of war drones kept fighting monsters through the night. Since Regina didn't want to lose any time leveling them, she woke up once in the middle of the night and checked on Ada, who had holed herself up on a good perch in the crown of a tree a few kilometers away. She'd leveled up again at some point, reaching level 8, probably from fighting a few monsters during her trip. The next morning, Regina checked the hive's tunnel system. It was growing quickly, and Tia had even started working on the tunnel that would lead back to the center of the village. Although that would take some time to complete, it also needed careful thought, since they wanted it to be hidden, as well as protected against flooding and other problems. The sun had only just started getting some distance from the horizon when her newest scout, Ash, came to find her. He looked like he had run the whole way there from his patrol. On the training field not far away, Max immediately stopped what he was doing and started heading over. "My queen, there are people coming," Ash gasped. Regina paused. She glanced in the direction he came from, but couldn't see anything else yet, just forest. "Really? Where? Who?" "Roughly the direction of the human land, my queen." "At least 5 humans, maybe more." "I think they saw me," Regina cursed. She closed her eyes for a moment and focused on Ada. The other scout didn't seem worried, but kept walking through the forest, looking around. "Ash says humans are coming. Did you see any sign of them?" Ada stopped and she could feel her surprise. "Humans at the hive? No, my queen, I didn't see anything." "The animals might be a bit more agitated than normal, but I thought that was just my presence. They must have passed me." Regina shook her head and suppressed another curse, then turned her attention back to her surroundings. She noticed that Max had already sent a war drone to the other drones in the tunnels and called the warriors to assemble. She picked out a few warriors, the 2 younger workers and some war drones, and told them to hide in their buildings. The last of them barely got inside before the humans arrived. They traveled so quickly that Regina didn't have much warning before they'd emerged from the trees and were almost at their houses. She shook off her surprise and stepped towards them, Max at her side and the other warriors clustered around them while the workers stayed back. There were 8 humans, most of them wearing some kind of armor and all of them carrying weapons, from swords to pikes to warhammers, small-looking ones, so they couldn't have absurd strength. They had different classes, mostly ones Regina hadn't seen before. There were only 2 people whose level she could see. One of them was a level 12 rogue, but it was the other one that captured her attention for a moment. A young man in cloth armor with a patchy blonde beard. Gavin Barkle, level 13 cleric of Alienize. One of the human men stepped forward, and her attention returned to him. This one seemed to be the leader. He was massive and had what looked like half an armory slung across his back and on his belt. Above burnished plate mail. Ulrich, level weapon master. "Hello," she greeted him carefully. He nodded at her, sweeping his gaze across them. "Demi-humans," he greeted them curtly. "As you might know, there is currently a war between the local elven tribesmen and the kingdom of Cernlia. We answer to the lord of the local lands, Marquis Linz." "Nice to meet you," Regina answered. "We did hear about that. However, we're not involved in this war." The man frowned. "If you've settled here, you must have made agreements with the elves. Additionally, you apparently use some goods of elven make." Regina blinked and then looked at her drones. Some of them were holding the tools they'd gotten from the elves as improvised weapons. Then there was a bundle of cloth still lying at the entrance of the house, and some of their clothes made from rough cuts of it. "And what if we had?" she asked cautiously. "I must inform you that you are occupying a spot of strategic importance," he informed her. She had the impression he wasn't used to speaking in that way. "Furthermore, this place, like the surrounding area, is claimed by the kingdom, which means you are squatting." Regina frowned. "Oh, really?" she almost growled. Some of the humans moved their hands to their weapons, others already half drew them. She took a deep breath and made herself calm down. "Yes, really," he drawled. "We didn't see any indication of that," she said in a more even tone of voice. "In fact, there hasn't been a human within kilometers of here at all, as far as we know." If this place was so important to your kingdom, you'd think it would be secured in some way. Ulrich frowned thunderously. I assure you, this is the case. Regina cocked her head. Why should we believe this? In fact, she was pretty sure the elves could produce some kind of claim on the area, too, though they had obviously given it to her hive. She didn't think mentioning that would help, though. Are you calling me a liar? The human pulled a sword half out of its sheath. Regina shrugged, trying to appear calm. I'm just saying that this is an easy claim to make. I don't mean to question your word. It's not personal, but anyone could come and say something like this. The humans muttered, clearly not mollified. You do not intend to leave, then? He asked. No. She stared at him, not saying anything else. Inwardly, she raged. How dare these idiots come and try to chase me out of my territory? I see. He met her stare for a while longer, before he looked aside and turned, holstering his weapon again. You will be hearing from the kingdom again. Regina released a breath she hadn't known she was holding as she watched the humans turn to leave. Most of them didn't release their grip on their weapons, though. She could sense her drones behind her relaxing. The threat to the hive had been driven off for now. She turned and met Max's gaze, sharing a look. Then suddenly, something prickled at the back of her neck. Regina whirled around again, just in time to see that the humans had turned. One of them, a higher-level shaman, she vaguely remembered, had his hand raised and was clearly using some kind of spell or ability. Then she grew dizzy and her vision spotty. Regina inhaled to shout a warning to her drones, but she couldn't seem to get enough air. She lost her balance, blinked and tried to stand up, but the ground rushed to meet her. Darkness crashed over her. Chapter 40, The Brazen Blades. When Regina came to, it was like bobbing to the surface in a murky morass of water, still partly submerged. Somehow, she managed to not move and instead try to clear up the murk in her mind. Thinking felt harder than it should be, as if she was still dragged down by the after-effects of her sleep, but she felt intimately that she was in danger. Judging by the pressure and temperature she felt, she was clearly lying down, probably outside or in an open room like one of their huts. There were some sounds around her and a variety of smells. In her current state, she found it hard to sort them all out. She tried to keep her breathing regular while she got her bearings, and didn't open her eyes to look. After a moment, she focused on the psychic link to her hive that connected her to her drones. She quickly realized that most of them were relatively close to her, and feeling agitated. To her relief, it seemed all of them were accounted for. She checked on those outside. Ada was moving, and a quick dive deeper into her consciousness showed that she was going back towards the hive. Then Regina switched to Tim's group. They were also moving. The war drones were with them, and since they were back within her radius, she could sense and control them easily. Be careful, she told Tim, feeling him freeze up for a moment. There were a group of 8 humans coming to the hive, trying to tell us to leave. They attacked us somehow, and seem to be in control of the settlement right now. Make sure that they don't catch you. Of course, my queen, Tim murmured. She sensed his heart rate increase as the others with him sent him concerned looks. I'll be in touch. After that, Regina quickly contacted Ada and told her the same thing. She also gave the scout her best guess for the position of Tim and the others, although they were probably still a lot further away. Then Regina gathered herself and dove into Max's mind. Immediately, she felt the pain he was in, although it only seemed to come from bruises. No serious injuries. Max was with a group of other drones and currently staring at 3 of the human fighters. Regina recognized the outside of the huts, telling her everyone's position. Hey, she whispered into his mind. Try not to react. It's probably better if you don't try to talk to me, at least out loud. I just woke up, and I have little idea what's going on. Can you look around a bit for me? Max froze and held his breath for a moment as she contacted him, but it wasn't very noticeable, considering he'd been still before. Then he slowly let his gaze wander around his surroundings, giving her a better view of everything. At the same time, he focused on the few images and concepts. She could almost feel him willing them towards her. It was like trying to read a letter through a pane of milky glass, but Regina still caught some of the emotions accompanying it. At least, it was clear to her that the humans had managed to take the settlement without much of a fight, probably because of that knockout attack. It had to be either gas or some ability reminiscent of it. It was also possible that it had a shorter range, but that the humans had cowed the hive by essentially taking her hostage. Most likely a mix of both. They'd taken out the ones closest to her, including Max and the stronger warriors, and made the rest submit. If Regina hadn't been affected, if she hadn't been in reach of the humans, she knew the drones would have fought to the death to protect her. But they weren't berserkers and could weigh risks and danger. At least the war drones appeared to have followed the remaining one's orders and stood down. Although, now that she paid closer attention to it, she could tell that 3 of the war drones were indeed dead. She couldn't sense them in her hive, and she caught a glimpse of their bodies piled to the side. Regina internally shook her head and suppressed the surge of anger she felt, then focused on other drones. She picked out Mia's mind and dove into it. "It's me." "Try not to show any reaction," she thought at her. "Please carefully show me more of your situation. Don't respond aloud." Mia did the same as Max and moved her head a little, glancing over her surroundings. At the same time, she focused on certain images that explained what happened. "All right, I'll be in touch again," Regina said. "Be ready to move when I tell you to." Then she repeated the same with Tia, who had a harder time sitting still and not doing anything. After that, she moved to Dan and the other drones. Regina was still trying to work her way through the hive and establish contact with everyone when she was interrupted. She was just about to dive into the mind of the next drone, when she realized that there was increasing noise in her vicinity. She pulled back into her own mind and tried to sort out the sounds and smells, then quickly jumped her focus into Tia so she actually had a view of what was going on. A small group of humans were approaching her. She was still lying out in the open between their houses, with some of the other drones in her sights if she'd opened her eyes. Half of the humans seemed to be on guard duty, but 2 of them had turned their heads and were watching. Their leader, Ulrich, headed the group, accompanied also by Gavin Barkle and the shaman Oswald Oak. Under other circumstances, she might have felt sorry for anyone with such a name, considering he'd knocked her out so they could capture her hive, though she had to force herself to calm down and not try and jump them. "She's still out?" Oak asked. "The effect doesn't usually last that long. You think their bodies are particularly susceptible or something?" "She's probably feigning," Ulrich said with a shrug. Then he kicked her. It was odd to feel while most of her attention was somewhere else. Regina still couldn't suppress a grunt of pain. She found her focus jarred back into her own body. She opened her eyes, blinking once, then sat up slowly while she glared at the man. At least Ulrich stepped back to let her up. "Is this the kind of honor we should expect from you and your lord's men?" she asked acerbically. Ulrich grimaced slightly and shrugged. "As we informed you before, this land belongs to the kingdom. If you had complied right away, this wouldn't be necessary. You should be glad we're trying to minimize unnecessary loss of life." "So you didn't kill any of the drones?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. 3 of the small creatures died," he admitted readily. "Their own fault for attacking us." "They're mindless animals, aren't they?" "Right, they don't have names in the system," Regina realized. She shrugged. "They're valuable livestock," she lied. Considering their appearance and name, it was probably easy to see they weren't used as normal cattle, but she figured it didn't matter too much. "Their loss is not trivial. I don't expect you'll compensate me," he snorted, and she heard one of the men further away chuckle. Regina looked at them with narrowed eyes. There were only 8 of them. She still had about 20 drones here, although admittedly, most of those were war drones. Still, in terms of pure stats, at least, she was sure they could handle the humans easily if they ganged up on them. She just didn't know enough about their abilities, and they would need a good opening to strike. If that really was the best idea, "We haven't been given any real orders on what to do with you," Ulrich said. "Which means it's up to my latitude." "You're a curiosity, so it might be fun to take you inland and see what the lords and lancers have to say. I'm sure the delvers might express an interest, too. If you behave, I might just set you free somewhere in the southern forest and let you run away." Regina glared at him. She was pretty sure he was overstepping his authority, at least in the spirit of his orders, if not the letter. Still, she didn't know how things worked with them in practice. "You're just Silzords, aren't you?" Oak glanced away, but Ulrich just chuckled. "We used to be the Brazen Blades, one of the best adventuring groups you'll find operating out of the March. The war had need for swords, though, so we found our patriotism and signed up. So, you see, we're not going to be the last people they send into the forest." "You should count yourself lucky it was us what ran into you." Regina stared at him, not amused. "I don't have anything to pay you with, if that's what you're looking for. He grinned and shook his head. Let no one say old Ulrich isn't an honest businessman. That's not really an option, though, is it? We wouldn't betray our noble lord to render aid to an enemy. Are you sure they don't have any valuables? Someone else called from a few meters away. A few of the other fighters chuckled. Stop messing around, the cleric finally spoke up. We're here for a reason. Right you are, Barkle, Ulrich agreed. He stooped a little to get closer to Regina's eye level. We need information on the elves. Tell us about your dealings with them. Regina spoke before she'd made any sort of conscious decision. Go fuck yourselves. There was a moment of silence. Ulrich grinned again. But there was nothing nice in it. Looks like our little lady isn't such a lady after all. What do you expect from monster bloods, right? A few of the others shot him dirty looks, including the shaman. Ulrich either didn't notice or ignored them as he continued, telling her, that's not an acceptable answer. He reached out and slapped her. It looked casual, but the force of it wrenched Regina's head back and stinging pain spread through her face. She could practically feel the bloodthirst coming from her drones. She had to take a moment to dive into the link and order them to calm down. Maybe some time reflecting on your choices will do you good, the man said. Belle, make sure she's nice and secure. Another man, an earthen shield she hadn't paid much attention to, held up a hand and Regina felt a bit of mana coming from him. Then the ground underneath her wobbled and she felt herself sinking down. She grit her teeth and simply observed what happened as closely as she could. After a long minute, she was entombed in the earth almost up to her neck. The hole conformed to her body roughly, but still left a gap, so she still had a bit of wiggle room. Not enough to climb out, though. The humans turned away from her and went back to whatever they were doing. Clearly, they intended to camp here overnight, perhaps for several nights. Regina closed her eyes and conserved her strength. She could be patient. The sun moved across the sky, while she and her drone stayed put. Regina put her war drones into what she called hibernation mode, which made them completely still, their minds almost emptying, but not actually asleep. The other drones had a bit more trouble, but at least they were able to move enough to let their blood circulate properly. The humans had tied up a few of them, the ones with the highest levels, but clearly hadn't had enough rope for everyone. With the drone's blade arms, Regina didn't think it would be difficult to free them. A drone warrior was never really disarmed. Well, unless they were literally disarmed. Then she sensed the slight sensation in her mana that told her another drone was awakening. Regina didn't move and hoped that their captors wouldn't notice. Unfortunately, her hopes were quickly dashed. One of the men stood close to the shelters and called out as soon as he heard the egg's shell cracking. Hey, that egg is breaking. I think one of them is coming. Like those lizard monsters, you remember? Ulrich and a few others hurried over. Regina sighed. She sent her mind into the new drone's mind, trying to establish a proper connection. Your name is Ivy, she thought with all the intensity she could muster. She repeated the thought firmly until she sensed the drone stepping out of the shelter. Don't struggle, she added. It seemed to work. There was some back and forth too low for her to make out, before the humans returned and dragged the drone to the others. Regina only got a look in passing. Ivy, drone harvester level 1. The harvester looked a bit like the workers, but the distribution of her shell seemed to be a little different. She had one scythe-like blade on one of her extra limbs. It looked a bit like the warriors, but set at a different angle. After a moment, Regina realized she could adjust it, making the blade have a sharp angle like a proper scythe or be straighter and more of a weapon. The other limb had a more complicated tool she couldn't make much sense of. The humans gathered again to discuss the just-hatched drone and what it meant. With some of their posted guards changing, Regina closed her eyes and pretended to ignore them while she actually listened in through the closest drone. They quickly resolved to report their finding to their superiors and Ulrich ordered a more thorough search of the camp to find any hidden eggs. The sun was starting to sink by now, and the air grew slightly chillier. Regina checked in on the progress of her drones. Ada had linked up with Tim and the others by now, and they were approaching the hive. They were pushing heavily, moving at a pace their 2 war drones could barely sustain. Finally, Regina made a decision and ordered them to leave those behind and hurry back. All of the sapient drones in the group had relatively high endurance stats, which meant they could cover the distance quicker than a normal human. The war drones would slow them down. The humans started a fire in their fireplace and started drinking some kind of alcohol they had brought. They still kept half of their people on watch at all times, though by this time, Regina's legs had started to ache and she wished she could just sit down. Finally, at least a few hours later, their fire burned down and Ulrich and a few others visited her again. It was night now, the air chilly enough Regina wished she was closer to the fire, while her drones huddled together for warmth. But the stars in the cloudless sky, the mostly full moon and the fire provided her enough light to easily see. "Have you changed your mind yet?" Ulrich asked as he stood in front of her. Regina had to crane her head back to look at his face. "I couldn't tell you much about the elves even if I wanted to," she said. "You're not exactly making a case for your benevolence or trustworthiness, either, you know." He sighed and crouched down. "You could either spend the rest of the night and tomorrow like this, or you could have a nice blanket and sleep with your clan, until we let you go far away from this conflict." "Oh, this isn't so bad." He stared at her, as if he was trying to intimidate her with his gaze. Regina stared back. Finally, Ulrich shook his head and sat down. He still seemed to tower over her. "If you insist on making this difficult, Barkle, you're up." The young cleric seemed a bit nervous, but he nodded and knelt on the ground next to his leader. A faint light started to rise from his hands. "What are you doing?" Regina asked. She allowed some of the nervousness she was feeling into her voice. If they thought she might crack, they might give her more information. "Just a bit of divine magic to help you see things clearly," Ulrich said with a smirk. "Why don't you just start talking? This isn't going to hurt her, right?" Oak muttered beside them. Ulrich shot him a glare that clearly told him to shut up. The light in the cleric's hands intensified for a moment and he leaned forward, but then it suddenly exploded into a bright flash. Regina winced. She felt a sensation like her ears were popping under pressure, but it had a faint resonance in her mana senses, too. After a moment, she saw that Barkle wasn't leaning forward towards her anymore. He wasn't channeling the spell, either. Instead, he had collapsed to the ground, tucked into himself. "What's this?" Ulrich asked, standing and drawing a sword in the blink of an eye. "Backlash," Oak muttered. After a moment of hesitation, he crouched down beside the cleric. "He's still alive." "But, he messed up the spell? That kid?" Regina eyed him curiously. It seemed like her opening would be closer than she'd hoped for. The shaman shook his head. "No, his channel was perfect." He hesitated and glanced at her. He gulped. "From what I've heard, this is more like, well, I guess alien eyes didn't approve of what he was trying to do." Regina laughed. Chapter 41, An Opening. The trek through the forest reminded Tim unpleasantly of the time a few weeks ago when they'd been chased out of their first home. This time, there was no monster horde behind him, but if anything, he would have preferred that. His little group moved as quickly as they could, though he made sure not to burn all of their energy by running too fast. They hadn't gone that far back towards the hive when they became aware of the trouble there, so they had quite a large distance to cover. Though they were finally getting close, Tim was glad for his good low-light vision that allowed him to navigate through the forest even in the darkness of the night. He turned his head and looked at his companions, slowing down slightly as he noticed how heavily they were breathing. There was no point in arriving too exhausted to fight. At least they had been able to move faster since leaving the war drones behind. He wasn't entirely sure of that decision, but Regina knew what she was doing and he wanted to come to her aid as soon as possible. He thought back to the war drones. They'd followed orders perfectly. Now, at least when they'd gone beyond the limit of Regina's psychic connection, it had taken him a few minutes to realize what had changed. They didn't turn aggressive or anything. Instead, it was more like they suddenly became a lot dumber. They clearly still regarded him and the others as part of their hive, their dominant pack members or something, but they simply had trouble understanding what he wanted from them. Plus, they got a tendency to wander off. Maybe they lost the ability to understand speech, or language in general. Tim shook his head and returned his thoughts to the present. There was no sign that being beyond their queen's control radius had changed anything in them, so there was no point in contemplating it now. Besides, the war drones still with the others would follow orders just as they always had. "We're getting closer," Ada said in a low voice. Tim looked back and nodded, slowing down. The others matched his pace. Ada had joined them not long ago and they'd exchanged what information they had, but they were thinking about maybe splitting up again. He wasn't sure that would be a good idea for the fight. "Scout a little further ahead, please," he said. The rest of us will move forward more slowly. He could swap her with Ace later, but Ada was actually better rested than the other scout for now. Yes, Tim. She flitted away and disappeared into the foliage of a nearby cluster of trees and bushes. Tim started moving again, hearing the others following. Neither of them spoke. They hadn't talked much on the way back, either. None of them had voiced any complaints, and he knew they were all determined to get back and do their part to free their hive and their queen from the human intruders. He had to admit he was a little proud of his younger hive mates. Then he felt that hard-to-describe sensation that told him Regina was paying attention to him again. He slowed down and held up a hand to alert the others. "It looks like we have one less enemy to worry about," she said. Or that was what he thought, anyway. It was always a little hard to grasp the telepathic messages she sent, although he felt like he was getting better at it. Tim listened with focused concentration as she told him what had happened. From what he gathered, the humans had imprisoned her underground, and just now, their leader had one of the others do something, but it failed and hurt him. That goddess hadn't liked it or had punished her follower. Regina conveyed that she thought the man was out of the fight for at least the night, and she seemed confident. "Understood, my queen," he answered in a tone so low even his companions would have trouble making it out. It didn't matter as long as she could hear it through his ears. "We're getting close. I sent Ada to scout a bit ahead. We should be there soon. Do you have any further orders?" There was silence for a moment. Then she sent, "Wait until I give the command or until trouble is breaking out. The others fight. Try to attack from the forest to the left of the old shelters." Then she withdrew again. He got the feeling something else had demanded her attention. Hopefully the humans were leaving her in peace. "Let's hurry up a little more," he said anyway. He spoke just loudly enough the others would hear him, something he'd learned to judge by now. Ada showed up again a few minutes later and they stopped to confer. "The basic layout of the camp is still the same," she reported. "I saw 4 people on watch currently, although one of them might have been with the other group. 2 of them came out of the left house. I'm guessing that's where the last one is, probably the one who's down." Tim interjected. He quickly explained what Regina had told him. "Makes sense," Ada agreed. They did look a bit agitated. "I don't think any of the watchers is really specialized in perception, but I could be wrong. I had the cover of the trees, anyway, so I'm pretty sure they didn't see me. It'll be more of a problem to actually move to the houses. I also saw some of our people. They seem to be packed into a few groups, with human watchers. Dan was tied up. I'm not sure about others, since I didn't see everyone." Tim nodded. "I guess that's about what I expected. Did you sense anyone else out there, or any monsters? For that matter?" Ada had leveled up again on the trip, he knew. She was one of the stronger people in the hive now and should be good for this. Her latest class skill, Life Sense, would hopefully show them if there were any hidden enemies. She shook her head. "There are a few small animals around, but nothing bigger, and no signatures that feel like the humans except for the 8 we know about." "Good. Then if you think it's safe enough, let's move to the tree line." They continued on slowly, carefully. He knew human ears weren't that good, but they still tried to minimize the noise they were making as much as possible. Ada and Ace were naturally good at this, but it was a bit harder for the warriors. Luckily, they still found some suitable spots right at the edge of the forest, where he had a good view of the houses, but anyone there would have trouble seeing them, especially since it was still dark and the humans only had the light of the campfire, the moon and the stars. It was a bright night, relatively speaking, but he still didn't think they could see very far without aid. They waited. Time seemed to pass in a crawl, slowly creeping towards dawn. Tim almost flinched when something changed at last. The humans in the camp moved, although he had trouble seeing the details. Regina contacted him again right away. "They're getting back to me. Okay, I think this is time." There was a short pause, then she continued. "Are you in position?" "Yes, my queen, we're ready," Tim whispered. "Okay, I will try to get one looking to you. Move right away. Move quickly." Her presence receded, and Tim took a deep breath. "Any moment now. Be quick," they whispered to the others. A second later, a brief flash illuminated the camp. Tim didn't question it and started running right away. He pumped his legs, trying to cross the distance towards their hive's settlement as quickly as possible. He needed to have an enemy in his sights and in range to activate Warrior's Charge, but he'd use that soon. Shouts rose from the camp, but it wasn't immediately clear whether they came as a reaction to Tim's group. He caught a glimpse of drones pouring out of a house. War drones were at the front, swarming the human fighters outside. Two of them had thrown themselves over their queen, blocking a strike from the big man who had to be the leader of the humans. Tim focused on the other human next to him, who wore lighter gear and carried a staff, a shaman. He felt a familiar, slight buzz as his ability activated. Then he rushed forward, crossing the distance in the blink of an eye. His blade shot out, but the human dodged his swipe. Tim's momentum still carried him forward and he shoulder-checked the human, throwing him back. Tim stumbled, but used his other blade limb to catch his balance as he attacked with his axe. This time, there was a feeling of resistance, like he was trying to strike through a viscous fluid. Tim aborted the attack and stabbed with his blade limb. It slowed again, but he put all of his power into it. The strength he gained fighting alongside his brothers and sister. The blade flashed down and cut into the human's leg. The man went down with a cry. Tim prepared to end him, but another drone jumped onto him right away. Tear, he realized after a moment. He turned and sidestepped, raising his shield to catch a javelin thrown by another human. The impact almost spun him around and his shield splintered. But Tim didn't care. He ran forward 2 steps, coming at another human currently flattening 2 war drones from the side. The human dodged, but Tim let him block his right blade limb and attacked with his left one at the same time. This forced the human back a step, making him stumble over the corpse of one of the war drones. He suddenly seemed to grow taller, halting his momentum and bringing his war armor forward with blinding speed. But Tim barely managed to evade it. Then 2 other war drones fell onto the human. One of them managed to bite his arm, making the man drop his weapon. Tim didn't stay to help, but immediately jumped forward again. He could see that Max was down, clearly still alive, but one of his blade limbs mangled and his weapon arm twisted badly. Regina was still stuck in the ground beside him, Mia frantically trying to dig her free, but the human weapon master, Ulrich, turned on her at this moment. Time seemed to slow down for Tim as his focus narrowed down to the situation in front of him. The world faded out at the edges, the fire surging through him making it irrelevant. He had a moment to curse the fact that he had no ranged weapon or ability, but he wouldn't let that stop him. Tim raised his axe and threw it towards the human. It wasn't a real throwing weapon, but the distance was short and he'd put all his strength, increased by his class skill, into the throw. The axe struck the human with the back end of its blade, with no chance to penetrate his armor, but the impact staggered him. Tim's ability was available again and he charged at the weapon master. He felt something break his shell on his left thigh, but it wasn't a deep blow. He used his hands to grab his opponent's arms while his blade limbs tried to look for a chink in his armor. He didn't find one right away, but he didn't need to. Other drones jumped on, and with Tim grappling him, they managed to wrest his sword and strange axe out of the human's grip. Then Tim heard a faint whistling sound and a glowing blue ball of magical energy crashed into Ulrich. The human jerked. Tim didn't waste the opportunity, but instead darted his head forward and bit down. The human's scream rang in his ears, deafening at such close range. He sensed someone stepping beside him. They finally managed to free his queen. Tim raised his head to look at her, feeling some of the frantic fury leaving him. She must have seen his unspoken question, for she smiled, showing teeth that were sharp but not quite as dangerous as his own. "Let's finish this," she said. Her words sent the other drones into a little frenzy. Tim bent down again, cutting through straps and divesting Ulrich of his armor at the same time as he sought out his major blood vessels. Others weren't as restrained. After a long few seconds, he finally stepped back. He knew his queen wouldn't want them to eat humans, so he spat out the blood pooled in his mouth. He finally saw his system notifications. "You have leveled up. You have leveled up." He'd probably been close to reaching level 13 anyway, but more than one level was still quite something. It meant his queen had also leveled up, at least. Tim found it hard to feel excited about it, though. He glanced around. Regina was already kneeling next to Max, her hand on his twisted limb. Tim watched as it started to straighten out, then turned to the others. With both of them occupied, he should make sure things were taken care of. "Move all of the injured who can be moved here," he called. "War drones, stand down and stay at your posts. Scouts, make sure our perimeter is secure. Ben, come here." It looked like most of the humans had survived, or would with medical attention. Leveled people were tough, and these seemed to be mostly warriors anyway. He didn't know if his queen wanted them alive, but he shouldn't presume. Tim shook his head, looking at the hive's drones laid out on the ground. He could already tell they had lost quite a few war drones. He'd need to confirm the status of the sapient drones. At least the intruders had been dealt with, and his hive got their gear and weapons and surely some levels out of it. Chapter 42, First Dead. By the time Regina finished treated Max and the worst of the injured, Tim had organized the others, and things had settled down a little. She stood up, stretching and cracking her neck, and glanced around. She'd used up almost all of her mana and needed to take a break to let it recharge before she could continue healing. She also finally had time for the system notification waiting for her. You have leveled up. Congratulations. You have unlocked a new swarm template. Production drones. Regina paused to consider the message for a moment, before she dismissed the issue to the back of her mind. Another type of swarm drones would be good and she was curious to see what they offered, but she didn't have the time to delve into it right now. She also didn't want to impede her mana regeneration with new eggs just yet. Regina took a deep breath as she stepped back from the injured and took in the situation. She'd healed all of the surviving humans, well enough that they would keep on surviving, at least. It was no surprise that they had been generally worse off than the drones. Still, 3 of the humans were dead. There wasn't even a body left to wreck so much as several pieces. Regina felt her upper lip lift in a subconscious snarl at the thought, baring her teeth, and smoothed out her expression. Her anger had mostly subsided with their victory, but traces of it still lingered. She could tell it was much the same for the drones. They really showed a lot of discipline in this situation, all things considered. Tim appeared by her side in an instant, and she smiled at him. "Thank you," she said. "You've done very well." "Of course, my queen. I'm just glad that we won and that you're unscathed." She nodded. "How do things stand?" Tim looked serious, almost grim, but he met her gaze readily. "We lost most of the war drones, my queen. Only 6 of them are left. I've posted them to watch the perimeter, but if they hadn't thrown themselves at our enemies like that and shielded the others, we would have lost more of them, too. As it is, we have 5 serious casualties." His blade limbs flared out slightly, "and 1 fatality." Regina nodded slowly. She could already sense the diminished number of consciousnesses in her hive, distantly. She didn't need to ask. The injured should all recover without major issues. "They just need some time," she said, her voice even and a little detached. Their little houses all still stood, although some of them had obviously been a bit battered in the fighting. They would need repairs. Besides that, their settlement had survived remarkably well. It was the people who would need their attention. "All right," she said, speaking up a little louder so the drones could hear her. "Everyone who's injured, wait here for me to get to you. Gather the human prisoners over there. Warriors, it's your job to watch over them. Get what rope we can salvage and tie up those who look most able to fight. Oh, and the sleeping cleric as well. No point taking chances. Lay out the dead over there, at the edge of the field. Once that's done, gather firewood for a pyre." The drones sprang into action, following her orders. Regina could see that some of them participated in the work despite having obviously sustained some injuries in the fighting, although they were only lightly injured, with shallow cuts and the like. Anyone with more serious injuries stayed here. She didn't make an issue of it. There weren't enough workers to go around, anyway, so she simply turned back to the injured and continued with her work, trying not to let herself get distracted by pondering of what she should do with their prisoners. There were still a lot of open questions, especially about why they'd acted like this. Max was sleeping at the moment, but as soon as he woke up, she'd discuss things with him, Tim and maybe a few others. It took her a while to treat all the injured, not just because she had to wait for her mana to regenerate, but also because she simply couldn't sustain intense focus for that long continuously. She took a few breaks, checking on her patients with more mundane methods. They'd all remain a bit banged up, with bruises and scrapes, but she needed to ration her energy. At least there was no injury inherently beyond her basic heal. Those were probably the ones that had proven fatal. After she was done, Regina slowly made her way to the edge of the open field she'd named earlier. Max had just woken up and was dragging himself there, as well. The other drones, those who weren't assigned to guard their human prisoners, followed. Tim waited beside the pyre he'd helped to build. It was comprised mostly of scrap wood and branches picked from the forest. Someone had wrapped Amy into a spare sheet of cloth and she was laid out on top of it. It was quick, but Regina approved. Her instincts said that they should dispose of the dead as soon as possible. That was probably for sanitary and hygienic reason, and there was no point in keeping the dead waiting, or those who would mourn them. Regina stepped forward, lifted the makeshift covering and looked at the dead girl's face for a moment. It was the first real death of her hive, the first time one of her sapient drones died. Regina couldn't remember what level she had been. Still 3, or did she reach 4? She shook her head. Too low to be in such a fight, especially as a worker. A part of her was guiltily glad it hadn't been someone she knew better, like Mia. Amy simply hadn't been with them long enough to really form meaningful connections. Regina exhaled deeply and stepped back. She was just a kid. She gave her life for the hive and for our queen, Mia said. She'd stepped forward. Her voice was quiet, but in the silence, it reached everyone. We will honor her sacrifice. We will be worthy of it. She was our sister, and she did not die for nothing. Simple words, but heartfelt and fitting. Regina could tell that the gathered drones approved. I will not forget you, Regina said to the pyre. I promise you that. I'm sorry I didn't protect you. I'm sorry you didn't get to live a full life. But Mia is right. It means something. After a long moment, she raised her hand and cast spark. She made the flame hotter than normal fire would be, ensuring that the wood caught fire. Regina moved around it, lighting several spots. The fire quickly grew to consume the pyre. Regina turned away and walked to the pit they had dug beside it. It was remarkably deep for such a short time, evidence of the workers' ability being used. She carefully took the first of the dead war drones and heaved it into it. There was less ceremony for them. These were also her drones, but they hadn't even had individual names, for the most part. Just a few nicknames the drones assigned. Regina threw the first handful of dirt and the others helped to fill in the grave. She didn't do anything with the humans' bodies yet. She wasn't sure what they should do, and they would keep for a while. After the short funerals, Regina returned to the survivors, contemplating what to do. Am I the only one who thinks something is odd here? She asked quietly. Tim shook his head. He and Max were sticking close to her, while Mia and Tia had returned to overseeing the other drones. No, I'm wondering what's up, too. I get the feeling these aren't exactly the most competent soldiers we could have met, Max said. He was still walking with a bit of a limp, but she wasn't even going to try to keep him in bed. And this wasn't a very big group. I'd guess that they aren't the only ones in the forest. Still, if you consider the travel times and probably communication times involved, they're moving quite quickly. I'm not sure how good their communication loop is with their capital or wherever they ultimately get their orders from. Regina nodded. Well, I have a few questions for the cleric, but that will have to wait until he wakes up. Until then, we should question the remaining survivors. It's probably best if we speak to them separately. They didn't waste time, but got to it right away. Tim and Max took one of their humans, the shaman who'd seemed more concerned or maybe more principled than Ulrich, and dragged him into one of the houses that were currently empty. They'd have to move the rest of the prisoners into another one, but for now being out in the open meant there were more eyes on them. Oak had had a few nasty cuts and a few broken bones which Regina had set. He still looked battered and pale. He leaned against the wall of the hut, looking from Regina to her warriors. Oswald Oak, right? Regina said. We want you to answer some questions. Don't worry. We're not going to hurt you. Ethical considerations aside, she knew that torture was not a good way to get information from people. They'd just tell you what they thought you wanted to know. She didn't have an easy way to check their truthfulness, either. That was why she wanted to question the humans separately. I can't tell you much, he replied, still looking wary. Ulrich asserted that this place is claimed by the local kingdom. Is that true? Yes. He shrugged. I never saw any official documents or anything like that, but from what I've heard, Cernlia claims the edge of the forest up to about the elves' city, anyway. Regina nodded. That was unfortunate, but not a surprise. Did you plan on gassing us from the beginning? He looked at her for a long moment, then sighed. Well, I suppose there's no point in keeping quiet about it now. It was a backup plan. We wanted to convince you to cooperate, but if not, Ulrich decided on this as the best way to avoid getting anyone killed. What was the ability you used? He just looked at her, keeping his mouth shut. Regina sighed. She hadn't really expected an answer, but she'd worked her way through easy questions successfully. At least it had to have either a high cooldown or some significant drawbacks or limits. since he hadn't used it again. "Did you know you were going to find us here when you set out?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "No." Regina frowned. He could be lying, but she was inclined to believe this was the truth. "That was interesting. Did you send a report back on it?" He didn't answer again, but from the way he flinched slightly and looked to the side for a moment, she thought the answer was yes. They'd probably sent someone back as soon as they'd found the hive's village. "What are you humans doing in the forest? Why are you sending in teams like this?" He shrugged. "No one talks to me about grand strategy, lady. I just know we were sent here." Regina crossed her arms. This was not getting her anywhere. She asked a few more questions, but Okiva didn't answer, said something that wasn't helpful, or his answer was slanted in a way he was probably doing on purpose to not give her information. She nodded at Max and Tim, who dragged the human back to the others, then picked the next one. Over the next hour, she interrogated the human survivors. 2 of them were too badly off to be moved, so she talked out in the open. None of them told her anything important. What they did say matched Oak's answers, but they either barely knew anything or didn't want to talk, probably both. After she was done, Regina left the humans and walked out of the village towards the fields, watching as a few war drones dug another hole. "What are we going to do with them?" Max asked, stepping up beside her. "We'll have trouble keeping them, especially once they heal up." "I know." Regina pulled a face. "I don't really want to kill them out of hand. It feels like a waste. I'm thinking the best thing to do is give them to the elves. If nothing else, they might be able to get more information from them. It would take them off our hands, and it's probably a good gesture. Either in a pointed look what your war did to us sense, or in giving them potentially valuable sources of information. Killing them might help us level up," Max pointed out. "Then again, we did already defeat them, and I guess killing defenseless beings would probably not give us much experience." Regina nodded, but stayed silent. She didn't know when the elves would send someone by again, but sending the prisoners with some of her drones to the elven city would be risky. If it took too long, they might have to spend more effort on keeping them prisoner or take more drastic measures like injuring them again. They waited at the edge of the village, watching while the drones cleaned up and started the repairs on the hive. The night slowly turned into day. "You know I would never question you, my queen," Max spoke up. "I don't like the way this is going." "You mean that the humans definitely know we're here now and we're going to be on their shit list?" Regina asked, quirking an eyebrow. Max nodded, still looking serious. "They had it coming. It's still dragging us deeper into a conflict we're not really prepared for, or have any real stake in." "This isn't our war." "Correction, Max." Regina looked at the horizon, at the sun slowly climbing beyond the forest's edge. "This wasn't our war." Chapter 43, Adjustments and Open Questions. They managed to sort things out pretty quickly, to Regina's relief. The hive would be a little short on manpower for now, but that couldn't be helped. She decided to leave some tasks alone and focus on what they needed right now, which wasn't just guarding their prisoners, but also training. She'd pushed herself and laid new eggs for 1 harvester, mostly for testing purposes, 3 war drones and 1 production drone, also to see what that type was about. She would have liked more of them, but fighting drones had priority right now. Regina knew she couldn't afford to take a passive or half-hearted attitude to gaining experience and levels anymore. She sat down with Max and Tim and worked out a training schedule that would push their warriors and even the other drones to their limits, but help them rise through the levels quickly. They incorporated every trick they could think of and everything they'd discovered through their experimentation. She had free access to a supply of monsters, and she intended to make use of it. Regina herself stayed at the hive, guarding the prisoners together with the workers and warriors not on shift in hunting expeditions or training. They'd also bring back monsters to fight here, and she could heal some and have them fighting again and again. The system rewarded victory more than death. It helped that her drones had all gained levels, another bit of evidence for the discovery. The average level for her warriors was now 12, with Max and Tim both at level 14. The levels for the workers were slightly lower, but catching up. The war drones were lower still, but they'd risen to about level 10, which was actually really fast growth. For the survivors of the fight, at least, Regina was confident they could grind out a few more levels quickly. She'd had Ivy, her single new harvester, help with odd jobs around the camp. Her type seemed to be a bit better suited to combat than a normal worker drone, but she was still clearly meant for something else. Mostly, Regina had the feeling there was something she was missing there. Hopefully it would become clearer with time and a few more levels. Around midday, when they'd finished cleaning up and setting up everything, and were settling into the new routine, she got a new notification from the system. You have leveled up. You may now select another ability. Regina whistled quietly. She'd been expecting to level up quickly, but this was still a welcome surprise. Clearly, she'd gained a lot of experience for fighting off a threat to her hive and was still getting some from their efforts. That she already had another ability choice was what really made her grin, though. Quickly, she leaned against the wall of the house behind her, taking a last look around, before she looked at the system screen. You may now select your second-class skill. Please choose one of the following. Hive's roster. Your hive is manifold. Unlock the next 2 templates you would gain access to immediately, one each for sapient and swarm drones. Requirements for unlocking new templates will be lightened. At higher levels, you will gain access to the chance to customize swarm drones more easily. Mage's focus. Your path is one of magic. Your rate of mana regeneration will be improved, as you will get an effective bonus to your whiz stat, the size of which depends on your int stat. Learning new spells will be easier for you. At higher levels of mastery, you will have greater control over casting your spells and be able to cast 2 at once. Infect. Your hive is all-encompassing. Induct a foreign creature into your hive. They will be treated as hive members by your magic and abilities and count towards your hive limit. Be careful, for introducing hostile elements may negatively affect your hive. Inducted hive members will have their speed of experience gain increased. At higher levels of mastery, you will be able to use this ability more often and grant further benefits to inducted hive members. Regina stared at the screen, feeling her heart start to beat faster. She knew what she was going to take as soon as she read the option. This time, she didn't even take time to think about it. She reached out and mentally clicked on Infect. The screen dissolved in a shower of sparkles, and she felt a slight shift in her mana. There was no other visible reaction this time. She was still confident that it would work. Regina kept smiling as she pushed off the wall and kept walking through their settlement. She'd been half hoping to see Mage's focus again, or maybe even another ability that would help her magic even more, but she didn't regret passing on it now. Infect was going to open up all new possibilities. She probably shouldn't use it on enemies, or rather on unwilling targets. The warning aside, she didn't think her psychic strength was that great. Yet, and trying to keep someone actively fighting it under control would get old. She couldn't exactly puppet their body all the time. Even if it wouldn't make it harder to control her own, they could probably work things out if she really needed a specific person under control, but it would be much less of a headache to work with a volunteer, and then she would be able to look through their eyes, talk to them telepathically, and just generally use their strength for her own. Regina grinned. She had some questions about the specific mechanics of this, but she'd just have to find the answers to those in time. For now, just having the option supported her decision to stay here. She had considered packing up and moving, but to where? Anywhere else she could think of would either be also in the potential line of fire, or too close to powerful monsters, like deeper in the forest. Dealing with warring sapients would probably still be easier. Besides, she just didn't want to let this be. Even if you left aside considerations of anger or vengeance, these humans were a threat, and she didn't want to leave them at her back. She wanted to crush the threat. Even knowing how irrational this thought was given her situation didn't change that. Well, for now, she'd see what she could get from the elves. In any case, they should have some time still. Ulrich had been planning to move today, if what she'd learned was true, and she didn't think anyone would be looking for him for at least a day. After that, probably more. It would also likely take some time to assemble a bigger force even if they intended on leading one here. Regina still planned a schedule for posting some drones to keep an eye out for approaching humans. She was a little sorry she couldn't pick the first ability choice, since new templates might have been something useful. One of them was probably a specialized warrior type, but again, it sounded like she wasn't getting anything she couldn't unlock with more time, effort and levels anyway. The possibility of customizing swarm drones in the future was tantalizing on its own. Still, as she looked around, She shook her head and made herself focus on the present. Regina? She turned to see Max hurrying towards her once more. He was still injured, so she'd insisted that he stay in the camp, where he was supervising the other warriors and helping to guard the prisoners. What is it? The cleric, Barkle, has finally woken up. He still seems to be a little under the weather, but he's mostly coherent. Regina smiled. Good. Let's go talk to him. They moved 2 of the other human prisoners out of one of the huts so they could talk to him undisturbed. Regina mentally called back Ben and Zoe and added them to the guard detail for the prisoners, just to be safe. They'd both just leveled recently. Anyway, fighting a small pride of Lionet's Ben and his team had brought back to the hive. Gavin Barkle didn't look too good. Since she had just reached the same level, Regina could see that he was level 15. He had dark shadows under his eyes and his skin looked sallow, but he followed them with his eyes when they came towards him. Regina crouched down, but still kept herself above where he was lying on the floor, half leaning on the wall. Mr. Barkle, Regina said, I see you've woken up. You don't look too good. You were asleep for about half a day in total, I'd say. He grimaced slightly. And I see the situation changed considerably in that time. I don't suppose you'll let me speak to my companions, Hive Queen? Considering what you were apparently going to do to me, I don't think you're in a position to make demands, cleric. He lowered his eyes for a moment before he raised them to meet her again. Fair enough. Be assured I would not try something like that again. He winced a little. My goddess has rather pointedly expressed her displeasure. How? He blinked. You were there. I should think it's obvious. So, she knocked him out, and he might still be weakened. What, exactly, would you have done? He frowned, then answered after a moment of silence. It's a rather standard spell of divine magic. It not only reduces a patient's sensation of pain, but also relaxes their minds, being used to suppress emotional turmoil and help with negative emotions, such as what you would experience after suffering a significant injury in battle. If given more power, it can induce something like faint euphoria and a certain disinhibition of the mind. It is at its core an innocuous, beneficial treatment. Most of the time, I see. She ignored the way he ducked his head again, frowning to herself at the description. It sounded a bit like a magical opiate or another psychoactive drug. Not that she couldn't appreciate the benefits. There was a use for painkillers and even depressants or whatever for someone acutely affected by trauma. Still, the spell didn't seem very magical to her, in terms of wondrous capabilities. At least it was pretty clear what they'd intended to use it for. She shook her head and shelved that line of thought. They had more important things to consider. So, you follow Alienize. What's she like? Barkle blinked. I beg your pardon? I'm not sure I understand the question. I'd like you to tell me more about the goddess. Don't assume I know or believe anything and explain like you would to a 5-year-old. That's not beyond the scope of what a cleric can do, is it? He still looked surprised, then cleared his throat. The goddess is generally considered one of the major gods of the pantheon. She is worshipped in human as well as elven lands, and, it is said, even by dwarves and more distant peoples. Oh, Alienize is called the goddess of change and progress. She's usually depicted in a humanoid form, sometimes with pointy ears like the elves, and white hair and eyes. Unlike some of her fellows, she prefers not to visit mortals often. There are several churches under her name, though they are nominally integrated and do cooperate. What else do you want to know? Regina crossed her arms. That's a good start. Change and progress, huh? I guess I can see why she might be interested in my progress, especially if she's aware of the knowledge I have. Then again, if this world literally had a goddess of progress, as well as magic, why was it still at what seemed to be a medieval technology level? Couldn't a deity just wave their hand and give them computers and spaceships? Well, maybe that was as silly as it sounded. She really didn't know anything about it. When were you supposed to report back in? She asked next. Barkle hesitated, glancing to the side. I'm not sure. Regina didn't know if she believed that, but on the other hand, that would be the case for any answer he gave. Who's in charge after Ulrich? His gaze flickered, as he probably wondered if Ulrich was dead. Beltis. Then Oak. Regina nodded. That was good to know, and it matched what the 2 others she'd asked this question had said. Of course. The Earthen Shield, Beltis, had died alongside Ulrich, and Oak was still not exactly in good shape. Your size doesn't seem typical for human squads, or adventuring companies for that matter. She was taking a stab in the dark here, but his reaction should be informative. He winced a little. We were 12 the last time we set foot into the forest. Getting better conditions for signing up before being drafted wasn't the only reason Ulrich wanted to enlist. That explained why their group's makeup might be a bit lacking. All right, you seem to be an honorable sort, Gavin Barkle. I promise you good treatment if you give me your word you will not make trouble or attempt to escape. He hesitated, scrunching up his face as he clearly thought deeply for several seconds. Then he nodded. Fine. You have my parole, Lady Regina. Good. Regina smiled. She didn't intend to let her guard down, but that should hopefully keep him quiet. At least until the elves arrived. When they stepped out of the hut and she checked on her hive, one of the war drones posted to keep watch in the direction of the city saw a group making its way towards them. Chapter 44, Guests and Tests. The sun had already set by the time the elves reached the hive. Regina waited outside to greet them once more, though this time she was not accompanied by as many drones as before. Since she needed the warriors to guard their prisoners, she smiled as she saw the approaching group. She recognized the elf in the lead right away. Byanorn appeared much the same as always, and he seemed concerned as he looked around. He only had 2 other elves with him, though both of them had a level too high for Regina to read. One was another forest scout, the other a druid. Hello again, she greeted them, nodding at Byanorn and then the others. It's good to see you. Unfortunately, we've had some trouble since you parted with Tim and Bee. She had both of the mentioned drones with her, while Mia and Tia joined in watching the prisoners instead. They seemed happy to see each other as well. So I see, he replied, returning her nod. We came largely because of the humans' new movement, but it seems we are too late. I suppose, Regina said, gesturing for them to come along. We managed to come out on top, so to speak. However, we lost most of our dumb fighting drones. She paused for a moment. We also lost a sapient hive member, one of the youngest. Oh, I am sorry to hear that, Byanorn replied, bowing his head, while the other 2 elves exchanged looks that seemed surprised. Is it appropriate to express my condolences for your loss? Of course, I don't see why it wouldn't be. We appreciate the sentiment. Anyway, Regina guided the visitors to the spot by the fireplace, where they were offered some water and some berries the drones had picked yesterday. She stayed quiet, letting the silence build for a few seconds longer, before she fixed them with a serious gaze. Were your people aware that the humans were preparing to push into the forest? Byanorn paused. He obviously recognized the importance of the question. Not until recently, he replied, meeting her gaze. The 3 of us set out soon after. There were deliberations before that, but they did not take too long. If I may ask, when did this fight occur? They first appeared more than a day ago, Regina answered after a moment of thought. Then I doubt we would have been in time to help. I'm sorry to say. Did they attack without talking? Regina shook her head. She gave them a short account of what happened, skipping over some things and emphasizing the fact that Ulrich had claimed the area belonged to the human kingdom and that they had launched a surprise attack after being refused. I see. Byanorn frowned thoughtfully. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. It is, Regina agreed, narrowing her eyes. Your people gave us this land, or at least the right to settle here. As I understand it, no mention was made of anyone else owning or claiming it. He snorted. That's because the humans don't own it. I take your point, Lady Regina. The situation should perhaps have been made more clear, and I am sorry that you were drawn into our conflict with the humans. She shook her head, smoothing out her expression. I hope you will make sure this cannot happen again. He exchanged a look with his companions. We do want to offer you our protection, rest assured. However, with the current state of the war, our options are limited. That's why only the 3 of us could be spared for this trip. Now that we know what happened here and have a better idea of the lay of the surrounding land and the human forces, it will be easier to reach a decision. Regina tilted her head. She did want their help, even if she was wary about any attached strings. What do you intend to do? As I said, I am unsure what we can offer you. Perhaps it might be best to relocate your entire people closer to our base in order to protect you. Failing that, perhaps station some fighters here. I'm not sure I would agree to pack up and go with you, Byanorn, and having elven soldiers here will only make this place more of a target for Cernlian attacks. He sighed softly. I know. I assure you, We will do what we can, but as I said, I cannot promise you that we will protect you completely. In any case, until we know more, my group will stay here. That should be sufficient to ward against any further human raids of this sort. Regina leaned back and crossed her arms. This was probably the best she could hope for, and really, she only wanted their protection until she could stand on her own. We also have some prisoners from the attack. I was considering sending them with you. She was pretty sure she could grow her hive faster than anyone expected. She just needed a few days or weeks until then. The elves' protection was her best shot. As long as she didn't let them put her in a position it would be hard to get out of. Bianorn seemed surprised. Oh, I appreciate the thought, Lady Regina. Who and what levels, if I may ask? I'll show them to you later. They're about level 15 to 20, I think. It will not be easy to send them to the city, he mused. We will likely have to wait for further communication and for escorts to be sent. In the meantime, we can help you in guarding them, too. He hesitated. I take it you killed some of them, then? Regina shrugged. She had indeed killed a few people, or caused their deaths, at least, but she found herself surprisingly unaffected by it. It was probably another part of her hive queen nature. Even if she'd wanted to, she found it hard to muster much guilt or pity at the notion of killing enemies who threatened her. If anything, when she thought about it, she only felt faint satisfaction, and the drive to do the same to the rest of her enemies. They fell silent for a minute. Regina didn't feel in any hurry to break the silence. Instead, she just kept watching the elves. The other two started to fidget a little. Lady Regina, may I speak freely? Bianorn asked eventually. Of course, I can tell that you're reluctant to host elvish soldiers or move to our territory, to tie yourself closer to us, perhaps, and your mistrust seems understandable. He hesitated for a moment, then shrugged with a small smile. Would it help if I told you that we already know you make new drones yourself within a few days? Regina froze for an instant, then leaned back, keeping her posture casual. How? Did you spy on us? He shook his head. No. Well, not spying as such. Does it matter? I doubt you expected it to stay a secret for long. In any case, I assure you you do not need to feel like you have to hide this from us. If you like, we would be happy to stay away during the birth of your drones or anything to do with them. Regina frowned. He was right about her expectations. If she was honest, at least she was confident she still had a few cards he didn't know about. I will have to consider this, she finally said as she stood up. For now, you are welcome to stay here as our guests. Let us know if there is anything you need. She traded nods with them, then walked away from the fire. Regina didn't go far, but around a few corners of the houses towards the edge of the camp. Then she beckoned to Max, who was once again staying close to her. Is there something you need, my queen? He asked. Yes. She spoke so quietly he would only just make out her words. To keep them private. I want a bird monster. Preferably one that can survive on its own for a while but is generally unobtrusive. Please get together with the others and see what you can do. Oh. And I want it alive, obviously. Max looked at her questioningly, but didn't say anything and simply nodded. I'll get it done. Regina turned away, going to check on the workers. She hadn't realized it at first, but the ability description for infect clearly said creature. Even normal animals would probably count, and monsters should, too. They might be harder to handle than actual drones or willing participants, but, on the other hand, it was probably easier to control something that wasn't sapient. While the system screen hadn't said, she suspected the limitation of hive members not having higher levels than the hive queen still applied, but she could work with that. It took a few hours, during which she checked on the prisoners again. Bianorn left his two companions here to help watch over them while he disappeared into the forest, presumably scouting out the surroundings. Regina had Ada keep an eye, or rather her life sense, on him to make sure he wasn't going after the warriors she'd sent on a bird hunt. Sometime during the day, she must have passed another threshold with the trickle of experience she was getting from her hive, and leveled up again to level 16. Regina had hoped for another spell, but she didn't get lucky. It seemed like discovering some on her own did have an impact on the system offering her spells. Well, her healing spell hadn't even been on the list, so far. So it wasn't like she hadn't gotten something out of her efforts. At least, she pulled up her status to ponder it again when she had a free moment. Regina Hive Queen, level 16. Mana, 43 350. Hive, 1347, 1 swarm, 651, 4, con, 13 SDR, 12 dex, 12 end, 13 int, 17 whiz, 16. She tugged on her mandibles, frowning to herself. She still hadn't figured out how the cap for her swarm drones increased. The one for hive drones clearly had been slowed down by the addition of swarm drones, but it was still a pretty regular pattern. At the moment, she was far below her limit in both, something she definitely wanted to amend. And now that she'd gotten another level, she could try making another swarm drone egg later. Her mana had also dropped with the deaths in her hive, but not as much as she'd feared. The previous 2 levels, her stat points had finally gone to some other stats beside the mental ones. She would have liked more of those, but she was also relieved the others wouldn't fall completely behind. Constitution and endurance seemed especially important, generally speaking. But for this level, int had risen again, which was a bit of a relief. She didn't really need much strength or dexterity, especially since she mostly fought with her magic, and she wouldn't be able to match warriors in those stats, anyway. Finally, Max returned with the others. He stayed in the forest and sent a war drone to her. Regina was confused for a moment, but then focused on her connection to her drones and realized what he was doing. She sent the war drone back to assume a watch post and ambled away into the forest. Max and Ben were waiting in a small clearing a few dozen meters into the forest. They had a rough, improvised net of knotted entangling vines, with a few rocks holding it down on the ground. Regina grinned and stared at their captive for a moment. Darkwing, level 13. It looked like a black swallow. Not that she knew much about birds. It was maybe a little bigger than most, but not by too much. Its beak looked particularly sharp and its eyes were like black ice. But it didn't look much like a monster at first glance. She sensed some mana from it, though. It was mostly unformed and carried a feeling of darkness, shadows and cold. Very good work, boys, she told them. I hope this wasn't too hard. Are you hurt? Ben has some scratches, Max said. The other warrior shook his head. I'm fine, my queen, they're barely noticeable. It took us a while, but we worked out a method in the end. Well, as I said, good work. Let's see if this works. Carefully, Regina approached the bound bird monster. Its struggles seemed to intensify, but it was easy to see that raw strength wasn't its forte. Regina reached through the net, then withdrew her finger, barely in time to save it from a sharp beak. The bird was quicker than it looked. Can you give me a hand? Max and Tim approached, and after a few tries, managed to pin down the bird well enough that it couldn't struggle too much. Regina touched it and thought about her newest class skill. In fact, she didn't know if the ability required physical contact, but that seemed like a good guess. The bird struggled even harder for a few seconds, then stilled. It started to twitch slightly. Then it shrieked, before it got what looked like a full seizure. Regina could sense some mana working into it. Its eyes grew cloudy and its movements slowed. She frowned. Well, maybe she should have expected something like this. Given the ability's name, it could be that this actually worked like an infection of some kind, although it seemed to progress very fast. After about half an hour, Regina began to feel a new presence in her psychic hive connection and the bird started moving again. She tugged away the net, allowing it to move freely, while she focused most of her attention inward. It was a strange sensation. The bird wasn't sapient, but it also wasn't mindless, and it arguably had a lot more of a mind than the swarm drones. It clearly understood something of what was happening. Still, the bird's attempt to fight against it was unfocused and didn't carry much effort. Looking through its senses was strange, and it took Regina a short while to get used to it. Regina released the grip of her mind from the animal, watching as it flapped its way up and settled on a branch of a nearby tree. It didn't try to attack them. After a long moment, she dove a little deeper again, nudging it to fly to the west. It resisted at first, but when her prodding grew more insistent, it took off. I think this will work out well, especially once we have a little practice. This is very cool, Max agreed, looking after the bird. Regina smiled. She knew she probably had to keep it inside her 50 kilometers control radius, although, hopefully, that one had expanded a bit with her new levels. Still, she had something that should work well as a fast scout and unobtrusive spy now. Chapter 45, Small Discoveries. The next few days went by without incident, although Regina was poised for more trouble showing up, presumably in the form of humans. No more of them approached, though. However, from both her new minion and the drones she'd sent out to scout, she knew that the humans were still sending teams into the forest. Many of them moved deeper in, probably towards the elves. Byanorn and the other elves didn't seem concerned about it. They were quiet for the most part, staying at the camp or occasionally going out to scout. A few times, the elves brought back something they'd hunted or gathered, and Byanorn once showed up lugging the corpse of a black bear with fur as hard as steel that had been level 20. Regina appreciated him donating the corpse, although she wasn't quite sure what to do with it. They didn't have the right tools for working with that, but the workers might still be able to do something with it. Perhaps turn it into armor for Max or the defense-focused drones. The other thing she didn't quite know what to do with was the new production drone. It hatched together with her new war drones about 2 days after she'd laid them. That gave Regina another surprise. The new war drones were all level 2, not level 1. When she first appraised them, she just stared for a moment, confused. Well, I guess I still have more to discover about the system and the part of it that governs hives, she then muttered. Max gave her a sideways glance, then ordered the drones to various tasks. I wouldn't complain, he said. It's possible we only just noticed that because the level of the other war drones is higher now than it used to be. Perhaps they start with, like, a fifth of the average level of their type rounded down. I guess that would help to make up for their relatively lacking stats. Possible, Regina said, shaking her head. You're probably right. Then she looked at the new drone of her new type, frowning thoughtfully. It looked about the same as the war drones at first glance. At least, it had the same general size and shape. However, it didn't have any blade limbs, and she didn't think they would be much use in a fight. Instead, its other pair of limbs was shorter and a bit stubby. There were strange ridges and indentations on them. Regina frowned harder, then looked at Ivy, the harvester, who was working on the neighboring hut. Yep, there definitely seemed to be a bit of congruity. She wasn't quite sure about it, but the names alone and how quickly the two types were unlocked after each other suggested there might be something there. Maybe I should have expected this. It's using the term production after all, she muttered. Produce what you're going to produce. The drone reacted to her order right away, as she could sense through the psychic link. Although it wasn't readily apparent at first, parts of its body contracted slightly, then something shifted a little and it started excreting a substance. Regina stepped closer. It had made a greenish-black goo that didn't look like much. Well, I guess we'll have to work on that, she said with a small sigh. This was only a level 1 drone. Make another bit of it. I'll watch more closely. This time, she dove further into what she could sense of the drone. Not only did she get a sense of its mind, but also some idea of its body. She felt what happened to some extent. It would need a bit of study and maybe a deeper connection to really understand it, but she was confident she could get there. In the meantime, she already had the impression that it was somewhat adaptable, maybe even modular. After a while, Regina shook her head and took a step back. She looked around, then called the nearest war drone that didn't seem to have much to do. One of the new ones. Over. Eat a bit of that substance, she told it. The war drone complied, and Regina watched closely. This didn't seem to be very harmful. The drone's unformed mind didn't have much of an opinion on what it just ate, but it did seem to curb its hunger slightly. All right, go back to your work. You, stay close to that house and eat some grass. They didn't have a lack of food, but this might still be useful. Still, for now, Regina decided she was better off focusing on warrior types, though maybe she should take the opportunity to let her mana fill up more and use it for some necessary tasks around the camp first. About a day later, Regina was trying to help with hanging a real door into the newest house, which had the best door frame, when she realized that the harvester egg was cracking. She excused herself. She could get this done on her own. The worker seemed focused on the task and only nodded. She almost seemed to get it this time, but the hinges they tried to carve out of a monster's bone still didn't seem to quite get it. So, we have a new harvester, B said, turning to look at her. What are you going to name them, my queen? Regina started, then turned around. The new drone had just climbed out of its egg and stepped outside. He seemed like a boy, so she decided on Zach. B nodded and smiled slightly. I'll get him oriented. Regina returned the gesture and left, since they weren't going to finish this right now. Anyway, instead considering the next additions to her hive, she decided to make another 2 warrior eggs and 4 drone ones. Those taxed her mana regeneration, but since her levels and mental stats had risen, she could deal with it more easily than before. Regina waited until she was sure that the elves were away and not paying attention before she did, then put the eggs in a relatively secluded spot in one of the houses her drones used. There probably wasn't much point, but she still felt reluctant to have them out in the open. Once she was done with that, she found Max waiting for her. We're trying to adjust the training schedule, but I'm not sure how much time we have left, he said. He glanced around, then continued at a lower tone of voice. Has your new scout found more human movements? About the same as before. I sent him out a little further, and he's able to move much further than Ada and the others. Fortunately, we still have to be careful of monsters, but even using dark only gives me one viewpoint, so I don't really get a full picture. Dark? Max raised an eyebrow. Regina shrugged and smiled a bit sheepishly. I was considering calling him Shadow, but that seemed a bit cliché. And you think dark is better? Regina put her hands on her hips and pouted. No, glared at him. I seem to remember someone recently saying they would never question me. Max grinned and laid a hand on his heart. I still wouldn't dare, my queen. I wouldn't say I was questioning you, not me, just my decision. She crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, but had to suppress a smile. Can you really call that a decision? Regina snorted. Oh, shut up, Max. She hit him lightly, which at least wiped the smirk and mock thoughtful expression from his face. You're just making it easy for me, Regina. She shook her head, then started walking, while Max followed along. I think we can stick with the current schedule for now, she said. If you're careful, I'll even let you go out to join the hunting party and bring back some monsters, but don't go too far from the camp. Max nodded seriously. I'll take care. Do you want us to look for further monsters for you? Regina chewed on her lip thoughtfully, then shook her head. No, I don't think so. I don't know how many spots I have, but it probably isn't many, and I'd prefer to keep my options open. Besides, having one foreign presence in the hive is already a bit irritating, and I wouldn't say I've trained dark fully yet. End of Block 1.